Chapter 931. Leaving the Nebio church, Luo was still pondering Aladako's answer, while Ano grumbled angrily, "What do you mean no comment? It could be explained in a single sentence. Why keep it a secret?" A small hand gently patted Ano's head, stopping her grumbling. Luo then changed the subject. "Alright, let's see where we be staying for now. With Crystal City's protection, we should be able to relax for a while." Unbeknownst to the two women, after they left, Aladako returned to the ice tower, and entered a small chapel entirely constructed of extremely cold ice crystals. The walls were adorned with lifelike murals of the ice god, and in the center stood an exquisite altar upon which stood a statue of the ice god with closed eyes. But if the worshippers outside saw this crystal-clear statue, they would likely tremble, and kneel down to repent for their blasphemy, for the statue's surface was riddled with cracks, becoming incomplete and devoid of its divine radiance. Aladako knelt solemnly on one knee, silently praying. Finally, he looked up at the statue and murmured, "My God, return, your people are waiting." His voice was faint, as if trying to freeze everything in ice. The Ice God Church had lent Luo and his group their lodging on the 13th underground level in a suburban area. It had originally been a small church serving a small town, but for some reason the town had fallen into disrepair, and the church was temporarily vacant. If it weren't for Luo's arrival, this suburban area would soon have been converted into a ranch. A winding path stretches from the underground 13th district, a semi-mining, semi-residential area, to a remote, overgrown suburb. Several fluorescent crystal insects rest on the pebbles half buried in the soil, absorbing the scarce magic within and emitting faint, shimmering fluorescence. At the end of the path, a remarkably well-preserved three-story church stood on the edge of a wide meadow. The statues in the front courtyard had been removed, leaving only their bases, but the numerous crystal reliefs on the church's roof still revealed reverence for the ice god. Pushing open the second-floor window, one could see the brightly lit underground 13 districts to the south, and a lush, verdant back garden to the north. The glowing barrier 5 miles away was clearly visible, shimmering like the night sky. A breeze blew through the room, ruffling Luo's soft, silvery white hair. She gently ran her fingers through the strands, revealing her pink ears and the back of her fair neck. Her translucent skin appeared incredibly alluring under the soft white light emanating from the light magic crystal. "I hope teacher won't criticize me for being too reckless." The search for Luna officially began. Although Luo was very uneasy about the suddenly appearing demon, it wasn't something she could easily handle. So, before leaving, Luo told Aladako about it, reminding him that the 8th-tier magical beast that had appeared a few days earlier was not a creature of the living world. As for what the other party would do, she couldn't control it. However, once she found Luna and returned to the Karlov Empire, she would report the matter. In any case, the demons originating from evil must be destroyed. Touching her cat ears, Luo still didn't know when they would disappear. Calmly, she didn't sense any new bloodline power emerging within her, so it was unlikely that the cat ears and tail would remain permanently. Just hope little Artie doesn't find out, sigh. The chapel had been cleaned by FIA, without a trace of odor or dirt. Luo took off her boots, climbed onto the bed, and sat cross-legged. With her mind focused, Luo saw the vast, river-like power of her blood and chi within her, as well as the cracked magical pathways and the slowly dissipating, complex residual magic. The characteristics of 8th-tier magic are a deeper level than 7th-tier magic. They can no longer be eliminated by magic power alone and the inherent magical characteristics of high-level magic. It seems I have to be more cautious next time I encounter an 8th-tier opponent. Low-tier transcendents have a basic grasp of magic and runes. Magic channels within their bodies manifest, and their blood and chi can hold more magic. With special cultivation methods, they can obtain battle aura comparable to pure magic power. Mid-tier transcendent soul bodies are nourished and evolved, their soul power grows stronger, and they can control physical entities without magic power. If given the opportunity, they can also learn soul magic. Simultaneously, their bodies can hold more magic power, their self-healing ability is greatly enhanced, and they move closer to immortality. Upon reaching high-tier transcendence, they comprehend the characteristics of magic power, undergoing a qualitative transformation. At the initial 7th-tier level, they can still use greater magic power and high-level skills to defeat opponents. However, upon entering the 8th tier, even their bodies acquire magical characteristics. Ordinary high-level magic is almost ineffective, and even the greatest magic power is like water impacting solid rock, difficult to shake. The 9th rank is another level altogether, with a difference even greater than that between the 1st and 8th ranks. In summary, Luo manipulated his light magic to continuously cast healing spells on the ground where magic remained, accelerating the dissipation of the remaining magic. Thanks to the abundant magic power in his blood, the self-healing ability of extraordinary beings is extremely strong. If they master light magic, wood magic, and water magic, their self-healing ability will be further enhanced. With Luo's strength, even if he were shattered to pieces, as long as a single drop of blood remains, he can be reborn. However, this injury is not so simple. Injuries to extraordinary beings can be broadly categorized into flesh wounds, magic erosion, damage to magic pathways, magic pollution, and damage to the soul. The difficulty of healing generally increases progressively with each type of injury. Previously, Luo's injuries were mostly physical wounds, at most causing some magical erosion and minor soul damage. With dispelling spells, healing spells, and soul magic, these injuries could heal quickly. However, when he unleashed 3 days of annihilation on the Lily Demon, Luo was struck by its counterattack. The 8 types of magical energy intertwined into an extremely complex force, wantonly eroding Luo's body, causing deep magical erosion, and even destroying his magical energy pathways. Once the magical energy pathways are completely damaged, the body loses the ability to circulate magical energy, and the magical energy in his blood and chi will erupt in a backlash, ultimately making his constitution even weaker than that of an ordinary person. Even more troublesome is that this kind of injury cannot be healed by the regeneration of flesh and blood. It can only be repaired by high-level healing skills, followed by slow recovery using his own magical energy. The foreign magic invading her body was constantly tearing open the healing magic pathways, causing Luo's injuries to be in an abnormal state of continuous healing and worsening. Only by completely eliminating this magic could she fully recover. However, the characteristic magic of an 8-tier transcendent being was far more stubborn than ordinary magic. It had now deeply etched itself into her body, adhering to the magic pathways, and attempting to corrupt Luo's own magic. Eliminating it with her own magic was no easy task unless she could reach a higher level of transcendence, which would enhance the effectiveness of any dispelling spells. Upstairs, all was quiet. Downstairs, Ano and Fia were whispering amongst themselves. "Sister, have you noticed that Master's personality has been acting strange lately?" I think Master seems to be smiling more lately. But hasn't this happened before?" "No, sister. I mean, Master seems to be more concerned about other people's affairs, although he does have more expressions." "What you said makes sense, and Master's mood swings have been quite jarring several times. I almost thought Master's soul had been switched. Maybe I should remind the little Master. Won't Master be angry if he finds out? Why don't we observe Master more closely these next few days? He needs to recuperate. Did I take care of Master this time? All right, I go buy some flour and jam. I found out about a few specialty shops in Crystal City yesterday. I think Master will like them." Chapter 932. The handsome and elegant young man leisurely watered the flowers, but the water was a clear, scarlet red, emanating a strong spiritual fluctuation and a bloody stench. The flowers, resembling colorful lilies, had 6 of their 9 narrow petals broken off, and thick, transparent liquid dripped continuously from the wounds. Even their faint aura remained terrifying. "It's a pity there are no people from the Church of Light on such a beautiful land, otherwise you, little flower, would be perfect. Be thankful, if it weren't for her, you would have been trampled into the mud long ago." The lily shrank back in fear. The pure, high-level demonic aura emanating from the young man almost made it flee, a flicker of resistance rising within it. After watering the flower, the skeleton took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. With a flick of his long index finger, 2 portraits appeared, both of beautiful young girls with cat ears and tails. One was smaller and cuter, the other more mature, clearly Luo's original appearance and his disguised form. The skeleton lightly touched Luo's original portrait with his index finger, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. With her, my perfect collection will have another piece." Although he was surprised that this human girl could escape the demon Lily's lock, this was necessary to justify his record of thwarting 2 demon sons. The more extraordinary the opponent, the more he liked her. Go find her. The 2 portraits transformed into 2 finger bones and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The skeleton stood by the window, gazing at the ice god castle shrouded in dark clouds. "Before everything is ready, I play with you for a bit." He hoped the other wouldn't give in too quickly. That would be too boring. North of the ice god castle in the Agnisa Empire, on the empire's northern border, thousands of low-level transcendents, wearing magic-suppressing shackles, dug into the strange ice plains that stretched from the border, cutting them into huge blocks of ice and transporting them hundreds of miles away, where a magnificent palace was under construction. Countless mortals, ragged and worn, sculpted ice with pickaxes in the magic-filled environment, adorning the palace with exquisite reliefs. Mortals constantly succumb to the magic's corrosive power, collapsing to the ground. Indifferent overseers would then pick them up and toss them away. With a few wolf howls and a faint smell of blood, more mortals would be brought in, and everything would continue as before. A kilometer away, thousands of soldiers were stationed on a neat snowfield, conducting their daily training. In the center of the camp stood a towering ice crystal castle. Inside the castle, a middle-aged man wearing a half-mask sat cross-legged. Twisted runes spread around him, yet were confined within a meter, vaguely forming the phantom of an ice crystal skull with two horns on either side of its head. Suddenly, two finger bones appeared, transforming into two portraits that floated in midair. The middle-aged man abruptly opened his crimson eyes, and upon seeing the portraits, he immediately knelt down, his voice utterly respectful. "Your humble servant awaits the arrival of the great Lord Damien." The portraits emitted a gentle yet indifferent voice from the skeleton. "Crystal City beneath the lake, find this girl, by any means necessary. Your humble servant obeys." The portraits suddenly lost their power, and slowly drifted down. The middle-aged man raised his head, reached out, and picked up the two portraits, simultaneously obtaining information about the girl in them. Born from the Karlov Empire, a black-robed mage of the Mage Hall, a fifth-tier mage, compatible with multiple attributes, skilled in disguise, and possessing combat strength comparable to a seventh-tier mage. The middle-aged man's tone revealed astonishment, even suspecting that the person was toying with him. But knowing that this excessively adorable girl had actually escaped from an 8th-tier powerhouse, he couldn't help but frown. Is this even human? Thinking about how much he had paid to obtain such powerful strength, while his opponent could easily fight 2 levels above him, his face gradually twisted, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. Geniuses are wonderful. He loves stripping away their arrogance and savoring the beautiful expressions of their collapse as they gradually lose everything. He suddenly let out a soft exclamation, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt this girl seemed vaguely familiar, but cat-eared people were indeed rare. He hadn't thought much of it at the moment, but if you remove the cat ears and tail, her appearance. Snap! The middle-aged man clenched the portrait tightly, grinning savagely, blood tears streaming from his eyes. "So it was you, my son. Father thought there was no chance of avenging you in this lifetime, but I never expected to see you here, ha ha." The room was instantly filled with hatred and manic laughter, a chilling coldness freezing the air instantly. After a burst of maniacal laughter, the middle-aged man appeared above the castle, his magic surging, his voice booming. "By order of this city lord, send troops to Crystal City beneath the lake to apprehend the Empire's most wanted criminal." 2 days later. "Master, is it comfortable?" "A little harder." "How about this?" "Oh, comfortable." "Ugh, harder." "Master, you're so amazing." "Ainer, you have to do it too." "Eh? That place is very sensitive." "Ah." Luo collapsed limply onto the bed, her cat ears drooping listlessly. Her mage robes had been removed, leaving her in only lace shorts and a tank top, revealing her fair shoulders and thighs. Beads of sweat glistened holy and crystalline under the white light. After a while, Luo turned over, slightly panting, and saw her tail emerge from between her thighs, standing erect. Bathed in the magic crystal light, its long shadows stretched across her face. Her cheeks flushed, and she sat up sideways, tucking her tail under her bottom. "I didn't expect you to know massage." "Who taught you?" Ano replied excitedly, "I learned from Miss Persiana. She's such a gentle priestess. She taught me without hesitation after hearing my request." "So it's Persiana." Luo shivered suddenly, as if the sensation of her hands, coated with cool essential oil, stroking her back just days ago, was still vivid in her mind. Ahem. "Well, Ano, this is enough, enough. Miss Persiana is very busy, we can't trouble her, understand?" "Is that so?" "Ano understands." Seeing Ano nod seriously, Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If only she had healed herself properly, even if the recovery would be slower, at least she wouldn't have to enjoy unnecessary treatments. "Master, do you still need Ano to massage me?" Wait, a minute. That's enough for today, we talk about it later. Ano was a little disappointed, but then she heard her sister's footsteps downstairs. She excused herself and went downstairs to help her sister. Luo wiped away the beads of sweat that had just appeared on her body. Although she was having a bit of a hard time dealing with Persia, to be fair, her treatments were very effective. Through magical stimulation of her body, coupled with a massage using 100 tons of finger strength, Luo felt a strange sense of pleasure arise within her. Her whole body felt tingly and soft, and her newly healed magical pathways were even more resilient, allowing her to use magic freely. The technique feels a bit strange though. Do you have to stroke my tail for a massage? Downstairs, Aino was excitedly pouring out her feelings to her sister. Master's tail feels amazing. Sister, you have no idea how smooth it is. The fur feels more delicate than the tenderest leaf buds in the world. Softer than any piece of clothing I ever worn. If there were rankings, I would declare that Master's tail is the best feeling tail in the world. The second best feeling thing is Master's hair. It's a pity I couldn't touch the ears, I wonder if it'd be second or third. Hee sister, do you think Master won't notice? If you keep going, Master will become suspicious. Aino immediately suppressed her excitement. Her master could sense their emotional fluctuations. If anything seemed too unusual, he'd definitely become suspicious. But soon, Aino looked at her hands and grinned foolishly. Sister, I decided. I'm not washing my hands for the next month. You go knead the dough. Fia, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed her silly sister by the collar and threw her onto the cutting board. Get back to kneading the dough with your hands, you good girl. If Master doesn't like you, you're doomed. Ah! No. Ignoring her foolish sister's pitiful gaze, Fia snorted and walked away to prepare other ingredients. Of course, she wouldn't say that she also wanted to try out the feel of Master's tail. Sister, so you want to too? Shut up. Chapter 933. Luo sat in the chair, carefully examining the two broken bone fragments. She hadn't had time to ask Aladako about her injury before, but now that she was healed, she should ask. Perhaps the Ice God Church would know more. She put the broken bone away, and flames and holy light appeared in Luo's palm. The power remaining within her from the Lily Demon reminded her of her previous attempts. Before she had learned much magic, she had tried to enhance her magical power by molding ice and fire magic into ice flames. However, that was merely a simple attachment, not even an amplification. Later, after hearing about multi-magic, she decided to switch to researching it. She could even add an extra attribute to ordinary mid-level spells to improve their effects. However, without understanding the properties of magic, modifying high-level spells was out of the question. Time also didn't allow Luo to dedicate too much time to research, so her study of multi-magic was still in its early stages. The power of the Lily Demon sparked numerous ideas within her. Perhaps multi-elemental magic was merely one form of multi-attribute magic. With sufficient control, could she directly unleash multi-attribute magic from fused magic power? If so, could the overly complex magic arrays of multi-elemental magic be simplified? By removing the nodes that harmonize different attribute magic powers, the magic power consumption would decrease, and the upper limit of magic power would increase. Currently, high-level magic is defined as having between 100 and 999 runes. Beyond that lies the realm of planar magic, whose power rivals that of high-level divine arts, beyond human creation. The reason why high-level divine arts currently circulating can exceed 1,000 runes, and the Sword of Judgment wielded by Luo even possesses 3,000 runes, is because high-level divine arts originate from divine grace. To break through the limits of high-level magic, holy mages have made many efforts. According to Luo, holy mages use unique holy arts, a type of magic that utilizes certain techniques to exceed the upper limits of high-level magic, but its upper limits still cannot compare to dimensional magic and high-level divine magic. Creating dimensional magic is too far-fetched for Luo, but raising the upper limit of high-level magic is still possible, although it's highly likely that only she herself can use it. Staring at the two orbs of magic for a moment, Luo sighed and put them away, resting her chin on her hands and muttering to herself in frustration, "Sigh, if only clones could help me research magic." That way, she could spare some time to study the books in the Great Library, while simultaneously delving into her own magic. Oh no, and a few more clones. She still had to complete the Mage Tower project. She hadn't finished her autobiography, and she needed to spend a lot of time learning the 8th attribute of barrier magic. Her domain was still only at the beginner level, with no clue as to how to go any deeper. Sigh. Luo actually possessed quite a few clone techniques, given the sheer number of magic books in the Great Library, but the best was still the triple clones given to her by the Lord of the Orostan territory, Viguria's father. By consuming only soul power and magic, one can obtain 3 clones identical to the original body, possessing considerable rationality and all memories, meaning all thoughts and abilities are present. However, the clones summoned by triple clones do not exist for long, and their strength is only linked to the magic attribute consumed, meaning it is not friendly to multi-attribute superhumans. Most importantly, the clones lack a true soul, making innovation and research impossible. Triple clones is an incomplete skill of 9 clones. Perhaps the complete clone technique could solve Luo's problem, but it involves the core of the family, and even with the best relationships, it must be considered carefully, especially since Luo now belongs to the Mage Hall. There's no guarantee that others in the Orostan territory won't suspect his intentions. Forget it, let my future self worry about it. Luo believed in his future self. Around noon, FIA used Crystal City's unique transparent flour and sorbet to create a distinctive, cool crystal ball. As for the taste, Ano watched as his master's tail swished happily. Taking out his mage's robe, which had been repaired after 5 days of self-repair, Luo put it on and instructed the two women to continue gathering information, not just about Luna, but also about the strange magical beasts that had appeared in recent years. Ideally, he should investigate whether there were any anomalies in the Ice God's church, but since he was currently living in someone else's church, it would be awkward to be discovered. Leaving the small church, Luo headed alone towards the 13th underground district. Looking up, dozens of colossal metal structures, hundreds of meters tall, stood quietly beside the crystal pillars. Their rugged appearance and extended heavy machinery indicated that these behemoths belonged to the dwarves. Mechanical puppets, huh? I wonder how they differ from other puppets. Right now, they were just a bunch of inanimate objects. Luo was curious about the spectacular sight of hundreds of giant puppets moving together. The path was difficult to traverse. Luo floated lightly on the surface, occasionally encountering simply dressed children digging for wild vegetables and catching insects. They were former members of the poor, their living standards further declining with the influx of outsiders. Even with free treatment at the Ice God's church, dozens still died daily from magical corruption. Passing the children who avoided her in fear, the light emanating from Luo's small hands beneath her mage robes quietly faded. Just a simple act. The underground city had no walls, defenses were concentrated around the elevator platform. Luo could clearly see the brightly lit, densely packed residences. Most of these houses were converted from former miners' housing and crystal mine warehouses. There were originally many large alchemical artifacts, but they had all been moved to the 15th floor and below. The streets were bustling with people, yet a palpable sense of despondency permeated the air. No one knew when life would return to normal. Luo arrived at the 10th underground level, returning to the Nidio church. He intended to inform Aladako, but a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "So you're here. What a coincidence." Luo turned around and was surprised to find that the person greeting him was one of the Ice God's guards from before. He didn't know her name, but she looked quite young and energetic. It's been a few days, quite a coincidence indeed. The Ice God's guard was somewhat reserved. The cat-eared girl before him was beautiful and adorable. Since their last farewell, her face had frequently appeared in his mind, making him appear much more melancholic. He never expected to meet her again on the 10th level. Miss Guest, are you here to pray?" Luo shook her head. "No, I was just looking for Captain Aladako, but everyone seems quite busy." The Ice God's guard looked around and saw that it was true. Thousands of people were lined up, and the worshippers were all incredibly busy. No one was available to assist them. "If you don't mind, if you're going to give up, I'd let Lord Aladako know for you. Is that all right?" "Thank you so much." "No problem at all. By the way, my name is Rowan Oren. My family is a small clan that has worshipped the Ice God for generations." Oren scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He was considered the most outstanding descendant in his family, having reached the 5th rank in just 200 years and successfully joined the Ice God's church. Truly a figure of immense prestige. "Just call me Eileen." "Understood. Miss Eileen. Please wait a moment." Oren gave a curtsy that Luo couldn't understand and hurried into the church, looking full of energy. Luo rubbed his chin, suspecting the other person had encountered something good, and then pondered how to inquire about the broken bone. A moment later, Oren reappeared, saying that Aladako had agreed to a meeting. He sounded quite surprised. "Miss Irene, you don't happen to know Lord Aladako, do you?" He agreed so quickly. Luo smiled slightly. Perhaps Captain Aladako is a very kind person. "I see." Meeting Aladako again, this large figure still exerted immense pressure on Luo. His strength wasn't the strongest Luo had ever seen, but the visual pressure was definitely not weak. "Little magician, the information you want won't be so easy to find." Hearing this, Luo knew Aladako had misunderstood and quickly waved his hand in denial. "Captain Aladako, you misunderstand. I came to ask if you ever seen this kind of bone?" As he spoke, Luo took out a piece of broken bone. Aladako showed a hint of curiosity, remotely retrieving the broken bone. After examining it carefully, his expression gradually turned serious. Where did you find this? I extracted it from the flesh of a 7th-tier magical beast. As far as I know, all berserk magical beasts contain this, but it only reveals itself after breaking through to a higher tier. Luo briefly described the broken bone, then asked curiously, Captain Aladako, hasn't the Ice God Church found anything like this? Aladako was momentarily at a loss for words. The extraordinary intelligence of berserk magical beasts was obvious to anyone. He had examined the corpses of berserk magical beasts, but had never found anything similar. He could only conclude that this was indeed worthy of someone from the Mage's Hall. Such methods were certainly not something ordinary people could master. As you said, I will have the followers keep a closer eye out from now on. Also, regarding the demon you mentioned earlier, I've spoken with several others, but the results weren't ideal. Aladako considered for a moment, then said frankly, those who fought the demonic beast claim they didn't detect any evil aura. Although they sensed dark magic, it was almost indistinguishable from ordinary dark demonic beasts. Noticing Luo's slightly shifting expression, he added, demons have always existed only in legends. There's never been a precedent for them entering the living world. You don't need to worry too much. I understand. With a sigh, Luo decided not to dwell on it further. She figured a few scattered demons wouldn't cause much trouble. Once she returned and reported it, a powerful figure from the Mage's Hall would naturally intervene. Perfect timing. Since you came today, your injuries must have healed. Yesterday 3 7th-tier demonic beasts appeared, and the guards were having trouble handling them. How about you go and assist them? Chapter 934. Although she knew this was the price she paid for requesting the investigation, Luo's mood visibly plummeted after the brief rest ended. Even her cat ears drooped. After giving Fia and Ano a few words of advice, Luo quietly waited outside the church for her contact. The patients waiting in line for treatment were seeing such a beautiful young woman for the first time, and although they knew she was no ordinary person, they couldn't help but let their eyes wander. Thinking about how they could brag to their friends about meeting such a beautiful girl with adorable ears and a fluffy tail, they felt the light in the underground city seemed brighter that day. Miss Irene. Orin suddenly ran out of the church, his expression filled with excitement and shock. So you're the helper Lord Aladako mentioned? He thought that after Luo rejected Boss Phaeton's invitation, she wouldn't join the Ice God Guard, but he hadn't expected Lord Aladako to subdue this powerful and beautiful cat-eared girl so easily. Praise be to the esteemed Lord Aladako. Hearing his excitement, Luo's ears drooped even lower. If she could, she would have preferred a different deal, but it was too late now. She could only try her best. Clenching his teeth, Luo nodded. I heard 3 7th-tier magical beasts appeared yesterday? That's right. Olin also became serious, frowning as he said, yesterday, another team was ambushed by 2 7th-tier magical beasts near Bird Wolf Mountain. 5 Ice God guards were tragically killed. Furthermore, we discovered residual auras of 7th-tier magical beasts near West Peak. If we don't deal with it, the surrounding area will become a dangerous zone. According to Olin, the appearance of 7th-tier magical beasts is usually reported by the guard teams, and then a team of strong individuals at the vice-captain level will take action to kill them. However, the vice-captain is required to guard their assigned area to prevent unscrupulous outsiders from taking advantage of the situation. After all, there have been several incidents of strong individuals stealing magical crystals in the past. Therefore, deploying several vice-captains at once is somewhat risky. It would be best if Luo could lend a hand. May I ask a question? Of course. Miss Eileen, please ask. Why aren't the other high-level transcendents helping? I mean, the high-level transcendents residing here. Crystal City currently has at least 50 high-level transcendents. Deploying half wouldn't be unreasonable. Olin explained somewhat awkwardly. Actually, most of the vice-captains are strong individuals from other cities. Crystal City probably doesn't have as many strong individuals as you think. In fact, the so-called Ice God Guard was only established a year ago. I used to be just a judgment warrior at the Deslin Church in the 3rd District. Luo remembered. Most of Crystal City's strong individuals had been conscripted by the Dahomey family. Maintaining the city's operation must have been a huge effort. Without saying anything more, the two left the 10th underground level and returned to the surface. They soon saw Faye Dunn again, accompanied by a cold and aloof young woman. The girl had white hair and blue eyes, even her eyebrows were snow white. She wore the holy robes of an Ice God's church priest, a unique blue crystal corset that perfectly accentuated her figure. A beautiful ice crystal necklace around her neck connected to a thumb-sized idol, and a snowflake-shaped ice crystal pendant hung from her forehead. Snowflakes drifted around her, and at first glance, she even bore a resemblance to the Ice God reliefs on the outer city wall. After relaying Aladako's appointment, Oren quickly left, leaving only 3 people on the vast inner city wall. Phaeton was pleased to see Lo, offering a somewhat stiff smile. "I think you like this job. What makes you think I like it?" Lo looked at the girl beside him. Seeing this, Phaeton introduced her. "This is Vice Captain Helida, who commands all the Ice God guards in the upper city. She once single-handedly slew a 7th-tier blizzard wyvern serpent. Her strength is immense." Luo blinked. She thought she saw the powerful figure's eyebrows twitch slightly, perhaps by 2 strands of hair. Was it a sign of pleasure? "Hello, Miss Helida. My name is Eileen, just an ordinary foreign traveler." No words were spoken, but her chin twitched slightly. About 3 strands of hair. Was that a nod? At this moment, Felton transmitted his voice. "Miss Eileen, please don't mind. Helida is a priestess of the Ice God. She often listens to the voice of the Ice God, which has affected her soul and shaped her personality. But she's not inherently bad." The voice abruptly stopped as Helida cut off the transmission, turned, and flew away, her voice cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. "Time to go." Felton gave a helpless look. Luo shrugged and flew after Helida. Ideally, there should be a 3rd 7th-tier member. This way, they could minimize casualties when facing a 7th-tier magical beast. As Luo expected, a young man was already waiting atop the outer city wall. He wasn't dressed like someone from the Ice God's church. Instead, he wore a long sword at his waist, light armor, and an aura of quiet authority, exuding the air of a superior. "You arrived." The young man didn't seem to mind. He only looked young, though he was well over 300 years old. He glanced at the cattered girl with clear eyes, nodded in greeting, and then briefly explained, "Just call me Attic. Our target is Mount Shilong, 1,200 miles to the east. Priestess Helida will find the target monster. I'd be responsible for killing it." "Miss Eileen, would you mind applying protection and restraint?" Luo indicated she had no problem. As a newcomer, she naturally followed the veteran's instructions. Helida remained silent, so Attic took off first, heading towards Mount Xylan, followed closely by the other 2. In the deserted, gloomy church, a black-haired, red-eyed girl sat quietly in the front row, lost in thought. A white book rested on her lap, and the subtle whirring of gears emanating from her body sounded jarringly in the deathly silence of the church. As an extension of the wise Lord's authority in the living world, Ankanasna rarely experienced setbacks. Regardless of race, strength, or even a newborn infant, everyone possesses some profound pursuit, or rather desire. With the dark desires deep within her heart, she was omnipotent. A steadfast heart was merely a lack of resources. When the gains were enough to crush all resistance, even the most resolute would succumb to greed. The wise lord, a master of deception, was guilty of greed. However, she couldn't see through the greed within that girl's heart. The girl was like an unknown entity hidden in a hazy veil. Her form could be observed, but her heart remained unseen. The Book of Omniscience contained information about her, but it was intelligence she herself had written. It was unfathomable, and therefore, her greedy heart could not be found. Ankinas often wondered, given the wisdom and knowledge bestowed upon her by the Lord, enabling her to accomplish a grand plan spanning millions of years, was it truly because she couldn't see through the deepest greed that she couldn't even defeat a mid-level human transcendent? She understood that 90% of the obstacles lay with that omnipresent saint-level netherworld being. Yet, in this small plane, she had already trapped him. Even though she had miscalculated and failed to kill the girl herself, she had arranged a scheme in the dream far exceeding his strength. Why had she still failed? Why did I fail? Why? Hee. A strange, mocking laugh echoed in her ears, but she didn't notice it, only repeating her muttered self-talk. Why did I fail? Why are things always so coincidental? Who is controlling fate? Her chaotic thoughts gradually transformed into twisted runes emerging from her neck, spreading out noisy, jet-black ribbons that wrapped around her delicate body, seemingly trying to drag her into the abyss, only to crumble instantly upon touching the white book on her knee. Ankanasni, as if waking from a dream, gazed at the floating black brain on the stage and murmured, "Lord, is fate truly unbreakable? Is scheming truly beyond perfection? Is knowledge truly infinite?" The packed church remained silent, no one answering her questions. The figures moved about, all listening quietly to the silent wisdom. Is that so, omniscient greed? Chapter 935. Shilong Peak is located east of Crystal City. Its name likely stems from the fact that its eastern side is Dongling Peak. What a ridiculous joke. Luo and Helida followed behind Attic, feeling the girl beside them watching them. However, out of the corner of their eye, they saw the girl staring straight ahead with a serious expression, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Was there a problem with the aura simulation? Luo checked the magic somewhat awkwardly. The fake 7th tier aura appeared normal, without any fluctuations. Could the girl have some special detection methods? After checking 3 or 4 times without finding anything amiss, Luo suppressed her curiosity and moved slightly away from Helida. Sigh. A faint sigh suddenly sounded. Luo turned to look at Helida, only to see her head slightly tilted, her calm eyes seeming to ask, "Is something wrong? Strange, was I hallucinating?" Unable to figure it out, Luo simply stopped thinking about it and focused on their journey. The 7th tier speed was extremely fast, and in less than half a day, they had already approached Shilong Peak. Looking into the distance, the towering snow-capped mountain, over 5,000 meters high, was surrounded by a large-scale blizzard, with temperatures plummeting to below -150 degrees Celsius, a truly treacherous place. 2 wisps of mist enveloped Attic and Helida, their auras instantly merging with their surroundings. Attic nodded slightly to Luo, then spoke to Helida, "Thank you for your trouble." Helida stepped forward, a book composed of intricate ice crystals appearing in her hand. Turning the thin, icy pages, countless runes flew out, transforming into icy mist that gradually enveloped the entire Shilong Mountain, yet remained imperceptible to the senses. Luo only felt a slight fluctuation in the surrounding ice magic, but within the blizzard's range, this fluctuation vanished in an instant. Unlike magic, this was divine magic. She didn't wait long. Helida closed the book, and all the icy mist vanished in the blink of an eye. She parted her thin lips slightly, north. The 3 immediately set off, flying north towards West Peak. Along the way, Helida cast divine magic twice more. Although the lingering violent aura in Luo's perception was extremely weak, Helida seemed completely unaffected, always accurately providing a direction, making Luo realize that the icy mist was not merely for detecting auras. An hour later, Helida withdrew the icy mist, but didn't close the book. Her gaze fell on a faint white cloud high in the distance. Floating ice ridge. Attic's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you sure it's floating ice ridge? Are there any living people left?" Helida's slender fingers traced a page, turning it to reveal a clear image, countless enormous floating icebergs pulsating slowly, connected by thick iron chains. Each iceberg emitted varying shades of red light, the deepest almost black. Less than 10%. They actually went to floating ice ridge to eat people. "I will lure that monster away, Priestess Helida, eh? Miss Lin, are you confident you can move the floating ice ridges?" Luo recalled that there seemed to be a few iceberg cities floating in the skies above the Agnisa Empire, influenced by magic. Most were privately owned by powerful superhumans, and their size was roughly equivalent to several small towns. He nodded, "I'm fine." Helida answered seriously this time, "Sure." Attic didn't say anything more. A pair of ice crystal wings sprouted from his back, and his speed increased again. Luo cast an acceleration spell on himself and Helida and followed. Only when they got closer did they see clearly that most of the floating icebergs in the sky had shattered, with severed limbs frozen into ice crystals drifting everywhere. Chaotic magic stirred up a blizzard, and on the largest surviving iceberg, a 3-meter-tall 2-headed yeti was enjoying itself, clutching a bloody thigh. 2-headed hairy yeti transcendent rank 7, ice, solo. A variant of the hairy yeti, it prefers to eat snow crystals, but will also devour flesh when hungry. It typically inhabits high snow-capped peaks, and if it settles down, it will create extremely cold snowstorms. The 2-head share senses and memories, and can simultaneously unleash different skills. Its thick, long hair provides extremely strong resistance to ice and fire, and its physique is exceptionally powerful, with a fist weighing 10,000 tons. Note 1. Due to magic hunger syndrome, it has entered a bloodthirsty state. Note 2. Due to a gift from, it gained intelligence and the ability to create clones. Luo frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over all the icebergs, finally landing on a fist-sized piece of broken ice at the edge, where another piece of information appeared. 2-headed hairy yeti, clone, transcendent rank 7, ice, a clone created by the 2-headed hairy yeti from fragments of its own soul. Its strength is similar to the original. Note, remaining duration, 1 day, 21 hours, and 33 minutes. Mr. Attic, watch out for its clones. Upon hearing this, Attic's speed suddenly decreased as he carefully observed the distant iceberg. Helida glanced at Luo, her gaze subtly strange. She reopened the ice crystal book, her lips moving slightly as if reciting something. As magic coalesced into a drawing, 6 more azure dots appeared. 5. For rank 6, 1 rank 7, the main body rank 7. An unexpectedly lengthy explanation followed. After speaking, Helida's gaze swept over Luo, as if to say, I could do that too. What's wrong with this woman? Luo now strongly suspected that this woman was not entirely at peace. However, there were also 4 soulless clones. No wonder Luo hadn't noticed them, but it wouldn't have much of an impact. Luo cast a high-level ice magic spell, Extreme Cold Watch, on Attic. It wasn't as powerful as the Rock Dragon Shield, but it could withstand 2 rank 7 attacks without much trouble. Helida also turned the pages of her book, a cold light attaching itself to Attic. Luo didn't know what kind of divine magic it was, but its effect should be related to amplification. Attic sensed the power in his body, a hint of surprise on his face, but said nothing. Then, under the cover of Luo's shadow in the moon, he approached the ice floe 1,000 meters away, his right hand on the hilt of his long sword at his waist, letting out a long breath. Clang! Luo saw a flash of cold light before his eyes, and the 2-headed Yeti in the distance suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist. The cold clouds in the sky vanished in an instant, and the next moment, a furious roar resounded through the sky, shattering a large number of icebergs. Attic also revealed himself, unleashing a series of slashes without giving his opponent time to react, while pretending to be unaware and slowly approaching the location of his 7th-tier clone. The Yeti's fur had strong resistance to magical attacks, but it seemed so fragile against the warrior's magical attacks. A few sword strikes severed large patches of its long fur, and its body was cut open multiple times, leaving deep cracks even after healing. You lowly human. Die! The Yeti, struggling to resist, roared. The shard of ice instantly transformed back into its clone, its massive fists clashing violently. A powerful blizzard surged towards Attic, its force enough to instantly injure a 6th-tier transcendent. Attic had anticipated this, but he showed a hint of surprise. He turned to block the storm, revealing a huge opening behind him. The 2-headed Yeti's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Such a good opportunity, it was bound to win. Without the slightest hesitation, it unleashed a punch from a distance. The air instantly froze, then, enveloped by unparalleled force, it slammed into Attic's back. A chill suddenly appeared, forcefully blocking the attack. The powerful impact sent Attic flying. The 2-headed Yeti let out a triumphant laugh, shattering the iceberg with a powerful kick, and swiftly pursued Attic. Seeing this, Lo and Helida silently appeared above the floating ice ridge, easily dispatching the other 4 6th-tier clones. They then manipulated the massive iceberg to land on the ground, before returning to help Attic fight the 2-headed Yeti. Under the combined, rapid attack of the main body and clones, Attic, even with divine blessings, was somewhat disheveled. Its sleek light armor bore dents, and Lo's protective shield shattered. However, with the 2 women joining the fray, and several blessing spells cast, Attic's combat power surged again. Several layers of robust, high-level defense luxuriously appeared around its body, making it completely unafraid of the 2-headed Yeti's fierce attacks. Simple slashes were enough to cause its wounds to multiply rapidly. 3 against 1 is so unfair. I'm furious. The 2-headed Yeti's aura exploded, its fur transforming into countless ice threads that bound the 3. Its 2 heads roared simultaneously, and a blizzard condensed into 2 gigantic fists, hundreds of meters high, crashing down on the 3 with overwhelming force. The ice god has spoken, this is eternity. A cold voice spoke softly. The ice threads froze instantly, and the gigantic fists quickly solidified into ice crystals, falling and creating 2 large craters in the ground. But the 2-headed Yeti's main body, using this obstruction, had already escaped 10 miles away. Chapter 936. Luo felt a bit superfluous, as Attic and Helida alone were enough to deal with the 2-headed Yeti. Her addition simply ensured greater safety. However, upon further reflection, if she frequently got injured fighting magical beasts, the city's safety would be compromised. Of course, she had to use the safest method. The 2-headed Yeti ultimately couldn't escape, succumbing completely after a 3-hour siege by the 3, leaving only half a corpse and a magic core. Aside from the magic core, which needed to be handed over for the city's barrier to operate, everything else was free to be taken. Luo took some long hair. She figured it didn't need runes to resist ice and fire magic, and might be used to make a cloak. Helida took the 2 pairs of eyes that had turned into ice crystals, containing powerful ice magic. Before dying, the 2-headed Yeti shot extremely cold rays from its eyes, but Luo easily deflected them. Attic took the fangs, but seemed unconcerned about their value, only taking them for aesthetics. Before leaving, Luo glanced at the iceberg on the ground. Sensing the disappearance of the violent aura, the survivors of Floating Ice Ridge cautiously tested the area and, finding it truly safe, immediately fled into the distance. No further incidents occurred along the way. Instead, they unexpectedly encountered 7 7th-tier experts, who had dealt with two 7th-tier magical beasts from Bird Wolf Mountain. Aside from a brief exchange between Attic and two of them, the two teams didn't interact much before quickly separating to return to the city and report their results. Luo returned to the small church, unfazed by the day's battle. While her current magical power wasn't far from 7th tier, her mastery of high-level divine arts and the mysterious, unpredictable soul magic, combined with the synergy of multiple elemental magics, meant her combat strength had already reached the 8th tier. With proper precautions, and by not giving the enemy a chance, slaying a 7th-tier enemy wouldn't be difficult. However, passing through the inner city walls on her return brought back Luo's desire to admire Crystal Lake. I heard that at the right time and place, one can communicate with the remnants of the Ice God's consciousness. I wonder if I could see the Ice God's face. Luo's mischievous thoughts resurfaced. She dared not draw portraits of Archangel Gabriel and the God of Fire, Afama, for fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. But if the Ice God agreed, then drawing a portrait for him wouldn't be a problem. Oh no! The magic paper is in the ruins. Luo slapped her forehead, awkwardly touching her ears, soft and comfortable. Should she put on a mage's hat herself? Taking off the mage's robe from the mage's temple, Luo rewove a set of classical mage attire. A pointed mage's hat now adorned her small head, perfectly covering her ears, with her tail wrapped around her waist, completely concealed by the wide mage's robe. It should be useful, right? Luo wasn't entirely sure, but Moriarty was inside, concealing the spatial fluctuations of the ruins. He was probably busy with his own affairs. She heard the little guy mention before that the one wasn't yet complete, so he was probably using this opportunity to perfect his followers. She sensed the area and observed. Didn't see him? Meaning he was in the dark prison, good? Huh? Where did Xania go? She probably went somewhere to play. Luo didn't care. The ruins were vast anyway. Xania sometimes went to plant flowers in the distance. She flashed into the ruins, and quickly went to the small dark room. Most of her supplies were stored here, in the Enzoplane. She bought back the spatial ring, but some things she hadn't moved back. Scanning the warehouse, Luo noticed something was different from when she left last time. Could it be that little Artemis has stirred things up again? Humph, I definitely teach her a lesson next time. Muttering to herself, Luo rummaged through a pile of junk and pulled out a stack of magical paper. She had returned the spider-faced creature as promised. Before leaving, its magical energy was so abundant, it was almost bursting at the seams. It had tried to stubbornly stay, but Luo had unceremoniously thrown it out, deeming it too ugly. Luo had used most of the spider silk to make magical paper, enough for her to write for 100 years. Oh right, don't forget the engraving pen, and the materials too. Let me think. The melting snow from last time would be good as ink. What should I add? Luo wiggled her little bottom furtively as she searched through the junk, completely unaware that a small, dark figure had appeared by the door. Ah, isn't this the unmelting ice? How come there's still a small piece? Perfect. Luo happily picked up the small piece of unmelting ice that had been buried. She didn't know when it had fallen there. It was only the size of her little finger, and its chilling aura was perfectly masked by a few dried fire attribute magical herbs. Now it should be ready. After putting away the selected materials, Luo stood up and saw the little creature curiously peeking at her. She suddenly screamed, "Ah, you, what are you doing here?" Startled, its tail suddenly tore open her robe and popped out. Stare. The little creature's gaze fell on the straight, bristling, snow-white tail. In a panic, Luo instantly poked its eyes with two fingers and quickly hid the tail back inside her mage's robe. Ouch! Luo, who was busy smoothing its fur, was surprised to see the little creature rolling on the ground, covering its eyes. She realized it wasn't Moriarty, but the innocent E. No! E isn't innocent either. Luo remembers that this guy is Moriarty's saint, the kind who would never hide the truth. Oh no! What to do? She laughed at mercilessly. Luo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Seeing that he had recovered, it felt like a thread in her mind was slowly snapping, and her eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Might as well finish her off. Feeling the strange look in Luo's eyes, he subconsciously swallowed. She had only come out for a stroll during the great incarnation of Fear's free time. How could she suddenly be doomed? She still wanted to struggle, innocently mimicking Moriarty's tone. He didn't see anything. Don't be afraid, Luo believes you, but... Luo scratched her finger. The small knife blade, quite satisfied with the small cut, seemed to say, sometimes a quiet corpse is more reassuring. Don't worry, the pain is only momentary. Run! She turned and ran. As a saint of the great avatar of terror, She had personally experienced the endless abyss of fear, and naturally inherited part of the avatar of terror's fear of Luo. If she got caught, she was doomed. Heh, stay here with me. A small hand firmly covered her head and grabbed her. How could someone with the strength of a third-tier transcendent being escape? A sudden chill ran down her neck. Her eyes immediately fell upon the jet-black magic knife placed against her neck. The fear from the great avatar of terror's memories of being spanked instantly surged into her heart. Her short, white legs twitched uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes. Supreme Sister Luo, I promise I won't say a word. You really saw it. No, no. What? Ouch. The coldness from the knife intensified, scaring Yi so much that she desperately tried to pull her neck back. If that knife went in, she'd definitely be done for. Suddenly, all the danger vanished. The moment her feet touched the ground, Yi immediately ran out, only to bump into Moriarty, who had emerged from the void. She immediately hid behind Moriarty, only peeking out with her small head, looking fearfully at Luo's smiling face. What are you doing, Sister Luo? Hug. Thud. Moriarty lunged, but landed face first in the air. Looking up, she saw Luo taking a step back, smiling at her. Her cute face wrinkled slightly. The little one was secretly alarmed. Could it be that Sister Luo had discovered her plan? Thinking of Yi's unusual reaction earlier, could it be that she had revealed the plan to Sister Luo? Thinking this, she turned to look at Yi, who looked exactly like her, behind her, her eyes suddenly turning fierce. Part 1, Meow Meow Meow. Am I really going to be finished today? Chapter 937. Ha! A tiny, emerald green glow emerged from the flower bud, transforming into an adorable little creature, fluttering its translucent wings and clutching a potion bottle almost as tall as itself. Lo, lo. Upon seeing Lo for the first time, Xania rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then flew to her side and circled a few times, her eyes wide. More shadows. More shadows. The scent of rainbows is overflowing. Xania's strange remark drew everyone's attention, and Yi, upon seeing the potion bottle in her arms, felt a chill inexplicably run through her body, as if she were very familiar with it. Little one, what does this mean? Before Xania could answer Moriarty's question, Lo swiftly grabbed the little creature, covering her mouth, and retreated 3 meters away like a ghost, gently shaking the potion bottle in her hand. None of that matters anymore. Shouldn't you explain what this is? Moriarty's attention was immediately diverted. She floated up, hands on her hips, and declared confidently she stole Sister Lo's things. So it was you who stole my things? I was wondering why things were in such disarray. Moriarty nodded smugly, agreeing yes, that's right. Wait! Sister Lo, why are you pointing at little Artemis? Heh, you know the answer to that best. Lo placed Xania on her mage's hat, a whip already in her hand, cracking crisply in the air. Alright, now you should explain what this is, right, my dear little Artemis? This? Moriarty froze, innocently backing away with her hands behind her back. It's just a little drink, Sister Lo, try it, it's delicious. Is that so? Xania tilted her little head, giving an ambiguous answer, purple. Hey! Speak properly. Sister Lo, that little thing is definitely praising little Artie's abilities. Moriarty was practically threatening the little thing with her eyes, but Lo blocked her view with her hand. The bottle kept open by itself, and Lo leaned closer to sniff. A subtle, fresh scent wafted up, but it seemed to be mixed with some kind of alcoholic and fishy smell. The soul core powder of the wise lamb. Isn't this the material Bella gave me? How much did you add? The soul core of the wise lamb is used to create certain parts of the emotions and rationality of advanced magical puppets, but it seems to be related to lust. Yes, the wise lamb is the heart-shaped-eyed magical beast that Lo saw at the top of Teacher Bella's Antigo Mage Tower. Just from sniffing it, 2 blushes appeared on Lo's face, and a complex, light pink heart pattern appeared on her forehead. Her strength instantly vanished by more than half, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Luo, exasperated, flung the bottle in her hand, but Moriarty ducked and dodged it, the bottle hitting Yi, who was tiptoeing away behind her, squarely on the forehead, making her stumble. Ouch! The bottle bounced high in the air, spinning rapidly a few times before slamming into Yi's mouth. The starry liquid inside gurgled and disappeared quickly. Hiccup. Under the gaze of the 3 women, he let out a cute drunken hiccup, staggered, and collapsed to the ground. Countless pink lines rapidly spread across her skin, forming a pink tattoo pattern that looked quite alluring at first glance. Then, the tattoo flashed a pink fluorescent light and quickly disappeared. Luo approached Yi, her fingers gliding lightly. Yi's delicate body levitated in midair, her clothes undone, revealing pale, exquisite skin. Don't misunderstand, Luo had no interest. Even Moriarty's inherent allure was ineffective against her, let alone a little one whose appearance and spirit were so different. Her gaze swept over Yi's naked body, quickly spotting a pink heart-shaped pattern on her lower abdomen and forehead, extending 4 chain-like lines down to her tailbone. Like, well, you know? Moriarty. You bastard. This guy actually tried to trick her into drinking it. The little one visibly panicked, stepping into the void and running towards the dark prison, still protesting, it's definitely Yi's problem. It has nothing to do with little Moriarty. Luo turned and reached out to grab her, but her limp body hadn't completely subsided. Not only did she miss, but she also fell to the ground with a thud. Go ahead and stay in there if you dare. The dark prison spatial door opened, and Moriarty's little head popped out, sticking out her little tongue at Lo. Hee hee hee. Then it slammed shut instantly, dodging the empty reagent bottle Lo threw at her. Damn it! Don't catch me. Sure enough, if she hasn't been disciplined for a while, she become mischievous. Moriarty's nature never changes. Lo believed that the reagent she made must have a purpose, and it would benefit her, but Lo also firmly believed that her intentions were anything but pure. However, with Moriarty back in the dark prison, Lo's anxiety finally subsided. Luckily, she changed the subject in time, otherwise the little guy might have noticed something amiss. Humph. As expected, I'm still the clever one. Xenia sat on the brim of her mage's hat, worried about Luo. She saw that Luo's restored consciousness revealed wisps of rainbow-colored, distorted light, with 4 faint cracks appearing. But Luo seemed unconcerned, playing happily with his dark-skinned companion, who loved to laugh strangely. Xenia's mood brightened as well. Xenia's little feet dangled in the air, as she scooped up a handful of golden pollen, gently blowing it to her lips. The pollen scattered like a golden rain. Luo suddenly felt the weakness in his body disappear, and the slight intoxication vanished. Xenia is truly the most reassuring little darling. Luo praised the little one generously, then waved to dress E. Should we reset? Luo knew E would revive after death, but his memories would revert to a certain point in time. Don't ask her how she knew, it was all Moriarty's fault. After some thought, Luo still couldn't bring himself to do it. Let's see what use that wretched guy's creation is. Controlling E to float beside him, Luo took advantage of Moriarty's absence to visit the active volcano and check on the volcanic worm. About half a year had passed since the 6th cocooning. During the time following Enzo's apocalypse, the volcanic worm had spun cocoons twice more, its plump body covered with 8 golden rings, and its body had grown to the length of a thigh. Volcanic worm extraordinary tier 6, fire, lava butterfly, larva, a larva of the lava butterfly living in a volcano. It is born with the ability to absorb the power of fire attribute minerals, capable of generating high temperatures on a small scale. As an adult, it can create active volcanoes. Having absorbed the holy might of the Crimson Flame Lord and a large amount of pure fire magic, it possesses more evolutionary potential than its kind. For example, even as a larva, it can create active volcanoes. Note 1. Racial talent, able to absorb most fire attribute minerals. Note 2. Racial ascension, 8th time. Note 3. Absorb the holy might of the Crimson Flame Lord, possessing some resistance to high-level power. Note 4. Talent evolution, possessing some adult-level abilities. Under its constant cultivation, the barren mountain where the volcano is located has long become a true dormant volcano. Its lava roots reaching 50 miles deep, encompassing mountains within a radius of 400 miles. However, its strength still doesn't match its rank. It possesses the rank, but can only spew lava in the most basic way. Luo has no doubt that it would be eaten as a delicious meal by an ordinary low-level magical beast outside. Sensing Luo's arrival, the volcanic worm quickly swam up from the depths of the lava, but then shyly hid beneath the surface. However, Luo's eyesight was good. Through the lava, he could clearly see 8 golden rings on its plump, no-fat body. Strangely enough, the volcanic worm's cocooning speed initially increased, but after the 6th time, it reversed, only cocooning once every 2 months. It's unclear when the 9th time will begin. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what you become after your racial ascension. Dropping a few high-quality fire attribute magic cores, the volcanic worm skillfully swam over and absorbed the magic power, radiating a happy aura. After watching for a while, Luo led E and Xenia away from the ruins. The volcanic worm no longer needed her assistance with its cocooning. It was almost immune to the Crimson Flame Lord's holy might. Chapter 938. 2 days later, he awoke, but something strange happened. Luo, Ano, FIA, and Xania all stared at the tiny E crawling out of Yi's mouth. The little E, no bigger than a fist, was covered in pink ribbons, one leg and arm bare, with simple bandages around its waist and chest. A bright pink heart pattern adorned half of its abdomen, and its black hair had turned a pale greenish pink. The moment it emerged from its mouth, Yi's body shattered into pink crystal and vanished. The little E staggered onto the bed, its bewildered heart-shaped eyes actually displaying some kind of complex runes. A single glance sent a violent jolt through Fia and Ano's souls. Their disguises crumbled instantly, revealing eerie and alluring pink patterns on their purple skin. However, the power of the contract quickly dispelled this force. The two sisters, regaining their senses, were drenched in sweat and hurriedly stepped between Luo and the little E. "Master, be careful. There's something wrong with her eyes." Luo gestured for them to be alright. Her soul defense was no joke. She crouched down and stared at Xiao Yi, who was still learning to walk. The sudden appearance of large eyes startled Xiao Yi, who fell onto the bed with a thud. Her bandages instantly transformed into countless sharp blades flying away. However, the next moment, Xiao Yi seemed to recognize Luo. The bandages softened and wrapped around her again, uttering her first words. "Do you want to eat me?" Luo's forehead immediately creased with black lines. This little brat was clearly framing her. Insight activated, and Xiao Yi's information immediately appeared before her eyes. Xiao Yi Extraordinary Tier 1, Wood Darkness, Alchemical Creation. A certain unreliable general forcibly fused a soul creation potion, the core powder of a wise lamb soul, a leaf of, a bud of the tree of life, and the bodily fluids of the Netherworld clan to create a potion. This alchemical creation was then absorbed by the soul of the fear chosen one. Introverted by nature, harboring a natural fear of the great general and a certain other, his very existence is a stain of lust, which he cannot yet control. If left unchecked, he may attract the attention of. Note 1. Extremely low ability to apply magic. Note 2. Extremely high talent for learning soul power. Note 3. Solidified. Rank is constant. Cannot be changed in any way. Note 4. Mimicry. Body can change at will, but volume cannot change. Note 5. Emotional power. Maximizes control over the emotional changes of living beings. Note 6. Lustful power. Maximizes the reproductive impulses of living beings. Low was certain Moriarty would be very happy that she drank that potion. She no longer wanted to. Guess what the Netherworld clan's bodily fluids were? Her small fists clenched so tightly they cracked. If she could, Lo wanted to go in right now and give her a good beating. "Aren't you going to eat me?" At this moment, a childish voice, exactly like Moriarty's, rang out, but without the teasing tone. Xiao Yi carefully unwrapped the bandages to reveal her face, still somewhat frightened. At times like this, it was the obedient little Xania who needed to comfort her. Little one was slightly shorter than Xania, making it look like a younger sister being comforted by her older sister, except this older sister comforted her by burying her in pollen. Achoo! The pollen pile exploded, and little one sneezed several times. The bandages were wrapped back around her body, and her eyes looked much clearer. "Master, what's wrong with her?" Luo pinched her chin, unsure how to explain. There was one material little one didn't know about, something Moriarty had gotten from somewhere. She could only make simple arrangements. She doesn't have complete control over her power yet. I have Xania take care of her for now. Don't get too close. Why isn't Luo nervous? Please, Luo's a seasoned nanny, okay? Proud? Wait, soul regeneration potion? Luo suddenly realized. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Wasn't that the super high-grade soul healing potion gifted by Arkodos, the chief alchemist of the Mage Hall? I even hit it on the Tree of Life. Moriarty, you just wait. Luo's face flushed red with anger, her tail bristled, and a terrifying killing intent made everyone else tremble. After a while, Luo finally calmed down, gathering his aura and slowly combing his tail. "Fia, how's the request coming along?" Hearing this, Fia straightened her expression and quickly reported, "Master, we received quite a few clues from adventurers these past few days, but after our investigation, we haven't found anyone who matches the image of your teacher. Indeed, quite a few adventurers have claimed to have found a red-haired mage, but either the birthplace doesn't match or the strength doesn't match. One adventurer even brought a huge, fat red-haired man. Fia almost kicked them both away when she went over." Luo wasn't surprised by this result, but he was somewhat disappointed. Crystal City is now densely populated and a mixed bag. Finding a teacher who might be in disguise in the vast sea of people is too difficult. He can only wait for good news from Aladako. Dark Prison. Moriarty is tinkering with a new potion. Even without Xania, it's alright, she can create clones. Several clones are bickering, arguing about what to add for better results. One, who has only recently recovered, lies on the floor of the main hall, her body covered in colorful paint. Although she possesses self-awareness, this part of her consciousness is completely controlled by Moriarty. Of course, he didn't reject being controlled, because the fear generated by being controlled by the embodiment of great terror brought immense stimulation to her soul's essence, making the conscious E unhappy. "Shut up. If you keep making noise, I eat you all." The main body spoke, and the clones immediately fell silent. The consciousness of a clone eaten by the main body would completely disappear, and they didn't want to disappear. Moriarty waved the pale golden potion in her hand. There were still 4/5 of the dose left, enough for her to try many times. "Next time, I ask Sister Luo if she can get some more of this potion." Putting down the potion, she continued to draw alchemical magic circles on Yi's body. As long as she didn't die, she wasn't afraid of Sister Luo. Knows would know Moriarty. 10 days passed in a flash. Luo also received notices from Warren to exterminate magical beasts, and went out with Attic to kill 3 7th-tier magical beasts. Helida didn't appear. It seems the report of the first kill of the two-headed Yeti convinced Aladako that Lo's strength was sufficient, leading him to add Helida to another team. Although one person was missing, it didn't affect the extermination of the monsters. Lo could also detect auras, just not as meticulously as Helida. Moreover, using soul magic to detect auras was faster, but it was easier to be detected in reverse. Because of Xiao Yi's sudden appearance, Lo had been focusing on her growth these past few days, not even having time to go to Crystal Lake. He was worried that the newborn little one might rashly run off and be seen by others, which could lead to very bad things. After 10 days, Xiao Yi's movements were noticeably lighter, her control over the bandages on her body was much stronger, and the heart-shaped runes in her pupils had faded considerably. However, if she wasn't careful, Fia and Ano would still be affected, their minds filled with many disrespectful thoughts. After first experiencing Ano's extremely aggressive gaze, Luo decisively confined Xiao Yi to the second floor, and Ano's request for a second massage was indefinitely postponed. Even though the effect on Ano only lasted a mere 3 seconds. Although Xiao Yi's description mentions the characteristic of mimicry, she doesn't seem to have mastered it yet. Luo hasn't seen her change at all. Luo plans to wait until she fully masters her power before trying to teach her some simple soul magic, because Xania is very happy with her new friend. Xania can't communicate with the volcanic worm for the time being, so Xiao Yi can act as her playmate. After slaying a 7th-tier one-eyed eagle that flew in from the north that day, Luo parted ways with Attic and returned to her chapel. She plans to go to Crystal Lake the next day to see if there's a chance to encounter the remnants of the ice god's consciousness. At the very least, she can communicate with that strange projection of her true form. Luo is quite curious about what interesting things would happen if she communicated with herself. Chapter 939. The Garen Empire. This powerful yet remarkably low-profile human empire has long been responsible for guarding the entrance to the netherworld. Due to the gravity of the matter, the royal family must maintain constant communication with the Church of Light, and has consistently maintained friendly relations with the Mage Sanctuary. It is also the only human empire that has not clashed with Orcish territories. The Garen Imperial City is located on the surface. Aside from emanating a faint aura of light, and a slightly stronger aura of soul energy, it is unremarkable. It lacks the grandeur of the Karlov royal family's sky city surrounded by stars, and the icy beauty of the Agnesa royal family's ice god fortress, which is covered in snow and sparkles like a jewel. Even the wild and rugged alien features of the Azure Wolf Imperial City cannot compare. But those who underestimate it will not know how terrifyingly deep the Imperial City, covering only 100,000 square kilometers, truly is. Beneath the enormous, exaggeratedly pale Jadestone Plaza at the center of the Imperial City, stretching for 10 miles, lies a deep passage with a diameter of 500 kilometers. The passageway was littered with broken bones, a faint stench of decay emanating from its depths. It was tightly sealed by multiple, colossal arrays constantly shifting and shifting. If one were to jump into this bottomless passage, it would take 3 months of free fall to reach the other side, and on the other side lay the world of the dead. At this moment, several beings of extraordinary imposing presence stood at the edge of the sealing array of the netherworld. If anyone recognized them all, they would surely faint on the spot, for each and every one of them was a top-tier powerhouse in the living world. The Thunder Witch of the Mage Hall, name and strength unknown, was one of the 12 gray robes of the Mage Hall, the chief battle mage of the Battle Mage Corps. The High Priest of the Temple of Light, Gibran Khalid, was one of the strongest under the Pope of Light, revered by countless churches and billions of believers across numerous planes, the saint of the Loki Empire, a master of the mind school, one of the three major puppet schools, is said to be half responsible for the popularity of modern automated puppets, the death swordsman of the Garen Empire, who once cleaved into the netherworld with a single sword strike, deterring countless undead for 300 years. The Azure Moon Saint Warrior of the War God Temple, whose name and race are unknown, is one of the 10 Saint Warriors of the War God Temple, and once single-handedly quelled the war between the Harpy and Bearman territories. Even more unbelievable is that the Lion-Bear Alliance, which was at war with the Loki Empire just a few years ago, the Azure Wolf Empire and the Savage Werewolf clan in the far south of the Western continent, the two major human empires in the south of the Northern continent, the Bearman territory in the central Northern continent, the Harpy territory, and the Elf clan all have representatives of saint-level powerhouses. 70% of the world's most renowned superpowers are gathered here. The sheer aura of these saint-level powerhouses alone has already shattered the surrounding space, yet the formation sealing the two-dimensional portals remains unmoved. Everyone. The Emperor of the Garen Empire appeared, his majestic imperial aura instantly dispersing the solidified aura of the opposing saint-level beings. His profound gaze swept quickly over the numerous powerful figures before he slowly spoke. 25 years ago, destiny was obscured. We, the beings of the mortal realm, were hindered from peering into the river of destiny. A mist shrouded the mortal realm, and an ominous aura seized the opportunity to infiltrate. Now, the river of destiny has been restored. I, the Emperor, presume that you have already learned of this through your own means. He paused slightly, then landed on the array, his hands behind his back, solidifying the abyss below. 3 months ago, the last ancient evil being revived, the immortal nine-headed bird. Unica spread her wings and soared, annihilating 300,000 of my Garen's transcendent beings. I, the Emperor, am heartbroken. Most of the saint-level beings showed a hint of solemnity upon hearing this news, especially the Death Swordsman and the High Priest. They knew very well that this meant the return of the undead demigods was happening sooner than expected, and the obstacles of the past years had not served their intended purpose. Fennel, we can't be of much help in suppressing the undead. I think it's better to get to the point. The speaker was a representative of the Lion King's territory from the Lion-Bear Alliance, a golden lion with gleaming blonde hair, his aura sharp and menacing, like a battle blade capable of cleaving the sky. The Death Swordsman snorted coldly, retorting on behalf of the Emperor, Golden Lion, don't forget, once the undead erupt, neither you nor your Emperor will escape. The Golden Lion's face showed displeasure, but he didn't interrupt. Seeing this, Emperor Fennel continued, I believe you all know the reason for summoning you all here today. As Your Excellency the Golden Lion said, I won't waste any more words. Where do you think their target is? The Death Swordsman spoke first, and while the others were still pondering, he coldly said, the Calamity Beasts have awakened prematurely. The person behind this is treacherous. I initially thought. The kings of the undead are recklessly repeating the disastrous defeats of ancient times. Yet they have no reason to wage a war they see no hope of victory. Therefore, I believe the resurgence of the Calamity Beast is a ploy by the undead to prematurely deplete our forces. The High Priest nodded slightly, clarifying the Death Swordsman's meaning. In that case, the Garen Empire believes it should strengthen its defenses at the entrance to the underworld. Emperor Fennel and the Death Swordsman nodded in agreement, but the visitor from the Karlov Empire. Saint Albert shook his head in rejection. I believe this is inappropriate. You all understand what happened in the Agnesa Empire. The shadow hanging over its fate lingers. Though its impact is not as great as the Calamity Beast's resurgence, it harbors a darkness that cannot be ignored. The usually taciturn thunder, which also unusually stood opposite the Garen Empire, the Mage Hall approves. Noticing the surprised gazes from the other saints, she calmly explained, that's what the Saint of Destiny and the Curator believe. The saints fell silent. It made sense if it was the Saint of Destiny. Everyone knew that Grey-Robed Fod trusted the Saint of Destiny's divination skills greatly. However, the greater the influence of a divination, the greater the cost of knowing its outcome, and the more uncertain the process. Therefore, divination could often only be used as a reference. At this moment, the Azure Moon Saint Warrior of the War God Temple also revealed some unusual information. After the Agnesa Empire imposed a complete blockade, an unknown force attempted to assassinate the White Cat clan, hindering their espionage. However, the three-eyed Saint Assassin of the Assassin's Hall informed me that the obstruction disappeared completely 3 days ago. What's so surprising about that? Byrag of the Bear Clan's territory sneered. In his view, the two major powers had many conflicts, and mutual suspicion was inevitable. But the Agnesa Empire's delay in revealing the truth and the rebellion of its overseas allies were also quite normal. Humans just love betraying their own kind. However, the newcomers from the Bankai Empire, Gotha Abamus, the current dean of Bankai Academy, quickly understood the implications. Could this be a trap? In an instant, the term open conspiracy came to everyone's mind. If their guess was correct, it wouldn't be long before some highly tempting rumors spread throughout the Agnisa Empire, attracting surrounding forces to spy. But what was the purpose? With everyone's attention focused on the northern continent, less attention is being paid to this side. What a clever feint. The puppet behind the hunched thousand puppet saint let out a strange laugh. The enemy's strategists are no less numerous than ours. Many of your eyes are still fixed on the shattered divine sparks that appeared in the Sea of Origin, aren't they? A few moves, dividing the three continents, laughable, laughable. Several saint-level figures showed a hint of unease. A black-feathered harpy from the harpy territory shouted in a shrill voice, "Old man, there's no evidence yet to prove where that fragment came from, and besides, its whereabouts are already unknown. Why bring this up now? Could it be that you obtained the shattered divine spark?" Sharp eyes stared directly at the thousand puppet saint, but the latter's puppet on his back nimbly rolled its eyes, its contemptuous attitude almost causing the harpy saint's aura to surge violently. "Gentlemen!" Emperor Fennel interrupted the two's argument in a deep voice. A few words were enough for a powerful figure like him to deduce thousands of possible conspiracies, but regardless of the enemy's motives, only through unity can we have the greatest chance of victory. Even if we cannot ascertain the enemy's schemes, we must prepare for battle. None of you want a repeat of what happened 35,000 years ago. Mentioning this ancient event, all the powerful figures fell silent. Even though they had never experienced that time, the records revealed it to be an incredibly heavy and bloody history. After a brief discussion, the sages decided to repair the War God Temple's ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Destroyed by the twin chimeras, one of the four great calamity beasts, it had been shelved for various reasons. Repairing it would greatly simplify travel between the north and south of the northern continent. Meanwhile, unless absolutely necessary, each faction must maintain 70% of its combat strength for immediate deployment, and must conceal their movements to the greatest extent possible, secretly reporting all matters to the superpowers that did not participate in the discussions. The important thing is to maintain the status quo on the surface, and not let the enemy notice anything unusual. The matter of sending spies was thus brought into the open. Albert couldn't help but praise Emperor Cannica's foresight in sending people ahead of time. However, he quickly lost his smugness, because 3 years ago, the Bankai Empire had sent a group of students from the Bankai Academy, under the pretext of study and exchange, led by 3 7th-level teachers, into the Agnisa Empire. Chapter 940. The secrets surrounding the seal at the entrance to the Netherworld are unknown to all. Even the lingering mist in the River of Fate, which shouldn't exist, was concealed by a powerful divination expert. Luo, of course, had no idea. She was instructing Xania to keep an eye on Xiao Yi. "You can play with her, but the daily power control can't stop." The two little ones readily agreed. Luo watched the two little ones floating in midair, holding hands and spinning around, feeling uneasy. She went downstairs and gave Fi another instruction, telling her to be alert immediately if anything seemed amiss, before finally leaving the underground with peace of mind. As dusk settled and dawn broke, Luo appeared on the inner wall. 2 guards approached her, immediately captivated by her stunning beauty, but a hint of unease crept in. Could anyone still dream of using the reflection of the crystal lake to increase their strength? The inner wall was now completely empty. Was Crystal City forbidding its residents from coming up? Of course not. It was because countless extraordinary beings had tried to do so over the past 2 years, yet the ice god's phantom had never appeared. While conversing with one's own phantom might offer some insights, 1 or 2 times was enough, more than that was ineffective. It was far better to find a place with high magic concentration and cultivate diligently. Could this cat-eared girl have recently joined Crystal City? Thinking this, the guard's stern expression softened. This pitiful child must have worked incredibly hard to gain Crystal City's protection. "Child, don't be afraid. Crystal City is strict, but here, you can completely trust the followers of the Ice God. Have a pleasant experience." A guard, all smiles, finished speaking, stepped aside, and then, in a low voice, angrily criticized the guard beside him. If it weren't for those narrow-minded fools, like Dahomey, would she, a child, be all alone? That's right. It's a pity the royal family. The voice faded as the 2 men moved away, leaving Luo stunned. Wasn't she 1.6 meters tall now? She wasn't a child anymore. "Hey! You two, take a good look. I'm 1.6 meters tall." Puffing out her cheeks in indignation, Luo decided not to argue with them. She went to the inner city wall near Crystal Lake, where there was still some dust, but it cleaned itself when she placed her hands on it. The Crystal Lake before dawn was dark and gloomy, reflecting the deep underground, like a gateway to hell, sending chills down one's spine. How terrifying! A frightening, cold voice sounded from not far away, accompanied by a faint, inhuman aura. Luo subconsciously glanced over. A little girl about her height, with ice blue hair, fair skin, and wearing an overly cute mage's robe, lacking the aura of a superhuman. A magic puppet? Luo was somewhat surprised. Several miniature magic circles appeared in her eyes. Under the effect of the recognition magic, the subtle magical runes on the little girl's clothes gradually became visible, and the unique magical flow traces of a magic puppet were also visible on her fair and perfect skin. The little girl magic puppet seemed to notice Luo's gaze, paused for a moment, and turned to look at her. Her eyes had the luster of red manra gems, the only material perfectly suited for a magic puppet's vision. There was no mistake, this was a magic puppet. Luo withdrew her gaze before she realized she was spying on her. Aside from being somewhat surprised by the high level of skill in crafting the magic puppet, she wasn't particularly impressed. Although Luo couldn't stand Bella's puppet knowledge garbage, she had learned a little about puppetry after listening to it so often. Puppets as agile and lifelike as Bella's could only be either ancient mechanical puppets, or those of the wheel school. Intelligent school puppets could complete relatively simple tasks according to pre-programmed instructions. The Hijikata puppet was one of the simplest examples. Magic energy school puppets were often modeled after dwarven heavy puppets, using powerful magic transmission arrays and large-capacity magic storage arrays to achieve working times of hundreds of years, and could be controlled by ordinary superhumans. Wheel school puppets, on the other hand, required a puppeteer to inhabit and control them personally. Their structure mimicked real living beings, and they were often used in the creation of combat puppets. However, their effectiveness was tied to the puppeteer's own combat power, and the puppeteer's combat power. A ray of golden sunlight fell on Luo's hand, and her wandering thoughts gradually returned. It was probably just a timid wheel school puppeteer sending their puppet up for some fresh air. The morning sun, like the purest gold in the world, shone on Luo Xiaoxiao's hand, then reluctantly swept away, casting its light onto the unfathomable Crystal Lake. In an instant, as if a spark had landed on a grassland, the entire Crystal Lake burst forth with a dazzling seven-colored radiance. A layer of brilliant color ignited on the vast lake surface, and the seemingly randomly placed crystal pillars along the shore glowed with a hazy halo, like worshippers of the ice god praying towards the center of the lake. A gigantic, illusory, seven-colored shadow quietly appeared in the sky, seemingly far away from the Crystal Lake on the ground, yet actually only a finger's width apart. The city on the ground appeared as a dazzling ring suspended between the two crystal pillars. Even though Luo saw it every time she went out of the city to slay berserk monsters, witnessing a majestic crystal pillar slowly appearing upside down in the sky still filled her with a sense of awe. How magnificent! How beautiful! The little puppet's clear, cool voice rang out in amazement. Although puppets couldn't express emotions or tone like humans, Luo could still sense the puppeteer's shock and fascination. Was she another recently arrived superhuman like her? Without further thought, Luo rose and flew towards the illusory image in the sky. A few residents lingered on the distant city walls, but all remained quietly observing Crystal Lake. None of them took to the skies. Luo's actions quickly drew their attention. Her stunning beauty and fluffy cat ears and tail instantly drew their gaze away from Crystal Lake. What a beautiful beast-eared person. There are actually beast-eared people in Crystal City. I want to meet her. Don't even think about it. Superhumans, who can still freely waste magic to fly, are at least at the third tier. With your strength, keep dreaming. Luo ignored the whispers below, flying alone into the towering, seven-colored crystal illusory image. Bathed in the morning sun, she shone brightly, subtly revealing a divine quality beyond human comprehension, until she disappeared into the illusory image. Is this the interior of Crystal Lake Reflection? I feel like I've seen something similar somewhere before. Luo murmured to herself, looking around. Crystal City had vanished from sight, replaced by a dazzling array of colorful lights, as if surrounded by a rainbow, breathtakingly beautiful. A cool aura enveloped Luo, gently caressing her skin, sending a tingling sensation through her soul. Before Luo could fully appreciate it, the cool aura rapidly receded, slowly condensing into 4 petite figures in the distance. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to be 7 shadows? Why is it only half here? Was Crystal Lake Reflection cutting corners? Just as Luo was utterly perplexed, her gaze was gradually drawn to the fully formed figure, and her small mouth involuntarily widened. Beautiful ice goddess, you must have made a mistake. A yawn. Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Never mind, never mind. A phantom of Luo, dressed in a long dress, yawned. A recliner appeared behind her, and she gracefully lay down, pulling out a copy of Roy and Smith's Century-Long Love and Hate and happily reading it, her eyes completely ignoring Luo's gaze. Listen, the light is joyful, the ice is delighted, the wind is whispering, everyone likes me. A phantom of Luo, radiating a pure and beautiful smile, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and spread her hands in front of her chest. Tiny ice crystals swirled and floated in her small palms, and the sunlight seemed to favor her, bathing her in a soft white light. Humph! Why not kill that demon? Do I have to do it myself? A phantom of Luo, with a red scarf around its neck and a blood-red cloak, exuded arrogance. Its cold eyes questioned Luo, a thick killing intent permeating the air with a faint blood-red aura, chilling to the bone. Quickly, bring out the ice crystal bone and the sunfire. Why didn't I think of using the sunfire before? A phantom of Luo, clad in a deep purple mage's robe and wearing a pale purple pointed hat, pounced on Luo, casually breaking through the disguise magic. Its small hands frantically searched its body, quickly finding the blue bone and the empty magic crystal that preserved the sunfire hidden in a ring, before turning and abandoning Luo. Chapter 941. Luo felt she must have made a mistake. Perhaps the reflection in Crystal Lake was an illusion, or maybe the ice god had an upset stomach, or perhaps someone was deliberately playing a trick on her. Although it was absurd, but could it be even more absurd that four beings identical to her were spouting nonsense with her face on their backs? The situation was so bizarre that when the phantom of Luo, dressed in a purple mage's robe, took the ice crystal bone and the sunfire, Luo was still in shock until the phantom in the blood-red cloak grabbed her ear. The pain jolted Luo back to her senses. Get out of my way. Who are you? Luo's eyes turned cold, and the ring of flame suddenly exploded, pushing away all surrounding magic. However, to her surprise, the phantom before her didn't disappear. Instead, it revealed a hint of arrogant disdain. Don't you understand? I am you, a manifestation of your consciousness. But today, I have no interest in empty words. That demon isn't dead yet. That's clearly your best chance to track down its stronghold. Why not go? Luo frowned, slapping her hand away. I have my own plans. Don't try to lecture me. However, the phantom grabbed Luo's wrist, closing in until their faces almost touched the tip of his nose. Its blood-red pupils grew even more vivid, even overshadowing the golden ring around them. You dare to lecture me? You possess strength yet cower, born supreme yet content to remain mortal. Too many emotions have burdened you. A hesitant, incompetent fool, how can you be worthy of my lecturing? I should be the supreme being standing at the pinnacle of the world. If you are incompetent, I will take your place. A chilling killing intent enveloped him, the crimson aura seeming to seep into Luo's skin. Its chilling coldness was second only to his grandfather, Conrad. That's not right. Two warm little hands gently embraced Luo's other hand, pulling her away from the chilling aura. A warm breeze blew, ruffling the hair of the three of them, and softening Luo's cold face. The smiling phantom and the murderous phantom stared at each other, two identical faces yet completely different auras. Weakling, this young lady grants you the right to dissipate on your own. Do not obstruct me. If she doesn't hinder you, she become cold and aloof. That would be the most regrettable thing. Faced with the arrogance of the cold phantom, she showed fear, yet her feet did not yield. All the chill that approached her melted away on its own, turning into a warm spring breeze. Since that's the case, this young lady won't be polite either. I never liked nonsense. The blood-red cloak transformed into a scarlet staff, and the cold phantom, without hesitation, directly manipulated the surrounding ice magic to unleash the high-level spell Absolute Zero. Wait! We can't. Before the warm phantom could finish speaking, a sudden gust of cold wind choked her, silencing her. Luo, whose mind had been reeling, snapped back to reality and instantly cast a fiery shield, barely managing to block the Absolute Zero attack. What are you two arguing about? Huh? You can even cast magic. Interesting, interesting. A purple figure suddenly appeared between Luo and the icy phantom, easily dispelling their magic with a wave of her hand. Her curious gaze lingered on the icy phantom. Cast another spell, let me see. How dare you command this young lady? Countless fine sand particles coalesced into a mist, whipping up a massive ice tornado that hurtled towards the purple phantom. The latter mimicked her, a silver moon lamp-shaped staff appearing in her hand. Just as she was about to unleash a spell, she suddenly paused, using the lamp at the tip of her staff to draw a deflection rune in the air. In an instant, the rune multiplied into a shield, deflecting the sand tornado into the air and causing it to dissipate. I see. So that's how it works. Wait a minute, let me try it out. With that, the purple phantom turned and abandoned the cold phantom, drawing something in the air with its hand. This disdainful act unsurprisingly enraged the cold phantom. In an instant, large black lines spread across its right hand, transforming it into a long, sharp claw, and then a jet-black nether knight sword grew from its palm. The evil aura erupted without restraint, and Luo's expression changed drastically. This time, bewilderment turned into a headache. Are you out of your mind? The dispel spell was cast, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The warm phantom behind it quickly released Purification Tree, absorbing the remaining magical energy to avoid being noticed by those below. Humph. So many rules. Despite these words, the cold, ethereal figure withdrew its nether energy. This made Luo realize that perhaps these 4 illusory figures were amplified versions of a certain aspect of her subconscious, but hadn't reached an extreme level. But why were they using elemental divine authority? Besides Luo, using her own magic, the other 3 illusory figures could manipulate the surrounding magic to directly unleash spells. For some reason, Luo's gaze fell on the purple illusory figure. Perhaps she would understand? Wait a minute. Luo slapped her forehead. Her plan was to communicate with her own illusory figure, ideally waiting for the ice god's illusory figure. But what was going on? Am I fighting with myself? Or am I being ignored by another version of myself, disregarded by a third, and then fighting a fifth alongside a fourth? Are you alright? It's all our fault for not explaining properly, but don't worry, we won't hurt you. A soft, gentle voice came from behind her, so similar to her own that Luo shuddered. She couldn't believe she could utter such a sweet and tender voice. However, based on their brief interaction, the other person seemed the most approachable. Luo refrained from complaining and turned around to take a closer look. The girl was dressed in a sunny, light blue dress that revealed her youthful spirit. Her large, clear eyes were devoid of any guile or calculation. If stared at for too long, her cheeks would flush, making her incredibly adorable. Look, have you seen enough? Even you be a little shy being looked at so closely. Sorry, I was just too shocked. You don't have that? That? You mean this? She pointed to Luo's fluffy cat ears, and smiled slightly. Actually, I want one too. It's so cute, your friends would love it. But unfortunately, I'm just one side of your subconscious, not influenced by your bloodline. So that's how it is. Luo's tail wagged faster unconsciously. How to put it, a little proud? Quickly shaking off the strange thought, Luo noticed that the cold, ethereal figure had been gazing into the distance with its arms crossed, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge her any longer. The other's arrogance was unmistakable. Although Luo was quite dissatisfied with her, it seemed she had done something similar before. Oh well, she couldn't exactly berate herself, right? Turning back, Luo asked the illusory figure before her with some curiosity, "You are one of my aspects, so what should I call you?" Well, she cutely poked her cheek with her finger, looked around, and suddenly thought of something. She put her hands behind her back and smiled brightly. Since there are such beautiful rainbow colors here, like being in a rainbow, let's distinguish ourselves by color. Hello, my name is Pink Luo. She extended her right hand in a light clasp, her gaze gentle and innocent, always captivating and inviting. Luo smiled and reached out her small hand to hold hers. What a cute name, it suits you so well. In an instant, Luo's thoughts connected with Pink Luo's, sharing all their emotions. Countless memories, warm, playful, mischievous, or sad, flooded her mind. Luo had never felt such a strong longing for her departed friends. Asterisk, was it wrong of me to hide my changes from little Aya? They're all trustworthy friends, asterisk. That's what you think, right? You can't harbor ill will towards your friends. Go tell her, I believe you can do it. Pink Luo's voice was soft and sweet, her intentions pure and simple, making it hard to resist. Chapter 942. This I think about it. Luo tried hard to suppress her restless thoughts. It was clearly from Luo's suggestion, yet it inexplicably arose from the depths of Luo's own heart, because it was her own thought, only usually suppressed by other thoughts. Okay, I wait for your decision. Pink Luo gently released her soft hand, her eyes softening. Luo understood her perfectly, knowing what she wanted to say, or rather, what she wanted to ask. Her ears twitched, and she fidgeted awkwardly behind her back, a little embarrassed, as she asked, in your heart, do you feel like you're still young, you know? I calculate that I'm over 40, considered middle-aged among mortals. but sometimes my behavior and tone are no different from a 15 or 16-year-old girl. It feels awkward in front of my friends, right? Pink Luo easily spoke Luo's mind, and the latter's face flushed instantly. Her tail wriggled uneasily, and her eyes darted around. Finding that the other three phantoms hadn't noticed her, she nodded very lightly. Pink Luo's eyes brightened instantly, seemingly pleased by Luo's frankness. She tiptoed around her like a large fairy, then gently put her arms around Luo's delicate shoulders. Age is the mark of time, proof of physical growth, but personality is the embodiment of self-awareness, your soul, your memories, your emotions. To restrain your feelings because of these lingering traces is no different from self-deception. Be more honest, accept the beautiful version of yourself, even if that version of yourself is just a child. Luo stood frozen, only she knew the depths of her own heart. Although she had always considered herself cute and had long accepted her short stature, everyone she knew was taller than her. Even though no one mocked her and treated her like a child, the more this was the case, the stronger the underlying awkwardness became, though it was far from being uncontrollable. Today, however, Pink Luo had brought it up, forcing her to confront this awkwardness. You're right, but I still have unfinished business. I'm a genius who's going to be a reliable archmage, so I'm sorry. Pink Luo wasn't surprised, only tightening her arm slightly. I understand. A reliable friend is also a true reflection of you. Keep going, I wait for you, the complete me. A lightness swept over her back, and Pink Luo had vanished. Luo felt as if she understood something. Light magic, wind magic, and water magic swirled around her, constantly changing, subtly splitting into many pure auras. But all the magic quickly receded, returning to its original state, leaving only a faint understanding lingering in all the memories involving emotions, waiting for Luo to uncover it. I should find some time to get together with Z Pearl. What was that guy trying to say last time? Before, while in the Enzo plane, without divine protection, Luo dared not use the power of faith too much, lest something unexpected happen. But now that she's back in the living world, it should be fine, right? She should contact Z Pearl again sometime. Composing herself, Luo turned to look at the cold, ethereal figure with its arms crossed and back to her. She wanted to go over and try to communicate again, but the strange purple phantom preemptively flung a broken bone at her. Alright. That's a formation I never seen before. It shouldn't be called a formation, it's more like a spell. The runes are arranged very much like demonic magic. Do you think someone as dense as you could understand demonic magic? But I remember you read that book, A Person's Diary, right? Then I assume you understand. Luo was startled. A Person's Diary did indeed contain 2 or 3 incomplete spells, seemingly pieced together by the author from different ancient texts. However, because there was no explanation and the runes were arranged so abnormally that they were extremely awkward to read, Luo initially thought they were fragments of some ritual. But according to the Purple Phantom, those were incomplete demonic spells? Wait! How did you determine that was demonic spell? The Purple Phantom, whom Luo internally called Z Luo, shouted without turning her head, It's something I can figure out in a second, okay? What kind of spells could a diary recording demons possibly contain? Don't forget that Insight provides real-time feedback on our knowledge. If you don't recognize demonic spells, how can you identify them? That's true. But wouldn't that make her real body seem a bit too stupid? Seeing that Z Luo was already paying attention to the surrounding colorful streams of light, Luo ignored Hong Luo and flew forward to stop her. Wait, don't you have anything to say to me? You can try guiding demonic power into the broken bones. According to my calculations, the purest driving force for demonic spells should be demonic power. We talk about that later. What I mean is, don't you have anything to say to me? Z Luo gave Luo a strange look, then continued writing something in the air with her finger. Her personality is most similar to Luo's now, but she lacks emotions and inner thoughts. Beneath her extremely active mind lies a calm emotional fluctuation, like the surface of a lake, and she will immediately stop when the topic is unrelated to knowledge research. You're all purple, so how about I call you Z Luo? Whatever. The curt reply cut off Luo's attempt to continue the conversation. She was now incredibly grateful for her choice. Pink Luo was indeed the most agreeable of these phantoms. To get Z Luo to talk to her, Luo suppressed her embarrassment and tried again. What do you think of me? Very stupid. But you're one side of me. If you say I'm stupid, then aren't you stupid too? Oh. Z Luo replied with a curt word. Luo felt like she'd punched a cotton ball, uncomfortable. TCH. A snicker came from. The sound came from Hong Luo's direction, causing Luo's tail to stiffen instantly. What did this mean? It was definitely mockery, right. Glaring fiercely at Hong Luo, who acted as if it had nothing to do with her, Luo's temper flared. She stopped speaking, her eyes fixed on the runes Ziluo was drawing in the air. She wanted to see if her already mastered rune drawing could be so captivating that someone would actually abandon such a cute cat girl like herself. Clearly, cat girls are worth studying too, but as she stared, Luo's gaze became completely drawn to the vast expanse of runes Ziluo was depicting, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on her defiant little face. This is temperature increase, connecting to the 4th level node, agitation suppression. The shaping node is 12 sword shapes. Huh? Not magic? Hearing Luo's surprised voice, Ziluo finally pulled herself out of her concentration. Yes, you know too few magic skills, so I don't have many templates to refer to. This is the mid-level magic skill, Sword Fire Slash. But don't magic skills need to be activated with the body? The runes are hidden within the body, and the magic power flowing through the magic pathways forms the structural framework to fill the runes. The body itself is the array, so whether it's a warrior or a knight, their physique is stronger than that of a higher-level mage, and mages can't even discern the type of magic skill the opponent is about to release. You're right, a mage's body isn't suited for high-intensity spellcasting, otherwise it will overload the magic pathways. But when Gina's rune armor magic gave me inspiration. If there's no magic pathway framework, then build it yourself. Write the missing runes directly, and you can cast spells outside your body. Luo had already forgotten what he wanted to discuss with Ziluo earlier. His mind was entirely focused on the sword fire Ziluo had written. His thoughts raced, quickly grasping a section of runes. However, the same spell casting will differ depending on the warrior's body. You see, the inconsistency in this section is the result of simply copying it. Perhaps we need to modify the magic output according to the current magic environment. The calculations are too much, it's not worth it. It's better to just cast the spell. That's why we can refer to how magic circles correct the surrounding magic, adding, like this. Ziluo watched Luo constantly adjusting the spell rune structure, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and joined in without being outdone. This will damage the original structure, causing the magic skill to fail. It should be like this. Time passed slowly, and the morning sun gradually reached its zenith. Luo's illusory figure, lazily reclining in a deck chair reading, remained motionless, only occasionally turning the pages. Hong Luo, initially gazing into the distance with her hands behind her back, then slightly trembling her right leg, and occasionally stomping her foot, now paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at Ziluo and Luo, letting out a soft, dissatisfied snort. However, Ziluo and Luo were both engrossed in modifying the magic skill, and did not notice the changes around them. Chapter 943. After an unknown amount of time, when Luo and Ziluo finally snapped out of their reverie, they saw a dense network of constantly moving runes before them. Numerous universal runes formed magical pathways similar to those within a superhuman's body, continuously drawing upon scattered magical energy from the surroundings, and gradually condensing it into a blade of light containing 12 layers of powerful flames, its might capable of shattering mountains. Once their minds returned to normal, Luo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, but it quickly subsided with a refreshing coolness. He couldn't help but remark to Ziluo beside him, "I feel like we discovered a completely new way to unleash magical techniques. What do you think?" "Whatever." Luo was taken aback, looking at Ziluo beside him, only to find her already intently constructing a second magical technique. "You devoted so much effort to research, exploring a wide range of topics. Isn't it all in your hope of mastering more powerful magic? Ask yourself." Ziluo's words plunged Luo into deep thought. Watching Ziluo, her eyes focused, rapidly construct new magical techniques, constantly modifying their structure and runes, her loose, oversized mage robes draped over her small frame, yet unable to conceal her intense thirst for knowledge and exploratory spirit. She recalled the early days when she first encountered those mysterious and profound magical runes, almost obsessively stuffing every rune she could find into her sea of souls, watching the vast, star-studded sea of her soul gradually fill, a joy welling up within her. Now, having entered the great library, mastering more than half of the known runes, and knowing countless spells, if not for the limitations of age and her youth, preventing her from accumulating the same experience as those who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, the flaws in all her magic would be clearly visible to her. But precisely because of this, she understood the difficulty of creating new magic. Simply piling up runes would only create inferior magic riddled with flaws. She longed to create her own multi-attribute magic, but that wasn't what Ziluo meant. She seemed simply to want to think. Luo didn't quite understand. Even if Ziluo was herself, Luo still didn't quite understand what she was thinking. Sigh, Maybe you're right, I'm a bit slow. Luo thought to herself inexplicably. No wonder so few extraordinary beings benefited from conversing with her own illusory form. There probably weren't many extraordinary beings in this world who truly understood their own hearts. Perhaps only those who cultivated their minds truly understood themselves. Luo suddenly stopped what she was doing, patted her slightly wrinkled mage robe, and walked straight to Luo. Before the latter could instinctively back away, she whispered in his ear, "Considering how stupid you are, I remind you, shame should reside in your heart. Be eager to learn, knowledge is boundless, but enjoying learning is not enlightenment. Your vision should have no end." Her cool voice, along with her soft, fragrant body, transformed into wisps of light, entering Luo's ears, and a long-forgotten memory surfaced in his mind. "A clever little fellow, you truly surprise me. You passed the test on the third question." A young man, grinning wildly, suddenly spread his arms, his expression crazed. The white, illusory book floating before him slowly opened, revealing strands of black silk, like a spiderweb, tightly enveloping him. He shouted fervently, "Bow your head and praise the name of wisdom. Pray devoutly to his great name, and when the great Asmodeus casts his gaze upon wisdom, you will, like me, receive his exemption from the price. Embrace knowledge, join the cult of wisdom, and from then on, all things in the world will be yours to know. You are a wise person who can restrain your desire to explore, possessing a resilient soul capable of accepting the blessings of the God of wisdom. You cannot waste your boring time. Embracing knowledge and spreading the wisdom of the God of wisdom throughout the world is what you should be doing. I am a missionary of the great and wise God of wisdom. How could I not know the value of freedom to others? You are a wise person who has passed the test of questioning. As long as you maintain your piety towards the God of wisdom, bring him more believers, and occasionally offer sacrifices, you can do whatever you want in your spare time. It's much easier and freer than those followers of some god of light." Although she had confiscated the Book of Omniscience, Luo had to admit that when she heard the words of that fanatical follower of the great Lord of Wisdom named Shinka, she had also wavered. Which magician wouldn't want to master almost infinite knowledge? However, she knew that she would most likely enter the great library, where she could easily acquire a large amount of magical knowledge, and besides, the other party didn't seem like a good person, so she simply refused. Now, Luo's words made Luo understand that what she truly enjoyed was the process of exploration, not the result. Even if the result seemed meaningless, the process of exploration itself was very meaningful. If she truly possessed all the knowledge of the world like the wise lord, wouldn't she be incredibly bored? The surrounding lightning and gold magic suddenly became active, constantly forming shattered runes. In the instant the runes collapsed, a deeper truth was revealed, a part of the truth itself, a flash of magical properties. Unfortunately, just as Pinklu had enlightened her, Pinklu's soul wasn't yet heavy enough to bear this power. Her chaotic thoughts quickly transformed into a layer of ashen radiance, covering her past knowledge of magic. So she's bored. Luo's mood inexplicably brightened. If she had the chance, she teased Luo a bit. That girl was just bored and wanted to find something to do. "What are you grinning about?" "Humph." A high-pitched, delicate snort made Luo's lips freeze. She turned to look at Hong Luo, only to see a tiny figure shrouded in a red cloak sitting with knees drawn up in the air, as if she hadn't just spoken. Looking up, although the rainbow-colored light obscured the view, Luo could roughly tell it was past noon. So she and Luo had been chatting for that long. No wonder she was a little tired. Looking at the red cloak with its back to her, Luo sensed that this guy really disliked her. Should she talk to the lazy, ethereal figure lounging on the recliner first? Just as she was about to turn, the figure under the red cloak stood up, and a haughty, aloof voice rang out, "I don't have much free time. It's your honor to have met you. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Tell me, what difficult problem can't the timid and cowardly me solve?" Luo blinked. This Red Luo seemed unexpectedly a little awkward, meaning she herself could be awkward at times, but Luo wouldn't admit it. However, Red Luo immediately accused her upon appearing, even fighting with Pink Luo, and expected her to have a pleasant conversation after just a few words? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Immediately, Luo raised an eyebrow, her face nonchalant as she said, "You're just one side of me. If I can't solve something, you probably can't either, right? Are you underestimating me? If I say I can, then I can." Hong Luo suddenly dissipated into a mass of scarlet killing intent, instantly reforming in front of Luo, her delicate face filled with coldness. "Listen well, if you weren't the main consciousness, making me wait this long would be a crime punishable by death." Luo didn't want to argue with her over such a trivial matter, so she nodded perfunctorily. "I know I was wrong, miss, you're right. Since you're so proactive, let me ask you something. So much time has passed, and there's still no clue about my teacher's whereabouts. Do you think there's any other way? A trivial matter, easily solved with a little trickery. You coward, have you forgotten the divination that predicts the future and the past, reflecting fate? Hong Luo crossed her arms, her expression full of aloofness. Conversely, Luo was immediately speechless. Consulting this girl was definitely a mistake. I thank you for your suggestion. Where do you think I should find a high-level diviner? It's true that fortune tellers can divine, but the fates of people and things carry weight. The stronger the level, the greater the influence of the people and things, and the more weight their fate carries, making it increasingly difficult to glimpse. Forcibly attempting to glimpse, it can backfire and devour the fortune teller. Luna's strength is at least at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm. She wields a semi-divine artifact staff from 30,000 years ago, and is a disciple of Saint Dalius. Perhaps there are even more secrets that Luo doesn't know. To successfully divine Luna's specific information, at least a 7th level fortune teller is needed. However, where in Crystal City at this stage is there a high-level fortune teller? What? Not satisfied with my suggestion? Ahem, I consider it. Luo still didn't refute Hong Luo's words. If they really encountered a high-level fortune teller, asking for their help would be a good option. Hearing Luo's reply, the frost on Hong Luo's face softened slightly, and the coldness she exuded lessened considerably. Ice magic rapidly gathered around them, and in an instant, an exquisitely sculpted round ice table appeared between them, upon which floated an ice crystal teapot, steaming hot. Hong Luo lightly lifted her cloak and robe, gracefully sitting on the ice crystal chair that had appeared behind her, and then naturally extended her small hand to Luo. Perhaps noticing the bewilderment on Luo's face, Hong Luo cleared her throat, speaking with slight displeasure. Do I need to remind you? Only precious dragon's breath flower tea is worthy of our status. So where does your arrogance come from? Luo thought to himself, still taking out a fist-sized stone jar from his ring, opening the array seal on it, and picking 5 dried flower petals radiating a strong dragon's might, placing them into the boiling water filled with fire magic in the ice teapot. After thinking for a moment, Luo put away the stone jar and took out another one. Wait a moment. Hong Luo's small hand paused. Luo then took a vibrant, verdant blade of grass from a newly retrieved stone jar and placed it into the ice crystal teapot. Instantly, a surge of vitality was activated, not only neutralizing the overly potent dragon's might of the dragon breath flower tea, but also conjuring a serene, ethereal courtyard. The lively energy enveloped the ice crystals, transforming the simple ice crystal table and chairs into a refreshing setting perfect for leisurely conversation. 2 beautiful wooden teacups appeared, and the teapot, sprouting tender buds, automatically filled with amber-colored tea, then flew to Luo and Hong Luo. Hong Luo gently lifted the teacup, blew on it, took a small sip, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. She then set down the teacup, looked at Luo, and said seriously, "Remember, I don't like your caution and overthinking. If one day you get tired, I can kindly take your place." Chapter 944. Thank you for your concern, but I feel fine now. Luo also took a sip of the tea blended with dragon breath flower tea and fairy grass, mimicking Hong Luo's posture. It was incredibly mellow and fragrant, as if the tea's aroma had been accumulating for hundreds or even thousands of years, all of which was now being released. The taste was smooth and lingering. His crimson blood energy rapidly strengthened, and the faint dragon's might on his body also increased slightly. Since meeting the tea witch, Luo had drunk similar teas more than once. The effects of dragon breath flower tea on strengthening blood energy and tempering dragon's might should have been negligible, but he hadn't expected it to work again after being mixed with fairy grass. Glancing at his thighs out of the corner of his eye, Luo thought it would be even better if his body could be easily influenced by the blood energy to grow taller. Setting down the teacup, Luo looked at Hong Luo with slight curiosity. Compared to when she first appeared, the pale red mist surrounding her had disappeared, her blood-red cloak had dimmed considerably, and even the crimson in her pupils was covered by a golden halo, making her awe-inspiring and exuding unparalleled nobility. A split personality, however, Luo quickly dismissed the idea. Red Luo seemed enraged by the challenge to her authority, punishing the disrespectful with death. But if she softened her stance, the murderous intent within her would vanish, making her appear as someone naturally noble and arrogant. How could I be that kind of person? Could this Red Luo be an imposter? I think you're thinking something extremely rude. Why don't you share it? A subtle threat came, and Luo quickly composed herself, ceasing her thoughts. I just think your attire is a bit inappropriate for the current situation. Red Luo glanced at the blood-red scarf and crimson cloak around her neck, saying nothing more. But the next moment, the cloak swiftly transformed into a magnificent crimson gown, her silver hair cascading down, like the noble glow of the bright moonlight. The scarf transformed into a lively red kitten, identical in appearance to Galega except for its color, gracefully hopping off her shoulder and perching on Red Luo's lap. Luo stared at the red kitten for a while, its snow-white cat ears twitching slightly. She had a feeling that Hong Luo's use of this aura, to subtly allude to her, was a deliberate dig at her. But she had no proof. A rare sight indeed. I won't be too harsh. Although you're timid, cowardly, and rude, your taste is quite good, much to my satisfaction. Hong Luo gently stroked the blood-red kitten, her slender, white fingers lightly scratching its chin, making it purr contentedly. Its slightly open, vertical pupils gazed at Luo, seemingly saying, "Meow, so comfortable, big cat, do you want to try?" Luo's internal monologue about Hong Luo's dramatic antics abruptly stopped. For some reason, seeing the red cat so comfortable, Luo suddenly felt an irresistible urge to lie on Hong Luo's lap and pet it. No, 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 no. What a strange thought. This is definitely not my own idea. Luo shook her head frantically, forcing herself not to look at the red cat, trying to focus her gaze back on Hong Luo, only to meet her meaningful, playful gaze. Ahem, you like cats too? The feel of them, their haughty demeanor, who wouldn't like them? This young lady is missing a well-behaved cat by her side. The blatantly strange gaze almost made Luo explode, slamming her hand on the table. I won't do that. I didn't say anything to you, why get angry, right? Meow. The red cat thought Luo was right and rubbed against her palm, showing none of its usual malevolent aura. TSK. What a disgrace to malevolent energy. However, Luo's ability to freely manipulate malevolent energy for her own use piqued Luo's curiosity, so she temporarily ignored Luo's provocation. Malevolent energy originates from suicidal intent. It's a manifestation of mental power. Theoretically, anyone can generate malevolent energy if they kill enough people. However, most people would be affected by the baleful aura, turning into bloodthirsty madmen. This is one of the reasons why superhumans rarely engage in indiscriminate killing. Luo had killed quite a few people, and given his aloof personality, it wasn't surprising that he developed baleful aura. However, baleful aura is usually used in conjunction with magical techniques. Simply releasing it might at most give lower-level superhumans a slight psychological shock, but it has little effect on combat. Luo didn't pay much attention to it. But Hong Luo seemed to like it. Luo couldn't help but ask her, "You really like melee combat?" Hong Luo didn't answer, leaning back slightly in her chair. Suppression shows authority. Those in power need no words. Even if their hands are stained with blood, no clown dares to criticize them. She took a sip of tea, the red cat transforming back into mist that swirled around her fingertips. I know you like magic. I'm one with you, so naturally I like magic too. But sometimes, blood is more intimidating. However, she quickly added, her eyes widening, of course, I'm just commenting, not that I dislike magic or anything. Melee combat is too crude and unseemly. You don't need to explain, really. Luo held her teacup, feeling that Hong Luo had the most to complain about, but then her brows furrowed slightly. Even now, she still didn't know how to handle Hong Luo. Luo's gaze unconsciously lingered on the murderous aura flowing from Hong Luo's fingertips, and a sudden thought struck her. Strange. According to Hong Luo, she likes malevolent energy because it has the strongest visual deterrent effect. In other words, it's cool. But both dragon might and intimidation are far more effective than malevolent energy. Why doesn't Hong Luo choose those two powers? Hearing Luo's question, Hong Luo's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural. After taking a sip of tea, she snorted disdainfully and replied, Dragon might is ultimately borrowed from the dragon race. A human body cannot unleash its full potential. Using it would only lower my status. Where's the divine power deterrence? Cough, cough. Supreme power, how can mortals be worthy of bearing it? This young lady doesn't want them to enjoy it for nothing. The murderous aura on Hong Luo's hand weakened and reverted to that of a red cat, not daring to meet Luo's gaze. Her teacup trembled slightly, making Luo even more puzzled by Hong Luo. Whether it was pink Luo or purple Luo, the aspects they displayed gave Luo the feeling that she should inherit and learn from them. But Hong Luo seemed to be the aspect Luo wanted to avoid, symbolizing her indifference, arrogance, and reserve, stubbornness. Was she supposed to break Hong Luo's arrogant stance? They'd probably fight. Narrowing her eyes, Luo leisurely put down her teacup, stood up, swishing her tail as she slowly walked behind Hong Luo, smiling brightly under her wary gaze. Since Miss is of such noble birth, What's wrong with wielding divine power? Or does this arrogant young lady believe herself to be no different from mortal beings, unworthy of such power? Nonsense! Hong Luo's pupils suddenly turned crimson, obscuring the golden aura. Her eyes were incredibly sharp, and a powerful aura erupted, sending Luo flying several meters. The courtyard, conjured by the fairy grass, shattered instantly, all elegance vanishing. Just as I thought! Luo landed gracefully. She now understood why Hong Luo had immediately reprimanded her for not daring to pursue demons, constantly instilling in her the idea of weakness and cowardice, displaying arrogance at every turn, and subtly implying she could replace Luo at any moment. Because the seemingly noble Hong Luo was actually Luo's weak and insecure side. She built high walls, appearing tough, merely to carefully avoid others touching upon her inner cowardice. If this were the Luo before she went to the Enzo plane, she might have wavered because of Red Luo's words, but she had already faced up to her inferior strength. Her temporary escape wasn't weakness, but confidence in her future. Luo's eyes shone with brilliant gold, her expression confident and composed. Even her proud dragon might and chilling aura trembled under the supreme pressure. I can control divinity, why can't you? It's you who's cowardly. Nonsense. You're the weak one. You have many methods, but you always hesitate to use them. Endless ice crystals rapidly condensed with a crackling sound, igniting a dark, blackish-red flame, becoming a strange knight's sword in Red Luo's hand. Her arrogance subtly revealed a hollow strength beneath. Kill you, and I can take your place. You incompetent fool, you are unworthy to possess that body. Luo remained unfazed. Even as the black flame ice sword in Hong Luo's hand emanated an extremely powerful aura, she still stepped forward step by step, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding oppressive force. You're right. I do have concerns. Too much noise will attract that person, and perhaps even more enemies. But I don't believe that's cowardice. The end of recklessness is never good. Her footsteps were light, creating ripples within the illusory space of the seven-colored crystal lake. Luo met Hong Luo's cold gaze directly, her eyes carrying a smile. You are my past self, my immature self? But how can the past defeat the present? No! This isn't right. Hong Luo's aura surged, her face as cold as ice as she stepped forward. However, this step felt as heavy as 1,000 tons, unable to land in midair. Instead, she took a half step back after Luo landed. Admit your bravado. You're the coward, but it's okay, I accept it. Hong Luo's expression turned panicked. The power in her knight's sword vanished, her wild swings weak and powerless. She tried to retreat, but Luo quickly grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? Let go of me. Looking at Hong Luo, who wouldn't meet his gaze, Luo suddenly had a strange thought. Pink Luo was no match for Hong Luo, and he had broken down in front of Pink Luo, yet Hong Luo was afraid of him. A strange triangle indeed. I told you, I accept you. The past is the foundation of the present. Although you're arrogant, proud, cowardly, and weak, looking at you is like looking in a mirror. I correct myself. Nonsense. Hong Luo stubbornly retorted, but the knight's sword had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Luo knew that this seemingly wicked but actually second-best looking girl had admitted her words. He couldn't help but smile and hug her. Born supreme, that's what you said, isn't it? Although I don't feel that way now, I had those moments too. Luo's knowledge far surpasses that of her peers. She has not only encountered numerous saint-level beings, but has even seen real gods. Therefore, the arrogance of her youth has long since vanished, and naturally she wouldn't act like Hong Luo. Humph humph. Hong Luo, held in Luo's arms like two adorable sisters dressed in different outfits, humphed a few times. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she tossed her long hair, saying in a sweet voice, even if you win this time, don't forget, I share the same origin as you. If you weaken, I will unceremoniously take over your body. Alright, I keep this in mind. You just remember it, I'm not serving you anymore. Her arms suddenly felt empty. Hong Luo dispersed into Luo's body as a wisp of malevolent energy. At the same time, the surrounding ice, fire, and dark magic became unusually active. Understanding the characteristics of these three types of magic quickly swept through Luo's mind, illuminating memories of her dark past. Luo's face darkened. She quickly shook her head to try and hide these memories, but found she couldn't block them no matter what. Do I have to relive the scene of being chased by a rat when I was 12? After a while, the memories settled down again. Luo breathed a sigh of relief, raising her small hand. Three-colored magic rapidly condensed in her palm into a half-white, half-red faceless mask, with a vertical eye, black with a red pupil, appearing on her forehead. Blood Fiend Mask Magic Skill, rank undetermined, a gift left by Hong Luo. Under the influence of the malevolent energy, dark, fire, and ice magic perfectly fused together. Wearing the mask renders magic ineffective, instead merging with the wearer's vital energy, amplifying their constitution. The amplification effect depends on the wearer's magical power. Simultaneously, it grants immunity to all negative emotional influences and forcibly stabilizes the wearer's emotions. Note 1. For creators only. Note 2. May temporarily alter the wearer's personality. Message. This lady has only one word. Slay the enemy like falling rose petals. Chapter 945. Tossing the Blood Fiend mask around, Luo adjusted its color to resemble a red-whiskered, red-eyed cat mask, but with an extra eerie vertical pupil on its forehead. He then hung it behind his ear. Although the mask was a magical technique, it was more like a creation. It wouldn't consume power as long as it wasn't worn, but only one mask could exist at a time. When Luo tried to condense a second mask, a sense of rejection would arise from the depths of his soul, causing the magical technique to fail. When Hong Luo wasn't provoked, her behavior resembled that of a noble, aloof young lady. Luo thought he could discuss food with her sometime. How could fighting and killing be considered reserved? Finally, Luo turned to look at the cool, aloof girl lying quietly on a recliner in the corner. She hadn't paid any attention to her at all. If it weren't for the fact that only Luo and the phantoms were in this space, Luo might have forgotten about her in the blink of an eye. Because she was wearing a cool, light blue, cute sundress, Luo silently named her Lan Luo. At this moment, Lan Luo's book had changed to the history of the Guard family's branches, and she would occasionally nod and comment with an air of seriousness. Having learned from dealing with the other three phantoms, Luo gently floated to Lan Luo's side, trying to attract her attention. After a while, Lan Luo seemed to notice the person beside her, covering her face with the book and asking in confusion, "Do you want to read it too?" Luo shook her head. She had read the book before. It was about the history of the Viguria main family and its branch families, but the accuracy of the content was questionable. "May I call you Lan Luo?" "Sure, it's a nice name. I need to rest now. If you're not resting, I wait for you to finish." Before Luo could speak, Lan Luo curled up back on the recliner, turned her back to Luo, and continued reading. "Wait! Aren't you going to chat?" Who? A soft snore sounded. Luo looked closely, and saw that in just a few moments, Lan Luo had fallen asleep, drooling. "Wait! Wake up!" At least see Luo would respond with him and "Oh, how could you fall asleep like this?" Luo instinctively tried to shake Lan Luo awake, but the moment her fingertips touched her skin, Lan Luo instantly turned into a hazy stardust, disappearing along with the book and the recliner. "Lan Luo? Where did you go?" "Lan Luo." After calling several times without any response, Luo was completely baffled. She scratched her head, and could only sit cross-legged and wait, hoping that Lan Luo or the illusory figure of the ice god would appear. With nothing else to do, Luo studied the Blood Fiend mask. After adjusting the colors, the mask looked much cuter, and matched her cat ears perfectly. After a slight hesitation, Luo put on the mask. It fit her face perfectly, causing no discomfort whatsoever. The moment the mask touched her, Luo instantly felt an invisible force act upon her sea of souls. All her magic power surged uncontrollably, pouring into her body, and merging with her surging blood and chi. Her aura expanded continuously, quickly breaking through the 5th rank, and soaring to the peak of the 6th rank. This isn't a combination of battle chi. Is it the power of a regular warrior? Such powerful strength. Luo looked around. The mask didn't affect her vision, on the contrary, the enhancement of her blood and chi improved all 5 senses. She could vaguely see that the dazzling rainbow colors were actually composed of countless threads of energy, incompatible with any kind of magic power. Is that the aura left behind by the ice god? Could it be the divine power aura that little Adi spoke of? She lowered her head, and lightly clenched her fist. A sonic boom easily erupted. She felt she could shatter Crystal City with a casual punch, of course, without the protection of a barrier. Her aura remained at the peak of the 6th rank not because her magical power was insufficient, but because she hadn't mastered the characteristics of magical power, and couldn't enhance them. Luo was certain that even an ordinary 7th rank warrior couldn't surpass her in aura contest. At this moment, another piece of information suddenly appeared in her mind, and was quickly absorbed by Luo. Blood Knight Sword Magic Skill, rank undetermined. A sword of consciousness condensed from the memories of a young swordsman practicing. It doesn't cut the body, only the consciousness, and can easily destroy consciousness weaker than the wielder's soul power. The stronger the wielder's will, and the greater their mental strength, the more powerful the Blood Knight sword will be. Note 1. For creator only. Note 2. Increases the swordsman's ability to learn sword skills. Note 3. Requires the fusion of 3 or more types of magic as the sword's body. Note 4. Indestructible. Luo subconsciously opened his hand, and a Scarlet Knight sword slowly emerged from his palm, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Looking at it was like falling into an ice cave, but the sword's body was like a shadow and mist, appearing extremely unstable. Luo tried to mobilize magic from within his body, attempting to infuse it into the knight's sword one by one. Unexpectedly yet predictably, of the 10 types of magic, only fire, ice, and darkness magic were easily infused, quickly fusing into an ice-blue knight sword burning with black and red flames. The moment the sword took shape, all the killing intent was contained within, vanishing instantly. With a somewhat unfamiliar flourish, Luo understood. The red Luo largely stemmed from his childhood, so his memories of training his blood and chi were more profound, which was why he materialized a knight's sword instead of a staff. Luo began cultivating his chi and blood at the age of 6 and finished at 15, occupying a quarter of his life. It wouldn't be surprising if he didn't remember it vividly. You see, cultivating chi and blood is an indispensable step for humans on the path to becoming extraordinary. It usually takes decades, which is why even an ordinary 9th-level mortal can easily slash through 300 meters with a sword and shatter boulders with a single punch. But I'm just a mage. Luo always felt that Hong Luo was a misshapen version of himself. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have left her with amplifying magic, however? Luo remembered that certain barriers and seals could target specific types of skills, preventing them from being activated. Mages were the easiest targets, because most spells required constructing a magic circle outside the body. Once the sealing runes appeared, the mage couldn't cast spells. In comparison, warriors, by constructing runes within their bodies, can maintain over 50% of their combat strength even without flight or long-range skills, relying solely on their technique and physical constitution. Although Luo hasn't encountered any seals targeting mages yet, what if she does? Having more options isn't a bad thing, right? Thinking this, Luo even found the Blood Knight sword cool. She awkwardly channeled her magic, constructing a magical technique within her body's magical pathways. Then, with a flick of her wrist, a fiery sword aura instantly shot skyward, rapidly expanding to 100 meters, but before it traveled far, Luo controlled and dissipated it. She didn't want to be on Crystal City's wanted list. First time using a magical technique, aside from the lack of familiarity, it went surprisingly smoothly. Is this the effect of this sword? I study it further when I have time. At that moment, her cat ears twitched slightly, and Luo instantly heard a faint sound from outside, as if someone was slowly approaching her. Who was it? Without a sound, she removed her mask, and the Blood Knight sword vanished along with it. Her magical power detached from her life force, and returned to her sea of soul. A strange sense of weakness washed over her, but it was quickly dispelled by her abundant magical energy. Without the support of her immense magical power, the voice in Luo's ears also disappeared, but she didn't care. She flew towards the direction where she had heard the sound, quickly leaving the Crystal Lake reflection. She immediately spotted the little lowly puppet that had just left the city wall, and was flying towards the Crystal Lake reflection. Chapter 946. It's the pretty older sister from this morning. Hello. What an adorable mask. The little puppet girl unexpectedly greeted Luo proactively. Luo's initial wariness vanished. He was positioned directly above Crystal Lake, and anyone entering the lake's reflection would gravitate towards him. He figured this little girl simply wanted to admire the beautiful reflection. Smiling and nodding to the little girl, Luo, seeing the sun past noon and beginning to set, figured Lan Luo wouldn't be appearing again today, and decided to return to the chapel. He entrusted Xiao Yi to Xania's care. Although it was Xiao Yi's first time away from Luo, nothing unexpected happened, which reassured Luo somewhat. At least Xiao Yi didn't have any mischievous thoughts like little Artie. The Blood Fiend mask carried Luo's malevolent aura, which Xania disliked, so Luo put it away. He then used his magic to describe the magnificent scenery within Crystal Lake's reflection, vividly boasting to the two little ones about how he gained the recognition of the 3 Luo phantoms. The 2 little ones, without a shred of doubt, exclaimed in surprise every now and then, their eyes sparkling, practically screaming worship on their faces, almost making Luo feel elated. Oh right, you can try some too. Luo had left more than half a pot of tea, so she reheated it and gave a cup to the little ones and the 2 sisters. Fia and Ano benefited more. The powerful dragon's might and energy within the tea could accelerate their progress towards the 6th rank. Xania, simply following Luo's lead, enjoyed drinking tea and eating sweets, so she didn't experience any effect. However, after Xiao Yi finished drinking, the pink bandages wrapped around her body glowed with streaks of crimson, radiating a strange, alluring aura that intensified considerably. Influenced by this, small flying insects from the grass outside the window swarmed up, emitting noisy courtship calls. I should have given you water. Poking Xiao Yi's cheek, Luo shooed away the uninvited flying insects, sat cross-legged on the bed, and took out the blue broken bone Zi Luo had returned to her. Probing inside with her senses, unlike before when she gained nothing, this time Luo could clearly perceive a string of illogical runes. 30% were ice runes, 40% were dark runes, and the remaining 30% were scattered general runes. She even discovered 2 new runes she had never seen before. Trying to chant them, the strange tone and chaotic trills almost made her tongue tie itself, and after finishing the chant, nothing happened. Does it require a specific tone and rhythm? Or does it require demonic power? Dragon language chanting also requires a unique rhythm, so Luo wasn't surprised by her failure. She memorized the demonic spell, and casually constructed the new runes in her Sea of Souls. Then Luo set up a barrier, and a second broken bone appeared in her hand. Following Zi Luo's method, she dripped solar fire onto it. Ding! Like a gem falling onto marble, accompanied by a crisp sound, the broken bone suddenly turned a fiery red, its eerie icy blue fading away, mingling with the sun's fire to produce a large amount of red smoke. Countless faint screams could be heard rising and falling, assaulting the soul. Luo watched the broken bone twist and throb without changing expression, until the commotion gradually subsided, the sun's fire was completely exhausted, and the broken bone returned to its blue color, but the unknown shielding mechanism had completely disappeared. Easily intercepting the second demonic spell, Luo discovered 3 new runes this time, including 2 general runes and 1 dark rune. Next time, I request to hunt a 7th-tier enemy alone. I think Lord Aladako won't be so stingy. Luo muttered to himself, beginning to analyze the rhythm of the 2 demonic spells, and attempting to combine them with the fragmented demonic spells in a person's diary. Inside the magnificent palace forged of ice crystals, the handsome young man carefully wiping the crystal skull in his hand with a silk handkerchief suddenly frowned, his gentle touch becoming slightly heavier, causing several cracks to appear on the crystal skull. But the skeleton merely glanced at the skull before casually discarding it. Compared to the imperfect artifact, the fluctuations emanating from the soul were far more concerning to him. Just now, the spell, Bone Sword spell, had shattered for the second time in 20 years of preparation. The first time was only 5 hours ago. However, the shattering of the 2 Bone Sword spell fragments was insignificant compared to the hundreds of thousands of fragments scattered throughout the northern region. The skeleton only paid slight attention before dismissing the matter. Lower beings might be fools, but the top powers of this great plane couldn't be idiots. With such a commotion, it would be strange if they didn't intervene. It must have been accidental sabotage. Heh, let you destroy 100 or 1,000, what does it matter? The night passed uneventfully. Before dawn the next day, Luo instructed Xania to take good care of Xiao Yi and return to the inner wall of Crystal Lake. It's that pretty sister from yesterday. Are you here to admire Crystal Lake today too? The puppet's characteristic cool voice rang in his ears, though its words were quite cute. Luo had noticed her before she even spoke, so he wasn't too surprised that the little girl greeted him. Yes, you too? Upon hearing Luo's reply for the first time, the little girl's face lit up with a radiant smile. She nodded vigorously, her tiny hands resting on the wall, and said with a contented expression, I love Crystal City. It's like a jewel set in the north, so beautiful and dazzling. I often think, if this jewel were polished into a sparkling diamond on a ring, Mother would be so happy. She's really beautiful. Luo vaguely sensed the melancholy hidden in the little girl's tone, but didn't pay much attention. It was best not to meddle in other people's family affairs. The 2 girls fell silent, quietly waiting for the sunrise. Just like yesterday, after entering the reflection, the cool aura enveloped them, quickly condensing into a yawning girl. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she finally saw Luo standing close by. Good morning. Huh? Oh, good morning. Can you listen to me now? You speak, I'm listening. Lan Luo yawned again, casually leaning back. Immediately, a soft cotton bed and velvet pillows appeared behind her. With a pull of her hands, she was already comfortably covered and asleep. Good night. The next moment, Lan Luo was forcibly pulled up by Luo. What's wrong? Yawn. You still ask what's wrong. Why don't you wake up? Luo was utterly speechless. This girl looked harmless and lazy, but she was a master at sleeping. Why? Lan Luo struggled to open her eyes to see Luo clearly, looking completely half asleep. Get up at 9, go to bed at 9. Isn't that common sense? Common sense, my foot. Luo wanted to shake her awake, but was afraid she might disappear like yesterday, so she patiently persuaded, it's morning now. Why don't you get up and move around a bit, so you have energy to rest later? That seems to make sense. Before Luo could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lan Luo firmly pried Luo's hands away, saying, but I refuse. Lan Luo lay down. Lan Luo pulled the covers over herself. Lan Luo was enveloped in a dense garden. A small, white hand reached out from the garden, placing a wooden sign beside it, do not disturb. Chapter 947. Outside the golden, sealed barrier, the usual clamor was replaced by a dense array of figures suspended in midair, roughly divided into 3 groups. Their fluctuating auras clashed, causing even the wind and snow to tremble. Renaming, this isn't your territory, is it? This saint advises you to return as soon as possible. Na Valfen, enough with words, get out of the way. 2 figures with a vast, ocean-like aura stood in the void. One was a large, humanoid cat, its body as white as ice silk, with a pair of deep, icy blue vertical pupils above its pink nose. It wore a long, snow-covered cloak, and the surrounding space constantly shifted, as if countless pairs of dark blue vertical pupils were observing it. Renaming, guardian of the White Cat clan's holy land, reached the saint rank 2,000 years ago. He had ventured beyond the world and slain 12 saint rank warriors, achieving remarkable feats. Later, he retired to his territory, no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs. The other was as smooth as ice crystal, shimmering with iridescent colors under the light. He had 6 whiskers, rabbit ears, and snow-white eyes that radiated endless coldness. However, one of his ears had been severed and could not be healed. Thana Nablefin, the Snow King of the Snow Beast territory, was a newly promoted saint-ranked expert 400 years ago. He was the mastermind behind many ice beast merchant guilds in the north. Although his promotion was recent, his methods were unfathomable. During the war between the Snow Beast territory and the Agnisa Empire, he thwarted the schemes of 2 powerful enemies of the same rank. Nablefin coldly stared at Renaming for a moment, before finally waving his hand slightly, signaling the Ice Beast people behind him to make way. This eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Many humans and beastmen, who had been huddled together watching, even broke out in a cold sweat in the wind. If the 2 powerful figures were to fight, they, the small fry, would be the first to die. Thousands of White Cat clan members marched past the Ice Beast clan, their clashing gazes occasionally erupting into sharp bursts of ice crystals. While neither clan disliked humans, their relationship was far from friendly. The White Cat clan's current concession to Valfen had made them quite smug, infuriating the Ice Beast clan, who wanted nothing more than to smash their cat noses with a lump of ice. Renaming arrived before the sealing barrier. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the saint-level barrier made him realize that any attempt to force his way through would be met with a thunderous strike. However, his purpose in coming here was not to force his way through. The Assassin's Hall had already issued orders requiring all known forces in the north to send personnel to the Agnisa Empire to gather information. Meanwhile, after leaving the mountain, he learned why the White Cat Emperor had been silent before. Firstly, the Agnisa Empire had already supported multiple forces to entangle the orcs' espionage efforts. Secondly, the White Cat clan was 1,000,000 miles away from the Empire. A hasty incursion would be unwise. What if it were a trap? He glanced at Nablefin behind him, whose expression remained calm. The Ice Beast clan was also one of the main accomplices in preventing the White Cat clan from spying on the Empire. According to the Ice Beast clan's leader, the Empire chose to end the war with them, one of the prizes being a request for them to obstruct all other forces spying for 30 years. However, as time passed, they noticed something amiss. Coincidentally, the Temple of War and the Assassin's Hall secretly issued orders simultaneously, and the Ice Beast clan thus broke the contract. However, Renaming had no idea how much of this was true. Pulling himself back to reality, Renaming found a thumb-sized ice blue bead in his hand. Strangely, no matter which direction you looked at it from, a lifelike golden vertical pupil would appear in the middle of the bead, and it would blink from time to time. It was the sacred object of the White Cat clan. The sacred ice cat's eye stone. All eyes were instantly drawn to the cat's eye stone. Its noble, golden, vertical pupil seemed to exude an indescribable grandeur, inspiring an irresistible sense of submission. But upon regaining their senses, nothing remained, only a growing chill settled over them. 3 days later, I will open the road to the Agnisa Empire. All 6-tier transcendents may enter safely. Nablefin announced simultaneously, Anyone who uncovers crucial intelligence will be richly rewarded. The Ice Beast clan and the White Cat clan will not take any spoils. His majestic voice, like a storm, resounded in the ears of every transcendent, echoing for tens of thousands of miles to the north. The leaders of those powerful forces began calculating whether sending their own people would offer a chance to claim a share. With a saint-level endorsement, the Agnesa Empire had officially become the target of everyone's wrath. Anything they did within its borders could be considered legitimate. In an instant, because of the Saint Level's 2 sentences, the entire north began to stir. The Agnesa Empire's prestige plummeted to an unprecedented low. Countless extraordinary beings turned their gazes to the magnificent golden light screen, some greedy, some thoughtful, some curious, but most flew towards it. Luo was unaware of the anomalies beyond the Empire's borders. She was trying to contend with Lan Luo, who stubbornly refused to leave the garden. What appeared to be the size of a bed was actually as vast as a forest. Luo stepped onto the knee-high grass and looked around, slightly bewildered. This is the invitation of the Eternal Forest? What kind of magician would hide themselves in a high-level spell just to sleep? Lan Luo. I know you can hear me. Come out now. Luo took to the air, releasing his senses to search his surroundings. But the invitation of the Eternal Forest was a high-level spell designed to trap the consciousness of enemies. Since Luo had willingly entered it, he had no way of distinguishing between the real and the fake. A vast amount of soul power rapidly constructed a perception array, and an even stronger perceptual force radiated in all directions. The real grass flickered and became illusory. In a flash, the grass rose from the ground and transformed into a sinister forest. The next moment, the forest crumbled, and Luo found himself in a sinkhole world composed of countless thick vines. Reality quickly dimmed, revealing a faint illusion. But Luo knew this was all an illusion. This high-level magic inherently guided its target deeper into the illusion, until the individual believed they had left the illusion. In reality, it was merely a complete succumbing to falsehood. Breaking the illusion wasn't too difficult for Luo. She possessed more than 3 types of soul-controlling magic. The problem was that Lan Luo had hidden herself deep within the illusion, making her impossible to find without entering. And the deeper one went, the lower the chance of escape. Moreover, Luo sensed a certain entanglement between this magic and the Crystal Lake reflection. This might be related to the intrinsic connection between Lan Luo and the Crystal Lake reflection, directly causing changes to the magic that Luo herself was unaware of. Sigh, you better pray I don't find you. Luo's crimson eyes brightened slightly, her soul power surged, and invisible ripples of soul energy surged violently. The surrounding vine illusion shattered in less than 1,000th of a second, and the next layer of illusion crumbled before it could even form. The illusory shattering sounds continued incessantly, and the entire magic trembled slightly. A pale blue figure, fast asleep, flashed by but quickly disappeared. Under the influence of the Crystal Lake reflection, the illusion began to stabilize, and Luo's speed of breaking it decreased dramatically. In just a few seconds, the surrounding illusions had iterated thousands of times. Even the most powerful magic couldn't withstand such consumption. When Luo landed on the incredibly realistic, damp courtyard grass, she immediately saw Lan Luo curled up asleep in the magnificent palace not far away. This was a sign that the magic had been overexerted, and the illusions couldn't last. Taking a step forward, Luo found that the distance between her and Lan Luo hadn't shortened. In fact, it had increased by half a meter. Disrupted spatial perception, huh? As expected of me. Anyway, Lan Luo is her. Retreating, 3 clones emerged from Luo's body. So what if it confused her senses? So what if it was a maze? She'd been through it before. Good morning. Is there anything I can help with? Interesting illusions. Let me study them first. Humph. You really can't do without me, huh? Tell me, what do you want? 3 distinct voices came simultaneously, shattering Luo's beautiful plan. She stared in astonishment at the clones that had emerged from her body. One smiled sweetly and waved at me, another held a staff and looked around the illusion, and a third crossed his arms with an arrogant expression. Wait, where did my adorable wooden clone go? Chapter 948. 6 eyes met, with one person looking around. The scene was somewhat awkward, but Pink Luo quickly revealed an adorable expression of sudden realization. Luo must be thinking, many hands make light work, which is why she wanted us to come out. Red Luo's expression was a little unnatural, her eyes occasionally glancing between Luo and Pink Luo. Hearing this, she stammered, "You're right, that's true. Of course, I understand." Humph. It's definitely not because one person can't handle it that she came out. Even knowing they shared similar personalities, memories, and strengths, Luo still subconsciously treated them as real people when she heard their contrasting speaking styles. That's right, that's it. Call Z Luo, let's break this spell and teach Lan Luo a lesson. This isn't a good idea, but it seems. Perfect decision, just as I thought. As expected, the spell's effect differs from the original, with subtle spatial fluctuations, making the illusion more than 10 times more stable. This shouldn't be a power we can unleash with our current strength. What? I want it too. Luo straightened Z Luo's reluctant face and argued, seriously, you just need to analyze the core nodes of the spell, and leave the rest to us. Your thoughts are too impure. Fine, it won't affect anything anyway. However, although Luo said this, in reality, personality didn't have much impact on the individual Luo's comprehension and abilities. So, under Z Luo's arrangement, Luo, Pink Luo, and the rather enthusiastic Red Luo, probably because they wanted to teach Lan Luo a lesson, began to analyze the illusion, which had been imbued with spatial fluctuations by the reflection of the crystal lake. Lan Luo, who was comfortably sleeping in bed, suddenly frowned and felt a chill run through her body. Someone's trying to disturb my sleep. A soft little hand pulled the blanket over her head, and the entire palace vanished instantly. An invisible force rippled through the air, and the 4 Luos, who were analyzing the magic, suddenly felt drowsy. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly sleepy. Luo yawned, tears welling up in her eyes. She shook her head, and as her consciousness cleared slightly, she noticed the Luo's shocked and excited voice. That was the power of dreams. How can Lan Luo have the power of dreams? No, I feel like I'm getting excited. Quick! From this way. Before Pink Luo could recover from her drowsiness, and Red Luo was still dozing, Z Luo grabbed the 3 girls by the back of their collars and quickly flew along the open passage. Luo was now fully awake, quite surprised by the strange drowsiness that had just washed over her. She was absolutely certain she had no understanding of the power of dreams. Lan Luo was a part of her own personality, strictly speaking, still a false illusion. How could she possibly possess entirely new power? Was it the influence of the ice god's lingering thoughts? Or did she truly not understand herself? The answer could only be found by Lan Luo's cooperation. Intrigued, Z Luo quickly focused entirely on deciphering the magic. Luo followed behind her, simultaneously pondering her relationship with the other 3 Luos. Through magical connections, Luo was certain they were still her clones, and she could cancel the magic at any time to make them disappear. Except for Lan Luo, the 3 Luo clones and Luo herself shared a seamless mental connection. However, without deliberately refreshing their memories, there was a subtle delay. Therefore, although all the Luos knew what they needed to do and how they should do it, they were not synchronized. On the other hand, the clones possess unique personalities and ways of doing things, making it impossible for Lo to actually command any of them. Even the proud Red Lo, now growing impatient, still follows along, stemming from the fact that Red Lo belongs to the concept of Lo. Because Lo needs to find Blue Lo, Red Lo will inevitably seek out Blue Lo. Can you cast magic? I mean with magic. These 3 clones were initially summoned by Lo as would clones, but the elemental divine authority wielded by the 3 Lo clones is different. It's unknown whether there will be any conflict. The friendly and approachable Pink Lo was the first to try. She conjured a small, forearm-length magic wand in her hand, aiming it at the flowers and grass on the ground, diligently gathering wood magic. Pop! A cute little red flower happily sprouted from the tip of the wand, seemingly greeting Pink Lo. And then, nothing more. Ugh, it doesn't work. It's hard to sense other magic. She waved the wand again, this time quickly summoning a beam of holy light, a gentle breeze, and a ball of water. 3 orbs of magic floated around Luo, and Pink Luo's voice came. It seems to have little to do with the elemental divine authority, but I can only sense these 3 kinds of magic. I'm sorry. Luo quickly shook his head and comforted her. It's enough, you don't need to blame yourself. Just by being able to use the power of elemental divine authority, Pink Luo and the others could exert much more power than their original clones, so of course Luo wasn't dissatisfied. Suddenly, something poked him from behind. Luo turned around in confusion and saw Red Luo staring straight ahead into the distance, awkwardly extending her right hand, on which floated 3 orbs of magic, darkness, ice crystals, and flames. Don't misunderstand, I also sense other magical powers. Just a little weaker, so I won't demonstrate. Indeed, a little weaker, meaning, like Pink Luo, she couldn't unleash any skills at all. Luo found it somewhat amusing but didn't expose Red Luo's little scheme. Purple Luo was still analyzing the magic that led them forward. Luo didn't disturb her, But she knew that purple Luo possessed lightning magic that could disintegrate everything and gold magic that combined sharpness and refinement. In contrast, blue Luo possessed earth magic that was heavy and earthy, and wood magic that combined life and poison. What are you laughing at? Humph. Listen carefully, although I can't use all attributes like you, I do have servants. Red Luo proudly raised her chin, and the next moment, 3 petite figures flew out from her, their appearances identical to Luo's. Standing barefoot, a tattered gray dress revealing large expanses of snow-white skin, she possessed 4 jet-black wings, crimson eyes, and a corrupted ring shrouded in boundless black mist hovering above her head. A strange, constantly writhing rune adorned her brow, spreading intricate black patterns that seemed capable of stirring the most evil thoughts within a supernatural being. Greetings, my lord. 3 clones, radiating dark aura, knelt respectfully on one knee before Hong Luo. Hong Luo gave a soft waved her hand to signal them to rise, and glanced at Luo. How could someone of my status not have servants to attend to me? Before she could finish speaking, 3 figures radiating holy aura burst forth in a beam of light, making Hong Luo spin around in delight. Wow! I have a friend to keep me company again! I'm so happy! Unlike the light clone summoned before, after mastering the divine power of the light element, the light clone is filled with a reassuring holiness. The pure white wings and golden halo all highlight its connection with angels. The cross-shaped pupils reflect the compassion that treats all beings equally, and the solemn priest's robe adds a touch of solemnity. Almost simultaneously, the 6 conflicting attribute clones clashed, their powers of light and darkness fluctuating wildly. Alright. Control yourself. Luo, displeased, struck each of the 6 clones with her staff. All the attribute clones immediately covered their heads pitifully, no longer daring to confront each other. Hey! Why are you hitting my clone? Believe me, I hit you too. Ha! Even more arrogant than me. If it weren't for the timing, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Having her secret exposed, Red Luo could only feign ignorance, withdrawing her dark clone. I just switch attributes. After some research, Luo discovered more characteristics of Pink Luo and the others. Because they originated from a split aspect of Luo's consciousness and personality, Luo called them personality clones. The existence time of these personality clones is unknown. Aside from their affinity for magic, they are almost identical to Luo in every way, meaning they can also use soul magic and most items bound to Luo's soul. This way I can play with Xania. This young lady is truly a genius. With the transformation array, a 7th-tier being can be easily destroyed. Luo ignored these 2 versions of herself. Seriously, they know everything she thinks and say it without any hesitation. No, she needs to reduce their opportunities to appear in front of others. Luo, how's the situation? At this moment, the group of Luos had reached the deepest part of the illusion. A slight misstep could mean losing their way. If they still couldn't find Lan Luo, Luo planned to come back tomorrow and attack directly, giving Lan Luo no chance to escape. Luo was surrounded by 9 attribute clones. She herself summoned a lightning clone, along with Pink Luo's light clone and Red Luo's fire clone, all capable of suppressing the wood attribute illusion. There's bad news. The place where our consciousness is now gradually slipping out of the magical realm and approaching some unknown area. I believe it's the power of Crystal Lake at work. Here's what we should do. You all go back first. After sunset, when the reflection disappears, the main body can try to summon me again, which will be a good opportunity to verify the conditions for summoning the personality clone. Luo understood Luo's meaning. It wasn't yet clear whether the personality clone was only summoned within the Crystal Lake reflection, but after some thought, she rejected Luo's radical idea. Let's come back tomorrow. We don't know the conditions for summoning the personality clone, nor do we know the consequences of its abnormal disappearance. Anyway, Lan Luo can't escape. After 2 observations, Luo had gained some understanding of Lan Luo's personality. A few more attempts should be enough to handle it. There was no need to take risks now. Going deeper was difficult, and going back was difficult too. Fortunately, there were now 9 plus 4 Luos, making the return journey much faster. Half an hour later, the group of Luos left the illusion and returned to the rainbow space. They flew through the illusion for a long time, but in reality, Lan Luo's little garden was only 5 meters in diameter, making it difficult to approach. The attribute clones were all recalled, and the 4 Luos huddled together in a brief silence. Finally, Pink Luo smiled and spoke. No matter what, I will remember the time we spent together. Luo, let's do it. Purple Luo added calmly. Although you're a bit slow, Analyzing the conditions for summoning personality clones is no problem for you. No need to worry. Red Luo tugged at the blood-red scarf around her neck and muttered, I'm just worried about not having a chance to fight you. Don't overthink it, let's get started. Looking at her clones, so identical to herself, Luo knew they were saying the same thing she wanted to say, yet a faint sense of reluctance and worry still welled up within her. She took a deep breath and abruptly ended the triple clone technique. The next moment, the three Luos vanished as phantoms, along with a strange feeling of shared consciousness. It feels a little empty. Through the gaps in the garden vines, she could still vaguely see Blue Luo curled up asleep. Luo shook her head slightly and turned away from the reflection in the crystal lake. The little puppet girl was still watching from the city wall. Upon seeing Luo, she immediately lifted her skirt and bowed, a common etiquette among noble women, though Luo remembered that the Agneser people didn't seem to use such etiquette. Sorry, I forgot to pack this morning. Greetings from Catel Anbor, the youngest daughter of the Catel family of the Loki Empire. A traveler from the Loki Empire? Loki recalled that empire, ruled by goblins and humans, was extremely skilled in creating puppets and gadgets. But was there such a family as the Catel family? Probably an obscure one. Loki couldn't find any records of the Catel family in his memory, but that was common. After all, families recorded in history books were extremely famous within their own countries, and 99% of families were destined to be lost to history. Eileen, an ordinary cat-eared traveler. So, Sister Eileen isn't human. Hey! Who are you calling not human? But seeing the puppet Loli's innocent, not really, eyes, Loki swallowed his curse. After all, he wasn't human now. Well, I head back now. Goodbye, Sister Eileen. See you tomorrow. Annabelle waved goodbye to Luo with a cheerful expression, making Luo somewhat suspicious that the puppet wasn't actually her creation. Judging from her personality, she shouldn't be very old. After a moment of random thoughts, Luo put the puppet Loli out of his mind and quickly flew towards the outskirts of the city. Luo wanted to try summoning his personality clone again after leaving the influence of the Crystal Lake's reflection, but using the skill within the city was somewhat provocative. He didn't go too far. About 100 miles outside the city, Luo landed in a lush, icy grove and released his triple clone once more. Under Luo's expectant gaze, 3 girls dressed in ice blue gradient dresses appeared, their expressions indifferent, snowflakes constantly falling around them, and 6 tiny ice crystal ice runes forming their brows. So it really does require the aura of the ice god to summon. The attribute clones didn't share Luo's emotions, only silently watching him sigh in dejection, until Luo commanded them to act. It's alright. Z Luo said, I can definitely figure out the principle. Patting her soft, bouncy cheeks, Luo cheered up. The possibility of Crystal Lake being destroyed was practically zero. It was a natural creation deeply connected to the gods. Retracting her clone, Luo was about to return to the city, when a powerful sensory skin suddenly came from above. Several layers of indestructible ice crystal shields instantly surrounded Luo, isolating her from the outside world. However, soon after, a familiar figure descended from the sky, its extreme cold aura contained within the surroundings, affecting no one else. It's been a while, Priestess Helida, how are you? Yes. The visitor was none other than Helida, whom he had met once before, the aloof priestess. She seemed somewhat surprised by Luo's presence, but didn't ask further, simply explaining, a monster has gathered in the deep ice wilderness, I'm looking for help. Oh! Perfect timing. I'm free now. Do you need any help? Collecting blue broken bones was one of Luo's current goals, and judging from Helida's words, the gathered monsters were likely no lower than the 7th rank. Yes. Helida nodded coldly, her gaze sweeping over Luo's face before she rose and flew away. Luo felt her gaze linger on his ear for a few microseconds, but that wasn't the issue. The real problem was... Wait! Priestess Helida, is it just the two of us? Chapter 949. The task of hunting magical beasts ultimately fell to Luo and Helida, the reason being that there was no need to waste combat power. According to Helida's description, she and a clergyman fought against an incredibly troublesome 7th-tier snow-armored ice core last night, finally destroying it this morning. The clergyman, who was responsible for the main battle, returned first injured, while she scouted the vicinity for any anomalies. Whether it was good or bad luck, Helida actually detected an abnormal flow of magical energy. Following the direction of the magical energy flow, she discovered that more than 10 6th-tier magical beasts, and hundreds of 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts were gathered in an ice hill area called the Deep Ice Field, possibly controlled by a 7th-tier magical beast. Normally, at least 3 7th-tier transcendents should be sent to deal with it, But Helida believed that 2 people were sufficient, so Luo didn't say anything more. After all, she could handle it alone. The deep ice wilderness is quite far, about 2,000 miles from Crystal City. After crossing a mountain range, vast expanses of hexagonal ice hills, resembling ice mirrors, stand in the boundless wilderness. The shorter ones are 30 or 40 meters high, while the tallest are only about 100 meters, arranged like stars surrounding the moon, encircling a central hexagonal ice mountain over 500 meters high. Luo recalled the geographical records of the Agnesa Empire. The deep ice wilderness was a desolate area severely eroded by ice magic, where all the ice hills that formed were assimilated into snowflake-like ice crystals. These ice hills happened to be located at spatial weak points, or rather, they were formed due to the influence of spatial weak points. Thus, using the mirrors as a medium, numerous icy alternate dimensions were created, becoming habitats for many magical beasts. However, the magical beasts were unlucky. The deep ice wilderness belonged to the Empire, so the magical beasts within became training targets for the younger generation of many academies. All the mirrors connecting to these alternate dimensions were sealed, and their opening time was controlled by the royal family. Several scans revealed no magical beasts, only the lingering, chaotic aura of them. Could it be that the seal on the interdimensional entrance had malfunctioned? Could you keep watch? I'm preparing for a prayer ritual. Luo readily agreed. She was also curious about the prayer rituals of high-ranking clergy. Ice magic subtly emanated, becoming Luo's gaze and vision. Unfortunately, the magic in this icy hill was also drained, otherwise, Luo wouldn't have needed to expend her own. Helida also sensed the subtle fluctuations in magical power, but they were so faint that she might not have been able to perceive them under normal circumstances. Such powerful control over magic. Thank you. She stepped forward, slowly opening the ice crystal holy book in her hand, her eyes becoming exceptionally devout, a ethereal yet profound power of faith emanating from her, causing Luo's gaze to sharpen. A soft prayer escaped from her thin lips, in a language Luo couldn't understand. But as the devout chant rose, ripples of faith rippled around her, transforming into a vast expanse of icy mist that enveloped the distant ice hills. A little over 10 minutes later, Helida's voice suddenly rose slightly, her words changing to chanting, "Eternal goddess of ice, descend your great gaze, all things return to tranquility, may all sounds be still." As if a great being had breathed out a chilling breath, the icy mist enveloping the ice hills instantly froze, and everything within it stood still. The wind stopped, the snow stopped falling, even the sunlight froze. High-level divine magic? Helida didn't reply, but judging from the drop in faith power, it was quite depleted. If not high-level, it was at least mid-level. Moreover, the believer's own devout faith greatly amplified the divine magic, something Luo couldn't achieve. After quickly analyzing the frozen space, Luo's shock subsided slightly. It wasn't that space was truly frozen, but rather that the properties of ice magic had been used to create an effect similar to absolute zero, only this effect had a much larger range, and was effective even against inanimate objects. Luo couldn't currently achieve this divine magical effect, but trapping her was impossible either. So, after a brief moment of surprise, she focused her attention back on the 6 ice mirrors of the ice mound and suggested, "Let's check the seal on the alternate dimension first." Helida didn't question why Luo, a foreigner, knew about the alternate dimension of the deep ice wilderness. She gave a curt reply and flew off in another direction. "What a cold person," Luo muttered softly. Entering the frozen area, under the influence of the divine magic, this area had become a cage, allowing only the 2 of them to move silently. Using his keen sense of spatial fluctuations, Luo easily located the nearest entrance to the mirrored alternate dimension on an ice hill. However, touching it revealed it to be as hard as ice, indicating that the seal was intact, and at least a 6th or 7th tier magical beast would be unable to enter. The deep ice wilderness contained thousands of ice hills, and Luo quickly checked half of them. Unexpectedly, Helida was also quick, using the powerful ice attribute perception in her ice book to check for any broken seals. "My side is fine." "Same here." Helida's gaze lingered on Luo for a moment, its meaning unreadable, before turning to the only unchecked central ice hill. "Let's go!" Luo nodded, raising his guard and casting the high-level spell Undying Breath on himself and Helida. Several fine ice crystals intertwined to form an undying shield around them, protecting them from any unknown danger. Eternal Flow High-Level Magic Ice. A masterpiece of an ancient great mage, capable of condensing an exceptionally solid flow of ice, ever-renewing and indestructible, even offering considerable resistance to fire attribute skills. Note, when the resistance exceeds its range, the flow will not completely disappear, but it will no longer be able to resist residual power. Its defensive strength is not as high as the rock dragon shield, but it's still quite good, best used for disguise. The iceberg's six-sided mirror, each side being an entrance, but before Luo could check the second side, a violent surge of ice magic emanated from the side Helida was responsible for. What's going on? Lightning flashed, and before Helida could explain, Luo arrived beside her, immediately seeing a half-frozen corpse in the center of a shattered ice mirror. Found it? Just luck. An ice blade shattered the monster's corpse, and the two transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the ice mirror. I heard that the deep ice wilderness connects to the royal family's alternate dimension. There must be many rare treasures inside. Shoo! If the clan chief finds us, we be skinned alive. Two furtive figures concealed themselves in the falling snow, undetectable even from the front, but their eyes darted around, terrified of being discovered by the terrifying clan chief. We're here. If those stubborn old fogies from the royal family weren't here, we wouldn't even be able to get close. Thank you, clan chief, Alright. Stop talking. Hurry up. Something's not right. The figure stopped, staring in surprise at the ice hills in the distance, which seemed frozen in time, hesitating for a moment. Could this be a backup plan left by the royal family? Maybe we should retreat. Coward. If the royal family still had any strength left, could our Dahomey family have so easily ruled the 5 major cities? Let's go! I refuse to believe it. Despite saying this, he still cast several defensive spells on himself, then touched the ring on his right hand, and an ice blue shield appeared on his body before cautiously stepping into the strange space. He quickly discovered that he was unaffected, and his heart hardened instantly. He sneered at the person behind him, just a pretty face, a cowardly bastard. You deserve to eat my leftovers. Before the latter could get angry, he had already flown quickly towards the ice hill, making the latter stomp his foot and follow him. The alternate dimension existed within another space. The ice mirror was merely the entrance. As soon as Luo entered, he sensed a concentrated and terrifyingly violent aura raging everywhere. Beneath his feet was a vast expanse of shattered ice plains, where many materials that could only grow in an environment of ice magic had been completely destroyed. But what concerned Luo even more was the dense magical energy present here. It was even slightly denser than in a normal environment, though it seemed to be blocked by a membrane, unable to flow out, likely a characteristic of the seal. Clang, clang. Suddenly, countless ice crystals spread through the void, instantly transforming into a terrifying maw that lunged at the two. Bang! The ice crystal maw shattered inexplicably the next moment. Luo calmly gazed at the frightened 5th-tier magical beast 10 miles away. He waved his disguised crystal staff, and several magic circles instantly formed, unleashing a blizzard that swept across everything, rapidly attacking the enemy. Helida turned a page in her book, and a beam of white light shot out, amplifying the blizzard. The blizzard merged, becoming a true natural disaster, freezing all hidden 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts in its path, and causing 6th-tier magical beasts to flee in terror. Its unparalleled power forcefully purified the area for miles ahead. Kill! A deep, intimidating roar echoed, as a fleeting glimpse of an icy blue shadow swept past, slamming the two into the icy plains. A majestic, monstrous wolf instantly materialized in the void, ice crystals swirling around its body, its long tail tipped with a strange ice blade that whistled as it sliced through the air. It was this exceptionally swift tail blade that struck down the two. However, before Blade Wolf could rejoice, the icy plain suddenly crumbled, transforming into countless mid-level spells. Breath of Winter. Thousands of arm-thick, extremely cold ice spikes, radiating bone-chilling cold, shot towards Blade Wolf. Even though Blade Wolf's tail blade could easily sweep away thousands of ice spikes, some inevitably slipped through the net. Upon striking his external magical shield, they instantly melted and then solidified, before shattering with a deafening roar. The powerful force of the shattering ice tore through the shield. This was the high-level spell Cracking Ice's Lament. Cracking Ice's Lament high-level spell, Ice. Legend has it that it was created by a high-level ice mage, who disliked fire explosion magic. It was based on Fire Blast, reversing the magical principles, and improving upon them to enhance its power. Gathering intense ice magic around the enemy, connecting its own magic with the enemy's, it unleashed the power of shattering ice, crushing the enemy's life. Become an eternal sculpture. Before the wolf could recover from the shock of the shattered magic, an icy mist, colder than the breath of winter, soared into the sky, instantly engulfing its body, penetrating its flesh and magic, forcibly imprisoning its soul within its immobile body. Crack, crack. Being a 7th-tier magical beast, it quickly unleashed its magic, even at the cost of injury, to break free of the imprisonment. Just as Helida was about to cast a divine spell, Luo blocked her way. Priestess Helida, could you give it to me? I don't need any materials or magic cores. Helida paused, silently withdrawing her hand from turning the page and taking a step back. It's alright, no need. Thank you. Luo smiled slightly, a flash of lightning emanating from her body. In the blink of an eye, she appeared above the Blade Wolf's head. Under its uneasy gaze, she gently tapped its massive head with her staff. The resisting magic power within the beast instantly became chaotic. Then, Absolute Zero instantly froze its soul, and a powerful soul-binding effect was applied to the Blade Wolf's Sea of Souls, rendering it completely powerless to resist. A powerful 7th-tier magical beast, capable of forcefully wounding an 8th-tier transcendent being, the Blade Wolf fell before it could even use its most powerful finishing move a few times. Luo gently placed her small hand on the unconscious Blade Wolf's forehead, and began manipulating its internal ice magic to search for abnormal power to condense blue broken bones. This process was not smooth, because the characteristics of 7th-tier magic and the Blade Wolf's flesh and blood will stubbornly resisted. But Luo couldn't kill it. The power of the broken bones would disappear upon death. Helida deployed a protective barrier around them. This alternate dimension wasn't small. There was a possibility of other 7th-tier magical beasts deeper within. Looking down at the swirling energy still surrounding them, she noticed that the protective magic had only shattered slightly under the almost unstoppable tail strike of the Blade Wolf, demonstrating its formidable strength. Her gaze returned to Luo, sweeping over her erect ears and slightly swaying tail. Helida remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. About half an hour later, Luo opened her eyes, holding a blue ice crystal bone fragment the size of a thumb. Being a 7th-tier magical beast, it had awakened several times, requiring Luo to cast several soul spells to keep it in a stable slumber. By now, the Blade Wolf's aura had weakened considerably. Removing its broken bones had not only disrupted its magical energy flow, but also stripped it of the foundation for advancing to the 7th rank. If left unchecked, the Blade Wolf's rank would slowly decline. A soul storm shattered the dormant Blade Wolf's soul. Lo carried the dead corpse back to Helida's side. Outside the barrier, 3 more 6th-rank magical beasts appeared, their bodies covered in countless thick ice crystals. They were clearly dead beyond any doubt. Thanks. Although Lo had been on guard, she still needed to thank Helida for dealing with the attacking 6th-rank magical beasts. In the end, Helida only took the magic core, leaving the remaining materials behind. Lo cut off the tail. Its naturally formed ice blades were incredibly hard and might be useful. Half an hour after the two left, 2 cursing figures slowly flew in through the entrance. What kind of seal is that? It's so strong. The sword of the boundary has actually been shattered. Heh, you probably bought a fake. I knew there was no way the sword of the boundary could be bought for just 100 4th-tier magic crystals. Shut up. It's okay if we didn't get into the other seals. At least we can get into the largest ice mountain alternate dimension. Be careful. The aura of the berserk magical beasts at the entrance is very obvious. There are definitely a lot of magical beasts lurking here. Wait! Inzetti, what's that? One of them suddenly noticed the huge, shattered ice valley basin not far away. The dense ice magic power around it seemed so chaotic, as if a fierce battle had taken place not long ago. Look! Inzetti excitedly pointed to the 3-headed magical beast frozen into an ice sculpture below. Without waiting for the other person's warning, he excitedly flew down. He inadvertently saw a huge corpse buried in the snow, its skull broken open. The chilling aura of the 7th-tier beast, even in death, almost made Inzetti's legs go weak, and he collapsed. Why can't you just stay calm? 7,777th rank? My god. Jishuri's eyes widened instantly. The powerful, mountain-like aura lingered in the deep valley, even before the flowing blue crystal blood approached. A chilling, cutting sensation ran through his skin. His bewildered, ferocious pupils were impossible to look directly at. We're rich. Jishuri, my good brother, we're rich. You know that? Inzetti turned around, excitedly grabbing Jishuri's shoulder. The sudden windfall had left him dizzy, so much so that he'd forgotten why there was a 7th-rank magical beast lying dead here, its eyes wide open, and 3 6th-rank magical beasts that had died without resistance. Chapter 950. 200 miles north of the deep icy wilderness, a snowflake deer cautiously chewed on hazelnuts from a knotted ice hazel tree. After its magic power vanished, the situation for a mortal magical beast like it was hardly better. It could only search for the few remaining foods to fill its empty stomach. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced through the snowflake deer in the blink of an eye, freezing it solid before it could even react. It was an ice spear radiating chilling power. Soon, a casual figure appeared from the void, and with a wave of his hand, the ice spear brought the snowflake deer to his side. I wonder how well Inzeti and Jasuri have gathered their intelligence. Never mind, I rest now and have a snack. Then, his figure flashed, leaving only a wisp of bloody scent. Unbeknownst to him, Inzeti and Jisatrishan, sent to gather intelligence on Crystal City, were 200 miles away in the deep, icy wilderness, excitedly anticipating the readily available precious magical beast materials. Scales of a dragon-like lizard, the forehead horn of a triangular sheep, the gallbladder of a four-armed ice serpent. Ha ha ha! I'm rich. A turquoise magic core floated in Inzeti's hand, with a faint phantom of a ferocious python poised to strike. The six-tier magical beast, the four-armed ice serpent, though a magical beast, was adept at using weapons, and possessed a natural mastery of various powerful magical techniques. Upon death, there was a chance that these techniques would be imprinted in its magic core, which humans could learn. Although the Temple of War could provide improved magical techniques, reaching the high-tier level, the problem was the price. The Dahomey family was powerful, and its members were numerous. Ordinary six-tier members could rely on their family's influence to freely learn low to mid-tier magical techniques, but learning high-tier techniques was rather meager. Inzeti currently only possesses 3 high-level magical skills, focusing most of his resources on understanding the properties of magical power, though after more than 50 years he still has no clue. The magical core in his hand has clearly fused with a magical beast skill. Although there will be side effects, Inzeti doesn't mind. Perhaps after a few attempts, he can create his own magical skills. Full of imagination, Inzeti talks about something, while quickly harvesting the most valuable parts from the magical beast's corpse, urging Jasutri to hurry up. After spending some time harvesting, because the 7th-tier magical beast, the Blade Wolf, still possessed residual power and was troublesome to handle, Inzeti simply put the entire carcass into his ring, then flew ahead with Jasutri, where there were more corpses buried under the snow. Speaking of which, Inzeti, don't you think it's too quiet here? Quiet is good, it means no one's watching. Jasutri scanned his surroundings. Although excited, he remained vigilant, constantly using his reconnaissance skills to sense any remaining aura. He guessed that a battle between 7th-tier beings had taken place here, ending with one side self-destructing. The Blade Wolf couldn't withstand the explosion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the battlefield's magical energy was chaotic, and no one was dealing with it. He just didn't know if the one fighting the Blade Wolf was a superhuman or a magical beast. Confirming that he hadn't sensed any residual aura, Jasutri stopped thinking about it, and continued harvesting magical beast materials. More than half an hour later, the two wiped away imaginary sweat, looked back at the vast battlefield that had swept across thousands of miles, and their excitement subsided slightly. Luckily we didn't encounter them, or we'd be frozen sculptures too. You're right. Feeling the spatial ring suddenly become heavier, Inzeti couldn't help but grin, his gaze fixed on the distance. Ha ha, I told you adventure is the key to wealth. Let's go! There's even more riches waiting for us ahead. Luo suddenly looked back, and Helida, who was slowly concealing her aura beside him, cast a slightly puzzled glance at him. It's nothing, just that the magic I left behind was triggered by something, but it's very weak, probably a surviving mid-level magical beast. Luo explained casually, turning back to look at the ice shard turtle pinned to the ice field by a giant ice pillar. This is the third 7th level magical beast, isn't it? Priestess Helida, do you need to rest for a while? The alternate dimension wasn't small, but with the two working together, they had reached its end. Beyond that was the boundary of the silver light curtain. After their exploration, the two discovered that this alternate dimension harbored 3 7th-tier magical beasts, over 26-tier magical beasts, and countless low-tier magical beasts. Fortunately, they were all deep within the space, absorbing magical energy, and completely unsuspecting, making them easy for the two to detect. Their initial attack was a high-level ranged spell to weaken and imprison them, followed by a powerful spell that inflicted concussions, not really. Then, Luo Yuze appeared, using soul magic to force them into sleep, then extracting the power from his broken bones, easily eliminating them. 5th and 6th tier magical beasts were also easily killed by Luo and Helida, leaving only 4th tier and below, who posed no threat anyway. The 7th tier ice shard turtle was still alive, despite its head being pierced. Its thick shell continued to emit icy blue light, attempting to unleash forbidden magic, but Luo always managed to interrupt its soul connection at crucial moments, leaving it frustrated and helpless. Leave the rest to me, okay? Helida didn't speak, which was tantamount to acquiescing, even though she didn't know why Luo was doing this. Time passed slowly, and the extraction of the 7th-tier magical beast's broken bones was gradually coming to an end. Suddenly, Luo sensed an unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching. Before he could speak, Helida's cold voice came. "I go. Be careful." To avoid any accidents, Luo increased his suppression of the ice shard turtle. Golden light appeared in his pupils beneath his eyelids, and a magnificent and heavy pressure crushed down on its soul. Snap! A brand new broken bone materialized in front of Luo, resembling a small section of a large arm bone. Ignoring the half-dead ice shard turtle, Luo's expression calmed, and he turned and flew towards Helida's direction. At this time, who had come in? Jasutri and Inzeti looked at the cold woman 300 meters away, their bodies trembling slightly, but remembering their status, they straightened their backs. "Who are you? What are you doing in the royal family's alternate dimension?" Helida remained silent, only slowly opening the ice book in her hand. Strictly speaking, this alternate dimension could only be entered with the permission of the royal family or the Lord of Crystal City, but even then, she might not be allowed in. However, there happened to be a frost flower she needed in this dimension. To obtain this flower, she had originally planned to find an acquaintance to secretly deal with it together, but she had inadvertently discovered her outside the city. She could probably be trusted, but not the person in front of her. Inseldi and Jashuri suddenly felt a chill behind them, instinctively releasing their most powerful defensive skills. A towering giant ice shield stood with a clang behind them, but the next moment it shattered with a bang, countless ice shards easily piercing through the magic shield and turning the two of them into sieves. "Damn it! You're dead." Insidi's face was contorted with rage. In the Agnisa Empire, someone dared to lay a hand on a member of the Dahomey family? Were they tired of living? He pulled out a crystalline blue skull. Although the clan leader had repeatedly forbade its use, the thought of that powerful woman soon begging for death made his expression even more crazed, a sudden, intense hatred emanating from his sinister pupils. Insidi's body exploded, countless icy mists enveloping the blue skull, returning it to Helida's hand. Looking at the strange skull, she felt a slight destructive tendency stirring within her otherwise icy calm. Jashuri trembled with fear. He hadn't expected Inzeti, whose strength was similar to his, to be shattered in a single exchange. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint rose in his eyes. Taking advantage of Insidi's mangled flesh drawing her attention, a strange skull also appeared in his hand. His bloodline energy merged with it, and the skull vanished from his body in an instant. Helida had already imprisoned Insidi's flesh and soul, and was about to kill him, when she sensed a strange aura erupting from another person. The skull, shrouded in icy mist, struggled violently, almost breaking free of her control. "What's going on?" A clear, soft voice came. Helida briefly explained via telepathy, increasing her suppression of the skull, barely managing to keep it under control. Luo appeared beside Helida, watching the young man in the distance, whose aura was surging wildly. A deep blue ice crystal, filled with endless madness and chilling cold, appeared out of thin air, transforming into a massive storm that enveloped him, faintly emitting a crimson flash. Helida said that the man had used some kind of evil artifact, and another person had tried to use it, but she had stopped them in time, suppressing the artifact as well. An evil artifact. Time allowed Luo no time to think. In just a few seconds, the crazed, agonizing youth emerged from the azure storm. His flesh and blood had vanished, leaving only a crystal clear, deep blue skeleton, his aura surging to the peak of the 7th rank. Strangely, there was no soul fire in his, or rather, in its eye sockets. Instead, the skeleton shimmered with the radiance of a soul. It wasn't an undead. One more. Perfect. For the glory of my race, let this great one happily fall into the endless abyss. Ha ha ha. A powerful soul fluctuation, a surge of boundless ice magic erupted from the skeleton, and frost that froze everything rapidly spread towards the two, covering 300 miles in the blink of an eye. Luo appeared in the distance amidst the lightning, his pupils reflecting the information from the skeleton. Question mark, demonized, transcendent rank 7, rank 6, ice, warrior, gun, skeleton demon, arrogant 1, a human transcendent thoroughly corrupted by demonic power, their human emotions and ideals completely vanished, forcibly implanted with the false sin of arrogance. Arrogance is their nature. Evolved into a higher life form, all abilities greatly enhanced, able to wield demonic power, and inheriting the memories of a superior being. But is it truly worth it? Note 1. Power converted to demonic power. Note 2. Increased resistance to soul skills. Note 3. Life force continuously depleted at a 100-fold rate. Note 4. Influenced by the power of the warlord, trapped in a state of vengeance, magic agitation greatly increased, Life force consumption doubled. Evaluation. Humans have limits, so I'm no longer human. Ha ha ha. Trying to run? Did you ask me first? A deep blue shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes, and a spear with distinct joints, resembling a spine, hurtled through the air. It had actually extracted its own spine. An undying aura swirled around it, deflecting the spear's attack. Luo's eyes turned icy. A completely demonized human? Even cultists rarely abandon their humanity to become demons. This person dared to disregard the billions of living beings in the world, openly siding with demons, deserves to die. And why did he come into contact with demonic power? Priestess Helida, it is no longer human. There's no need to hold back. Helida nodded, her expression turning serious. She felt a pressure from this skeleton far stronger than that of a 7th-tier magical beast, constantly affecting her mind. The arrogant one's jaws opened and closed. Though faceless and fleshless, it seemed to be laughing. It retrieved the spear that had been sent flying back. Despite losing its spine, its movements were unaffected, even becoming more agile. Inferior race, you should all submit to my feet. Ha ha! Let me teach you a lesson. With a savage laugh, it wildly swung its spinal spear, splattering viscous, icy blue slime that transformed into countless spearheads attacking Luo and Helida. Its body moved with lightning speed, dodging 3 spells before stabbing at Helida. Luo frowned slightly. Even though it was just a skeleton, the arrogant one was surprisingly fast. Helida wasn't good at head-on combat. Her senses couldn't keep up, making her vulnerable. With a light wave of his staff, dozens of ice pillars burst from the magic circle, shattering along with the spearheads. A layer of protective energy appeared before Helida, followed by a soul-freezing blizzard. But the arrogant one glanced at it dismissively, its ribs snapped, transforming into 2 smaller spears, igniting deep blue spiraling flames that shattered the magic, a power similar to demonic power, but exhibiting ice attributes. It seems demonic power has more than one form, but the good news is that Luo can still interfere with its power. The holy ice god will not allow evil beings like you to live. A majestic pressure descended, and a pair of magnificent golden eyes vaguely appeared in the sky above the alternate dimension, cold and indifferent. The next moment, the arrogant one was struck hard against the icy plane as if by a heavy hammer, his entire body sprouting ice crystals from the inside out. Seeing this, Luo didn't hesitate. Terrifying magic gathered, and a 100-meter-long ice sword descended from the sky, carrying immense momentum as it pierced down, shattering the already fragmented ice plane. Boom! A terrifying, crushing force that even terrified a 7th-tier magical beast ravaged everything. Using the dense magic of the alternate dimension as an anchor, Luo unleashed cracking ice's lament upon the area below. No 7th-tier magical beast could escape unscathed from this power. Damn it. Mere lowly creatures. Even if they are followers of the ice god, so what? Ha ha, the ice god is nothing but a woman feigning elegance. A pillar of dark blue light shot into the sky, giving rise to a gigantic skeleton hundreds of meters tall. The clamor suddenly assaulted the minds of the two, giving rise to a jumble of chaotic thoughts. The arrogant one, dragging his half-broken body, floated to the giant skeleton's skull and clenched his fist, fiercely slamming it towards Luo. It realized that of the two present, this short, useless cat-eared person was the most troublesome. Capture her, then deal with the other. A mad will relentlessly assaulted both of them. Helida had to activate the ice god's protection to prevent her own mind from succumbing. She wanted to warn Luo, but found him seemingly unaffected, easily dodging the skeletal fists, his body surrounded by lightning, not a single attack able to hit him. It really is a cat. A silent murmur, inaudible to anyone, Helida quickly cleared her mind, several streams of light emanating from the ice book landing on Luo. Don't worry, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Luo heard. Harita's telepathic communication also drew her attention back. Even she wasn't immune to the demonic whispers, but whenever a distracting thought arose, Red Luo's voice seemed to appear, quickly suppressing it. Under the protection of divinity, the whispers couldn't take root in her soul, making Luo far less affected than other extraordinary beings. Feeling the blessing bestowed upon her, Luo's initial killing intent gradually transformed into a desire to investigate. After all, that skeleton couldn't cause too much trouble, and don't forget the divine magic Harita cast outside. Perhaps she could get some other types of demonic power for free, and it would be best to find out who was behind it all. Chapter 951. The arrogant one paid no heed to Luo's thoughts. His sole purpose was to skin and butcher the two present, transforming them into his own exquisite creations. Ha ha ha. The ice goddess priestess's skeleton will surely be even more beautiful. Until then, you useless little kitten, behave yourself. Instantly, hundreds of giant fists rained down, shattering magic and creating continuous sonic booms. The fist winds carried a chilling aura far more eerie than ordinary ice magic, transforming into illusory ice crystal skeletons that attempted to attach themselves to Luo. Boom! The ice sword was forcefully shattered, unleashing a deep blue tsunami that froze the entire void. However, the next moment, purple lightning descended like divine punishment, shattering the icy tsunami and leaping across the giant skeleton. Useless, useless, useless. Witness the power of the great. You insignificant thing. Just before the lightning struck the skeleton, the massive body shrank abruptly, transforming into skeletal armor that draped over the arrogant one. A spear shattered all the lightning with a single, powerful strike. Pure icy power acted directly around Luo, binding her body. The skeleton, leaving an afterimage invisible to the naked eye, instantly broke through several layers of ice shields and arrived before Luo. Luo frowned slightly. She had underestimated her opponent. Initially, she had used ordinary ice magic, but after summoning the giant skeleton, the power transformed into a sinister, chilling ice attribute. High-level magic against it was like ice against stone, unable to unleash its full potential. It felt like a sinister, black-haired boy wielding a black sword, shattering magic, flashed through Luo's mind. But it's just the illusion brought about by your sudden surge of power. What's there to be proud of? Her gaze sharpened, and the purple feathers on Luo's wrist glowed. Two ferocious dragon heads suddenly rose behind her, crackling with endless lightning, biting into the spear and the arrogant one's body. A shabby cube slammed shut, its surface covered in dense, fine vines that trapped the arrogant one. The surrounding chill paused, then vanished. Luo, her body crackling with lightning, moved away. She knew there was no time to build up. Maze, mirror image and invitation of the eternal forest would hardly be enough to trap her opponent. As expected, 10 seconds later the Rubik's Cube and vines were completely frozen and shattered. But before the arrogant creature could even laugh, the coiled thunder dragon suddenly exploded, its armor instantly disintegrating, revealing tattered, icy blue bones. Ah! How dare you damage my perfect body? Damn insect. Unleash your power. Bone-eating chill. Alarm bells rang in Luo's mind, but after 2 seconds nothing happened. The arrogant creature was just as surprised as she was. It stretched its neck, staring intently at Luo, its tone filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Where did the curse I planted in your soul go? Luo raised an eyebrow. A curse? Could it be those unpleasant whispers? Looks like the so-called bone-eating chill isn't all that great, huh? No feeling at all. Do you need another minute to prepare? Disrespect for the great is the beginning of your death. I bet you're in excruciating pain right now. Ha ha. Forcing yourself to endure it won't help. Dude, which eye of yours saw me forcing myself to endure it? Oh sorry, you don't have eyes. A rapid explosion rang out again in midair. A blue figure traveling at over 100 times the speed of sound easily traversed within a small area of 100 miles, so fast that Luo needed to concentrate to lock onto it. For a normal 7th-tier mage, aiming without maintaining a distance of at least 500 miles would be incredibly difficult, but in Luo's eyes, it was merely a bit troublesome. Thanks to full body control and his powerful physique, Luo's movements perfectly matched every turn of his opponent. His sensitive ears could detect danger from any direction, and even afterimages couldn't hinder his gem-like eyes from capturing the real body. Furthermore, with Helida maintaining as many as 15 different blessings, high-level magic in Luo's hands was several times more powerful, easily shattering the arrogant one's attacks. The alternate dimension was approximately 5,000 miles in radius, but it had been almost completely destroyed in the battle between the two. No mid-tier magical beast could survive such a powerful aftershock. Helida was enveloped by a pair of illusory, perfectly formed hands, impervious to both the aftershocks and the ever-present whispers. Her vision could barely keep up with the distant battle, only her senses could detect it. The cat-eared girl, a head shorter than her, was stronger than she had imagined, though that was partly due to her not being a proper combatant. This should allow her to quell this evil incident. The skull beside her continued to vibrate. If the enemy were to seize it, things could get even worse. But Helida couldn't put it back into her ring. Each time she tried, the overwhelming and turbulent power would shatter the ring's structure, causing it to reappear. But what was the use of the tail? No one knew what Helida was thinking, so no one could answer that question. In the center of the distant battlefield, the arrogant one, oblivious to his increasingly violent magic, let a faint crimson light spread like tree roots across his deep blue skeleton. His empty eye sockets looked down at the girl below. Even if your magical construction speed is fast enough to keep up with my attacks, How can the magic power of a mere low-level race compare to that of a noble demon? Let's see how long you can last. The azure spear shadows flashed repeatedly, faster and fiercer, demonic power infused with even more violent ice magic, each thrust capable of shattering the flow of energy fused with the domain. Luo calmly responded. His opponent didn't value his life force was rapidly declining, his aim being to forcefully kill the two of them. Fighting to the death at this moment was clearly unwise. After all, that demonic power was genuine high-level power, on the same level as netherworld energy. Of course, demonic power also varies in quality. The arrogant one's demonic power was clearly not high-level, significantly weaker than the demonic power collected from the Enzo plane. No wonder Grandpa Albert was always worried about the power of demons. Let alone extraordinary beings, even magical beasts might not be able to defeat demons of the same rank. Judging from the arrogant one's origins, he was undoubtedly a low-level demon. I wonder how powerful the high-level demons recorded in the diary were. However, the opponent's magic power was already nearing out of control. If it continued, it might self-destruct, which would be a greater loss than gain. The staff shone brightly, and 9 massive magic circles filled the space, countless ferocious thorns, like venomous snakes rapidly enveloping the arrogant one. The sudden increase in high-level magic caught the arrogant one off guard. In the instant his power couldn't keep up, 3 lightning clones emerged from Luo's body, jointly summoning the high-level magic Thunder Dragon. Thunderbird feathers flew from his wrist and floated above the clones' heads, lighting up deep purple patterns as lightning magic power gathered. Thunder Dragon high-level magic, lightning, developed by the creator based on numerous high-concentration bloodline lightning attribute dragon magical beasts. This high-level magic simulates the majestic appearance of the ancient supreme race, the dragon, condensing a thunderous dragon phantom that scorns all. Possessing terrifying destructive power and astonishing speed, it can easily penetrate most defenses, disintegrating them from the inside out. Beginners can only condense 1 Thunder Dragon. Once fully mastered, the number can double, with speed and power greatly increased. Note: incorporating dragon might further enhances its power. Empowered by Thunderbird feathers, 2 terrifying behemoths spread their wings and charged, unleashing an explosive aura far exceeding that of a 7th-tier being. Their arrogant and domineering dragon might swept across the battlefield, suppressing the omnipresent whispers of demons, launching a fierce attack while the arrogant one was dealing with a 9-fold thorn feast. That woman Buddy's magic is pretty good too. I bring 2 more next time. A flash of lightning, and Luo withdrew from the battlefield, sensing his remaining mana. In fact, aside from the initial high mana consumption, as the residual mana from the battle increased, elemental divine authority began to play a greater role. Luo's mana consumption for casting high-tier spells had decreased to half, thus his endurance was far superior to the arrogant one's. I still have about 60% ice magic left. Perfect, let's try that. I never thought I actually have to use it. If this continues, Luo will definitely win, but the timeline will be prolonged, and there's a possibility of escape. Although, judging from the arrogant one's description, escape seems unlikely, so Luo needs a powerful skill or item to seal the deal. 3 days of annihilation is certainly powerful enough, but an ice-wielding girl and a cat-eared girl using a powerful fire skill would definitely feel out of place. So, Frost Roar Intermediate Divine Art, Ice, the pinnacle of intermediate divine arts, a near-advanced divine art that almost reached the high level, inherited from the oath between the ancient frost giant and the ice god. Even the ruthless ice god has moments of rage. When the frost roars in fury, a sculpted ice statue, willingly transformed into a penitent, might retain a wisp of consciousness. Note: this spell requires either a senior follower of the ice god or extreme ice affinity. A crystalline pale blue rune appeared on the silver moon lamp. Its faint divine power couldn't be concealed even by disguise magic, shining brightly even in the chaotic battlefield of magic and aura. Divine runes can replace magic circles to cast divine spells. It's a powerful force that can only be mastered by those with an extremely high understanding of divine spells and unwavering faith. From Helida's slightly parted red lips, a gaze from beyond the world was cast upon her by a great and ruthless being. Yet, what should have been an eternal freeze contained a rage that made the world tremble. That rage solidified into unyielding frost, unleashing a life-extinguishing roar upon the blasphemer. But only Helida could see that while that gaze remained majestic and great, it was too mechanical, merely a ripple caused by divine magic, devoid of any real feeling. Unable to tear apart the endless, poisonous thorns, the arrogant one simply allowed them to erode his magic, laughing furiously as he resisted the biting of the 2 thunder dragons. But he was met with a roaring, unyielding frost. His powerful demonic energy seemed utterly mediocre before divine magic. The ice spears forged from his spine, and the armor formed from his bones melted rapidly under the onslaught of the frost. Despite bringing an extreme cold that could freeze everything, the arrogant one's body was scorched black. Aya! My body! What have you done to me? A mere god, nothing but a mere god. The thunder dragon suddenly exploded, lightning raging, intertwining with the frost and delivering a fatal blow to the arrogant one. With her clones back, and no longer needing to control the thunder dragon, Luo retracted the thunderbird feathers, her gaze calmly fixed on the epicenter of the raging lightning and ice. The skeletal armor had melted away completely, the arrogant one's bones were shattered and rapidly reformed, unable to break free, their life force plummeting, even their magic power uncontrollable, ultimately harming their own soul. But Luo remained vigilant. With each bone reformation, the eerie crimson veins on its surface multiplied, and the aura of rage intensified. The arrogant one hadn't used demonic magic. Perhaps it was due to its low status, or perhaps it was concealing its abilities. Helida's blessing continued. In fact, undisturbed, a 7th-tier priestess's blessing could sustain for 3 months without interruption, better than Luo's own in both effectiveness and duration. Of course, there was an even more important reason. Blessings require a connection between the caster's will and faith in a deity. Luo lacked this, so even if she blessed herself, it would be useless. However, she could bestow blessings upon others, using her own will. Perhaps Luo was being overly cautious. How could a human who had fallen into demonhood through the aid of a tool possibly possess powerful demonic magic? Even as the skeleton could no longer be reassembled, the arrogant one couldn't break free. But we still need to be cautious. One arrogant one isn't scary. What's frightening is that this thing is a mass-produced demon. Thousands upon thousands of peak 7th-tier demon soldiers. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Luo planned to study the suppressed skull later. For now, let's torture it. The power that had almost extinguished the arrogant one's life force dissipated, leaving only ice magic that solidified into ice crystals, solidifying a few pieces of red broken bone. The soul, no longer human, swirled on the broken bones, emitting endless madness and hatred. Why, kill you, and submit to me, you mere inferior beings. A muffled, indistinct voice echoed from the shattered bones, causing Luo Gang's heart to sink. Had he lost his mind? He should have known better than to beat them so badly. The demon seed has been used? The young man frowned slightly. Now was far from the time to expose himself. What fool would disobey orders and use the demon seed? The dark crystal reflected a magically conjured image. A middle-aged man wearing a half-mask was meditating cross-legged. Sensing the movement, he immediately opened his eyes, a cold glint in them. A fleeting glimpse, but upon seeing the illusory handsome youth, he immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Honorable Lord Damien, your servant is always waiting. Your people have abused their grace. Investigate thoroughly." What? Who dares to be so bold? Please rest assured, Lord Damien, your servant will investigate immediately, and give you a perfect answer as quickly as possible. With a light wave of his hand, Damien closed the connection, rose, and went to the balcony to water the 9-toothed lily demon. Using the demon seed was a minor matter, at most wasting a sacrifice, but the leak of information was a major issue. He needed to be cautious. Humans are truly unqualified servants, unable even to perform basic obedience, are they? The 9-toothed lily demon shrank its petals. It couldn't understand language, and naturally couldn't respond to such noble words. Damien didn't mind. After watering the flower, he plucked the lily demon and crushed it into powder, then gently kneaded it, as if creating a perfect work of art. A moment later, 9 intertwined eyes appeared in his hand, blinking incessantly, their gazes trembling with fear. That fool war should do something soon enough. Is he really that happy being toyed with by the shadow? Thinking of war being manipulated by the shadow under the guise of battle, Damien felt a surge of inexplicable annoyance. As a fellow son of demons, war was far too brainless. It was utterly unbecoming of his noble status. Go find war. If you fail again, then kill yourself. The 9 intertwined eyes trembled, hastily fleeing the ice crystal palace, following the instructions of the noble son of hellish demons, the great and indescribable skeleton lord's agent, the one who wielded the power of the root curse, Lord Damien, to seek out another noble being whose whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 952. Whoosh! A streak of crimson mist transformed into a long arrow and instantly fled, attempting to fly away from the alternate dimension. However, it suddenly collided with an ice crystal 10 miles away and was bounced back, its movement momentarily halted. So fast! But I got you! The next moment, soul power transformed into a transparent crystal bottle, imprisoning the crimson mist. Luo recalled the soul bottle, somewhat surprised to see the mist constantly colliding with the bottle's surface. It gave Luo a familiar aura. How could it suddenly emit malevolent energy? And even though it clearly lacks consciousness, it can still escape. The remaining fragments of the arrogant one's bones were ultimately too fragmented. Luo was completely unable to communicate with it, and even its memories were extremely fragmented. There were only fragments of the battle with Luo himself. All memories, before entering the alternate dimension, were completely absent. Just as Luo relaxed his guard and tried to communicate with Helida, a malevolent energy suddenly surged from the fragments of bones, breaking through her magical seal. Fortunately, Helida's divine magic was still in effect, preventing its escape. But Luo didn't notice that besides the malevolent aura, a hidden hatred had already merged into the ice field and roamed freely, escaping the divine magic's restraints. At this moment, Helida flew in from afar. She withdrew her blessing, her gaze lingering briefly on the red malevolent aura before settling on Luo and staring at her. Priestess Helida? Why do you know the goddess's divine magic? Staring. Luo felt a little embarrassed, but she had anticipated this situation, so she explained without pressure, Priestess Helida, it's not that I'm hiding this from the Ice God's church, but you might find it hard to believe. Actually, I have a pact with the eternal Ice God. He bestowed upon me powerful divine magic, and I need to help him with something. Harita narrowed her eyes, seemingly trying to determine if Luo's words were false, but such things were impossible to verify. The only divine evidence leaned in Luo's favor, and given Luo's emotional control, few could discern the truth. After staring at Luo for a while, Harita's aura relaxed, seemingly choosing to believe him. Luo seized the opportunity to change the subject. Now that the enemy has been dealt with, why don't we examine their reliance? As you can see, that skeleton isn't human, but an evil creature corrupted from a human. I'm worried things aren't that simple. Harita nodded slightly. She had considered this as well. A human reduced to skeletons wasn't the most frightening thing. The Agnesa Empire had its share of cultists, but rather the possibility of countless monsters lurking among the populace, ready to erupt at any moment. That would be a devastating blow to the Empire. After the arrogant one died, the skull remained still, now suppressed by several seals, quietly awaiting Luo and Harita's observation. In his perception, the skull was entirely composed of ice crystals, exuding a chillingly malevolent aura. He could also hear incessant whispers in his mind. Find your inner self. You should be stronger. Become one with me. Transform, become stronger. Shaking his head, Luo stopped the whispers. A small magic circle appeared at his fingertips, which he cast into the skull. Soon, the magic returned more specific information. Helida silently watched the magical light flickering in Luo's hands. It was understandable that she couldn't understand it, but this was something for the professionals to handle. She would simply take it back. After a long while, Luo withdrew the magic. All done. Fearing unforeseen consequences from the removal, Luo only examined the power within. As expected, the skull contained power very similar to the demonic power used by the arrogant one, but more concentrated, sustained by a chaotic yet highly penetrating soul force. Once activated, it could very well replace the person's consciousness. Similar to soul magic, but far more domineering and difficult to resist. The good news was that the power within wasn't refined, meaning the replaced person couldn't hide themselves and would be easily discovered. It's best to report this to Captain Alida as soon as possible. Helida nodded, putting away the skull, but instead of leaving first, she said calmly, I have a favor to ask of you. If I can help, I will try my best. Provided it doesn't waste time. Helida's gaze shifted to the deepest part of the alternate dimension, which had also been affected by the aftershocks of the battle, but the damage was much less severe. This space is maintained by a frost flower, and I'm worried it might be affected by the magical beasts. I hope you can examine it with me. Is this the core of the alternate dimension? Priestess Helida seems quite familiar with this alternate dimension. Yes, I entered it many times in the past. Helida explained simply, then turned and flew deeper into the space. Luo pondered for a moment, then followed. Her intuition told her that Helida had other motives. After all, her personality didn't seem like she would meddle in other people's business. But she was just going to take a look. It should be fine, right? After spending some time reaching the edge, beside a chaotic silver halo, there was unexpectedly a well. Why another well? With Luo silently complaining, the two descended along the intact well, arriving at a complex seal. Even with Luo's mastery of barrier magic, she couldn't see through the internal structure. Harita turned to the last page of the book, flicked her finger, and a magic circle flew out, perfectly merging with the seal. The slowly shimmering seal immediately cracked open, emitting a faint dragon's might. Luo Xian was surprised, but said nothing, following Harita through the seal. Suddenly, everything was upside down. What was beneath their feet became above their heads, with a four-sided altar suspended above them, a well in the center. Such a strong sense of déjà vu. Fortunately, this place was only somewhat similar to the ruins, but not the same. The upside-down space was very small, only about the size of a church. Beneath their feet grew a frost flower as tall as a person. The flower had 6 layers, each with 6 petals, exuding a noble and pure aura. Its entire body was crystalline, as if composed of ice crystals, and its thick roots hung high in the air, even more vigorous than a large tree. But what surprised Luo the most was that this demonic creature, which Helida called a frost flower, was emanating a powerful dragon's might. It was the aura of an ice dragon. So the faint dragon's might from before came from it. Sensing the two's arrival, the frost flower transformed into a young girl, instantly taking control of the small space. Her gaze fell on the holy book in Helida's hand, and she coldly spoke, "Follower of the ice god, why have you trespassed into my domain?" Helida bowed slightly, her expression unchanged, and said, "An external demonic beast has trespassed into this alternate dimension. This junior is acting on the orders of the church to investigate." "Priestess, are you lying?" The frost flower released its senses, and after a moment, its expression changed slightly. It had clearly discovered the devastation outside, and its tone softened considerably. "Thank you for your concern, church, but I am unharmed. I will repair this space myself. This junior naturally believes you." Helida bowed again, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she calmly gazed at Frostflower. "But the matter of the broken seal on the alternate dimension is difficult for me to explain." Frostflower remained silent. The two powerful young women stared at each other, making Luo think they were interested in each other. He secretly activated insight, and Frostflower's information appeared before him. Frostflower 8th tier extraordinary, ice, shape-shifting monster, plant type. The former emperor of the Agnesa royal family had a contract with it. Frostflower can survive within the empire, in exchange for guarding the ice hill alternate dimension from external destruction. A powerful monster, born from the blood of a pure frost dragon, it is cold and aloof, lacking the ferocity of a beast but possessing a chilling ruthlessness. It is born with mastery of various dragon language magic and can freely switch between monster and human forms. Note 1. Possesses absolute control over the alternate dimension. Note 2. Unable to leave the alternate dimension on its own. Upon careful consideration, Luo realized that Frostflower couldn't possibly be unaware of the battle outside. Combined with Helida's words, it was highly likely that she had allowed the magical beasts to enter without authorization, her purpose unknown, perhaps to break through the constraints of the alternate dimension. Did she sense something amiss with the Agnesa royal family, and thus take this risk? Was Helida's arrival due to her own reasons, or authorized by the Crystal City's higher-ups? Luo increasingly felt that Helida was a dark wolf in sheep's clothing, her cold expression perfectly concealing her inner turmoil. The standoff lasted for several minutes. Frostflower's gaze suddenly shifted, staring at Luo for several seconds before her expression darkening as she spoke. "I know this is my dereliction of duty. I understand your intentions. I will not receive you." A strong spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted, but Luo quickly sensed that it was harmless. He simply teleported the two women out of the small space and back outside the well. "Priestess Helida?" 3 delicate, crystalline petals drifted down from the sky and were caught by Helida. A dragon's might was faintly visible on them, but an extremely strong aura of ice magic also lingered. Helida accepted 2 petals and pushed the third towards Luo, saying calmly, "We haven't been here before, and we haven't found any berserk magical beasts." Luo finally understood why Helida had chosen her. She was the easiest henchman to bribe. No, she even served as a backdrop for a final showdown. The Frostflower clearly considered him an accomplice of Helida, fearing his escape, which was why she chose to submit. "Priestess Helida, that's not fair. Regarding the Ice God's church, Miss Eileen can inquire for herself. I'm merely answering the questions of a lost soul." Luo grabbed the petal, her smile innocent. "Yes, we didn't encounter any magical beasts." Above a dilapidated town, a tall, crimson figure sat cross-legged, watching the humans slaughtering below, his face contorted with excitement and hatred. He suddenly sensed something, grabbed at the void, and pulled out a mass of struggling eyeballs, 2 of which were even crushed. "Kill one person? No way. I find that woman first." Casually tossing aside the sticky eyeballs, the crimson giant refocused his gaze below. In some ways, his behavior resembled that of the believers who betrayed Grand Duke Fani, but he preferred watching peaceful beings become pawns filled with resentment, manipulated by him to fight each other in pairs, completing one just war after another. It didn't matter who won, how many died, or whether it was meaningful or not, as long as the fighting was intense enough, that was enough. As for the person Shadow had asked him to kill, fighting the strong was wonderful, but watching war was also enjoyable. He searched several times without finding him, and he was getting impatient. He now suspected that Shadow, that foul-mouthed bastard, was just trying to get rid of him. The ugly thing with its crushed eyeballs flew up again. War was about to swat it away when he heard Damien's message. A pawn has used the demon seed? Very well, let's fight. Fighting for hatred, what a wonderful feeling. But at that moment, a faint aura emerged from the void, which he grabbed. Sensing his own aura on it, War finally stood up, slung the giant axe from his knees over his shoulder, and fixed his gaze on the deep, icy wilderness. Died so quickly? Interesting. A powerful figure, here I come. With a stomp in the air, the burly figure transformed into an arrow and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the eyeball quickly followed, but before leaving, it casually extended countless roots thousands of meters long, instantly obliterating and devouring the survivors of the town. The ice god fell silent. This was the information Luo obtained from Helida. Luo's first thought upon hearing this news was, "It's over, my preparations for painting the ice god's statue are useless now, a huge loss." But Luo quickly realized why the ice god's churches in the big cities were unwilling to send people to protect the fragmented small towns. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but that they couldn't explain the ice god's strange behavior to the outside world. Faith is a terrifying power. Although it may not mean much to an independent superhuman like Luo, believers in a god are willing to be obsessed, and even fanatical about it. The Ice God Cathedral was able to seize power when the Crystal City Lord's mansion was on the verge of disgrace, and the city, despite having dozens of times its normal population, remained remarkably orderly, all thanks to the faith brought by the Ice God. In the hearts of all Ice God believers, as long as the Ice God remained, no matter how formidable the enemy, they could defeat them. Therefore, if news of the Ice God's demise were to leak out, even before the hidden enemies could exert their influence, the entire Ice God Cathedral would collapse from the bottom up, causing unrest among hundreds of millions of people, practically destroying the very foundation of the Agnesa Empire. No wonder Aladaka was unwilling to tell her. If Luo were to reveal it, the Ice God Cathedral would be doomed. Luo was still a little dazed. This plot twist seemed off. The Empire must have divine protection, just with varying degrees of influence, but was she telling her the patron deity of the Agnesa Empire had vanished? Didn't the royal family offer an explanation? I remember your royal family is second only to the Ice God Church in terms of Ice God worshippers. Helida shook her head slightly, a hint of melancholy in her expression. The royal family's voice disappeared along with the eternal Ice God. Luo frowned. She understood. The Agnesa royal family had set a trap for the Empire, then disappeared without a trace, leaving the Dahomey family with immense influence. As ordinary citizens of the Empire, they were naturally filled with resentment and anger. But the Ice God vanished at this crucial moment, making it difficult for the city leaders not to consider the two events together. What if the royal family had their own reasons for doing so? Therefore, they dared not rashly use force, and could only silently endure the suppression from the Dahomey family, waiting for the Ice God's resurrection. However, Luo also possessed information that Aaron had personally witnessed the 37th prince being replaced. If this meant that the current royal family was not actually the royal family of the Agnesa Empire, Luo could not reveal this information, otherwise she would be unable to explain its source, and if she were detained by the church's higher-ups, how could she continue her search for her teacher? Thank you for your explanation, Priestess Helida. By the way, do you mind if I reveal this? Helida pointed at her, then at Luo, her cold voice seemingly concealing a hint of ease. Me, you, icicles under the same roof. Was this a threat? Priestess, I misjudged you. I call you the most cunning Ice God believer of the year. Luo rubbed her cheek. Fine, at least she wasn't at a loss. Otherwise, she would have had to silence them. The matter was basically resolved, and Luo and Helida should return to the city. As for who those two people were, and what to do with the skull, that was Crystal City's concern. Of course, the seal on the alternate dimension also needed to be restored. In fact, after Luo and Helida left the alternate dimension, the damaged seal miraculously recovered. Wait, what about my explanation of divine magic earlier? Chapter 953. Luo ultimately didn't ask. Since Helida didn't speak, it was tantamount to acknowledgement. As she said, the two were like icicles under the same roof in this matter. If one was exposed, the other would also teeter on the brink. However, this wasn't considered a denigration of faith. After all, the doctrines of the Ice God Church and the Church of Light were completely different, with no concept of guiding towards goodness or beauty. After parting ways with Helida and returning to the small chapel, Luo studied the malevolent energy, only to find its activity rapidly declining. It seemed to quickly become lifeless after losing its host. Luo didn't have a good solution for this, only able to feed it malevolent energy and soul power to maintain its activity. He estimated it could last for 10 days to half a month, after which it was uncertain. He also dealt with the 3 broken bones. Luo now possessed 5 complete demonic spells, plus 4 incomplete ones. His research sample had doubled, a cause for celebration. However, the dark attribute itself was a symbol of chaos, and demonic spells inherited this characteristic, making thorough research difficult. Unfortunately, the arrogant one's ring didn't survive. In a battle of that level, ordinary spatial rings simply couldn't withstand the force and shattered completely, its contents lost to who knows where. Helida did take the first intruder's ring, but that was their spoils, and Luo naturally wouldn't be so presumptuous as to ask for it. 2 days later, in the morning, Luo put down the ice crystal petals in his hand, stretched, and left the chapel as usual. Xania and Xiaoyu were nestled together, fast asleep, glistening liquid dripping from their lips. If you collected them all, I wonder how they would compare to dragon saliva? Fairy saliva? Could it be called fairy essence? The petals of the first flower are undoubtedly extremely precious. Leaving aside the 8th-tier strength of the flower itself, even Luo had never heard of its race. If Luo hadn't already awakened his ice elemental divine authority, eating it would probably have awakened it too. But currently, Luo doesn't know how to use it. Eating it directly seems to only enhance the dragon's might effect. The other effect of enhancing ice affinity and ice magic control would be useless, which feels like a waste. Moreover, Helida didn't seem to intend to eat it directly. Perhaps Luo hasn't yet figured out the true purpose of the frost flower petals. Returning to Crystal Lake, Luo pondered how to deal with Blue Luo. She came yesterday too. As expected, Purple Luo and the other 2 Luos were summoned in the Phantom. According to the plan, they would attack Blue Luo immediately, giving her no chance to escape. However, Luo and her companion ultimately failed, for a simple reason. Lan Luo hadn't gotten up yet, and was still sleeping in the garden. What young lady would sleep for 2 days straight? But before leaving, Luo sensed Lan Luo was about to wake up. With a bit of luck today, she should be able to catch her. "Miss Eileen, Anna Bao greets you." A cool voice rang out. Turning her head, she saw Anna Bao flying towards her from afar, her fair face so delicate it looked real. She wondered what it would feel like to touch it. "Good morning." Luo nodded to the little girl. She didn't quite understand why Anna Bao appeared so punctually every day, but she figured it was just a habit. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the 2 chatted casually. From Anna Bao's words, Luo also learned that her identity was somewhat mysterious. Carter Annabor claims to be from the Carter family of the Loki Empire. She came to the northern continent seeking medical treatment, but was caught in a lockdown and unable to leave. On her journey seeking refuge, Annabor's parents died saving her, leaving her alone as a mortal. That's right, Annabor's true form isn't even a superhuman, she's merely a 13-year-old child at the 6th level of the mortal realm. "Sister Eileen, don't you believe Annabor?" Loki gave her a "do you think I should believe you?" Look, it's not impossible for a mortal to control a puppet, but at most, they can use tools. For Annabor to directly inject her soul into a puppet would likely result in her being instantly corrupted and twisted by magic. Annabor immediately puffed out her cheeks, waving her small pink fists, and urgently said, "Annabor promises it's true." "Oh right, go on, I believe you. It's really true. Sister Eileen, you have to believe Bauer." It's because this puppet is the family's secret weapon." The little girl seemed to realize she said the wrong thing, quickly covering her mouth and taking several steps back before running away without looking back, leaving only a polite farewell. Bauer suddenly remembered she hasn't had breakfast yet. "Sister Eileen, bye-bye." Luo felt a little confused, shrugged, and turned back. What an adorable child, but she seemed so easily fooled. "But I never heard of a puppet that can house a mortal's soul. A mortal's mental strength is far inferior to the power of a soul, right?" Luo felt a little interested, but she'd leave it to fate. She wouldn't bully a child whose parents had both died. Because Luo had been frequently appearing on the inner city walls for the past 2 days, rumors had circulated in the surface city about a lost cat-eared girl seeking guidance from the ice god. The number of people on the inner city walls had also increased considerably. Fortunately, the reflection in Crystal Lake was large enough that the extraordinary individuals wouldn't cause any problems. After waiting a while longer, the sun rose, the reflection appeared, and Luo's figure disappeared from the city walls. The Doryman Church, located in the 30th district of the underground city, is the Ice God Church and the most prestigious of the three major churches in Crystal City. Normally, only a few special clergy members frequent it, and it's primarily used as a location for important decision-making events. But today, the Doryman Church became active again after more than a year. Not only were many powerful figures from Crystal City gathered, but also because someone who shouldn't have come had arrived. A solemn and sacred colossal statue of the Ice God stood majestically on the church's high platform, its entire body forged from extremely rare, unmelting ice, making it difficult to approach, just like the Ice Goddess's legendary aloofness. Before the statue, a middle-aged man wearing a half-mask was praying devoutly. Behind him stood two tall, powerful figures, both wearing dark blue masks, whose auras were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean, offering undying faith to the eternal goddess. The middle-aged man softly recited the last line of his prayer, then raised his head, a barely perceptible fascination flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned and smiled at the familiar faces in the church, their expressions solemn. "It's been many years. You don't seem very welcoming?" No one answered. Aside from the three who shouldn't be there, 7 people stood in the church. Archbishop Zico Aladako of the Nibio Church, High Priest Ari Dorba of the New A's Church, High Priest Ludri Lavia of the Dole Church, Lord Oman Wendell of Crystal City, and 3 deputy lords. Aside from a few hidden powerhouses, almost all of Crystal City's current high-ranking officials were gathered together. The aura of 8-tier power filled the not-so-large church, creating a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. The city lord, a peak 9-tier expert, exuded a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air. No one gave the smiling middle-aged man a friendly look. Everyone knew that the current state of the Agnesa Empire was largely due to the man before them. Dahomey Ralph, the current patriarch of the Dahomey family, the de facto ruler of Frostguard City. Although his strength was only at the 8th tier of the extraordinary realm, he had several 9-tier powerhouses loyal to him. His family's influence was immense, and he had close ties with the royal family. Even Lord Wendell was unwilling to contend with him. For a long time, no one responded. Aladako stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching him. Rel's smile finally faded, his gaze sweeping coldly over the assembled powerful figures. He spoke indifferently. "I have come here for 2 matters. You may agree or not, but you must." When did Crystal City become a matter for the people of Frostguard to decide? Ridiculous. A deputy city lord sneered in refusal. His ancestors had lived in Crystal City for generations, and regardless of anything else, his affection for Crystal City was profound. So what if Frostguard City was stronger than Crystal City? To think they could force Crystal City to obey was a pipe dream. Ridiculous? Rel suddenly grinned, his deep yellow pupils gleaming with a deep chill. The next moment, the entire Crystal City suddenly trembled violently, and everyone present paled. If observed from outside the city walls, one could see the Crystal City barrier, which had shimmered in the morning sun, suddenly dim. The magic within the city began to be uncontrollably stripped away, drifting outwards. "Ralph, stop right now, Lord Ralph!" A deep, furious roar exploded, shaking the ground 3 times. All magic instantly froze, unable to escape. The powerful aura crashed down, but Ralph remained calm. 2 guards beside him stepped forward, their bodies shrouded in ethereal blue armor, forcefully blocking the attack. They only retreated 2 steps before stopping. Ralph, hands behind his back, his smile widening to a point of madness, saying, "Ridiculous? Truly ridiculous, isn't it?" The crowd's faces darkened, but they dared not speak further. They themselves weren't afraid of the Dahomey family, but those who remained at the top were all concerned for the town's residents. They could leave Crystal City, but where would the 100 million residents of Crystal City go? Seeing no one speak, Ralph coldly announced, "I have evidence that foreign spies have infiltrated Crystal City. For the next 7 days, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Furthermore, I suspect you have illegally detained 2 members of the Dahomey family. I will thoroughly investigate Crystal City." Upon hearing this, even the deputy city lord, who had just spoken rudely, even the usually aloof high priest of Lavia's eyes blazed with fury. He's seen people bully before, but never like this. Letting the outer city thoroughly investigate Crystal City was no different from letting bandits into one's own home. "Fine, I agree," Lord Wendell roared. Just as others were about to offer advice, his tone suddenly shifted. "But if Chief Ralph finds nothing, shouldn't he at least give Crystal City an explanation? Otherwise..." The chilling aura intensified dozens of times, a blizzard swept through the entire church, and even the statue of the ice god emanated a chilling aura. Wendell's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he uttered each word with deliberate force. I feel I have failed the entire city's inhabitants. Resigning would be unwise. This was a blatant threat. If Ralph went too far, the city lord would retaliate at a great cost. Humph. If no evidence is found, what harm is there in me returning control of the Crystal City barrier? Let's go! Watching Ralph and his two companions arrogantly depart, the 7 members of the church remained unsettled. Those with quick tempers considered attacking several times, but the thought of the consequences forced them to suppress their anger. Humph. This is outrageous. Lord City Lord, let me go. Don't resist in vain. Don't forget, there are still many people in Frostguard. Wendell sternly cut off his subordinate's words. He too wished he could crush the man's head, but that would only drag Crystal City into the mire. Ralph was cunning and treacherous by nature. The one who came here wasn't his true self. Killing him would be pointless. Moreover, besides controlling the Crystal City barrier, a large portion of the high-level transcendents had been transferred away by royal orders, their lives in the other side's hands. Many of them were acquainted with the Crystal City's upper echelons. Even if they dared to make a move, those people would obstruct them. Are we just going to let them run rampant? High Priest Dorba of the New A's Church clenched his fist and hissed. Compared to the others, he was the most approachable. Opening the 11th to 15th levels of the mining area to accept outsiders was his suggestion. Now that Ralph wanted to disrupt Crystal City, he was naturally extremely unwilling. A silence fell over the crowd. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. When Ralph, with his sarcastic remarks, used the royal decree to seize control of the Crystal City barrier, the resistance was even fiercer, but they had to endure the humiliation due to the inexplicable presence of several 9-tier powerhouses from the Dahomey family. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this time would likely be the same. But just then, the usually taciturn High Priest Ladia suddenly spoke. Gentlemen, my disciple discovered a token yesterday. Perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards her. Aladako frowned slightly, remembering who she was referring to. High Priest Ladia, are you perhaps referring to that child Helida? That's right. Ladia flipped over, producing a ring. She fought with outsiders the day before yesterday. This belongs to that person, and it contains something extraordinary. Inside the 7-colored space, 3 other Luos appeared beside Luo, each with a different expression, as they watched Lan Luo reclining on a chair, flipping through a romance novel. Her dangling, white feet occasionally crossed and swung, completely oblivious to the onlookers. Finally, no more sleep. This time, I'm going to teach her a lesson. It looks really good. Maybe I should tell Xania and the others about it. They'd probably be interested. Main body, I noticed you're just not obviously stupid, but she needs a complete overhaul. Hey Z Luo, you didn't need to say that first thing. However, Lan Luo just appeared, and now is the perfect opportunity to act while she's not paying attention to them. Luo nodded slightly to San Luo, her eyes brightening. Soul chains swiftly coiled towards Lan Luo, and a slender magic wand appeared in Pink Luo's hand. Torrents transformed into ropes, binding Lan Luo layer by layer, the method strangely similar to how Luo bound Moriarty. Red Luo wasn't to be outdone. A fiery tornado filled with murderous aura, shaking the mind. Lan Luo's newly risen alert vanished instantly, and her movement to look up slowed. Taking advantage of the situation, Z Luo raised a lightning cage, isolating all surrounding magic and preventing Lan Luo from casting spells. It's important to understand that without becoming Luo's alter ego, the Phantom can only control stray magic through the authority of elemental divinity, but cannot share Luo's own magic. The water flow tightened, binding Lan Luo tightly. The soul magic she was about to use was prematurely interrupted by Luo's soul chains, plunging her into a dazed state. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself hanging upside down in midair, unable to move. After struggling several times and realizing she couldn't break free, she simply glazed over, becoming as still as a salted fish. Luo rubbed her chin, feeling that this scene seemed familiar, only this time the protagonist had changed. Meanwhile, Z Luo had already begun her examination, even faster than Hong Luo, who was eager to teach Lan Luo a lesson. She was extremely curious about the dream power that had appeared a couple of days ago. Why did Lan Luo possess this power? Easily snapping open a few water ropes, Z Luo's senses transformed into tentacles and unceremoniously burrowed into Lan Luo's body. The strange sensation immediately caused Lan Luo to wriggle, but she only moved slightly before becoming listless again, seemingly at your mercy. She even had the mind to pull out a new storybook and start reading. Chapter 954. Name? Lagrand Del Lo. Gender? Female. Age? Probably 42, I forget. Place of birth? The Karlov Empire. Purpose of your visit? To find my teacher, and to gather intelligence. Why are you resisting our proposal? This? I advise you to answer honestly, don't try to make excuses. The authoritative tone made the girl fall into thought, but then a sudden burst of bright light blinded her, forcing her to turn her head away. Her gaze suddenly fell on the books on the corner of the table, and she casually replied, "It just feels like a hassle." "Speak properly to me." A delicate little hand waved in front of her, and a small face exactly like hers blocked the girl's view, only to find that her eyes were empty, and she even looked like she wanted to lie down and take a nap. Dissatisfied, Han Luo snapped her fingers to dispel the surrounding darkness, then crossed her arms and shook her head at the three girls who were looking at her. Hopeless. Fan Luo, holding the glaring light, looked at Luo helplessly. Lan Luo had stopped causing trouble after being captured, but Luo was like a dead pig impervious to boiling water, a salted fish lying on a pile of salt, showing no willingness to cooperate despite the girls taking turns trying. It wasn't that she didn't want to communicate. In fact, if you spoke to her, Lan Luo would definitely reply. The problem was, she wouldn't initiate conversation. It was as if no one bothered her, she could lie there forever. Luo bit her nails. Lan Luo seemed easy to talk to, but unlike the other Luos, she wasn't easy to deal with. She couldn't find a way to open up Lan Luo's heart. Perhaps she needed to sleep with her a few times, but the news of the ice god's silence intensified Luo's sense of crisis. Countless pieces of evidence confirmed that the Agnesa Empire was extremely dangerous, and staying any longer was not a good idea. "Luo, what should we do next? Should we continue trying to persuade him?" "But I tried most of the arguments. I don't think that guy will compromise." "What a hassle." Luo pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the dazed purple Luo. "Any clues about the dream power?" "Ah? It's hard to say. The aura is very weak, and it's hidden deep within her consciousness. It's difficult to analyze. Don't disturb my thinking." At this moment, Pink Luo seemed to have thought of something. She gracefully leaped in front of Blue Luo, who was trying to reach for her storybook, and pushed the book from the corner of the table to her side. She sat on the ice crystal chair formed by ice magic, her smile gentle, yet tinged with worry. "Lan Luo, if you have any difficulties, you must discuss them with us. We are all descended from the same consciousness, closer than sisters. Disagreements are the worst thing you can do." Lan Luo, clutching her book, didn't quite understand her words. "I'm fine, I'm okay, I just find it troublesome. If you don't join our family, and leave the support of Crystal Lake's power, you will disappear forever." "That's even better. Finally, I can sleep forever." Even with Pink Luo facing her, Luo couldn't help but slap her forehead. Was Lan Luo really a reflection of her own personality? Was she really that averse to trouble, to the point that she'd rather sleep forever than leave Crystal Lake? Red Luo pinched her chin, her words carrying a hidden meaning. "Strange, I remember when I was little, I dared to venture out alone, facing powerful enemies without fear. How come she's so afraid of trouble? Is something wrong?" "That's right, something must be wrong. Main body, I think you're pretty shameless." "That's just your imagination." While they were clearly dividing the work to solve the problem, Pink Luo, hearing Blue Luo's reply, immediately said anxiously, "How can that be? If you disappear, we'd be forever missing a sister." "Eh? But it doesn't matter if I'm not there, right? Is it really a matter of whether it matters or not?" Pink Luo suddenly stood up, her cheerful smile turning into anxiety and anger. "I can't imagine what it's like to be all alone. That's terrifying. No friends, no communication, no interaction, just wandering aimlessly, losing all meaning in life. What's the difference between that and being dead?" The seven-colored space fell silent for a moment. Blue Luo, holding her book, stared blankly at the slightly panting Pink Luo, unsure how to respond. Luo quietly leaned close to Han Luo's ear. "By the way, do you two usually chat?" Han Luo glanced at her, her face haughty. "How could I possibly chat with a blockhead or a saint? You're overthinking it. So your so-called chatter is just my inner thoughts? Ah! How dare you pry into my mind over such a trivial matter?" Aside from their chatter, Lan Luo stared blankly at Fan Luo. The latter, now regaining her senses, blushed slightly, but still met her gaze firmly, unwavering. Ultimately Lan Luo gave in, lowering her head to look at the book in her hands. It was merely a book conjured from memories. Everything was based on things Luo had seen. As Fan Luo said, they were ultimately just derivatives of Luo, and all conversations within the 7-colored space could be seen as Luo's own internal dialogues. You and I are one, so you understand that I don't enjoy being alone. Being alone doesn't mean I'm truly alone, it's just that we have very little need for communication. Having a few friends around, a few moments of relaxation when things get tense, and a comfortable mood are enough. Lan Luo opened the book in her hand. The pages were no longer a light-hearted story, but had transformed into a series of phantom memories. Scenes of Pink Luo playing with acquaintances, Red Luo's whimsical inner monologues, and Purple Luo's recollections of researching magical books. Slices of memories scattered, and the Luos were immersed within them, as if recalling the past. The floating images were a microcosm of Luo's life, revealing many things she herself hadn't noticed, unwillingly acknowledged monologues, memories from moments of hazy consciousness, and seemingly insignificant details, all were now presented. Spying on Luffy and Alice. Dissatisfaction with sighs during a bath. Searching for her mother only to find her busy away. Needing the paws of the light blue kitten. Attending a private party invited by Viguria. A multitude of strange inner thoughts amidst the admiring gazes of numerous students. Exhausted from being forced to cram magic knowledge into Luna's mouth. All the fragments of memories that had occurred but were gradually ignored by Luo were revealed flawlessly in Lan Luo's hands. They weren't important, but without these fragments, Luo would be incomplete. So it's troublesome. Lan Luo casually stood up, seemingly unaffected by any constraints. She walked past Pink Luo, past the pensive Purple Luo, and Red Luo frowned, stepping aside. Lan Luo and Luo then locked eyes. Growing up is exhausting. No matter how careful you are, there will always be memories, emotional companionship, self-restraint, and inner needs. Whether it's good or bad, neither of us will stop our journey. But can you bear this exhaustion? Luo wrinkled her nose, calmly addressing Lan Luo's seemingly questioning yet self-questioning words. I don't feel tired. You think that tedious memories will aggravate mental fatigue, but I have the memory palace to aid my memories. I have friends by my side, my heart is not lonely, I have my own path to walk forward, the fatigue you speak of will never happen. Is that so? Lan Luo yawned, a slight drowsiness enveloping her. The fragments of memory around her seemed to distort, familiar figures gradually becoming unfamiliar, yet their original appearances could still be vaguely discerned. Luffy's rugged face had aged, standing with his blurred father in a plain in the light rain, surrounded by vast expanses of gray graves. Viguria and Manita, their long, gray hair exuding the authority of superiors, were bowed respectfully as Your Excellency. Fia and Ano sat back to back, quietly beneath the tree of life, their eyes long since devoid of their bright light. The assistants of the great library came and went, their eyes meeting only strangers. The Karlov Empire annexed the surrounding small countries, breaking away from the Knight's Hall to become a pure. The Loki Empire. The Loki Empire has fallen, but countless new and wondrous puppets have appeared on the land, said to be the creations of a genius puppeteer who died 10,000 years ago. The elven tree of life has withered, and the voices of the living world have grown weary. Endless volcanoes erupt across the land, evaporating the entire sea of origin, the boundaries of the void gradually thin, and the world is plunged into apocalyptic collapse. In a daze, Luo seems to have returned to reality, his mind still lingering with an endless sense of loneliness. Lan Luo spreads out a sheet in the void, loosening the pillows to better fall asleep. What did you show me? Lan Luo pauses, not turning his head, and says, You know, it's just an illusionary memory. Luo knew, of course, that it was a false memory, merely a hypothetical future. Everything has its lifespan, humans are no exception, nor are any powers. Even the world is governed by rules. At the end of endless time, the world will inevitably perish. This is an established fact, unchangeable. Do you think I'd be so easily swayed? Perhaps in 1,000 years, I already be lying in a graveyard. Lan Luo spoke lightly. Is that so? Is that really true? Luo was speechless. Hong Luo looked over. She didn't speak, but everyone understood her meaning. Divine power was almost omnipotent. Luo had only developed a small portion and had escaped death multiple times, even reviving after dying once. With such extraordinary power, could Luo truly not use it to glimpse the threshold of godhood? Even if Luo herself hadn't considered this question, hadn't her innate nobility and arrogance already spoken volumes? Lan Luo patted her pillow, lay down peacefully, covered herself with the blanket, and said leisurely, We're not young, but we are still too young. No one is immune to fatigue. I just knew that in advance. Good night. A soft snore sounded, but this time no one disturbed Lan Luo, because what she said addressed a problem that Luo and his companions couldn't avoid, one that might even shake Luo's character and spirit. Time, how cruel. Hidden within the vast expanse of time lies the unsolvable question of growth. Luo maintains the personality of someone in their 20s, trying not to become as weathered as mortals. But how long can he maintain this? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? But in the long river of time, even millions of years are but a fleeting moment. Luo doesn't understand how the gods maintain themselves over such long periods of time. The goddess of life blinks, and 1,200 years pass in the blink of an eye. The god of light descends with the first divine decree, and for tens of millions of years, the Church of Light continues to shine its light. The wind, originating from the first wisp of wind magic millions of years ago, still speaks gently. Time seems non-existent in the eyes of the gods. They have remained unchanged since their inception. Even the ice god recorded in the oldest historical texts is as indifferent and detached as ever. But the gods are clearly within time, otherwise, there would be no records of divine demise, and the crescent moon god would not have vanished. Since you don't understand, why not go find the answer? A faint voice suddenly came, and under Luo's slightly bewildered gaze, Luo flew forward and flicked a bright finger at her forehead. Thump! Ouch! That's it, you idiot, I'm going back now. Luo vanished in a phantom, and Luo rubbed her aching forehead, a smile appearing on her delicate face. Pink Luo and Red Luo beside her also laughed, transforming into streams of light and entering her body. I look forward to having tea with her. Next time, I definitely weave a flower wreath together. Luo's gaze cleared as she drifted to the side of the sleeping Lan Luo. Yes, time and growth cannot solve everything, but does that have anything to do with the present? Gods can maintain their own minds, so why can't she boldly emulate them? There's plenty of time, so let's use plenty of time to find the answers, instead of fearing the end of time. Time to get up. The blanket was pulled back, then slowly floated down and disappeared. The seven-colored space was empty, except for the eternal flowing light that flickered, seemingly welcoming newcomers. On an ice hill, Ralph coldly looked down, holding half a crystal-clear root in his hand, radiating a faint dragon's might. The lingering aura of the deep icy wilderness had long been erased, but he still knew through special means that someone had been here. Unfortunately, that clueless fool, Frostflower, erased the battle aura too quickly. Otherwise, why would he have demanded that Crystal City close for 7 days? He could have simply searched for the aura. But you can't hide? Humph. Crystal City, ground-level city. The autonomous puppet diligently polishing the crystal streets was suddenly kicked away, crashing to the ground with several cracking sounds. The guards, however, couldn't care less about it, as they were in dire straits themselves. Crystal City is temporarily under the control of the Dahomey family from this day forward. Everyone must remain at home immediately, and submit to searches by the Dahomey family. Thousands of people scattered in the air, each radiating a powerful fifth-tier aura, clad in vibrant, dark blue light armor, wielding ice crystal long swords. The gun, emblazoned with the emblem of the Dahomey family, resounded throughout the city with a surge of magical energy. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. How could the Dahomey family have suddenly barged in and be searching them? Ah! What are you doing? Stop! You're courting death. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed through the city, sending up layers of ice crystals and shards. As the smoke cleared, a bloodied ice god guardian lay half reclined in a collapsed building, his ice armor shattered. Behind him were his trembling young sisters. Thud. A large foot stomped on the ice god guardian's chest. A haughty young man wielding a white spear pressed the tip against the guard's neck, drawing out drops of crimson blood. A mere guard dares to speak disrespectfully to the Dahomey family? I send you back to the underworld right now. The ice god guard glared angrily, blood streaming from his mouth. The young man before him wasn't particularly strong, only at the 4th rank, but aside from the 4 6th rank experts accompanying him, he himself was only at the 3rd rank, utterly unable to withstand a charged kick. Behind him, the sisters within the protective barrier clung tightly to each other, tears streaming down their faces, utterly powerless. Under the oppressive aura, aside from a very few rare items, mortals had no chance of moving. The spear tip emanated a chilling aura, poised to pierce the neck. Even with the strongest 3rd-tier transcendent vitality, a pierced neck offered no hope of recovery. Just then, a blast of cold air suddenly froze the spear, then sent the young man flying before he could react. Search if you want, but if you dare lay a hand on me again, you be left here. Do you really think the ice god's guards are easy to bully? A tall figure crashed down, the reassuring silhouette causing the ice god's guard on the ground to beam with joy. Struggling to his feet, he glared at the young man protected by his attendants and roared, "Lord Felton, you arrived. They dared to attack the residents of Crystal City. It's unforgivable." Felton's face was icy. He had only recently learned of the Dahomey family's arrival in Crystal City, and his first thought was of the ruthless ruler's actions. Sure enough, if he had been a moment slower, someone might have died today. The young man brushed the frost off his clothes with a cold face, showing no fear of Faye Dun's anger, but he said nothing. His family had just gained control of Crystal City, and it was indeed unwise to provoke a large-scale rebellion from the local residents. Let them have their fun for a couple of days. Seeing you're a commander-level official, keep your men in check and don't hinder the Dahomey family's search. Let's go, thoroughly investigate the surface city. At a similar time, the underground city also experienced a major uproar. Not only the 15th floor, where residents lived, but even the lower mining levels were sealed off by the Dahomey family. Panic, suspicion, and anger erupted instantly, and conflict and violence abruptly began. Chapter 955. If asked about the ice god's favorite scenery, most people would immediately think of a vast ice plain under a blanket of snow, including Luo. But upon seeing the deep, dappled starlight around him, Luo suddenly understood that the god's preferences were not monotonous. All records about the gods were merely the self-righteous conjectures of mortals. The endless twinkling starlight converged to form a dreamlike Milky Way. Stepping into it, cool silver light splashed into tiny waves, shimmering with 7 colors, as dazzling as sunlight refracted through ice crystals. The starry sky was vast yet crowded. Ice fairies scooped up water from the Milky Way to water the swaying frost flowers in the ethereal flower fields, throwing the resulting 7-colored fruits into the river. Small groups of snow-white peacock fish peered out to eat, their beautiful feathers flying from their ornate tails, adorning the slowly rotating snow lotus flowers above the starry sky. On that pure, unblemished snow lotus sat a magnificent, imperceptible phantom, its white hair fluttering like snowflakes, accompanied by ice crystals, bathed in golden light, gilded with a noble and majestic aura. Its existence is the reason for snow, cold, and ice in the world. Its pale blue-white robes are its garments, the sound of falling snowflakes its maxims, and time before it is but a ribbon encircling its wrist. It is the symbol of eternity. It is the result of the stillness of all things. Let the world perish, the divine will endure. You have come. Ripples spread across the starry sky, transforming into an omnipresent, majestic roar that penetrated the flesh, disregarded the soul, reaching the depths of consciousness. All illusions shattered instantly, revealing only the truest self. Luo's appearance instantly shrank back to 1.5 meters tall. Behind him appeared the afterimages of blue Luo, red Luo, pink Luo, and purple Luo. His entire soul seemed cleansed, renewed, his connection with the 4 Luos deepened, no longer a vague false persona. You're up? Ah, everyone's out. Who's calling me? It's not magic this is. Shaking her head, Luo forced herself to calm down. She had just figured things out, and pulled back Lan Luo's blanket, naturally sharing her thoughts, but the next moment she found herself in this strange starry sky. It was truly bizarre. With her own thoughts focused, all of Luo's attention was drawn to the magnificent phantom sitting cross-legged on a snow lotus above. Although it was completely obscured by a moon-white gauze dress, making its appearance impossible to discern, a string of undeniable names suddenly surfaced in all of Luo's minds. The eternally great being, the real-life embodiment of the controller of time, the fruit of the tree of end, the goddess of ice and extreme cold. Horonos Hymenius. The divine power was overwhelming. Even Luo felt a slight pressure, but at this moment. Her first thought was, does the ice god have so many titles? This ice god, something's not right. You are exceptional among the exceptional, incomparable to any other being in this realm. Oh no! Her inner thoughts had been spied on, but could she take this as a compliment from the ice god? Luo quickly performed a mage's salute. This was a true incarnation of a god. Even if she was confident she could reach the threshold of godhood in the distant future, that was still in the future, arrogance was absolutely unacceptable. Upon first meeting the legendary, eternally existing goddess of ice and extreme cold, I am overwhelmed with awe and reverence. I beg the divine being's forgiveness. The shimmering starry sky rippled continuously, and the Milky Way beneath her feet rolled like waves, echoing the words of the god Hymenius. An ice fairy, curious, glanced over, pausing her watering action. This angered the frost flowers, who swayed their enormous blossoms, unleashing a powerful 9-tier pressure. Do what needs to be done. And so everything returned to order, everything remained the same, eternally unchanged. Luo clicked her tongue in amazement. 2 days ago, she and Helida had encountered an 8th-tier frost flower in the Ice Hill alternate dimension. They had only obtained a single petal through a minor threat, yet beneath their feet, on either side of the Milky Way, lay an endless sea of flowers. Countless frost flowers swayed as far as the eye could see, each possessing an aura comparable to her grandfather Conrad. Is this the garden of the gods? It's terrifying. But why are there rumors that the ice god has fallen silent? What you think is also true. Hymenaeus easily read all of Luo's thoughts, and the echo of his majestic divine power resounded once more. The enemy of the gods reaches into the depths of the universe. My existence in this great world is gradually weakening, therefore I await your appearance in the distant past. I apologize, Ice God. Man, please allow me to ask the greatest question of my life. I don't quite understand what you mean. What do you mean by waiting for me in the distant past? The five of them were buzzing. Even with their combined intelligence, they couldn't grasp the meaning of the Ice God Hymenaeus' words. Surely the distant past couldn't refer to 40 years ago? For a god who exists almost eternally, their birth should have been just a blink of an eye. You need not concern yourself with that. He is guiding your steps. I am but a link in the chain. He is guiding my steps. Luo subconsciously looked down at the Milky Way. Whether it was an illusion or not, she seemed to see countless faces and scenes in the starlight-filled river, but in the blink of an eye, nothing remained. They are a gift I gave you. I will not take away the remnants of the dream. If one day you understand its power, the illusion will grant you a second chance. Time is short. There are two things you must remember. The Luos immediately pricked up their ears, listening intently. Anything requiring a deity's personal instruction was no small matter. It might even be related to the current state of the Agnesa Empire. But soon, to their utter surprise, what Hymenaeus said had nothing to do with the present situation. Firstly, this great world has a place called the Sea of Origin. Several years ago, I dropped a fragment of divine essence to find the one who possessed it. They will guide me there. Remember this. Secondly, remember they are watching. Use your faith power cautiously. I know your doubts, but you must not ask, you must not know. Remember this. Although bewildered, the Luos bowed and said in unison, Lord Ice God, we understand. We will remember these two things. The magnificent phantom on the white lotus seemed to nod, its slender arm, shimmering with crystalline light, waved lightly, and a golden light instantly entered the Luos' sea of souls. In the next 10,000 years, my will in this great world will fade. The aura of Alphamar will accompany you. Though I do not like it, I will leave you a final gift. When the time comes, farewell, in the eternal future. The majestic voice had barely faded when the surrounding starry sky began to tremble, reality crumbled into illusion, eternity ceased, and the projection of the past was about to collapse into reality. This also foreshadowed the departure of the goddess of ice, and extreme cold, who had ruled the northern faith for countless years. Lord Ice God. Wait! The sudden development left Luo no time to think. He hurriedly asked loudly, Lord Ice God, do you know what happened to the Agnesa Empire? Why is the border sealed? This is a shadow of the past, which I cannot unravel. However, fate is twisted here. It is best to leave as soon as possible. Hymenaeus' illusory image rapidly disintegrated, and its diffused divine power quickly faded. Luo could even vaguely see the seven-colored space outside disappearing. Seeing that only Hymenaeus' upper body remained, Luo disregarded everything else and loudly pleaded again, since the Ice God believes we will meet again in the future, could you please reveal your true form so that I may pay my respects? I grant your request for the portrait. Remember my two words. The veil fell away, revealing Hymenaeus' true face in a fleeting glimpse before it completely dissipated into countless ice crystals. However, Luo had already seen clearly. It was a young face whose gender was indistinguishable, handsome yet aloof, even more androgynous than the phantom outside Crystal City. Pale golden snowflake pupils seemed to contain a vast, endless glacier like a galaxy, where ice fairies and frost giants coexisted, establishing an eternal divine kingdom, dependent on the gods. Compared to the god of war and fire, Aphama, Hymenaeus was imbued with a more abundant divinity, completely detached from the realm of humanity. The world was but a slightly larger marble in his eyes. How could he care about a mere human empire in the mortal realm? Luo pondered. The Ice God had never cared about the faith of the Agneser people. The Ice God Church was merely a self-indulgent act of worship by his followers. Perhaps the root of the Ice God's lack of widespread faith lay in his divine pronouncements. Perhaps the root of the Ice God's lack of widespread faith was the divine oracle he had sent down. The Ice Goddess Hymenaeus has departed, leaving Luo with even more questions. She thought the demon's watchful eyes were already heavy enough, but it seemed there were even more enemies beyond the world. Luo, I don't understand. But I feel the Ice Goddess is quite friendly. Things seem even more interesting now, aren't you afraid, main body? Thinking too much is useless, it only disrupts your peace of mind. Main body, Pay attention to your surroundings. The aura has changed. Snoring. Outside, the sun shone brightly at midday, but the crystal lake reflection, which should have lasted until sunset, shattered and scattered into countless ice crystals. The crystal lake reflection, which had appeared at sunrise and disappeared at sunset for countless years, vanished completely today, leaving only a few bewildered onlookers in midair. Boom! Boom! A violent tremor resounded. The guards on the city wall, who were still cursing the Dahomey family's heinous acts, suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Then, before their horrified eyes, the entire crystal lake exploded, cracking into countless bottomless fissures, tearing, shattering, collapsing. The barrier maintaining the upper city area emitted endless radiance, doing its utmost to prevent the collapse of Crystal Lake from affecting the inner city walls. However, the barrier had shown signs of extinguishing not long ago and had not yet fully recovered. The inner barrier flickered with flowing light, stubbornly holding on for several dozen seconds before finally bursting open under the unbearable pressure. A powerful surge of magical energy instantly ravaged the upper city area. Caught off guard, mortals instantly turned into ice sculptures. Even first and second tier superhumans were completely unable to withstand the violent magical energy released by the shattered barrier, their lives extinguished in an instant. The powerful members of the Dahomey family, who were forcibly searching the residential area, and the ice god's guards, who were struggling to maintain order, were the first to notice this phenomenon. The former frowned and took to the air to observe, while the latter's expression changed drastically, and they roared at the Dahomey family's powerful members, traitors to the ice god. How dare you attack Crystal Lake? Disrupting Crystal City wasn't enough, you actually want to destroy the foundation of Crystal City. I can't tolerate this. Kill them! Ice magic erupted instantly, and dozens of magical techniques struck the Dahomey powerful members in midair like meteors. However, there weren't many powerful members in the city on the ground. Apart from the elite members, most were around the 3rd or 4th rank. Even if dozens of people unleashed their fury, the opponent easily knocked them away with a flick of his wrist and swept their bodies in half with a backhand spear. The blood, imbued with magical energy, further exacerbated the erosion of the city above ground. Many high-end shops and churches, relying on their remaining protective barriers, could still withstand the magical energy erupting from the shattered city's defensive barrier, but they crumbled rapidly under the aftershocks and the destructive force of the spreading magic. The barrier, already insufficiently charged with magic crystals, teetered on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, revealing a sinkhole comparable to a basin where Crystal Lake had been. The astonished Dahomey powerhouse could be vaguely seen at the lower edge. Boom! A burst of violent magic energy erupted, creating layers of ice crystals. The underground city's defensive barrier had exploded, and several giant ice crystal clusters rapidly grew from the sinkhole, seemingly about to pierce the sky. The raging, violent magic energy shocked everyone. The shattered barrier belonged to the inner barrier, used to stabilize the magical energy emanating from Crystal Lake. Therefore, the 34 layers of barrier separating the city from the outside were largely unaffected. But now, this barrier has become an accomplice in exacerbating the rampant magic. Chaotic ice magic rampages within the barrier, destroying houses and freezing life wherever it goes. Even mid-level transcendents must be careful. The situation unfolded so quickly that most residents didn't even have time to react when the underground barrier exploded. But at that moment, 2 towering trees burst forth from the void, their lush branches drooping down thousands of twigs, drawing in magic power from within 100 miles, like a storm. Simultaneously, the raging ice magic suddenly weakened, flowing orderly into the ground to suppress the surging magic. A 7-colored barrier separated Crystal Lake and Crystal City, replacing the inner barrier and isolating the magic. Suddenly, a petite girl entered the area where the battle was taking place, casually creating giant waves that washed over both sides. Even powerful 6th-level experts were powerless against these waves. The giant wave brought a gentle warmth, healing the severely injured superhumans, but the dead could not be revived. On the 2nd underground level, the continuously cracking and collapsing Crystal Lake crushed the massive magical puppet, shattering rock slabs, and sending large chunks of rock crashing down. Fortunately, mining operations had already ceased, otherwise, these rocks, imbued with rich earth magic, would have killed even a first-tier superhuman. Meanwhile, the 2nd-level Ice God guards, rushing to the scene, were astonished to find Crystal Lake entangled in a dense network of lightning. Countless metal chains, thicker than a person, were fused with the rock strata, attempting to slow the lake's explosion. Everyone, get out of there! Several 2nd-level Ice God Guard squad leaders, along with their elite Ice God cultists, unleashed ice attribute magic to assist the lightning network. However, Crystal Lake was vast, occupying 80% of Crystal City's area, and their small force could barely surround half of it. On the third underground level, a middle-aged man wearing the Dahomey clan crest, his face filled with annoyance, pushed aside the rubble covering him. A sudden tremor caused several large rocks to fall and hit him on the head, knocking him to the ground before he could react. No! I embarrassed myself in front of those foolish Crystal City people. Unforgivable. I must have the Azure Guard silence me. He stood up, clutching his head. There were no wounds, only his clothes were dirty. A burst of magic dispelled the dust. As he pondered what excuse to use to kill the nearby residents, he suddenly caught sight of a girl in a purple robe lingering near a massive crystal pillar in the distance. A surge of immense lightning and gold magic rapidly gathered within him. From his angle, he could clearly see the girl's face. Her small, delicate face carried a natural aloofness, yet her beauty was undeniably stunning. He had frequented brothels in his youth, but had never seen such a perfect face. More importantly, that face looked a bit like... Ahem, my utmost apologies. Lord Willer, I failed to arrive in time. Never mind that, capture the girl. Full force. In the 10th underground level, many 4th and 5th tier extraordinary beings lived, further suppressed by the Nideo Cathedral. Their strength far surpassed that of the surface city. The powerful members of the Dahomey clan were somewhat more restrained here, but their arrogant demeanor still caused numerous conflicts. Although the earth and the barrier frequently trembled, they had not yet reached this area, so sporadic battles continued. The mortals could only hide in their homes, praying to the ice god to punish them and drive away the arrogant and selfish Dahomey family. Inside the small, closed chapel of the Nideo Cathedral, Aladako stared in disbelief at the shattered statue of the ice god on the altar. The fragments bounced with the tremors, devoid of their former overwhelming power. He felt a chill run from his feet to his head, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The statue that delivered the divine decree was shattered? What had happened to the eternal ice god? A panicked and urgent shout came from outside the chapel. Report. Archbishop Aladako, something terrible has happened. The crystal pillar is cracked. What? Chapter 956. Whoosh. Two powerful spear shadows pierced the air, their immense ice magic, imbued with the power to freeze life, striking the purple-robed girl, who was concentrating on constructing runes in midair. However, just as the attacker's mask revealed a ruthless smile of triumph, the girl spoke calmly without turning her head. Don't disturb me while I'm busy. The next moment, a colossal lightning dragon roared forth, easily dispersing the surging ice magic emanating from the two, then swatting them away with a claw until it crashed into the ground below before arrogantly turning and disappearing. Ziluo didn't care about the lives of the two men, nor about the changes in Crystal City. What she cared about was why Crystal Lake had collapsed simultaneously. Could it be true, as the legend says, that the power of Crystal Lake came from a wisp of power left behind by the ice god? If so, did Crystal Lake possess divine power? Unfortunately, now wasn't a good time to study it. She planned to sneak down to the lower levels and take a few core crystals back to research. Although her main body would know, did she care? Again? Several even more powerful auras appeared behind her. Ziluo frowned. Hadn't she already warned them? Why were they still attacking? By the way, do I know them? However, Ziluo disdained to think about such a question. What did it matter whether she knew them or not? Interrupting her work time and time again, even if it was a seed pearl, she would still fight. Ice explosion technique. A 5th tier transcendent tore open a scroll, shooting out a stream of icy light to cover 3 accomplices attacking Ziluo. The extreme cold condensed into a cloak enveloping the attackers, adding 30% to the power of their attack. Disperse. With a slight parting of her pink lips, the attacker was shocked to find his aura plummeting and his already formed magic technique disintegrating on its own. He quickly stopped and looked warily at the girl shrouded in a deep purple robe. This isn't what Lord Willow said. At this moment, Willow, watching from below, was also secretly surprised. Didn't the clan leader say the target was at most a 4th tier cultivator? The strength he revealed was at least a peak 5th tier cultivator, but thinking of the reward, he was instantly filled with excitement. So what if she was a 6th tier cultivator? The Dahomey family had plenty of them. Don't let her get away. You come too. A figure appeared behind Willow, his armor clearly more exquisite than the one who had attacked earlier. His powerful aura clearly reached the 6th tier, and the unsuspecting residents in the distance didn't dare to approach and watch. Just a little brat, daring to be so arrogant just because he has some skill. Let this old man teach you a lesson. An aged, hoarse voice came from beneath the mask of a 6th tier expert. A blue crystal longsword appeared in his hand, its hilt inlaid with 3 gleaming high-grade gems, providing him with a continuous stream of killing power. Too much nonsense. In a flash, before the 6th-tier expert could even raise his sword, the face of a purple-robed girl appeared before him in horror. Her slender fingers slightly clenched, and a massive magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet, countless golden blades transforming into a tornado that instantly engulfed his body. With almost no power to resist, the 6th-tier expert was shredded to pieces before he could even release a defensive shield, then flung in all directions. Solidified golden magic power seeped into his body. Without help, he could only endure the excruciating pain of his mutilated body and slowly die. A giant hand of lightning gripped Willow's neck. Several triggered shields flickered twice before shattering, but a shield of ice withstood the attack, deflecting the lightning hand. Willow's hair stood on end, and he retreated rapidly. Only when facing this seemingly harmless young mage directly did he truly feel the suffocating pressure. "Looks like I made the right choice. You belong to someone of true status." Luo floated expressionlessly in midair, 10 gigantic lightning hands extending from a magic circle behind her. She casually swatted away several persistent attackers, who still tried to charge forward. Her hand reached towards the retreating Willow, the overwhelming pressure causing him to tremble. A badge engraved with a fairy and a spear appeared in her hand. "In the name of Dahomey, in accordance with the ancient oath, Fairy of the Ice Element, heed my command and freeze the enemy before you." As soon as the words were spoken, the badge shattered, and a palm-sized illusory figure flew out. It had 4 wings on its back, like tiny ice crystals, and a small ice crystal crown atop its long, ice-blue hair. Its long, slender ears twitched slightly, even longer than those of an elf. Its curious eyes looked around, but quickly locked onto the girl who had attacked. "Bad boy, freeze!" The dissipated ice magic coalesced again, transforming into the scepter in the hand of the ice fairy's shadow. A swift storm rapidly expanded, instantly engulfing an area of 100 miles. Frozen snow swept in, striking the metal shield in front of Zilu and instantly turning it to dust. Realizing that the oath badge he had never used before could unleash such power, Willer's back pain, trembling legs, and cold sweat stopped. His face regained its arrogant expression. "Ha ha ha. Don't underestimate the great Dahomey. So what if he's powerful? Can he resist the power of a fairy?" The storm swept in, clashing with the lightning. The raging magic created a hurricane that blew away the surrounding rocks, and shook the still unstable crystal lake pillar behind him. However, Zilla remained unmoved. A fairy? Had no one told him that fairies were uncontrollable? "Ice fairy, you got the wrong person. Take another look if you don't believe me." As if in casual conversation, Ziluo simply said this, and to Willier's disbelief, the fairy phantom actually stopped its attack and curiously approached. Ziluo timely withdrew her lightning magic, her gaze locking onto the approaching fairy phantom, and spoke again. "You know best what your clan's pursuits are. I don't want to be your enemy." "Enemy! Enemy!" Strange, the hazy mist, the bland taste. "Thank you for the compliment, but I can't continue chatting with you. Goodbye." The fairy phantom stopped, swirling around incomprehensible patterns, then waved at Ziluo, the color of ice, the shadow of lightning. "Goodbye." The phantom then condensed into ice crystals, fell to the ground, and shattered. The blizzard quickly subsided and disappeared, leaving only Willier kneeling on the ground, his eyes blank, and the other bewildered attackers. Boom! Lightning struck, scattering debris everywhere. Ziluo continued weaving her lightning net without turning back. She was too busy to check on the attackers' fates. "Who are you? What happened?" Luo and Hongluo, who were focused on suppressing their ice magic, simultaneously looked at the newcomers. Unsurprisingly, it was Captain Fei Dun, the top leader of the city on the ground. Just as she was about to speak, Hongluo reminded her, "Main body, do you need me to remind you to notice? The shadow of the moon has been dispelled. And your appearance has changed. How could he possibly recognize you?" Luo was startled. An ice mirror materialized before her. Sure enough, as Hongluo said, influenced by the ice god Hymenes, all her disguises had vanished, revealing her original white hair and red eyes. More importantly, her ears had disappeared. Has the side effects of the White Cat clan bloodline disappeared? But now that Felton had arrived, Luo had no choice but to put aside her doubts. Her eyes darted around, and she feigned a 6th-tier aura, anxiously explaining to Felton, "My sister and I were conversing with ourselves in the reflection of Crystal Lake when suddenly everything vanished. Now the barrier is shattered, and the situation is critical. Can you summon the Ice God's guards for help?" Although the collapse of Crystal Lake was inexplicably connected to Luo, The root cause was simply that the ice god had withdrawn some of his remaining power. Crystal City, with its long history, was built around Crystal Lake and made its living by mining crystals containing the power of ice. In a sense, it was also a form of theft. Therefore, this matter couldn't be attributed to Luo. However, she truly didn't want more people to die because of it. Crystal City was clearly not aligned with the current Agnesa royal family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Luo didn't want Crystal City to collapse because of this. Hearing this, Felton, though still suspicious, knew that now was not the time to assign blame. Having someone to assist was undoubtedly the best thing at this moment, and he also needed to quickly fulfill his responsibilities. Thank you for your rescue of Crystal City. On behalf of the Ice God Church and the residents of Crystal City, I express my heartfelt gratitude. The situation is urgent, and I cannot speak further. Farewell. He had arranged for the Ice God's guards before coming, but the Dahomey family remained a significant threat. He had no doubt they would take advantage of the situation, and among the residents were many powerful individuals. It would be best to enlist their help. Phaidon quickly departed, while Luo gazed at the sinkhole sealed by solid ice below, a sense of unease creeping over him. The ice goddess Hymenaeus' statement that she would not appear in this great world again for 10,000 years not only meant the collapse of the ice god's followers, such as the Agnesars, and the impending unpredictable crisis for the entire northern continent, but also represented a breach in the watchful gaze of the guardian deity of the living world. Luo suddenly recalled the destruction of the Sky Kingdom, to which Simmel belonged, decades ago. The mastermind behind this secret was the traitorous Lord Fani, one of the demon lords. Feng had mentioned that the Sky Kingdom should have been protected by the wind god Leodorus, but for some reason, the traitorous lord was able to bypass that protection. Looking back now, it's highly likely that it wasn't betraying the great lord that could break through the wind god's protection, but rather that the wind god, like the ice god, had left the living world. Moreover, as an assistant in the great library, Luo had worked there for over 10 years, and was well aware that the number of Vizdu was slowly increasing. Although not obvious, it was a real change. Could it be that even the god of magic had left? But Luo quickly dismissed the idea. No, that's not right. The god of magic shouldn't have left yet, otherwise the mage hall would go crazy. The gods worshipped by the various halls should still be there. Main body, you're not praying for the god's protection, are you? Our goal isn't that. Can you guarantee you can be resurrected again? Besides, the ice god is right, it's not safe here. We need to speed things up. Red Luo pursed his lips, intensifying the calming of the out-of-control ice magic. Blue Luo maintained the purification tree to absorb excess magic to avoid increasing the workload. The other extraordinary beings in the distance had already scattered and fled. Their strength was mostly at the second or third tier, let alone rescuing others. They might not even be able to save themselves. However, the ice god's guards below had already formed small groups to construct magical barriers, and with Pink Luo assisting from below, the surging magical energy within the city was partially under control. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long giant spear crashed down from above, its target clearly aimed at the three Luos. The Luo sensed at the instant the magical energy surged. Red Luo's expression immediately turned cold, and her gaze towards the spear in the sky became extremely dangerous. Z Luo was attacked too, wasn't she? I see who dares to lay a hand on her. Unlike Z Luo, Hong Luo was a complete action-oriented person. A blood fiend mask materialized in her hand, hanging beside her face, terrifying aura emanating from her entire body. A cloak and scarf were draped over her, and she shot into the sky like a drawn sword. Don't use dark power. Annoying. I know. Hong Luo impatiently swung away the blood fiend knight's sword she had just condensed, which transformed into an ice sword filled with aura of malevolence. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it resembled the winter sword given to Viguria. Get out of my way. A sword flashed, its astonishing aura instantly tearing through the locked-off aura. Though over 100 meters long, it swiftly severed the descending giant spear. You truly displease me. In that case, death is the best way out. Hong Luo hovered high in the air, surging magical power beneath her feet like waves, surrounding the Ice Queen. As the tip of her sword pointed at the several extra figures on the city wall, 9 enormous magic circles unfolded behind her, their icy blue halos flashing with deadly brilliance. The next moment, 9 giant ice swords, imbued with the chilling power to freeze everything slowly. Slash. Not good. She's not 4th tier. She's been locked on. Resist? The ice sword struck, its aura overwhelming. The 4 people on the city wall paled. This oppressive force was definitely high-level magic. The 4 quickly activated the array of their azure ice armor, a shield of ice crystals covering them. Then, all their magic power flowed into their blood energy, their aura suddenly rising a level. But facing the massive ice sword so close at hand, they still felt no sense of security. Fight! Blood burn! One of them roared, blood flames erupting from his body, solidifying the shield once more. Boom boom boom. The first sword strike shattered the shield. The second sword strike shattered the shield again. The third sword strike sent the 4 men spitting blood as they retreated. The fourth sword strike caused all 4 men to explode. After the 9 sword strikes, 100 meters of the inner city wall vanished, and the 4 people who had been there were nothing but ashes. 100 meters away, at the point where the wall had broken, a guard slumped down, his eyes glazed over. He was just a hair's breadth away from meeting the ice god. Hong Luo let out a long sigh, tossed her silver hair, and snorted coldly as she returned to Luo's side. A mere piece of trash dares to resist? Doesn't he know the meaning of death? Luo glared at her, annoyed. Just a few 5th-tier beings? Is such a big fuss necessary? There's clearly a 6th-tier being here. Don't talk back to me. Did you hurt anyone else? What a joke. Who do you think I am? Do you think my control is that bad? Quickly calm down the magic here. I have a feeling someone is deliberately targeting us. As it turned out, Hong Luo, or rather Luo's intuition, was right. Moments later, Pink Luo, who was rescuing people, was also stopped and interrogated by several similarly dressed 5th-tier superhumans. 2 5th-tier warriors, wielding ice spears, slowly approached Pink Luo. Their chilling aura enveloped several streets, creating a cage that imprisoned her. So you're the sinner? You're quite cute, but your methods are so ruthless. You really need some discipline. Me? Seeing the warriors closing in, Pink Luo's first thought in a panic was, I'm doomed. My destruction of Crystal Lake has been discovered. Chapter 957. What do you want to do? What do they want? The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances. Strange, didn't the clan leader say their target was ruthless and dared to disrespect the noble Duowomi family? Why does she look so weak and timid, posing no threat at all? But soon, one of them chuckled maliciously. Being cute is good, weakness makes things easier. He immediately shouted, Stop your pitiful act, you sinner. Do you know your mistake? Thenlu trembled, pitifully poking her index finger. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm trying my best to make amends. Please let me go, okay? Ha ha ha. Look, she's even begging us to let her go, ha ha ha. The other man also laughed loudly, raising his spear and slicing it across Thenlu's skin, teasingly saying, Since you know your crime, then obediently come with us. Such a pretty face, it wouldn't be good if we accidentally scratched it. To their surprise, Pink Lu took a step back, decisively shook her head, and pointed to the shattered houses in the distance, explaining earnestly, before confessing, I need to help people escape danger. Don't worry, I won't run away. If you're worried, you can come along too, and help the residents of Crystal City while you're at it. If it weren't for the girl's unusually serious expression, the 2 would never have imagined that anyone would ask the Dahomey family to rescue Crystal City. Couldn't they see that they were just trying to take advantage of the situation? Was this person out of their mind? What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and do it. It was their accomplice, who had been watching the city being corrupted by magic with great interest, who reprimanded them. Hearing this, the 2 also abandoned their playful intentions, and said coldly, I don't care what you want to do. Since you dare to attack the Dahomey people, be prepared to become their slaves. Having said that, she unleashed a torrent of magic, attempting to forcibly bind Pinkie Pie and take her away. Unexpectedly, Pinkie Pie effortlessly leaped away from the magical restraints, her large, watery eyes widening in bewilderment, her red pupils gleaming with golden light. So you're not from Crystal City, huh? I thought my accidental breaking of Crystal Lake had been exposed. Hee hee. What do you mean, breaking Crystal Lake? Of course we weren't. The 2, regaining their senses, paled drastically. What did she mean? She was the one who broke Crystal Lake? Pinkie Pie didn't give them a chance to speak. Her gentle brows furrowed slightly, her wand coalescing in her hand. With a light tap, a colossal wave surged beneath her feet, engulfing all the Dahomey people present. I remember now, you're the villains. You even attacked my sisters. You deserve a little punishment. Boom! Accompanied by several screams, everyone was hurled outside the inner city walls, crashing solidly into the 7-colored barrier. Only after the giant wave subsided did they land on the ground, gasping for breath. Cough cough. What's wrong with that girl? No, I don't know. I feel like my body is melting. Quick, I don't have enough exorcism potion. Does anyone have any extra? Several people were showing signs of liquefaction, sinking into the giant waves. The pervasive water magic was far beyond what simple shields could withstand. Their internal organs were already severely corroded, and they could only rely on their own magic to maintain their fragile lives. I have to report to the clan leader as soon as possible. Damn it, don't let me run into her again, otherwise. Otherwise what? Tell me. The cold voice carried a familiar quality. The 6th-tier expert, who spoke subconsciously, looked up, only to see the girl floating in midair. You weren't? The next moment, his consciousness vanished completely. In his last memory, he vaguely noticed that the girl who killed him seemed much colder, and her clothes were completely different. Am I seeing a ghost? Han Luo clutched a few fragments of radiant light, his soul power penetrating to try and access his memories. All the Luos had been attacked, making him realize something was wrong. The attackers clearly identified themselves as members of the Dahomey family, but had he ever clashed with them? He only crippled some trash in another dimension. Huh? A soul protection array? What a grand scheme! Han Luo's expression darkened. These remnant souls all possess soul protections they themselves didn't know about. Judging from the array's structure, it was clearly a curse-type soul magic effective against a certain bloodline. Its specific effects were unknown, but it at least possessed effects such as preventing memory prying and nullifying soul enslavement. Such skillful soul techniques reminded Han Luo of a heinous race. With a crushing crush of the remnant soul, Han Luo turned back, her form shifting to the 1.6-meter-tall cat-eared girl she had arrived in. She slightly modified her appearance, making her face less soft, and simultaneously, all aspects of Luo changed. In the blink of an eye, Luo vanished, leaving only the alien traveler named Eileen. Report? Report? Target spotted. The hall doors were flung open, and a person, only their upper body remaining, stumbled in. Blood continued to flow from their mutilated head, the brain pulsating slightly amidst the red and white. If not for magic sustaining their life, such injuries would have killed them countless times over. Ralph, who was bowing in prayer, glanced indifferently at the messenger and casually flicked him away. Useless. Couldn't even catch a girl. The messenger was none other than the 6th-tier powerhouse, whose body had been shredded by Z Luo's metal storm. His tenacious vitality and the high-quality potions provided by his family had allowed him to survive, but the golden magic deeply ingrained in his flesh was difficult to dispel. In this northern land without a church of light, only the priests of the Ice God Church could accelerate the dissipation of this foreign magic. However, the Ice God Church in Crystal City did not welcome him. Struggling to prop himself up, the messenger coughed up a mouthful of pink blood with a metallic sheen, hurriedly explaining, Chief, she's not a 4th tier. I couldn't even withstand a single attack. Even Lord Whittle. He too fell victim to that girl's cruelty. Ralph frowned deeply. He certainly didn't believe she could kill a 6th-tier expert instantly. Recalling the message his beloved illegitimate son, Engeli, had sent before his death, his anger flared even more. Even with her body gnawed to the bone by fish, her eyes filled with venomous hatred as she begged her father for revenge, the image of her constantly flashed through Ralph's mind. A 3rd-tier mage, how much could she possibly improve in 40 years? At most, she'd be 5th tier, most likely still 4th. After all, those who enter other dimensions either have mediocre talent or are protected by powerful forces during their trials. Judging from Engeli's description, the girl clearly had no guardian. She could only be an ordinary person with mediocre talent. But disbelief aside, now that the person who killed his son had appeared, he was determined to torture him to death with his own hands. Clan Chief Ralph, you're showing far too little respect for this city lord. It was Lord Wendell who suddenly appeared at the hall entrance, blocking Ralph's way. With the incident at Crystal Lake, the first to notice was undoubtedly Wendell, currently the strongest among them. Like everyone else, his first thought was that Ralph, that traitor, was behind it all. With icy eyes fixed on the hostile-looking Ralph, Wendell unleashed his oppressive aura, coldly stating, Chief Ralph, I, the city lord, did not wish to be your enemy, but you have gone too far. A badge was tossed to him. Ralph frowned as he caught it, and upon seeing the family crest, his face instantly contorted with rage. So my people have indeed been murdered by you. Just wait for the wrath of the Dahomey family. But Wendell sneered, his aura exploding throughout the hall, revealing 3 8th-tier powerhouses flying around. Archbishop Aladako, High Priest Lavia, and High Priest Dorba. Ralph, I addressed you as chieftain only out of fear of Frostguard City, but since you have betrayed the Empire, we need not give you any more face. Lavia's face remained icy, the ring given to her by Helida. The sight of the Dahomey family crest within her fingernails made her realize that the Dahomey family might have sided with the cult. Initially, It was just suspicion, after all. Siding with the cult was a serious crime. Even if they could use this as leverage, without other evidence, they could be easily overturned. But recently, Crystal Lake had mysteriously shattered. Only the Dahomey family could possess such power, and they were also a bitter enemy. Now, even with conclusive evidence, they could pin the blame on Ralph. The high priests of all generations had participated in the pronouncements of the Ice God's oracle, and were closest to the Ice God. Yet now, Crystal Lake, a symbol of the Ice God's faith in Crystal City, had been destroyed by the Dahomey family. Ladia would surely tear Ralph to pieces. Empty-mouthed arguments only make us a laughingstock. My disciple has already ascertained that the Dahomey family is complicit in evil, using cult property without authorization. Their crime deserves death. Ralph narrowed his eyes. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant. Those two good-for-nothings had run into the priests of the Ice God's church. But he wouldn't easily admit it. His master's grand plan wasn't ready yet, and exposing the Dahomey family now wouldn't be good. His tone softened slightly, and Ralph spoke calmly. No wonder some of the stolen goods my patriarch confiscated from the cult a few years ago were missing. It turns out they were petty thieves. He bowed slightly to the menacing group. Thank you all for purging the traitors for my patriarch. The Dahomey family will remember this forever. Here's a small gift. Since that's the case, the bet was that Crystal City won, so hand over the Crystal City Barrier Control Hub. Wendell stepped forward, his imposing aura, along with the other three, bearing down on Ralph. The temperature in the entire hall plummeted. The two 8th-tier guards reappeared behind Ralph, together bearing the heavy pressure. Heh, is that what you mean? Ralph sneered, flipping over the barrier control hub. It was a shimmering, 7-colored ice blue crystal sapling, which immediately complemented the entire city's protective barrier, and the surrounding magic became unusually orderly. Upon seeing the actual object, their gazes were immediately drawn to it. The reason Crystal City was under Ralph's control was because the barrier's core was in his hands. If they could get it back, they would act without hesitation. Getting it back is simple. I'm not a petty person, but our original agreement stipulated 2 things. Ralph revealed himself for only a moment before retracting the barrier's core, standing with his hands behind his back and smiling. My people recently discovered that a foreign spy has appeared in Crystal City. I will return it the moment you capture her. Wendell had already noticed the half-dead 6th-tier transcendent in the hall, instantly realizing that not long ago meant just now, and inwardly regretted it. According to the plan, they would seize the barrier's nexus with swift and decisive action when Ralph was off guard, then use the collapse of Crystal Lake to kill him, spreading rumors that the Dahomey family was colluding with the cult. This way, even if Frostguard City and the royal family had objections, they would have to swallow their pride. Unexpectedly, this old man's vigilance was exceptionally strong. He even turned around and threatened them. Very well, I will bring men within 7 days. I hope Chief Ralph will keep his promise. Also, keep your men under control. If they approach Crystal Lake again, they will be executed on the spot. Wendell, being a shrewd man, keenly sensed that Ralph was unaware of the cause of Crystal City's turmoil. Otherwise, he would never have remained here so leisurely. With Crystal Lake shattered, they, being highly suspected, could not possibly leave Crystal City alive. Death was only a matter of time. Taking away the information from Ralph, the four gave him a cold glance and turned to leave. Whether intentionally or not, the half-dead 6th-tier cultivator was accidentally crushed to death by their overwhelming aura. Ralph frowned slightly. He sensed that Lord Wendell was hiding something, but the thought of soon dealing with the murderer of his son filled him with a surge of pleasure. He quickly returned to the statue of the Ice God and prayed softly. Leaving this level of the church, Lord Wendell immediately transmitted his voice to the other 3. Quickly assemble your forces to prevent messages from reaching the upper echelons. I will continue to conceal all traces of Crystal Lake. He wanted to use this opportunity to cut off Ralph's spies, but in truth, Ralph himself had created this opportunity. After all, he had forcibly occupied the cathedral on the 29th underground level in the name of the Dahomey family. The 3 nodded, and then Aladako asked, Lord, are we really going to help that old man find someone? For Crystal City. Except for Dorba, the others remained calm, showing no sign of trouble. Seeing this, Aladako stopped worrying. Trading one person for the safety of Crystal City was a worthwhile trade. However, when he saw the 2 portraits Wendell had drawn with magic, he immediately felt uneasy. That old man, Ralph, is determined to kill us. Archbishop, you seem to know her? How could he not? Aladako took a deep breath and warned in a low voice, this is a member of the Black Robes of the Mage's Hall. Gentlemen, that old man has given us a huge problem. Hearing his words, even Wendell's expression turned serious. Although the mage's hall was far away, for such a behemoth, was distance within a plane a problem? If it were just ordinary people in blue or red robes, arresting them wouldn't be a big deal. Crystal City could simply deny it afterward. But the black-robed figures are the backbone of the Mage Hall, key members of its management, and under its strong protection. If these official forces were to take action themselves, and the Mage Hall questioned them, even the Agnesa royal family wouldn't be able to change anything. Not to mention, if the Mage Hall were to explicitly ban Agnesa Empire residents from entering the Mage Holy Land, all the priests of the Ice God Temple throughout the Empire would be finished. For a moment, the four fell silent. On one side was the safety of the city, on the other, their own safety. This was a difficult choice. Right now, the only thing to do is buy time. Archbishop Aladako, you know her, the task of stabilizing her is entrusted to you. The collapse of Crystal City is the most serious incident at present. They can't waste too much time. It's best to discuss things in detail after Crystal City is stabilized. Chapter 958. Phew, that should be enough. Luo wiped imaginary sweat from her forehead. Thanks to her, Red Luo, and Blue Luo's joint efforts, the raging magic above Crystal Lake was under control. The remaining aftershocks would simply dissipate naturally. Sensing the area, Purple Luo had already gone to the 4th underground level. The deeper they went, the less the Crystal Lake pillars collapsed, but stabilizing them became increasingly difficult. Luo had a premonition that they could only delay the collapse of Crystal Lake at best, but it was destined to disappear completely in the end. Right, I need to tell Fia and Ano to reunite with Purple Luo as soon as possible, to avoid any accidents. After giving these instructions via the contract, Luo dispelled the barrier spell, and was about to look for Pink Luo when she learned that Pink Luo was being hunted. Main body, someone's coming, Red Luo warned. Luo regained her composure, and her gaze fell upon over 300 malevolent Dahomey warriors, ranging from 5th to 6th rank. The 3 leaders were dressed in extraordinary attire, clearly core members of the clan. Didn't expect that, did you? Your disguise was all planned by the clan chief. Enough with the nonsense. Let's get this straight. Whoever gets the credit this time gets to attack. Control of the new city is destined to be mine. You can only win, not lose. Under their respective masters' commands, all the warriors split into 3 groups, hundreds of them linked together, their momentum fierce, and they attacked Luo and his men without hesitation. They couldn't enter the barrier, but they had just witnessed Luo and his men's heroic act of calming the magic. They quickly realized that their opponents were not to be underestimated, and therefore did not underestimate them like the warriors, who had acted recklessly earlier. You're courting death. Hong Luo took a step forward, raising his right hand. A massive ice sword rapidly condensed, the aura of high-level magic sending a chill down the spines of many warriors, but they still gritted their teeth and charged forward. They were not fighting alone. Their clan's battle team could provide a boost comparable to the Imperial Army. Even against a 7th-tier expert, they were not invincible. Wake up, we need to finish this quickly. Lan Luo, sprawled on a soft, white cat-shaped pillow made of cotton, heard Luo's voice, yawned, rubbed her eyes, and reluctantly knelt on the pillow. With a flick of her wrist, the Code of Hecate appeared in her hands. Let's use this, main body. You're so lazy. So many spells weren't inscribed on it. You can inscribe them yourself later. However, Lan Luo's comment made Luo start to consider whether she should prepare a weapon for each of Luo's. The Code of Hecate could be given to Lan Luo. She seemed to love spellbooks. Red Luo had the unknown rank spell Blood Knight's Sword, which would be a perfect match for her. Perhaps Purple Luo could study it later, and it could even be improved. But the other 2 didn't have corresponding weapons. Pink Luo's wand was just a stack of runes, equivalent to ordinary low-level magic. Maybe she could find Stonehammer to forge a wand later. After a moment's thought, Luo quickly focused his attention on the enemies fighting Hong Luo. Even though the enemy numbered 300 and possessed unique amplifying magic skills, they were still being subtly overwhelmed by Hong Luo. With Intimidate activated, the strength of all enemies decreased by 30%. High-level spells were unleashed like water, and whenever the enemies retaliated, their ice magic would fluctuate strangely, greatly reducing the power of their spells, and even threatening backlash. However, the enemy, relying on their numbers, repeatedly distributed Hong Luo's attacks. Although they suffered shockwaves each time, they were still far from being defeated. Unfortunately, Hong Luo wasn't alone. In just over 10 minutes, 300 people were either dead or crippled, with only about 10 managing to escape in the chaos. Blood splattered, creating a torrential rain of blood that increased the surrounding magic concentration by 1,000 times, making it unbearable even for mid-level transcendence. Dispersing the chaotic ice magic, Luo, wielding the silver moon lamp, approached the remaining 3 self-proclaimed superior members of the Dahomey tribe step by step. His powerful soul force wove a net, slowly seeping into their terrified hearts. "Speak, why are you targeting us?" A chilling voice echoed in their hearts. The cute girl in their eyes seemed to twist, her figure growing taller and taller, magnificent and noble. They were merely insects. Before a dragon, they should submit and kneel, offering their lives and loyalty. Yes, it was the chieftain who said. "Ah!" A childish scream suddenly startled the 3, causing them to instinctively turn around. On the other side of the city wall, a small, adorable girl was being dragged by the arm by a grinning young man, her large eyes filled with tears as she struggled. "No! Let go! He, immediately come back with this young master, the taste will be wonderful." Luo frowned slightly. Anna Bauer? Why is she still here? But this momentary hesitation gave the 3 of them hope. The middle-aged man with the mustache on the right bit his tongue, the stinging pain invigorating him. A crystal skull appeared in his hand, but he quickly withdrew it. Before the clan leader left, he ordered that the gift should not be used even under death. He dared not disobey, and quickly took out 5 scrolls, tore them open, and threw them at his feet. Without looking back, he flew rapidly towards the lowly. The scrolls transformed into 3 thick, sturdy shields. 2 more scrolls released projections of 2 powerful 7th-tier stone giants. Although they were not as strong as true 7th-tier giants, they could easily defeat ordinary 6th-tier giants. Bang! An ice shard pierced through, shattering 2 sides of the shields instantly. The man with the mustache was covered in blood, his internal organs severely injured, but this attack also accelerated his flight towards his target. The remaining 2, as if waking from a dream, frantically pulled out their life-saving items, trying to imitate her. However, they were too late. Before them stood the silver-haired witch who had effortlessly slain a 6th-tier opponent. One tore open a scroll, his face barely showing relief before an ice shard pierced his head, his shield only just unfolding. The other was decapitated before he could even pull out half of his scroll. Crack, crack. 2 more ice sculptures appeared on the city wall, quickly shattering. A 6th-tier opponent could withstand Luo's attack, but a 5th-tier opponent was utterly outmatched. They were simply not on the same level. The man with the mustache glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye, and what he saw made his hair stand on end in terror. His flight speed increased by 2 points, and he amplified his voice with magic. "People of Dahomey, as a member of the 5 counties, I order you to stop them immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from their family." The battle was taking place on the edge of the inner city wall. Under the influence of the violent magic and the city's tremors, coupled with the short duration of the battle, many Dahomey warriors were unaware of the enemy they faced. Upon hearing the order, they immediately took flight from the city. Seeing the figure chasing the man with the mustache rapidly approaching, they hurriedly used ranged magic to hinder him. "I handle it." Lan Luo yawned, kneeling on the plump white cat pillow. With a flick of his finger, countless gray-green rays of light flew from the spell book, transforming into huge, dilapidated wooden hammers that precisely struck each incoming attack. Gray Rock Wooden Hammer high-level magic skill, Earth, Wood. In the Gray Rock region once lived strange tree people who lived by drawing earth magic. They were called Gray Rock Tree People. Compared with ordinary tree people, Gray Rock Tree People were not very mobile, but their defense was stronger. Their signature skill, Gray Rock Wooden Hammer, could easily shatter a mountain. The creator, mimicking this being, created similar skills, perfectly fusing earth and wood magic, resulting in a material that is sturdy and indestructible, and also possessing the self-repairing properties of wood magic. This dual magic technique, initially inscribed in the Code of Hecate, was specifically designed for the Great Hammer Warriors. However, after Zilla mastered the basic technique of releasing magic externally, the Luos, using the spellbook, could easily use the inscribed runes. Unfortunately, suitable magic for Lanlu hadn't been inscribed yet. The lazy Lanlu decided to deal with it later. For now, this was enough. However, the power of a high-level magic technique was no joke. The powerful, spontaneously falling strike upon release shattered all attacks, and the remaining force struck the Dahomey warriors directly on the head, slamming them heavily back to the ground. The man with the mustache was terrified, his body flushing crimson, as he forced himself to increase his speed even further. However, the difference in strength couldn't be bridged by conventional methods. Moreover, the young man who had captured Anna Bauer had realized that Luo and his companions were not to be trifled with, and was currently fleeing for his life. Crack! Several ice shards caught up with the mustache man, pitting him to the city wall. Luo watched the young man fleeing towards the elevator platform and Anna Bauer, whom he still clung to tightly. After a moment's hesitation, she gave chase. That child is quite polite, Luo thought, not wanting the child to be insulted because of her involvement. Besides, she had already decided to kill every member of the Dahomey family she encountered. With the aid of the Azure Wind Domain and Wind Magic, Luo quickly pulled ahead of the red-clad Luo, catching up with the young man in a few breaths. Although he had more time to prepare, his courage was clearly inferior to the mustache man's, and he was still hoping that other warriors would come to his rescue. A staff shattered the youth's shield, and Luo casually blasted him away, then scooped up the terrified Anna Bauer. Luckily, Luo's strength was considerable, otherwise, with Anna Bauer held hostage, using magic would have been troublesome. What? Sister Eileen, Bauer scared? Luo wondered about the internal structure of Anna Bauer's puppet, as it could even mimic tears so perfectly. However, the mage's robes weren't easily soaked, so the tears were wiped back onto Bauer's face. Gently patting the trembling Anna Bauer, Luo checked her condition, and was surprised to find that the puppet hadn't been corrupted by magic. Everyone near the inner wall, except for mid-level transcendents, had fled. Those who hadn't escaped were naturally turned into ice sculptures. After offering a few words of comfort, Luo put Anna down. 3 people flew up from a nearby elevator platform, one clad in dark blue armor and wearing a matching mask, another shrouded in icy mist, obscuring their features, and the third was none other than Attic, whom he hadn't seen for some time. What are the people from Crystal City doing mixing with the Dahomey family? However, all 3 were at the 7th rank, a somewhat troublesome situation. Luo didn't choose to attack. His figure and aura shifted, instantly transforming into a 1.7-meter tall D-rank mage, and he quietly disappeared into the city below. After witnessing the 3's conversation, he left. However, Luo quickly noticed that the relationship between the 2 sides seemed strained. Attic forced a smile throughout, while the other 2 treated him coldly, showing no respect whatsoever. This reassured Luo somewhat. At least Crystal City hadn't become an enemy. Main body, what should we do now? Red Luo and Blue Luo had returned, but the former scoffed at Luo's transformed appearance, deeming it aesthetically unappealing. Her slightly bulging figure was much more suitable. I think you need to correct your thinking. Let Pink Luo distract them. She's not as reckless as you when she fights. Let's find them first. I think so too. Looks like we're on the same page. Rolling her eyes at Red Luo, Luo suddenly noticed Anna Bauer in her arms, her big eyes still wet with tears, looking at her in disbelief. Then at Red Luo, then at Blue Luo. The whole little girl was in a bad mood. 1 Eileen sister, 2 Eileen sisters, 3 Eileen sisters. Is Bauer dreaming? I'm so dizzy. Anna Bauer was truly dizzy, her eyes rolled back, and she went limp. Holding Anna Bauer by the back of her collar, Luo sighed and patted her forehead. Children's mental fortitude is so weak, she herself was quite. Main body, this child is quite like you. Shut up. Leaving Pink Luo to draw fire, the other 3 Luos flew into the underground city with Anna Bauer. However, to prevent the Dahomey family from having some special mark that allowed them to evade the shadow in the moon effect, Red Luo swaggered up to test it first. Red Luo couldn't go down, not because she was recognized, but because the elevator platform was completely closed to traffic, and it was a mandatory requirement from Crystal City. Could it be that the Crystal City higher-ups really intend to pledge allegiance to the Dahomey family? Having shaken off several Dahomey warriors, who were practically robbing her, Red Luo brought back the news. In my opinion, it's faster to just storm in. Those mere grunts can be killed with a wave of the hand. Let's ask Attic first. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would cooperate with the Dahomey. Luo made the decision. Blue Luo would hide nearby and observe, while she and Red Luo would go find Attic. Because she was worried that Lan Luo might fall asleep halfway through, Luo gave her a few extra instructions, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen. Sister, there's a forbidden checkpoint ahead. What should we do? Ano and her sister hid outside the city walls. Things had been going strange since morning. First, the magic power of the edge barrier suddenly dropped. Then an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Although it only lasted for a brief moment, most ordinary people probably wouldn't have reacted. It was enough to shock Ano. That aura was even stronger than that of the 8th-tier elven priestess, Aphi, second only to their little master. Unfortunately, their master wasn't around, so they could only suppress their anxiety and set up defensive measures near the chapel. Soon after, chaos erupted in the 10th underground level of the city. Fortunately, the chapel was located in the suburbs, sparsely populated, allowing them to watch the occasional bursts of magical energy in the city while waiting near the 2 little ones. The situation truly spiraled out of control at noon. Without warning, Crystal City suddenly trembled violently. The inner barrier protecting the Crystal Lake pillar visibly erupted with brilliant light, and the entire massive, boundless pillar trembled noticeably. The riot intensified. Believers of the Ice God fled the city to pray. Ice-armored warriors claiming to be from the Dahomey family forcibly arrested people. Ice God guards fought with the ice-armored warriors, and unidentified individuals resisted arrest. Fortunately, the riot did not spread to the chapel, and they survived several hours peacefully. As the tremor subsided, their master's instructions suddenly echoed in their minds. Return to the surface city as soon as possible, with a clone to meet them along the way. Reassured, the two sisters quickly packed their belongings and, with the two little ones, rushed towards the elevator platform. However, little one's influence was too great. They had to maintain a distance of several meters. Once little one appeared before the residence, the sisters finally realized just how terrifying a seemingly palm-sized person could be. Chapter 959. The elevator platform was completely shut down, and powerful seals flickered at the entrances and exits. Hundreds upon hundreds of residents surrounded the entrances and exits, attempting to force their way in. Most of them were superhumans, who had settled here in the past 2 years, and naturally, they wouldn't simply entrust their lives to Crystal City. Moreover, they had witnessed the Ice God Church's lack of strong resistance against the Dahomey warriors' widespread searches. The sporadic fighting was merely due to the Dahomey warriors going too far, leading one to suspect that the two major powers intended to exploit all the residents. However, while powerful superhumans could gather and confront each other, low and mid-level superhumans could only stay obediently in their residences, as the barrier of the Forbidden Pass was beyond their ability to pass through. Big brother, can we really get through? Shoo! Keep a close eye on things. The unrest hasn't subsided yet, and there will definitely be strong individuals trying to break through. If we seize the opportunity, we can definitely succeed. Two simply dressed young men were stealthily hiding in the shadows using concealment skills, their bright eyes fixed on the barrier of the Forbidden Pass not far away. They had been waiting for half an hour, but hadn't had a single chance. If this continued, their magic would be exhausted, and to avoid being caught, they would have to escape to the suburbs to replenish their magic. Suddenly, a tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, floated towards the forbidden checkpoint. Although small, it had all the necessary features: strange, long, light pinkish-green hair, and its body wrapped in flowing ribbons, seemingly naked, but in reality, nothing could be seen. Big brother, what is that? How should I know? Shut up. Don't give yourself away. Under the brothers' watchful eyes, the strange little creature quickly approached the forbidden checkpoint, trying to squeeze through, but clearly the barrier was in effect. No matter how hard it pushed, the barrier didn't even ripple, let alone fluctuate. The little girl seemed unhappy, stomping her feet in midair, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Her adorable appearance inexplicably eased the brothers' tension, even giving them a strange, inexplicable thought of helping her get through. After lingering for a few minutes, the little girl stopped under the brothers' puzzled gazes. Her face flushed red, and a cute hey-huh could be faintly heard. Suddenly, the bandages wrapped around her lengthened, spreading countless rose-pink patterns. The bandages quickly twisted and coiled, transforming into a slightly beating heart, growing stronger with each beat. An invisible wave rippled outwards, and the brothers inexplicably felt a surge of heat. Thump! Thump! The heart, covered in pink patterns, pounded violently. The earth seemed to breathe heavily, the ground trembled slightly, flowers and grass intertwined, trees burst into vibrant blooms, and insects and grasshoppers huddled together. A decadent atmosphere quietly spread. Big brother, what did we eat this morning? We're superhumans. Why would we eat food? But I feel something's off. He suppressed the heat rising deep within him, and turned to look at his older brother. For some reason, he felt his brother was exceptionally handsome and dashing today, causing his heart to pound, and a nameless fire to gather in his lower abdomen. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. He shook his head repeatedly, trying to shake off the strange thought, and focused his attention back on the little one in the distance, unaware of the burning intensity in his brother's eyes. Buzz? Amidst the eerie heartbeat, the barrier suddenly distorted. If Luo were here, he would have noticed that the normally stable barrier was rapidly replicating itself at the rune connection points, not only quickly consuming its own energy, but the proliferating nodes were also distorting the barrier's own functions. In a matter of moments, the long forbidden pass tore apart into several bloated spheres, then shattered and dissipated. The little one nodded in satisfaction, retracted his bandages, and quickly flew forward. A moment later, two concealed figures flashed past, and swiftly disappeared. But the brothers were unaware that strange panting sounds came from the shadows. Similar occurrences happened in several other places, indicating that they weren't the only ones attempting to sneak through the Forbidden Pass. Today, the area before the Forbidden Pass was unusually abundant with wild fruits. Finding Attic wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in avoiding the two 7th-tier Dahomey family superhumans, who were currently scanning the city bit by bit with their reconnaissance skills. While they might be arrogant, they wouldn't be careless. Even with their disguises, a hasty approach would arouse suspicion. Luo, carrying Anna Bauer, trailed far behind with Red Luo, changing their appearance every so often and altering their route to avoid detection. Reconnaissance skills differ from perception. They are diverse in form and unpredictable in principle. Luo could only claim to be very familiar with magical and soul-based reconnaissance skills, but other professions also have their own unique reconnaissance methods, including blood energy, sound, divination, mental projection, and even certain intuitions can be used as reconnaissance methods. The opponent was very patient, determined to find Luo, but after nightfall, Attic left alone, replaced by another unfamiliar 6th-tier Ice God Guard squad leader. The opportunity was fleeting, and Luo and Red Luo immediately turned and flew towards Attic. "Who is it?" In a flash, Attic appeared, his face cold, his right hand already touching the long sword at his waist, his killing intent locked onto Luo and Red Luo. However, this was all within Luo's calculations. Otherwise, with Attic's strength, he would have needed to be within 100 meters to detect them, not 500 meters away. "It's me." Luo's figure shifted, reverting to her cat-eared form. Attic was startled, his killing intent slowly fading, a complex expression flashing across his face, though his hand had already left the hilt of his sword. "The Dahomey family is looking for you. You shouldn't be here. I still have unfinished business. I can't simply leave." "I see. Come with me." It would be difficult to explain if we were discovered. Attic led Luo and her group to an abandoned chapel. After sweeping away the dust, he spoke seriously. "To be honest, the situation in Crystal City is too complicated right now. I can't judge what's safe. You two should stay here." Luo shook her head, rejecting his suggestion. "I need to go to the underground city to find Lord Alida. I can't stay in the surface city forever." Attic frowned. He understood, of course, that the person before him knew Alida. Their previous joint efforts to eliminate the berserk monsters were also because of Alida. It was Dako's arrangement, but "I convey your intentions. You can wait here." Luo keenly sensed something amiss, and subtly locked onto the other party. "Mr. Attic, you belong to the Ice God's Guard. I think lifting the seal on the elevator platform shouldn't be difficult, right? Considering we're both fighting for Crystal City, could you please make things easier?" "I'm sorry, this is Lord Oridako's order. Keeping you here is for your own good. You really are with him." Red Luo was faster than Luo, but Attic moved almost in sync with him. Even with Luo's powerful physique, he was only limited to the 6th tier. At close range, a warrior's mobility was far superior. 81 law swords instantly thrust into the abandoned chapel, raising an impenetrable barrier that trapped Luo and Red Luo inside. Attic left behind an afterimage. His true form had already appeared outside the barrier, bowing slightly. "I apologize. I have no intention of being your enemy, nor is this meant to harm you. After I report to Lord Alidako, you will be released." "That's unnecessary. Since you haven't shown any hostility, I can give you an extra chance to explain." A cold voice came from behind, causing Attic's expression to change slightly. He then gave a wry smile, and slowly turned around. It was none other than Luo speaking. Red Luo stood beside him with a disdainful expression, and behind him was a cute little girl, though she appeared to be asleep. Looking back, sure enough, the two inside the barrier had vanished as phantoms. Attic sighed softly, refraining from any rash actions. "Miss Eileen, you are indeed no ordinary traveler. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the silver-haired witch who was renowned among the younger generation of the 7 Empires 20 years ago. The younger generation is indeed formidable, one can't deny the passage of time." Seeing Luo's composed demeanor, Attic helplessly shrugged. "Don't look at me like that. Actually, your true appearance has already been spread by the Dahomey family. Fortunately, you didn't use your true form, otherwise, you would have faced far more attacks. Heh, I will judge the truth myself. Now, do you choose to fight us and reveal your plans for Crystal City, or will you reveal your brilliant scheme for Crystal City now?" Attic glanced at the red-haired Luo who had spoken. He didn't recognize the tall girl before him, but his warrior's intuition told him that this woman had some kind of connection to the silver-haired witch, though she certainly wouldn't reveal such a secret so easily. Therefore, Attic didn't ask further questions, raising his hands with a helpless expression. We have a bond of camaraderie, after all. It wouldn't be in my best interest to attack you. He waved away the barrier and invited Luo and his group in again, but this time without any guile. He readily revealed what he knew. Actually, Lord Aladako's attitude towards you is somewhat ambiguous. He himself, and most of the Crystal City's high-ranking officials, are inclined to cooperate with you. However, the city lord of Frostguard, the current patriarch of the Dahomey clan, Dahomey Relf, holds a bargaining chip we can't refuse. Relf offered the Crystal City Barrier Control Hub in exchange for Crystal City's participation in the operation to arrest Luo. However, due to Luo's special status and the Dahomey family's arrogant behavior, the Crystal City's high-ranking officials were unwilling to genuinely assist. Therefore, Aladako suggested stalling for time, finding Luo first, and having him personally discuss how to resolve the crisis. As for the decision to shut down the elevator platform, that was due to another matter. Miss Eileen, you should be aware of the events at Crystal Lake from the surface city. We initially suspected Ralph was behind it, but upon closer inspection, it doesn't make sense. If Ralph were truly responsible, how could he be unaware of the turmoil in Crystal City? After Wendell and his companions calmed down, they immediately noticed this contradiction, deducing that a third force within Crystal City intended to destroy it. Therefore, it was even more crucial to prevent Ralph from learning of Crystal Lake's collapse. Lord Wendell immediately decided to close all passageways, cutting off information flow at each level to minimize the speed at which Ralph received the news. Meanwhile, Crystal City mobilized a large number of Ice God guards and the city's defense forces, ostensibly to assist Dahomey in arresting the target, but secretly to search for the culprit who destroyed Crystal Lake. Luo broke out in a cold sweat. Good heavens, both sides of the conflict wanted to capture her. Your true form, look what you done. Wasn't this your doing? How did you pin it on me? Of course, it wasn't really Luo's fault. They were also caught in the crossfire. However, Luo couldn't ignore the disaster unfolding before his eyes. Clearing his throat twice, Luo decided to trust Attic this once. If Crystal City wanted to deal with him, he could have easily called for help from the other 7th-tier beings the moment he first discovered Luo, or tricked him into meeting Aladako under some other pretext. There was no need for such a complicated arrangement. Thank you for your trust, Miss Eileen. Please rest assured, Crystal City has no intention of being your enemy, nor does it wish to be an enemy of the Mage Temple or the Karlov Empire. Before joining the Ice God's Guard, Attic was a renowned free adventurer in the Agnisa Empire. Naturally, he would pay extra attention to major events in the human world. Someone like Luo, the Imperial League champion, was also within his purview. Although he was young when he became champion, among the younger generation of humans, the League champion was already the highest honor. Therefore, Attic knew more about Lo, or rather, the silver-haired witch, than Lo had guessed, including her behavior and background. While the details were too numerous to ascertain, her lineage as a disciple of the saints and her joining the Mage Temple were still information he could gather. Attic left, not bothering to set up any more barriers, as they were useless. Lo sat in the chapel, holding Anna Bauer, pondering their next move. Blue Lo and Purple Lo had already altered their auras and appearances. He reminded them to use rare magic, as it would be difficult for anyone to detect their shared body. Purple Lo descended to the 4th underground level, while Fia and Ano returned to the 8th. However, this was the end of the tunnel. The entrances and exits had been sealed and heavily guarded, preventing even members of the Dahomey family from leaving. According to the intelligence relayed by Luo, powerful figures in the deeper parts of the city have intervened to stabilize Crystal Lake. Combined with their joint efforts to suppress the most severely affected areas above, Crystal Lake will remain relatively stable for the foreseeable future. However, Luo also stated that the complete disappearance of Crystal Lake is inevitable. Without the support of the Ice God's power, Crystal Lake will completely evaporate within a year, and Crystal City will lose its true name. Even more serious is the fact that, according to records, Crystal Lake extends into the underground world. Its complete disappearance might trigger a backlash from the underground world, causing the Earth's power to reverse on the surface. Crystal City could potentially become an active volcano, forming a landscape similar to a volcanic kingdom. Sigh, Ice God, you really left me a mess. A golden divine rune appeared in her hand, the rune of wind and frost roar. The divine magic could still be used, but Luo had already faintly sensed its power decreasing at an extremely slow rate. Those Ice God followers without divine runes probably won't notice anything in the short term. In fact, the number of beings in the entire living world possessing divine runes is probably less than a handful, but after 1,000 years, the followers will inevitably notice the anomaly. Moreover, the ice god's departure is no small matter. Luo has reason to suspect that the high-ranking clergy of the ice god's church have already noticed, and priests like Helida might be on the verge of their faith collapsing. Now that things have come to this, let's think about what the ice god left us. Luo looked at Red Luo in surprise. You actually have a brain. Hey, main body, do you think I'm an idiot? I demand a serious apology. Do you hear me? Chapter 960. The ice god Hymenaeus gifted Luo 3 things. The first was 2 pieces of advice, the sole reason for Crystal Lake's existence, the purpose of which was unclear, sounding like some kind of divine oath. The second was Luo's 4 personality clones. These 4 clones could be summoned daily even outside the reflection of Crystal Lake, and would exist indefinitely as long as they weren't disbanded. However, information from the depths of Luo's soul told him that once a personality clone disappeared, it would take a considerable amount of time to summon it again. Furthermore, each personality clone possessed an independent sea of souls, their initial magic power originating from Luo, and their capacity equal to the sum of their corresponding magic attributes. This meant that among the 4 Luos, Red Luo and Pink Luo actually had the highest magic power capacity. Here, we must mention the supernatural nature of magic. After summoning clones, although Luo himself consumed a considerable amount of magic and soul power, the total magic power of the 4 clones far exceeded the consumed magic power, as if the extra magic power was created out of thin air. In fact, almost all clone-type skills have a similar characteristic. Once the clones disappear, the extra energy also disappears, completely defying common sense. Well, in the common sense of supernatural beings, this is perfectly reasonable. And the final gift that Hymenaeus gave Luo was naturally a golden light that disappeared into the sea of souls, an extremely complex stream of information. Luo placed Anna Bauer on a chair beside him. Whether this child was unlucky or lucky, she had actually been targeted by an evil Lilicon. Fortunately, the scream had attracted Luo's attention, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen her again. However, Luo wasn't worried about Anna Bauer's safety. For a mortal to survive in Crystal City for so long, she probably had some kind of background. With Hong Luo protecting him, Luo felt at ease and immersed his mind in the sea of his soul. He soon discovered the golden light floating in the vast deep blue starry sky, emanating a rich divine power that was constantly being absorbed by Luo's own divine power. As the divine power was completely absorbed, Luo felt her own divine power increase by more than 10%. Looks like the ice god isn't so bad after all. The longer Luo stayed in the great library, the more she felt the terror and absoluteness of this extraordinary power. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient. She could only manipulate the divine power in a simple way, unable to develop more advanced techniques. The golden light faded, leaving only a jumbled, dense ball of threads. Before Luo could approach, the threads quickly dispersed, forming the shape of Hymenaeus, which truly surprised her. Lord Ice God? You haven't left yet? Hymenaeus didn't answer, but instead gathered a runic array at her fingertips. Raising her eyes, and speaking calmly, "This is a true god's divine art." Utter silence. The first divine art I comprehended on the day of my birth. The array at her fingertips rapidly expanded 1,000,000-fold, occupying a tenth of Luo's vast sea of souls. Countless illusory runes flickered, their nodes and connections as numerous as starlight, its complexity comparable to 3 suns. Annihilation. Then, Hymenaeus' figure transformed into a beam of white light, and entered Luo's soul body, and Luo's memories gained some new knowledge. True God's divine art. A divinely bestowed divine art. I see. A hint of fervor appeared in her gaze, as she looked at the array above. The knowledge Hymenaeus left her was actually limited, but it perfectly filled the gaps in Luo's understanding of divine arts. Divine arts, as the name suggests, are skills created by gods. All divine arts in the world today originate from divine gifts. There is no possibility of human-created divine arts. Divine spells are generally divided into low, medium, and high tiers based on the number of runes. Divine spells of the same tier are 1 tier stronger than extraordinary skills, and of course, they are also more difficult to construct. However, what sets divine magic apart from extraordinary skills is its structure, which allows for the release of divine power. This means that before becoming a god, the power of divine magic is not limited by its rank. When Luo was a low-ranking extraordinary being, the low-ranking divine magic being was stronger than ordinary mid-ranking magic. When Luo advanced to a mid-ranking extraordinary being, the power of being was comparable to high-ranking magic, but while mid-ranking magic also increased, it remained within the mid-ranking category, and did not simultaneously increase by a rank. In terms of potential, divine magic is undoubtedly much higher, not to mention that its overall power will further increase after the final condensation of divine runes. However, Luo has always had a question. If divine magic is a skill bestowed upon extraordinary beings by the gods, then what are the skills used by the gods themselves called? Are they also called divine magic, or something else entirely? Now, Themenas has answered Luo's question. The divine magic used by the gods themselves is called true god divine magic, starting as a high-ranking divine magic. The divine magic bestowed upon extraordinary beings is called God-given divine magic, usually modified from prayers, and is quite arbitrary. However, the starting point for releasing true god's divine arts was too high. Even if Luo were to exhaust herself, she couldn't fully unleash them. Therefore, Themenas downgraded them to divinely bestowed arts, and endowed them with unique incantations. Arts like Triple Sun Annihilation, Archangel's Wrath, and Sword of Judgment, which Luo possesses, are divinely bestowed arts downgraded from true god's divine arts. This explains why, despite obtaining the Crescent Moon god's divine arts from the broken artifact of the Crescent Moon god, Luo could innately learn the incantations without a teacher. The purpose of the incantation is actually to communicate with the gods, reduce the pressure required to release the divine arts, and increase the power of the divine arts. However, the divine pressure is ineffective against Luo. She can sacrifice some power in exchange for instantaneous casting. The divine rune Three Suns Annihilation appeared in Luo's hand. She now understood that low and mid-level divine arts could only condense one rune, because they could only condense one at a time, but high-level divine arts could only condense one, because she herself could only condense one. A complete true god's divine art was entirely constructed from divine runes. If Luo could one day condense 3,000 Three Suns Annihilation runes, this divinely bestowed divine art could be reversed into a true god's divine art, reproducing the magnificent power of the ancient Three Suns and Moon gods, holding three blazing suns that melted an entire great world. Time always slips away quietly during focused study. When Luo's memory reached a state of utter stillness, and she had successfully analyzed and resolved its structure, completing her first self-construction, it was already the morning of the next day. Silence remains high-level divine spell. The first divine spell created by Hronos Hymenes, the goddess of ice and extreme cold, after she gained consciousness. It gathers the immense power of nascent cold, silencing all living things from their very source. The spell itself contains limited information. Luo needs to explore its specific effects herself. However, she already knows its basic abilities, a very simple yet powerful effect, slowing down everything about the target. This includes, but is not limited to, movement speed, perception speed, thought speed, and magic flow speed, achieving a powerful effect similar to one-sided time slowing. Although its destructive power is not strong, based on the analysis, if the opponent's strength is significantly different from Luo's, she can even achieve a near-time freeze. If Luo had mastered this divine spell when facing the 8th-tier Lily Demon, she wouldn't have been so severely injured before even sensing the opponent's attack, having all her defenses shattered. Supported divine spells are quite useful, aren't they? This was the second high-level auxiliary divine spell that Luo had mastered. Compared to Archangel's Wrath, silence was undoubtedly more compatible with her. By the way, why did you wake me up? Luo turned to look at Hong Luo beside her. She had only just begun to master divine spells, and needed to continuously increase her proficiency to condense divine runes. Hong Luo had suddenly pulled her consciousness back. Hong Luo had already changed into elegant noblewoman's attire, and was leisurely brewing tea. Needless to say, the tea was from Luo's treasure collection. She was also served by 3 aloof ice clones, looking incredibly comfortable. Hearing Luo's slightly disgruntled question, she pointed to the sun in the sky. That guy Attic has made me wait for 12 hours. Too slow. She then pointed to Anna Bauer, who was carefully sipping her tea. She's someone you brought. I don't want to serve her. Only then did Luo notice that Anna Bauer was awake. She seemed to be getting along well with Hong Luo. At least, she wasn't crying or trembling. You're awake. Are you feeling all right? Upon hearing this, Anna Bauer immediately put down her teacup and jumped off the chair. Her bright eyes were filled with admiration for Luo and Hong Luo, but this quickly faded. Then, the little girl crisply lifted the hem of her skirt and curtsied. Good morning, Anna Bauer greeted Sister Eileen in. Sister Eileen number 2. Good morning. It seems you're all right. Watching Anna Bauer try her best to maintain a demure and adorable demeanor, Luo couldn't help but reach out and touch her soft hair. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but it was indistinguishable from real hair. Sister Eileen's hands are so warm. A lovely voice always brings joy, and the anxiety caused by the attack by the Dohami family, and the collapse of Crystal Lake eased considerably. Bauer, Crystal City is too dangerous right now. Just come with us for now, and we take you back when it's safe. Anna Bauer's face lit up, but she quickly became conflicted, nervously clutching her skirt. Sister Eileen, isn't this too much trouble for you? It's all right, we need to go to the underground city anyway. Anna Bauer nodded obediently, sitting quietly with her hands on her knees, though a lingering unease and tension remained on her face. It was unclear what her expression was like when she first woke up. Thankfully, Hong Luo had been able to calm her down. Luo decided not to continue cultivating divine arts, instead connecting with the memories of Zi Luo and Lan Luo. Logically, since Zi Luo was in the lower level, they didn't need to continue, but Luo worried that Zi Luo alone couldn't withstand the powerful Dohami family. Without any trump cards, Zi Luo's strength was only equivalent to a relatively strong 7th-tier cultivator. 4th underground level. In the distance, a colossal crystal pillar piercing the heavens and earth was enveloped by layers of seals. Several powerful extraordinary beings guarded the seals, ensuring their stability. These included experts from the Ice God Church and outsiders assisting, but they were all devout followers of the Ice God, hence their intense attention to the crystal pillar. Zi Luo mingled in the crowd, her entire body shrouded in a purple robe, obscuring her true face. Since the Ice God Church intervened, she had been concealed, observing the seal at the elevator platform. Luo never overlooked a backup plan, so Zi Luo hoped to decipher the seal's workings. In case Crystal City truly refused to allow passage, she could force her way through the seal to rescue Fia and Ano. Of course, Luo and his companions had another reason for entering the underground. However, Crystal City was ancient and powerful, and the seal on such an important location was naturally not simple. A day had passed, and Zi Luo had only deciphered the basic structure. It would take some more time to break through. Beneath their feet lay thick layers of rock, said to be supermagical transverse rock from the underground world, connected to a giant barrier, which even a 9th-tier transcendent could not break. While deciphering the seal, Zi Luo pondered whether to pry some off. So, when Luo synchronized with Zi Luo's memories, he found her digging in a corner, a big question mark appearing on his forehead. What are you doing? Researching. I didn't ask you that. Any discoveries? See for yourself, don't ask me. Red Luo is right. Zi Luo is a block of wood, devoid of any human warmth. Ignoring her, Luo already knew that after so much time, Attic hadn't appeared on the 4th underground level. Although there were many elevators on each level, Zi Luo and her clone, guarding the 4 directions, could tell if anyone was coming down. So did Attic lie to them? Luo realized they couldn't rely entirely on others. They needed to take action themselves. Pink Luo, how are you doing? Oh, Luo. I'm fine. Just a lot of people are looking for me, and they're all quite enthusiastic. Pink Luo sat on the rooftop, swinging her legs. In the distance, numerous Dahomey search teams were constantly scanning her, but no one noticed her. If they expanded their search area, Pink Luo would send out clones to interfere. Ah, that cold-blooded summoner is back. I have to run, Luo, bye-bye. The summoner Pink Luo was referring to was a 7th-tier powerhouse shrouded in icy mist, one of those who appeared with Attic. He was accompanied by 2 6th-tier summon beasts skilled in sniffing, and could summon powerful 7th-tier summon beasts with ease. His strength was extremely formidable. Pink Luo had clashed with him a few times, but at most she could only injure his summoned beasts. Being surrounded by a horde would be troublesome. Fortunately, she possessed a considerable amount of magic, easily casting common water attribute illusion spells to confuse her opponent. Even so, as the summoners laid out layers of nets throughout the city, Pink Luo's free space was dwindling. Therefore, Luo and the others had to move quickly. Pink Luo can still buy us some time. We need to decide which direction to enter the lower level from. This is something you should decide. I just protect you. Use your brain. In the end, Red Luo was forced to join the discussion. Based on the information gathered by the other Luos, Luo quickly identified 3 entrances with weaker security. As long as no 7th-tier powerhouse appeared, she was confident she could enter unnoticed. Having made her decision, Luo and Red Luo, along with Anna Bauer, quickly flew towards one of the entrances. Before long, 2 large and 1 small figure appeared near the square called Sani. Lan Luo, who had been waiting there, revealed herself, half asleep on a large pillow. She wouldn't go down, but would remain on the ground like Fan Luo to provide support. Suddenly, Luo's clothes were gently tugged, and Anna Bauer's questioning voice came. Sister Eileen, weren't you going down? As soon as she finished speaking, she looked frightened and leaned even closer. Is there a scary big brother nearby? Ruffling her hair, Luo explained simply, don't worry, even if there is a scary big brother, I won't let him hurt you. The entrance is sealed now, and I need some technical support. It was a pity that her position made it difficult to secretly analyze the code, otherwise, Luo's decoding speed would have been even faster. Oh, so you can't get in? Sister Eileen, Bauer knows a passage that can sneak into the lower level. Anna Bauer's words were surprising, startling Luo and the others. Besides the elevator platform, Crystal City had other passages? Under Luo's gaze, Anna Bauer was visibly nervous, but she still mustered her courage and said, Bauer knows a cold, aloof older sister. She told Bauer about the secret passage. She said if someone is in danger, going to the secret passage will ensure safety. A cold, aloof older sister? Luo's mind flashed with Helida's image, but there were other ice god priests besides her. Perhaps Bauer knew other ice god priests. This time we're doomed. Another big guy has appeared. We can't beat him. Suddenly, a strong magical fluctuation erupted in the distance. For powerful auras, each reaching the 7th rank, intertwined, constantly flashing and dissipating with dazzling magical light. Luo immediately learned what had happened to Pink Luo. The 7th tier summoner, unable to defeat Pink Luo multiple times, had become enraged and, disregarding his pride, teamed up with another 7th tier warrior. The summoner himself was only averagely strong, but possessed a swarm of summoned beasts and a fusion skill. Together with his natal summoned beast, they were essentially two 7th tier beings with a shared understanding. With another warrior of the same tier attacking, it would be extremely difficult for Pink Luo to win. He decided to leave first, prioritizing his own safety. What? Don't chase me anymore. You all need to protect yourselves too. The commotion in the distance had subsided considerably. It seemed Pink Luo had successfully escaped. To be fair, while Pink Luo possessed both the illusionary water domain and the azure wind domain, making him slightly weaker offensively, his survivability was far superior to other Luos. Without further hesitation, Luo decided to take Anna Bauer's suggestion. The seal could be analyzed later, as another possible escape route. Chapter 961. Anna Bauer, as expected, had some connections. She quickly led Luo and the others to a bustling cathedral, the very cathedral where Luo had first arrived in Crystal City for treatment. High Priestess Persia, who had treated Luo, had 9 clones, moving among the numerous superhumans alongside other priests, providing healing. Because Luo had deliberately drawn the attention of the Dahomey family in the city center, ordinary superhumans were able to catch their breath and flock to the cathedral for protection. Everywhere in front of the cathedral were low-level superhumans suffering from intense magical corruption, rapidly recovering under Persia's care. Compared to the unfortunate souls caught in the aftermath of the battle, they were considered lucky. Because of the Dahomey family's heinous acts, including but not limited to unleashing skills in the city, forcibly breaking into residences, secretly plundering property, and injuring or crippling ice god guards and residents, the cathedral was surrounded by ever-vigilant ice god guards. If a Dahomey warrior approached within a kilometer, they would all work together to intercept them. The arrival of Luo and her group caused no stir. Under the powerful concealment magic, even 7th tier transcendents would find it extremely difficult to recognize their true forms. Persia's clone sensed a slight familiarity with them, but didn't think much of it, simply assuming they were ordinary protectors and handing them over to the other ice god guards. Entering the church's rear courtyard, they found thousands of 4th tier transcendents and about a dozen 5th tier transcendents resting there. Luo, currently emanating a 4th tier aura, attracted no attention except for the group of 2 girls and a little girl who drew some attention. After a short wait, once the gazes faded, Luo secretly activated her magic. The 3 women instantly blurred in the minds of the others, who immediately forgot about the 3 newcomers who had arrived not long ago. Following Anna Bauer's instructions, the secret passage was located in a side hall of the church's rear chapel. It was said to have been planned during the initial construction of Crystal City, but later abandoned for some reason. Since Anna Bauer had never used it, she didn't know its exact location, only its general area. Some ice god guards were busy in the rear chapel, but they wouldn't notice Luo's straightforward entrance through the main gate. The 3 women split up and searched all the side halls in turn, looking for anything suspicious. Their senses detected nothing unusual, and ultimately, the lucky Anna Bauer found it first. It was a miniature teleportation array concealed by a simple seal, only allowing one person to travel back and forth. It required 6 7th tier magic crystals to activate once. According to Anna Bauer, the destination was the new Ace Cathedral on the 20th underground floor. Although it couldn't directly reach the 10th floor, it might be easier to go from the 20th floor upwards. The area after the 15th floor was unopened, with a sparse population and less interference. After attaching the corresponding magic crystals, Red Luo entered the teleportation array first. A moment later, Luo escorted Anna Bauer across, then followed closely behind. Crack. After Luo disappeared, the teleportation array suddenly emitted a slight, strange sound, then quickly disintegrated into ashes. Hey, did you guys hear anything strange? No, who else could be here besides us? Haha, you're right. Ah, thank goodness Pastor Persia built this healing church 300 years ago, otherwise we wouldn't be able to chat so easily now. Right, so I plan to thank Pastor Persia tonight. You little brat, you want a beating? Hey! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! A faint silver light flashed, and Luo appeared inside a massive warehouse filled with extremely cold crystal ore. The teleportation array beneath her feet turned to ashes, leaving only a shallow imprint. Has it given up? Luo frowned slightly. She had hoped to return the way she came. Perhaps due to its age and lack of maintenance, the array couldn't hold up after their hasty use. What's the plan now? My followers are still in danger. First, find Priest Dorba of the New Ace Church. I heard he's an upright man, unlikely to betray us. Luo's understanding of Priest Dorba came only from the accounts of other ice god guards. The truth was uncertain. Therefore, Red Luo would create an ice clone, which Luo would then disguise, allowing the clone to make contact, greatly increasing safety. The massive warehouse, piled high with crystals, was about 3 miles from the New Ace Church, unexpectedly guarded jointly by the City Lord's Mansion, the Ice God Church, and the autonomous puppet. This must be a newly mined crystal mine. What kind of architect would place the passage exit in such a crucial location? Silently grumbling, Luo and his group carefully evaded the endless surveillance of the puppets, the layers of barriers, and the sight of the patrolling personnel, barely managing to avoid being discovered. Sister Eileen, you're amazing. You managed to break through so many defenses. Luo felt a little awkward under her undisguised admiration and cleared her throat. Breaking through from the inside is always easier than from the outside. If you try to break through from the outside in, the difficulty increases more than tenfold. I see. It's easier to break through from the inside. I get it. I was just explaining the principle of avoiding detection. Don't suddenly seem to have grasped some inexplicable life philosophy. Forget about the warehouse. Keep quiet now. The desolate 20th underground level was filled with giant mining golems, each tens of meters tall. In fact, most of the magic crystal mines of major powers were mined by dwarven-made golems. Only small, weaker countries used slave miners, which were inefficient and prone to casualties. There were more than 10 giant warehouses, like the one Luo left, constantly scanned by powerful sensors. From the thick crystal pillars to the edges of the monitored area, runes were inscribed everywhere. Ordinary 7th-tier transcendents had nowhere to hide, and even 8th-tier transcendents would find it difficult to conceal their presence without some special methods. Fortunately, the power source here was ice magic, and Luo himself was proficient in runes. Without taking any crystal or in triggering the alarm, finding a safe way out of the monitored area was not a problem. About 3 hours later, Luo and his group found a safe area to hide in. Red Luo connected with his clone's consciousness and controlled the clone to hurriedly fly out from near the elevator platform. Soon, the Ice God's guards discovered the clone's whereabouts and immediately intercepted him. Their auras suddenly coalesced into a chilling wave. If the clone didn't provide a reasonable explanation, they would attack instantly. It's me. Archbishop Oridako ordered me to find Priest Dorba. The clone produced an exquisite Ice God badge. After all, Luo had assisted Oridako in exterminating magical beasts, so possessing official status was perfectly normal. One guard stepped forward to examine the badge. After confirming there were no issues, his imposing aura immediately subsided, and he respectfully led the clone to the New Ace Church. Unlike the Nibio Church, the New Ace Church primarily served devout Ice God followers and high-ranking officials of the City Lord's Mansion. Therefore, the church didn't see many people. The clone's arrival immediately attracted the attention of those inside, all wondering why the rare cat-eared creature would appear on the 20th underground level. High Priest Dorba shared similar thoughts, but he was even more puzzled. Wasn't Aladako still discussing things with the deputy city lords? Why had he changed his mind and gone to find the girl, trusting her to come down to him? Filled with doubt, he went to the Great Hall to meet Luo. The moment he saw his clone, he immediately understood. No wonder Aladako was protecting her. If he had followed the deputy city lord's advice, the consequences would have been troublesome. Those of us who seek eternity need no formalities. Guests from the Mage's Hall, please make yourself at home. Dorba's gaze was calm, contrary to the nature of most Ice God cultists. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and when his clone saw Dorba, He knew that the ice god priest often interacted with ordinary people, possessing a soft yet incredibly resilient heart, almost identical to the rumors. At least on the surface. The real body, he saw through us. Let me make it clear beforehand, it's not my fault. I saw it too. He's too observant, but it doesn't matter, he's not an enemy. Dorba met the clone's gaze with a calm expression. A hexagonal ice crystal mirror appeared deep within his eyes, reflecting Hong Luo's illusory image. He could see that the girl before him was merely a fake clone. It seemed the claim that Aladako had sent her was just a pretext. However, this only highlighted the other party's capabilities. Bypassing the triple blockade of the Ice God Church, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Dahomey family to reach the 20th underground level, could an ordinary superhuman do this? The clone sat on the third-row bench in the Grand Hall, speaking without fear. Since High Priest Dorba has seen through it, it would be impolite for me to conceal anything further. What is Crystal City's decision? So that's the reason? He knew it. As a devout follower of the Ice God, I cannot speak falsely to the eternal Ice God in the new Ace Cathedral. Distinguished guests from the Mage's Hall, we haven't actually decided how to treat you yet. Dorba stood before the statue, bowing in prayer. His priestly robes, adorned with ice crystals, made him resemble a flawless, crystalline ice sculpture, clear and bright yet as profound as an iceberg. Given your status, Crystal City should assist you in your escape, which would also lure away the wicked. But you may have heard that Crystal City is controlled by the Dahomey family. Now you are our chance to reclaim our freedom. Trading one person for one city is too good to pass up. He turned to his clone, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Right now, all the council members except me are on the 33rd floor. If you have any complaints, I am willing to listen sincerely. The clone remained silent for a moment, actually Luo pondering the meaning of Dorba's words. Based on the available intelligence, the Dahomey family, for some reason, is willing to offend the Mage Hall to hunt him down. Crystal City has a grudge against the Dahomey family, but is bound by constraints to remain neutral. Now, the Dahomey family is offering Crystal City an irresistible price to entice them to join the hunt. Once they succeed, he will truly be trapped. The 34 layers of the joint city-level barrier outside Crystal City have already been closed. The complexity of such a barrier is hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of Edbao's city. Aside from using divine power, Luo has no way to tear open the barrier and escape in a short time. What price did the Dahomey offer? Dalba looked at the girl, who calmly asked the crucial question, deeply impressed by her confidence. Geniuses from top-tier forces are indeed different. A prestigious status is certainly a powerful weapon, but without corresponding strength and means, status can become a scythe that accelerates death. He admired the girl's confidence, so he honestly replied, Chief Dahomey Ralph of Dahomey has a bet with Crystal City. If they successfully capture you, they will return to Crystal City's barrier control hub. He didn't mention his plans after retrieving the hub. If Ralph succeeded and revealed this to Luo, Crystal City's good days would be over. So it's about returning this stolen control hub. Makes sense. Looks like I'm quite valuable to Crystal City. The Ice God would like your humor. Too bad the Ice God can't see it, huh? After a moment's contemplation, the clone made a decision that astonished even Dorba. Since the Dahomey family is also an enemy of Crystal City, and I have no grudge against you, why don't we cooperate? I rebuild the barrier hub for you, and you help me deal with the Dahomey family. Luo naturally couldn't construct Crystal City's protective barrier. Such a massive workload and resource consumption would be beyond the capabilities of even ordinary Saint-level masters. Perhaps only a Saint-level barrier master, proficient in barriers and formations, could create such a world-shaking barrier in the blink of an eye. However, rebuilding or modifying the control hub might be within Luo's capabilities. Simply by breaking free from the control of the original hub, Crystal City's problems could be easily solved. High Priest Dorba, are you joking? With them? In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion on the 33rd underground floor, a blue-bearded man angrily rebuked Dorba. His agitation was understandable. They knew better than anyone how high the Crystal City's barrier protection level was. Even high-ranking barrier masters serving the City Lord's mansion throughout history needed several people working together to repair the barrier. But what did Dalba say? He actually claimed that the three girls beside him, whose identities, origins, and strength were all unknown, could help them break free from the control of the Dahomey family. This is utter nonsense. High Priest Dalba, I know you care about the safety of Crystal City, but randomly seeking out unknown people will only hasten its destruction. Vice City Lord Belly, please trust the judgment of a loyal follower of the Ice God. I know that such a hasty decision may bring unpredictable consequences, but I believe in her abilities. Dalba's calm tone dispelled Vice City Lord Belly's anger. Luo understood that now was her time to perform. She stepped forward, and a seven-colored light appeared in her hand. Countless runes were densely packed, yet exquisitely crafted. The runes connected to form pathways, pathways folded into units, units formed fragments, fragments outlined levels, layer upon layer, constructing a complex, magnificent, and interconnected behemoth. The barrier expanded, enveloping the surroundings, and no one present. They weren't shocked. Being powerful was one thing, but having great creativity was quite another. A saint-level warrior was certainly strong, but no one dared to say a saint-level alchemist was weak. Even if he couldn't defeat a warrior of the same rank, his alchemical creations could attract saint-level experts, like moths to a flame. The barrier in the girl's hands wasn't strong to them. It could be broken with a flick of the finger. But understanding its principles was far too difficult, let alone constructing a barrier of equal strength. The gazes of the crowd towards Luo suddenly became subtle. If her barrier magic truly possessed this level, perhaps she could really achieve what they couldn't. Lord Wendell looked at the girl whose aura was concealed by Dorba. He knew Dorba was protecting her, preventing the girl's true identity from being exposed. However, having known her for over 200 years, he trusted Dorba's character. Now that the girl had demonstrated her extraordinary abilities, he, the city lord, couldn't be timid. This meeting is known only to the seven of us, and must not be divulged. Bailey and Mano, you will go to the central hub of the barrier with High Priest Dorba. The rest of you shall perform your duties without fail. The others agreed, and after a brief glance at the three women of Luo, they left, leaving only the two deputy city lords, Bailey and Mano, and High Priest Dorba. Chapter 962. Most popular giant barriers today adopt the World Tree model. The barrier's consciousness originates in the barrier control hub, regulating the barrier's details through countless pathways. Because it resembles a crystal tree, it is called the World Tree model. The defensive barrier of the city of Edbao is a typical example of the World Tree model. This model allows for excellent control over all parts of the barrier, without requiring too much mental effort from the barrier's controller. It also possesses a degree of autonomy, effectively countering usurpers who might seize control. However, its disadvantages are also obvious: high resource consumption, difficulty in relocation, and a fragile core. Once the core area is breached, the barrier is essentially doomed. Therefore, a large number of personnel are usually stationed to guard the barrier's core area. However, Crystal City has a long history, dating back to the previous empire. While its barrier innovatively employs a multi-layer design, its model still uses the ancient star model, lacking a central core. Instead, it consists of 999 bases and nearly 100,000 root nodes. Unless more than two-thirds of the bases and root nodes are destroyed, the barrier remains unbroken. The cost, of course, is that it's far less flexible than the World Tree model, too rigid, and without constant monitoring by high-level officials, even its own people might misidentify it. But compared to the normal star model, the Crystal City barrier is even more complex. For some unknown purpose, the barrier's bases and root nodes have been artificially controlled, constructing a kind of barrier consciousness, thus overcoming its original drawbacks. However, Luo stared at the deep, empty dome, feeling overwhelmed. Hidden beneath the 34th layer was a 35th layer, a separate space created by a powerful being, filled with billions of runes and connections, serving as the domain of consciousness that coordinates all aspects of the barrier. Combining such a massive number of foundations and root nodes was no easy task, resulting in an overly bloated pseudo-barrier consciousness. Compared to the magnificent crystal tree core of the World Tree model, the structure within this alternate dimension was far too complex. No wonder the barrier masters of Crystal City couldn't rebuild the barrier control hub. After countless years of iteration, it was a disaster. How is it? Can you complete it? Dorba's voice came. Even he, with his strength, felt incredibly overwhelmed by this alternate dimension. He hadn't felt this dizzy even when learning divine magic. I try my best. That's not up to you. Ralph has only given you 6 days. If you can't reconstruct the control hub within 6 days, we have to abandon this plan. Deputy City Lord Bailey bluntly shattered Luo's illusions, a heavy weight suddenly pressing on his shoulders. If Luo had gone to Crystal Lake before, completing the mission would have probably taken several months, and perhaps not even that. However, she now had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Dorba and Belipio watched Luo and read Luo from a distance. Regardless, Luo was an outsider, and they needed to be wary. Beside them was Anna Bauer, entrusted to their care, while the other Deputy City Lord, Mano, stood guard outside the alternate dimension to prevent any unforeseen events. Hundreds of millions of runes formed a vast and complex rune world. It was impossible for Luo alone to memorize it all in 6 days, let alone analyze and reconstruct the nexus. She needed more help. Synchronizing the memories of the various Luos, Pink Luo had escaped the pursuit. Luo had instructed her to go to the cathedral, where it was safer, and she could temporarily escape the search. In any case, the Dahomey family had already concluded that she was hiding in the underground city, and her actions in the short term were easy to predict. Lan Luo was safe, though she almost fell asleep. Finding a secluded spot would suffice. Zi Luo had stopped digging for stones on the 4th floor. Small pieces of supermagical transverse rock weren't worthwhile, as larger pieces were of superior quality. Picking a few pieces was pointless. Main body, I need to mobilize the calculation abilities of the others. When did you acquire this ability? Main body, you're so long-winded. Stop scolding me, I know. Suddenly, apart from Luo and Zi Luo, the other 3 Luos' gazes became vacant. Aside from basic thought, all other consciousness was suppressed, making them indistinguishable from 7- or 8-year-old children. However, simple actions weren't lost. Luo separated her mind to reside in Hong Luo's mindless body, summoning her clone again. The 5 Luos, including the clone, dispersed. What the 2 of them needed to do now was transmit the rune details to Zi Luo to determine the missing parts, and then make further considerations. A pair of scarlet pupils suddenly opened, a violent aura instantly shattering the town's ruins, startling the surrounding birds and beasts into scattering in panic. A towering crimson figure, shrouded in billowing blood mist, gazed menacingly towards the crystal city beneath the lake. An eyeball-like flower, composed of 9 intertwined eyes, rose from beneath his feet, its large pupils drooping with veins resembling roots. The nauseating smell has faded, ha ha. Boom! Leaving a massive crater in the ruins, the crimson figure vanished along with the eyeball-like flower amidst maniacal laughter, leaving behind an irreparable vacuum tunnel. A moment later, purple light shimmered in the void, outlining a dazzlingly complex purple eye. Dispersed? Who was it? His tone held a hint of surprise and doubt, but this was a golden opportunity, a perfect chance to eliminate one of the 5 great cities. A purple light flowed, rapidly extending from her eyes to form a hollow, graceful figure entirely composed of purple patterns. 4 stripes of pattern stretched into the void behind her, and her face bore only a single, palm-sized purple eye. Even counterfeit artifacts have their uses. Having enjoyed a great blessing, it's time to return it. The single purple eye revealed an indifferent disdain for all living beings. An invisible wave flowed along the patterns on her back, disappearing into the void. All the frenzied magical beasts within a 5,000-mile radius suddenly felt an irresistible surge of power. Their bodies glowed with a deep blue aura, and regardless of their current activities, they uniformly changed direction and flew towards the distant crystal city. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With their numerical advantage, Luo and her companions barely managed to record 1% of the runes. Under normal circumstances, even 6 days wouldn't be enough for them to finish recording everything. However, Zi Luo had discovered a day earlier that the sealing method of the elevator platform and the core of the alternate dimension were of the same origin. With this reference, the analysis speed greatly accelerated, and they quickly found the main threads of the magical power circulation. Following the branches and veins to find the main vein, and then tracing the energy convergence center, Luo no longer needs to record all the runes in the alternate dimension, greatly reducing the time required. 4th Underground, Zi Luo occupied a suburban wasteland, surrounded by a protective barrier. 3 clones sat opposite her, their surging magic power constantly outlining runes, rapidly combining and dissipating. The 3 golden clones assisted Zi Luo's calculations using their own magic power as a template. At this moment, within Zi Luo's sea of souls, for Luo consciousnesses formed a circle, a vast stream of consciousness flowing between them in some way. Countless pieces of information, dazzling to onlookers, surged forth in waves of consciousness. Unparalleled memory, extraordinary rune affinity, years of research into multiple barrier techniques, and the vast amount of magic studied in the great library now became a visible foundation, supporting Luo and her companions in deciphering this unprecedented behemoth. Layers of runes appeared in Zi Luo's eyes. Her 3 clones, having endured too much, were on the verge of disintegration, cracked and emitting wisps of uncontrollable golden magic. Suddenly, Zi Luo's eyes lit up, and she waved her hand, dispelling the clones. Found it. At this moment, Luo, Hong Luo, and her clone simultaneously gathered at a certain point in the alternate dimension. In Luo's vision, the seemingly chaotic network of runes was missing a piece, causing a certain alteration in the overall flow of magic. If she could fill this gap and make minor adjustments, the barrier control hub controlled by the Duowomi family would become useless. Thank you for your hard work. The next part will be troublesome. Luo was Luo's area of expertise. Eliminating distractions. Even if Luo did it herself, the speed at which she could construct a new core couldn't match Luo's. Bailey watched Luo from afar. He had witnessed Luo's wanderings in the alternate dimension since day one, her initial simple obedience to Lord Wendell gradually turning serious, and then solemn. As an 8th-tier extraordinary expert, he possessed keen insight, and could naturally distinguish whether Luo was putting on a show or genuinely capable. Staring at Luo's location, Bailey discovered that the entire flow of magical energy in the alternate dimension was indeed converging there. He had deduced the truth from the answer. Discerning the flow of magical energy was simple in theory, but without a clear beginning and end, it was merely a turbulent flow without direction. High Priest Dorba, I think I must apologize to you. I was too hasty. If this woman can be used by Crystal City, it must be a blessing from the Ice God. Dorba smiled. Vice City Lord Bailey's plans may be in vain. Bailey was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing the girls in the distance again. However, with Dorba's aura concealing his presence, he only knew that their faces weren't their true forms, but couldn't see through them. He had to suppress his curiosity. He knew Dorba would eventually reveal the truth. Reconstructing the core of the barrier, and seizing control of the central hub, is more difficult than finding the center of magical energy convergence. However, coincidentally, Lo had a similar experience before. Sharp, angular crystal runes appeared around him, constantly attempting to connect to the empty spaces. These are special runes, different from general and attribute runes, more primitive and pure, and closer to the essence of the world. They are now mostly used in barriers and alchemy. Lo's mastery of them is incomplete. Most of his knowledge comes from conversations with the genius barrier master he met in the city of Edbo, and some from what Bella told him, and what was recorded in magic books. Unfortunately, the puppet rarely uses special runes, otherwise, Lo might have known more. However, what they had was sufficient. Hundreds of runes combined at an incredibly fast speed. Even after eliminating unreasonable combinations, there were only trillions upon trillions of possible permutations. Luo could simulate thousands upon thousands of combinations every instant. The strange runes floating around him changed countless times in the blink of an eye, at a speed that even those at the levels of Belly and Dorba could barely keep up with. They now suspected that Luo's speed in constructing runes far exceeded that of mid-level or even 7th-level transcendence. However, the more extraordinary Luo was, the more composed they became. The thought that it wouldn't be long before that old man, Ralph, could no longer threaten them made Belly's lips curl into a smile. 2 more days passed. Luo's entire focus was immersed in reconstructing the new core, completely unaware of the outside world. However, Dorba had received several reports during this time, and his expression gradually shifted from composure to seriousness. Belly had already left. He completely trusted Luo's abilities, so there was no need to waste manpower. However, the situation in Crystal City was not optimistic. After stabilizing for several days, Crystal Lake burst open again yesterday, sinking more than 30 kilometers to the 7th level underground. As more and more residents noticed the anomaly, unrest ensued, resulting in numerous more deaths. Crystal City's influx of so many outsiders already created significant instability. If the Dahomey family's atrocities exacerbated this instability, the disintegration of Crystal Lake completely ignited it. Furthermore, the ceiling of the elevator platform hindered the Dahomey family's ability to communicate, making it increasingly difficult to conceal the truth from Ralph. The pressure on the city lord's mansion and the Ice God Church grew heavier. Although only 4 days had passed, the pressure on Crystal City had multiplied several times over. Yesterday, another 100,000 people died in the 13 districts. If this continues, morale will collapse, and how will Crystal City cope with future crises? Moreover, Dorba had noticed his faith power gradually weakening, causing him great unease. The Ice God was eternal. Nothing should have happened to him. Why? The decrease in faith power didn't immediately affect the strength of many believers. Dorba's strength wouldn't decline much even in 100 years. However, the invisible influence originating from the spiritual realm was becoming increasingly apparent. Many believers' faith had weakened, and they were beginning to doubt the Ice God's inaction. In the long run, this would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Ice Goddess Church. Even the entire Agnesa Empire would lose its foundation of faith. Dorba sincerely hoped this was just him overthinking things. He wasn't a diviner, his intuition wasn't that accurate, so he was probably just worrying too much, right? Ralph had been standing before the statue for 5 days. For a powerful figure like him, if his mind was focused on something, a month or 2 would pass in the blink of an eye. Now that no one was disturbing him, Ralph could naturally observe the divinely beautiful ice goddess more closely. Suddenly, a soft cracking sound reached his ears. To his disbelief, the statue in the Dole Cathedral, which bore the weight of the entire Crystal City's faith, suddenly split open, releasing wisps of sweet-smelling faith energy. Boom! The ground trembled violently again. The Dole Cathedral burst open, and all the clergy rose into the air, staring in astonishment at the scene below. This was the Dole Cathedral, the residence of the High Priest, the closest to the Ice God, guarded not only by a statue but also the center of faith for the entire Crystal City. How could it possibly crack? A beast tide is attacking outside the city. All clergymen of priestly rank and above proceed immediately to provide support. A chilling aura swept through the 30th underground level, accompanied by a cold voice. High Priest Ladia suddenly appeared, with Helida by her side. The clergy quickly greeted her, not daring to ask any further questions, and hurried to the upper levels. High Priestess Ladia, it's been a while. You're still as beautiful as ever. This must be your disciple beside you. He's very suitable to be the next High Priestess. Ladia had Helida accompany her to the upper levels to deal with the sudden beast tide, before coldly glancing at Ralph not far away. If it weren't to prevent this traitor from noticing something amiss, how could she have allowed this disgusting scoundrel to enter the Doryman Cathedral? Chief Ralph, watch your words. The Doryman Cathedral is experiencing an anomaly. Outsiders are now being refused entry. Chief Ralph, please proceed. The statue suddenly cracked, and all the priests noticed. Based on the analysis of the others, Ladia had initially removed Ralph from the list of suspects responsible for the disintegration of Crystal Lake. However, why did the statue crack, of all times, just 5 days after he stayed in the cathedral? Could this be a coincidence? Her suspicions about Ralph deepened. Ralph chuckled, his steps unwavering. High Priest Ladia, I too am a devout follower of the eternal ice god. With his statue in distress, we should set aside past grievances and help each other. Only then can we be worthy of our devotion to the ice god, not harbor mutual hostility. High Priest Ladia, your mind is in turmoil. I trouble you, Chief Ralph. Without further ado, I will summon the ice god's gaze to shield us from the loss of faith. Ladia's response greatly surprised Ralph. However, the other's tone was not joking. Although uneasy, he knew the control center of the Crystal City's barrier was in his hands. He figured Ladia would have to consider the consequences before taking action. Ralph felt reassured and casually reminded him, there are still 2 days until the bet. I hope Crystal City won't disappoint its patriarch. Of course. A hazy, chilling aura enveloped the cracked Doryman Cathedral. Illusory golden eyes hung high, their cold majesty blocking the flow of information. Even if members of the Doromi family managed to break in, they wouldn't be able to get close to Ralph. Chapter 963. After more than 4 days of lockdown, Crystal City was reopened. However, residents, ice gods guards, and Dahomey warriors quickly noticed something was amiss. All the elevator entrances were open for exit, but not for entry. The city's barrier remained intact. It was unsealed, but not truly unblocked. But if you asked anyone if they wanted the lockdown lifted, after seeing the countless magical beasts swarming the city's surface and in the sky, probably no one would agree. Flying inside the barrier, one could see hundreds of thousands of magical beasts relentlessly attacking it, even as the barrier itself retaliated and shattered them. The beasts, revealing their ferocity, bared their fangs. The outer defenses originally stationed by Ralph to prevent Crystal City residents from escaping using special methods had long been slaughtered, leaving no trace. Under the overwhelming tide of beasts, unless one possessed absolute power, the beasts seemed endless, and an individual was utterly powerless to resist. The barrier erupted with continuous ripples and radiance. Ice shards and rings of light, comparable to high-level magic, shattered thousands upon thousands of beasts. Illusions formed from ice crystals emerged from the barrier to fight the beast tide, only to be torn apart again. The magical pathways within the outer walls were clearly visible, a result of the barrier's high-powered operation. However, magical beasts are inherently ruthless and savage beings. Although they come in various forms and types, and some famous magical beasts have even formed races, this does not change their fundamental nature. Each time a magical beast dies, the scattered magical power is forcibly taken by other magical beasts, making them even stronger. Another part, mixed with the afterglow of magical power, is used to condense new magical beasts, whose aura becomes increasingly violent. Thousands upon thousands of magical beasts die, and thousands upon thousands more are born from their remains. This is the greatest danger of a fully formed beast tide. The entire City Lord's mansion has been mobilized, including most of the clergy from the Ice God Church, along with powerful individuals who have maintained good relations with Crystal City in the past year or two. Over 100 7th-tier transcendents, 15 8th-tier, and 2 9th-tier experts stand above the residents. Their sheer presence is like a blizzard, cold, but it gives everyone a much-needed boost of morale. For 7th-tier members of the Dahomey family are also among them. They don't intend to help Crystal City defend itself. Their loyalty to their family surpasses even that to the city and the empire. However, if the beast tide breaks through the barrier, they too will perish, and it might even threaten their clan leader, something they cannot tolerate. Lord City Lord, when will we open the city gates? The speaker is a well-known 8th-tier expert from a medium-sized city that has already been completely evacuated. As the former city lord of another city, he certainly has the right to ask this question. The time is not yet ripe. Everyone please wait patiently. A hint of worry flashed across Lord Wendell's brow. He knew perfectly well that eliminating the beast tide at its initial stage was the easiest way, but the problem was, he wasn't the one who closed the barrier. Without Ralph activating the barrier, even he couldn't break through. This was an ancient barrier that had protected Crystal City for countless years. While he was strong, he was far from being the strongest city lord of all time. Being humbled and begging Ralph to open the barrier was undoubtedly the best option now. But what would become of his dignity as city lord? Just a few days ago, he had the audacity to make a bet, and today, he was groveling and pleading, it would be better to kill him. Another option was to find the person Ralph needed, which would likely give him a good chance of regaining control. However, aside from the possibility of Ralph taking the opportunity to cause trouble or escape, the girl he had been monitoring had mysteriously disappeared 4 days ago. Without the barrier's indiscriminate search capabilities, it would indeed be difficult for him to find her quickly. Hadn't he seen thousands of Dahomey warriors search for days without any results? Wendell suspected that the other party had bypassed the seal and entered the underground through some means. As for their original residence, it was long gone, and there were few clues. There was another method, which was why Lord Wendell still had the patience to wait. According to Deputy Lord Bailey's report, the girl brought by Dorba was indeed extraordinary. She might actually be able to seize control of the barrier. The barrier could still hold, so he wanted to wait a little longer. What if she succeeded? Master hasn't replied yet, sister. What should we do now? In a corner of the surface city, FIA and Ano's group of people perfectly concealed themselves using plants. Only a 7th-tier expert could detect them. Their original plan to return to the surface city was interrupted by the sudden seal. They thought they would have to rely on their master to help them, but instead, their master didn't appear, and they waited for the people to return first, and incidentally, initiated a beast-tide attack on the city. FIA stroked her sister's hair. The illusion cast by Luo had dissipated, but thankfully, they possessed some elven disguise skills, so they hadn't been exposed. Master must be busy. What we need to do is fulfill Master's instructions. To contact their master, they communicated their emotions through a contract every so often. Unfortunately, the contract was a one-way communication. They couldn't speak. However, their master hadn't responded, so they couldn't help but worry. Xania sat on FIA's shoulder, blowing on the tiny golden specks in her palm. The pollen drifted and merged into FIA's body, subtly lightening the original deep purple skin hidden on her shoulders. Having spent these past few days with FIA and her sister, Xania unexpectedly discovered that her pollen had a different effect on elves. Xania didn't know what the effect was, but as long as it worked, that was enough. The optimistic little fairy was always optimistic. Little E, mimicking Ano's posture, sat on her shoulder. Practice makes perfect, indeed. To avoid detection, Little E had been influencing those with ill intentions for the past few days. Her restless power, stirred by the dragon's breath tea, quickly stabilized, and she could now barely control it from dissipating. Perhaps there was still some influence. For some reason, Ano kept seeing her sister's long, sexy ears and doting eyes in her mind. It was just strange. The Dole Cathedral was empty. Only High Priest Lidri Ladia, who oversaw all the priests of Crystal City, and Dahomey Relf, the patriarch of the Dahomey family, were present in the main hall. The cracking of the ice god statue continued. Attempts to repair it with divine magic had ceased. Silky strands of milky white faith power drifted out, seemingly slight, yet impossible to stop. They could only watch helplessly as this precious faith power dissipated. Ladia, wielding the icy scepter, frowned deeply. She was the closest to the ice god among the 3 leaders of the church, yet the noble voice echoing deep within her soul was fading, leaving her with a faint unease. From the emergence of the Dahomey family to the disintegration of Crystal Lake, and then to the shattering of the statue, everything seemed to be manipulated by a powerful hand, as if fate had forcibly deviated from its original trajectory. Was it a higher level of manipulation? Or had the river of fate been altered? She was merely an 8th-rank priestess, unable to see through such profound truths. Ladia even felt a pang of longing for her diviner friend, who had passed away years ago. If she were still alive, things would be much clearer. High Priestess Ladia, things have come to this. Do you still wish to try? This patriarch's patience is dwindling. Don't forget, Crystal City owes me an explanation. A repulsive voice rang out, and Ladia coldly replied, Chief Ralph, surely you can't even wait a day? 7 days was your decision. Are you trying to renege? Ralph scoffed, offering no further comment. He allowed Crystal City to imprison him, but in reality, he didn't want a fight to the death. Why take risks when he held the advantage? Slowly boiling the frog was the safest approach. A subjugated Crystal City was far more valuable than a shattered one. Now, the Frost clan was dead, Snow Dragon City was under his control, and the old capital of Hibia, to put it nicely, was a bunch of rigid, conservative remnants of the previous dynasty. To put it bluntly, rats clinging to life. A few threats were all it took to annex it. If he could also take Crystal City, he would control the 4 major cities of the empire. What could Ice Rock Harbor possibly use to resist? As for the bet, would he be a man of his word? To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. Purpose. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and the control hub of the barrier reappeared in his hand. However, the once radiant crystal tree was now rapidly decaying, its crystal branches breaking and disintegrating inch by inch. You're stalling for time. Boom! He was greeted by the explosion of the Dorieman Cathedral. The shattered cathedral revealed its exquisite ice crystals, perfectly matching the surrounding hazy ice mist, instantly freezing the space within a 10-mile radius. Ladia's gaze was icy, her scepter connected to the aura of the ice god statue behind her, and the dense power of faith transformed into frost that washed over Ralph. Her combat strength was only average among the 3, so why was she responsible for guarding Ralph instead of Aladako? It was because she was the high priestess of the Dorieman Cathedral, able to borrow the power of faith accumulated by the cathedral over countless years. Within this place, even a 9th-rank opponent could be a match for her. More importantly, she desperately wanted to kill Ralph. She would kill this clone, and also forcefully suppress the original body by tracing back to the past. The eternal bells have rung. The curtain falls on the life of all things. I wish to transform into the unmelting falling snow, freezing sin in the prison of eternal life. Ralph, it is time for you to go. Embarking on the road to the underworld, in just one day, the Beast Tide's attack reached its climax. Not only in the sky and on the ground, but also on the 33 levels underground, even more demonic beasts were attacking. The earth collapsed, rocks crumbled, making Crystal City look like a multi-layered honeycomb standing on an inverted icicle. However, this icicle was hollow. When thousands of extraordinary beings discovered this fact, countless believers' faith collapsed, their power became unstable, and some even refused to believe that the crystal lake they had watched grow up had suddenly collapsed, venting their anger on others, causing considerable chaos. However, Lord Wendell suppressed all of this. He played good cop/bad cop with Aladako, attributing the collapse of Crystal Lake to the Beast Tide, and claiming that Crystal Lake would self-repair in the future. Even though some powerful individuals remained skeptical, this successfully stabilized morale, and greatly increased the hatred of the extraordinary beings towards the Beast Tide. Boom! The entire Crystal City suddenly trembled violently. Just as many extraordinary beings thought it was another sign of Crystal Lake cracking, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed a bright white light suddenly emanating from the barrier, and a layer of gloom abruptly dissipated from the sealed barrier. Lord Wendell, high in the sky, froze for a moment, then instantly understood what had happened. He took a deep breath, unleashing a torrent of magical power, his majestic voice echoing throughout the city below. Gentlemen, the time has come. Kill! With that, he was the first to fly out of the barrier. His violent magical power instantly tore through 1,000 miles of empty space, leaving behind only shattered fragments of magical beasts. Seeing this, the others also rushed out in a frenzy. Having been suppressed all day, they desperately needed to vent their anger, to slay magical beasts, or perhaps. The Dahomey warrior, mixed in with the crowd, suddenly felt a chill, but looking around, he saw no one paying attention to him except for the constant stream of extraordinary beings. He had no choice but to suppress his unease and follow. After all, slaying magical beasts yielded magical cores, and there was even a chance to sneak in and pick up rings, far more lucrative than searching the city. 3 minutes ago. Luo's delicate face was etched with exhaustion, but her eyes shone brightly like twinkling stars, fixed intently on the pulsating crystal sea urchin in her hand. The sea urchin radiated a shimmering, icy blue light, with countless crystalline runes perfectly embedded within it, stimulating flowing ribbons that interacted with the vast, empty rune cluster around it. Every second, 100,000 high-level magical runes flickered, orchestrating this colossal barrier built in an ancient era. It's a success, Luo murmured to herself. Beside her, Red Luo looked dejected, her magic and soul power almost exhausted, unable to fly with magic, yet she still stubbornly insisted on taking a few more glances at the new barrier core. Humph, how could I possibly fail when I take action? My true form, you have nothing to say now, right? You better rest quietly. I don't want to have to wait half a month to summon you again. Are you worried about me? My magic power is just depleted, I restore it in an instant. Luo had no time to argue with her. With a gentle push of her hands, the core, which carried all the energy and effort of the 5 Luos over the past 5 days, slowly floated to the center of the pseudo-barrier's consciousness. As the core returned to its place, all the runes in the alternate dimension instantly connected into a single entity, transforming into a towering iceberg standing in midair. 999 chains connected to the void of the iceberg, extending out 100,000 ice threads, shimmering with silver light. Dorba and Anna Bauer were completely unable to resist, and were transferred out. In their ears came Luo's voice, which was trying to stay awake. Priest Dorba, thank you for your trust. I will immediately reconnect to control of the barrier. Please take care of Bauer for me a little longer. Dorba tried and found that he could not enter the alternate dimension at all, so he gave up. He did not expect that this girl could control the barrier so quickly. Fortunately, she came from the Mage Hall, so she should not be interested in a mere crystal city. Right? Inside the alternate dimension, Lo was frantically recovering her magic power. Numerous high-level magic crystals had shattered, absorbing all her magic. Her magic power was sufficient to sustain battles against opponents of higher levels, but the consumption was terrifying. Mid-level magic crystals were no longer enough to quickly replenish it. Once her magic power had recovered to about 70 to 80%, Lo cast several spells to relieve mental stress and promote the recovery of her soul power. Then, she inserted her consciousness into the core of the barrier. Lo told Dorba a small lie. When the core returned to its original position, control of the barrier would no longer be in Ralph's hands, so there was no possibility of reconnection. This explanation was simply to lower his guard. After all, she wasn't there to do charity. In her original plan, she had reached an agreement with Aladako, who would assist her in finding information about Luna. However, after half a month without any news, it seemed that Crystal City might truly be unsuccessful. She planned to verify this in a few days before leaving. Unexpectedly, the mess left behind by the Ice God and the appearance of the Dahomey family disrupted her plans, leading her to consider a possibility. Perhaps Oradako wasn't unsuccessful in finding the barrier, but rather lacked full access, causing her information retrieval to be extremely slow. The difference in information density between rune records and book records was unimaginable. Later, she sent Zilu underground to rescue Fia and Ano, intending to find Oradako along the way. After receiving the answer, she didn't want to linger any longer. After all, could even the strongest barrier withstand divine power? However, the entrance and exit were sealed off, and the plan was interrupted again. At this moment, Anna Bauer's guidance gave Zilu an opportunity. After talking with Dorba, Zilu realized that if she could control the barrier's core, she could access all the secrets, including all the true secrets about Crystal Lake and Crystal City, and naturally, information about all the city's residents. The handcrafted barrier core didn't contain the essence of souls, and Zilu didn't have that either, so it was completely defenseless against the invasion of its mother, completely exposing its inner workings. A vast stream of information swept through her consciousness. Luo dared not waste time, quickly searching for the necessary information before her consciousness was overwhelmed and rendered incapacitated by the barrier's information flow. Much useless information was eliminated, focusing instead on the internal details. However, before finding the information, Luo unexpectedly discovered that the barrier was constantly under attack, with a large amount of magical power abnormally flowing into it. Based on the stored magical power, the barrier would collapse in 10 days due to magic depletion. Switching to the view outside the barrier, she saw a dense horde of magical beasts, their ferocity and violent magical power far exceeding that of a single beast. Goosebumps rose all over Luo's body. This was the interior of the Empire. Where did such a massive beast tide come from? This is unreasonable. This is absolutely unreasonable. After a moment's thought, Luo decisively deactivated the barrier sealing state, changing it from prohibiting entry and exit to allowing exit but not entry, and then accelerated her search. She also saw Lord Wendell and many other extraordinary individuals in the city above ground. Since that was the case, she would leave it to them. She was just an ordinary mage. She couldn't defeat a beast hide. Chapter 964. The information circulating within the barrier was vast. Fortunately, Luo entered the barrier's consciousness in her consciousness form and used special methods to retrieve it. Within 10 minutes, she found the information she needed. As her consciousness returned to her body, Luo immediately felt the suffocating cleansing sensation subside. Her remaining half of her soul power was reduced by another 80%, leaving her with a splitting headache. After rummaging through her ring, she found several bottles of what appeared to be decent quality soothing potions and drank them. Only then did the feeling of being about to explode slowly subside. However, the repeated exploitation of her soul power in such a short time had left considerable aftereffects. A lingering pain still remained in her sea of souls. Unable to worry too much about it, given her mastery of soul techniques, minor aftereffects were easily eliminated. Luo quickly finished organizing the information she had obtained. Luna visited Crystal City. This was the best news, undoubtedly confirming that Luo's direction was correct. But bad news followed immediately. Luna left Crystal City 7 years ago. Fortunately, she had frequent contact with a blacksmith named Kachi, and the barrier clearly recorded that this blacksmith came from the old capital of Hibia and had left Crystal City 3 years ago. If he wasn't dead, he was very likely still in the old capital of Hibia. Luo couldn't find more information. In fact, before the city was sealed off, Crystal City's records of outsiders were very lax. After all, it still had the reputation of a major tourist city, and it wouldn't be possible to block tourists. Finding this information was thanks to the specialized search capabilities of Crystal City's barrier. Meanwhile, Luo also casually browsed some secrets related to Crystal City. Most of them were largely consistent with what she knew. Crystal Lake did indeed connect to the underground world, but the reality was more serious than she had guessed. Crystal Lake is the nail that suppresses the subterranean fiery beasts. Once its foundation is shaken, billions of these beasts, Magnodon, will be released, rampaging through the earth and unleashing a devastating lava eruption that will burn the entire Agnesa Empire into a lava kingdom. Even the entire northern environment will be altered. Fortunately, judging by the current rate of Crystal Lake's collapse, complete disintegration will take several years, even decades, and there's still a possibility of resealing it, provided the Agnesa Empire unseals it within that timeframe. Meanwhile, Luo also discovered Ralph's appearance in the records of the stripped-off barrier control hub. Arrogance and deep cunning were Luo's first impressions of him, a highly contradictory but definitely mentally unstable ruler. Furthermore, Luo was slightly puzzled by the lack of records about Anna Bao. However, given the time constraints, she hadn't deliberately searched for it, so it was understandable that she overlooked it. Luo quickly put it aside and focused on sensing the situation of the others. The others aren't in serious trouble, except that Purple Luo has fainted, and Pink Luo and Blue Luo, lacking magic crystal support, are suffering from a double deficiency of magic power and soul power. They need to be rescued one by one. Huh? How did they get back to the surface? In that case, let them go. After instructing Fia and Ano to search for Pink Luo and Blue Luo, Luo turned to look at Red Luo, who was recovering her magic power. Strangely enough, Red Luo was now the one with the strongest fighting power. My luck has turned. Your only remaining support is me, my true self. Let's go. Let's see just how strong this so-called Chief Dahomey really is. Red Luo tossed her long hair, her murderous aura coalescing into a blood-red cloak, exuding a regal aura. Born proud and aloof, how could she easily forgive the blasphemer who launched the sneak attack? Luo remained silent. Hong Luo's words were a manifestation of a fleeting thought in her subconscious. Even if she refused to admit it, Hong Luo's words reflected Luo's own intentions. The two figures vanished into the alternate dimension, quickly finding Anna Bauer waiting there. However, Dorba was gone, leaving only a barrier protecting Anna Bauer. Sister Eileen. Bauer is here. Anna Bauer waved brightly at them, only remembering when they got closer. She quickly lifted her skirt and curtsied. Anna Bauer congratulates you two sisters Eileen on your great success. Patting her head, Luo's gaze softened considerably when looking at Anna Bauer. Although she seemed a bit dazed, without her, Luo might not have been able to achieve her goals so easily. Moreover, reconstructing the core had deepened her understanding of barrier magic. The Crystal City barrier was countless times more complex than the Edbao City barrier. Luo had gained immensely from analyzing only a portion of it, sparking numerous inspirations for perfecting the 8th layer of the barrier. She would have Luo study it when she had time. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the surroundings, followed by a furious roar from above. "Ralph, you deserve to die. Crystal City will fight Dahomey to the death." Anna Bauer trembled, clinging to Luo's leg, and stammered, "Sister Eileen, the kind uncle who protected Bauer seemed very serious before he left, but now he seems angry." Dauerba, with his personality, actually getting angry. Luo realized something must have happened on the upper levels, and quickly left the core area. The entrance seal was now useless to Luo. With a casual wave of his hand, the seal instantly crumbled, and after the group left, it returned to its original state. The 33rd floor was the city lord's mansion. At this moment, apart from the high-ranking official's descendants, there weren't many people left. A slight sense of panic lingered. As soon as they stepped into the 32nd floor, a strong chill swept over them. The entire 32nd floor was almost frozen solid. Ha ha ha. Return to the underworld for this patriarch. Ice shards rapidly spread from afar, shattering all buildings and debris into ice fragments. Luo hurriedly activated a barrier spell, the raging ice shards violently repelling the barrier, leaving countless fine cracks on it. Boom! Amidst the swirling ice crystals, a solemn figure instantly appeared outside the barrier. His long arms pierced through the barrier, pulling the three women out, narrowly dodging the powerful thrust that exploded behind him. A magic book leaped before him, its 3 pages turning into ice crystals and scattering, stirring up a chilling mist that sealed away souls. Ralph killed High Priest Ladia. Only the city lord can subdue him now. Dorba's tone carried 3 parts shock, 2 parts weariness, and 5 parts sorrow. Luo, drawn by his magic, noticed that his other hand was empty, and his priestly robes were tattered, with broken runes constantly falling from them. Isn't he an 8th-tier cultivator? How can he be so powerful? I don't know. Discussing it now is useless. I will do my best to stop him from destroying the barrier's core. You quickly find Lord Wendell. As they spoke, even Luo felt the frozen mist around him shattered by some force. Starlight rained down, transforming into countless ice shards that pierced through the air. Each strike was far faster than Luo's perception could handle. Even his eyes couldn't react in time. He only saw a blur before the two had exchanged over 1,000 blows. The magic destroyed the entire layer, revealing the true form of the supermagical transverse rock deep within. Countless streams of light shimmered upon it, protecting the 32 layers from collapse. If it hadn't been designed from the outset that each layer could withstand the power of a 9-tier peak cultivator, Crystal City, such a small place, simply couldn't support 2 8-tier powerhouses fighting. Dalba, clearly weaker than Ralph, was caught off guard and pierced through the abdomen by a spear, exploding into pieces. In the nick of time, he shook off Luo and his group, his remains rapidly reforming. A high-pitched chant rang out, and a giant hand brought a massive iceberg, slamming it down on Ralph. Get out of here! Luo and his group were swept away by the magical storm. Red Luo unleashed a high-level ice shield, a 5-meter-wide icy domain surrounding them. Together with Luo, they manipulated ice magic to reverse the turbulent flow, preventing Anna Bauer from being corrupted. In reality, she couldn't even get close to Dalba. He was an 8th-tier fighter at full power. Even the aftershocks were beyond her capabilities. Boom! Boom! The suppressing iceberg trembled continuously, cracks spreading. Even the iceberg, carrying the eternal aura of the ice god, couldn't completely restrain Ralph. Without further hesitation, Luo unfurled her azure dragon wings. The azure wind domain merged with them, making the dragon's scales appear even more realistic. In the blink of an eye, they darted several miles, arriving at the entrance to the 31st floor in a short time. The seal automatically broke, allowing them to leave the 32nd floor. Ha ha ha, so this is the reinforcement you sought? Good, very good. You dare to treat me like a monkey? I personally show you what hell truly is. A ghostly blue flame suddenly erupted, clearly composed of extreme cold power, yet the iceberg rapidly melted under the burning flames, finally exploding with a deafening roar. Dorba breathed heavily, his expression extremely solemn. His opponent's rank was clearly the same as his own, but he possessed a power not belonging to the Dahomey family, which had elevated his strength by a whole level, however. Eternal Ice God, protect Crystal City, all calamities will eventually subside. Dorba's eyes hardened, and hundreds of crystals around him shattered with a clang. Countless phantoms dressed in priestly robes raised their heads, chanting a low, unified prayer for eternity. The ice crystals intertwined, and the 32 underground levels gradually transformed into a giant cocoon of ice. Flying at full speed, Luo reached the 30th floor in just a few breaths. His eyes were met with thick ice pillars, an unyielding chill perpetually filling the area. A perpetual snowfall began, accompanied by mournful sounds, as if mourning someone. At the source of the ice pillars, where the Dorji Cathedral once stood a 36-meter-tall statue of an ice god, now riddled with cracks, scattering wisps of fate's power. Before the statue knelt a woman with a cold, aloof air, a long ice crystal spear piercing her heart, emanating a faint aura of evil. Anna Bauer's pupils dilated sharply, her hands tightly covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to open her eyes wide to see more, to remember it, yet she couldn't resist turning her head away, afraid to look any longer. Luo, saddened, gently patted Anna Bauer's head, stepped forward, and grasped the spear. A ghostly blue power instantly activated, attempting to penetrate Luo's palm, but a flash of golden light, and the remaining power vanished with a scream, the spear shattering with a bang. After a moment of silence for the woman, Luo, carrying the sobbing Anna Bauer, swiftly leaped out of the 30th floor. Her expression grew increasingly cold and resolute, and influenced by this, the crimson cloak on Luo's body became even more vibrant, the golden halo in her pupils gradually being covered by crimson. This young lady will kill him. Difficult. Retreat is not my belief. I understand. The cold wind was blocked by the shield, and the group silently flew rapidly towards the upper levels. The places they reached were almost deserted. Those who could live in the mining layers all possessed extraordinary strength. Mortals could not endure the dense magical energy of the lower levels. Now that most of the extraordinary individuals had been sent out, naturally no one remained. Perhaps this was also something that the High Priestess of Lavia, eternally loyal to the Ice God, had considered. A moment later, Luo and his group passed the 20th floor. A few more floors led to the residential area. Suddenly, Luo and Hong Luo felt a tremor in their hearts and instinctively separated. The next moment, a vast and overwhelming force surged from behind them. Magic was torn apart, spreading to the outer edge of the 18th floor, instantly obliterating all buildings on the rocky surface. The shockwave shattered the shields protecting Luo and Hong Luo instantly. Oh dear, leaving in such a hurry doesn't reflect the hospitality of Crystal City. Sorry, although we have no grudge, they've given too much. A young, 8th-tier extraordinary warrior hovered in midair with a half-smile. It was he who had just shattered all of Luo's defenses with a single punch, breaking down his concealment magic and revealing his true form. The young man's eyes lit up slightly. The other person's appearance was unexpectedly perfect, but more importantly, wasn't this the person his employer had asked him to find? He hadn't expected to actually run into his target, while merely keeping watch. What luck! Luo reformed her shield, her expression turning serious. She stored Anna Bauer in her storage pendant, and a silver moon lamp appeared in her hand. She currently lacked the ability to fight an 8th-tier being. Although she had previously destroyed a petal of the Lily Demon, that was because the demon was irrational, and its attention was completely focused on Fia, leaving it defenseless. However, the one before her was a shrewd superhuman who had lived for hundreds, even nearly 1,000 years. This being could evade, could think, and possess numerous trump cards. While its raw strength was roughly inferior to the Lily Demon, its difficulty in dealing with her far exceeded that. What? You witnessed the difference in strength and still want to resist? It hurt a little. The young man cracked his knuckles, grinning. Terrifying power was contained within every muscle and every wisp of blood in his body. Vast magical power lay dormant, its aura subtly permeating all 18 layers of space. A heavy pressure descended suddenly. A massive ice sword appeared above the youth's head without warning. Hong Luo became a blur, surrounded by countless shimmering stars, falling like hundreds of meteors. Heat and coldness appeared simultaneously, and the calm magic instantly turned violent. Countless thorns sprouted, releasing a large amount of deadly poison. A single sip could render a 6th-tier transcendent unconscious. The invisible power of the soul ignored magic and flesh, striking directly at the depths of the soul. Delicate vines climbed up his ankles, and the boundless forest, bearing its fangs, shielded his consciousness, weakening any will to resist. Luo wasn't a child, and naturally wouldn't underestimate his opponent. His dazzling golden pupils held an unapproachable air, his silver moon lamp radiating brilliant light, golden divine runes leaping from its surface, and the blazing sun unleashing its full power. In an instant, several powerful skills rained down, and the young man's mocking smile vanished. He realized he had truly underestimated his opponent. This strength was completely different from what had been reported in the intelligence. What happened to the supposed 4th-tier to 5th-tier strength? The various elemental magics mingled without interfering, the opposing elements of ice and fire and wood, now complementing each other, creating an unstoppable, soul-piercing attack. The overwhelming pressure was like the might of a proud dragon, no, even surpassing it, and the white sun, poised to unleash its power, radiated an awe-inspiring and unapproachable majesty. This was definitely the power of divine magic, and not just any ordinary divine magic. A typical 7th-tier opponent would be utterly doomed against her, let alone two such powerful opponents, working together with perfect rhythm. Unfortunately, he wasn't 7th tier. That's somewhat interesting, but only a little. Chapter 965. The attack, aimed directly at the soul, arrived first. However, the youth merely shook his own soul body, without much skill. His solidified soul power instantly shattered the soul magic. He stomped his right leg heavily, cleaving ice in all directions. Whether it was the forest illusion or the poisonous thorns, they were all reduced to dust before they even got close. His not-so-rough fingers reached above his head and lightly touched the top, the high-level magic ice slash instantly turning into fragments. With a flick of his wrist, the magical fragments instantly and precisely shattered the meteor shower. His broad hand, moving with imperceptible speed, reached after her and grabbed Han Luo's neck. The youth smiled gently at her, then his 5 fingers tightened suddenly. Boom! Han Luo's pupils contracted slightly. Her body transformed into flames, sweeping past the youth before reforming near Luo. She stared intently at the youth engulfed in flames. Just before his neck was snapped, she released her constructed absolute zero, and in the instant his movements faltered. A small sun formed from divine runes struck him hard in the waist, but it didn't break through his defense. Without much time to think, Luo's sun, formed in a short time, unleashed its intense heat, its power surpassing Han Luo's by 3 points. Without hesitation, the two Luos, their minds connected, chanted the incantation silence. Interesting, yet another divine spell. A massive icy hand suddenly tore through the flames, striking down with lightning speed. The overwhelming pressure instantly interrupted Luo's incantation. The young man's figure forcefully entered Luo's field of vision. His clothes weren't even burned. His fist slowly struck out, carrying an irresistible, terrifying power. Boom! A few strands of silver hair turned to dust. In the lightning, Luo flashed 100 meters away. It wasn't that he didn't want to run further, but rather that the oppressive aura greatly shortened the distance of the lightning's impact. A blur flashed before his eyes, and a leg whip swept across in the blink of an eye. At a distance of 100 meters, it was no different than being face to face. Luo, along with his newly formed shield, was instantly shattered. The force of the blow continued, stirring up a powerful, swirling storm core. His newly healed arm turned to ice shards once more. The savage echo and the immense life force of life revival mutually consumed each other. However, the aftershocks of the youth's kick had not yet subsided, and the emerald life force was visibly decaying. Suddenly, everything on the 18th floor seemed to sink into quagmire. Magic, air currents, light, and perception all slowed down. Affected by this, the emerald life force was given a respite, rapidly reconstructing Luo's body. The silver moonlight shone brightly, constructing a 7-colored barrier. Using the barrier's momentary resistance, Luo vanished in a gust of wind. The next instant, the youth shattered the barrier, his surging magic power missing its mark and crashing into the crystal pillar, creating terrifying ripples of cold air. The silence of all things that Han Luo had hastily released was instantly shattered by the powerful shockwave. Suffering this backlash, Han Luo's aura suddenly weakened by 3/10. This was only after using elemental divine authority to mitigate the backlash. If an ordinary mid-level transcendent dared to overestimate themselves and unleash a high-level divine spell on a high-level expert, the backlash from the shattered spell would be enough to kill them 3 times over. A third high-level divine spell? Now I'm even more curious about your identities. It's a bit of a waste to just hand it over to Ralph. The youth ripped open his shirt, revealing well-defined, though not overly muscular muscles. Countless faint blue runes emerged, like tattoos born from flesh and blood. His aura surged again. Apart from Luo and Han Luo within a 3-meter radius, all the magic power in the entire 18th underground level was under his control. A layer of icy mist emanated from the youth's palm, with fine runes swirling around, radiating a faint divine power, clearly a mid-level divine spell. The north is the gathering place of the ice god's followers. While high-level divine spells are extremely rare, I still possess 1 or 2 ordinary divine spells. Do you still want to struggle? This time, it won't be a small skirmish. Thanks to Red Luo's slowing down and preventing the magic from invading, Luo, aside from losing some magic, had almost fully recovered from his injuries. He remained on high alert, rapidly considering a countermeasure. My main body, 3 methods, have you decided? Let's use that one. Priest Dorba can't drag this out any longer. With Moriarty needing to seal the abnormal fluctuations in the ruined space, Luo only had one way to defeat the youth: to consume holy blood to summon an avatar of the fire god Afama. However, being underground, the power of the divine avatar might cause the crystal city to collapse. However, if it were merely about getting rid of the youth, Luo could do quite a few things. The problem was that these methods either could only be used once in a short period, or required a short activation time. Unfortunately, the opponent was extremely fast, and Luo and her companion had been defeated several times before they could even make a decision. Now, they needed to take advantage of the youth's momentary lapse in vigilance while he was showing off his power. If they continued to drag it out, Priest Dalba might not be able to hold off Ralph, and if the temporary barrier was destroyed, all her efforts over the past few days would be in vain. The two exchanges of thoughts lasted only a moment, and the youth's aura continued to grow. Luo and Red Luo had already made their decision. Without needing to exchange glances, Red Luo launched the first attack. The transformation array concealed by her scarlet scarf rapidly activated, her aura suddenly increasing several times over. 3 fiery clones appeared, surrounding Red Luo, and 4 slender hands were raised high, the sun that annihilated all things reappearing. Their auras clashed. Although Red Luo was at a disadvantage in terms of power fluctuations, she was in no way inferior in terms of oppressive force. Useless. The youth's right fist was swiftly enveloped in icy mist, radiating a destructive aura. Its danger made Luo, who was maneuvering behind him, tremble. However, instead of retreating, Hong Luo advanced, a layer of murderous aura spreading around her, imbuing the blazing white sun with a chilling killing intent. Whether it's useful or not is for me to decide. It's not for a lowly, insignificant person to speak. At this moment, transform into flames and burn everything to ashes. The sun erupted, extreme light and heat blowing, a chilling intent rising, a surging river of flames melting everything. The fist covered in destructive icy mist gently swung out, ending all things, extinguishing all life. The 18 layers were instantly filled with golden red and icy blue light. The aftershocks of the power exploded, creating an even more violent tremor. The barrier outside the crystal pillar trembled precariously, almost triggering a second collapse. However, the gap in raw power was insurmountable. The clash lasted only 2 seconds before the sun's intense heat could no longer withstand the onslaught, cooling it to a thick pillar of icy flame, ending with the extinguished sun and the retreating Hong Luo. The 3 clones, having completed their mission, exhausted their magic and disintegrated. Large swathes of ice crystals covered Hong Luo's body. Under the dual protection of the malevolent energy and elemental divine authority, she barely avoided having her soul invaded by the alien magic, but her flesh and blood magic were already corrupted. The surging ice magic coursed through her body, clashing violently with the fire magic. Countless jets of blood shot from her smooth skin, turning her into a blood-soaked figure in the blink of an eye. But Hong Luo had already achieved his goal. The young man withdrew his fist and stood up, his gaze sharpening as he immediately noticed a half-opened scroll in Luo's hand, emanating a strange aura. The scroll was fully opened in the next moment. Buzz! An invisible wave swept across the 18th floor in the blink of an eye, and the light body suddenly became incredibly heavy. Before the young man could react, his body plummeted rapidly and crashed heavily to the ground. No matter how he mobilized his magic power, he could not take off. Anti-flight scroll? How did you get your hands on the Alanda Merchant Guild's core product? The young man was astonished. This was a top-tier scroll, second only to forbidden magic scrolls, involving the manipulation of spatial power. Ordinary scroll makers simply couldn't manufacture it. Even he had only heard of it, but had no way of purchasing it. However, what shocked him even more was that the 2 girls only descended slightly by 10 meters before continuing their flight, seemingly completely unaffected by the anti-flight power. Ignoring the young man's shock, Luo quickly stepped forward and picked up the bleeding Hong Luo. A large amount of violent magic was wreaking havoc within her body, constantly corrupting the deeper layers of her original magic. Thin shards of ice condensed and shattered on her skin, repeatedly, and glistening blood mixed with ice shards dripped onto the ground, spreading into large patches of ice crystals. Life revival was released, and a vast amount of life force continuously flowed into Hong Luo's body. A divine light appeared in his palm, dispelling the uncontrolled magic power. Her injuries finally stabilized, but the magic erosion and corruption were only suppressed. He didn't have the energy to resolve them for the time being. Bang! A shockwave suddenly erupted below. The young man stomped his foot, his body leaping 10 miles into the air like a sword, unleashing thousands of leg whips in the blink of an eye. However, Luo had anticipated that the anti-air technique wouldn't completely incapacitate him. In the 2 seconds Hong Luo had bought for her, she released the power she had gathered, activating silence. A high-level divine spell that wasn't hastily activated was far more resilient. The young man's attack speed immediately slowed by 30%, his unpredictable movements becoming barely discernible. Lightning flashed frequently, and Luo, carrying Hong Luo, narrowly avoided all the leg whips. A hazy mist shrouded the two of them, and Luo's aura slowly disappeared from the young man's perception. He could clearly see her, but his magic technique couldn't lock onto her. Landing lightly, the young man frowned, watching the two women rapidly disappear into the distance. He felt a surge of displeasure. In terms of raw power, he undoubtedly possessed an overwhelming advantage. However, his opponents had a multitude of techniques, casually wielding high-level magic, and even mastering 2 high-level divine spells. Whether it was the lightning flash that could forcibly break free from magical locks, the strange divine spell that inexplicably accelerated their abilities, the scorching sun that could rival his divine spells, or the ability to forcibly escape the perception of an aura beyond their level, these were all trump cards used by any high-level superhuman. Yet, these opponents used magic as if it were free, their arrogance filling the young man with envy and jealousy. Even stranger, the two girls were incredibly alike. Not only were their appearances identical, but their mastery of divine magic was also nearly identical. To say they were clones would be terrifying. He preferred to believe they were twins, however. As he said, he wasn't just a 7th-tier transcendent who had only begun to grasp the properties of magic, but a top-tier powerhouse who had reached another level in all aspects of magic properties, quality, and strength. The 18th floor was only 10 kilometers high. So what if he couldn't fly? He could reach the 17th floor in 3 steps. Bang! The rock trembled. The young man took a step, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. With his second step, he had already caught up with Luo's flight. Looking up at the two girls desperately flying towards the next floor, he once again revealed a confident smile. He stomped heavily on the rock, his body suddenly shooting upwards. His right hand shot out, his flesh expanding 1,000 times, transforming into a giant ice crystal hand that swiftly grabbed at Luo. He's here. It's alright, I can catch up. Luo remained calm. The opponent's speed was indeed beyond her expectations. It was hard to imagine how swift a wind-attribute warrior could be. However, she still had a backup plan. Under the effect of utter silence, the young man was unaware that his true speed had been weakened. He thought Luo had given him a blessing to accelerate him. Just as the two women effortlessly crossed the seal, and the icy hand was about to grab them, the seal suddenly and rapidly closed, isolating the 2 layers of space before the hand could penetrate the 17th layer. Boom! The hand slammed onto the seal, causing a violent tremor. However, the seal only showed slight cracks before quickly recovering. By this time, the young man had lost his upward momentum, and his body fell back to the ground. Looking at the 2 women, who had vanished without a trace, and the glowing seal, his displeasure and jealousy instantly transformed into a deep sense of defeat. No wonder the other party hadn't chosen to beg for mercy from beginning to end. He had thought it was recklessness, but it turned out to be his own arrogance. Strange twins, interesting. Forget it, not worth it. Of course, he had a trump card to pass through the seal, but the price was too high. The reward from Ralph couldn't compensate for it. The anti-flight scroll's effect lasts for 30 minutes. Limited by the size of the underground space and the seal, the young man likely won't have a chance to reappear before the effect wears off. With the young man gone, Luo quickly returned to his residential floor. However, to prevent another enemy like the young man from guarding him, Luo maintained his illusionary water domain and shadow in the moon effects throughout. This time, there were no further incidents. It took Luo about 10 minutes to successfully find Luo, who was unconscious in an abandoned house in the suburbs. Carrying one of Luo's in each hand, Luo quickly returned to the surface. Along the way, he saw the Crystal Lake pillar stop between the 4th and 5th floors. It seemed the battle's fluctuations had a significant impact, and he descended another half floor. The city above was in chaos. Low-level superhumans, relying on the city's protective barrier, were indiscriminately unleashing skills to bombard the monsters outside. Mid-level superhumans were either in groups of 2 or 3, or acting alone, leaving the barrier to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, 7th and 8th level powerhouses were engaged in an epic battle high in the sky, with even a small aftershock killing thousands of monsters. Crystal City still had 1,300 priests under Persia's leadership, using various churches as bases to treat wounded superhumans. A small group of a dozen alchemists, whose origins were unknown, refined fresh magic cores and distributed them throughout the city to prevent superhumans from running out of magic power. Scenes of fallen monsters and superhumans were everywhere. The city's protective barrier shone brightly, precisely resisting attacks from the monsters, and numerous illusory ice crystal warriors joined the resistance. But looking around, the monsters actually had a slight advantage. This was within the Empire's borders. The monsters were weak, and Crystal City was one of the Empire's 5 great cities. How could they be in such a predicament? Upon closer inspection, Luo discovered that the magic power and life force of the dead monsters and superhumans hadn't dissipated as before, but had risen into the sky, forming visible dark, mottled leaden clouds. The thick clouds were so dense that even the aftershocks of a high-level battle couldn't dissipate them. Meanwhile, the terrifying behemoths battling the higher-level beings were gulping down the energy cloud, enough to easily trigger a magical surge in mid-level transcendence, and emanating endless, eerie blue mist from their scales that seeped into the beast horde below, breeding even more magical beasts, and causing the horde's numbers and overall strength to increase every moment. The Transcendents, on the other hand, were constantly being drained. Even if they could recover their magical power, their soul power couldn't be restored quickly. With each Transcendent who died, several more magical beasts would appear. This ebb and flow would eventually lead to the Transcendents being gradually devoured. However, for some reason, Luo couldn't find Lord Wendell. If that 9th level expert were there, the current situation would surely be reversed. After searching for a while, Luo unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. It was Aladako, the captain of the 10th level Ice God Guard, also known as the Archbishop of Nideo Cathedral. Remembering that Priest Dorba was still struggling below, Luo quickly flew towards Aladako. Chapter 966. At the end of the sealed barrier above the clouds, a purple-patterned eye calmly gazed down into the distance. In a battlefield unseen by anyone in this alternate dimension, an epic battle was raging. A burly, crimson figure wept like a child, shedding 2 streams of bloody tears. Yet, the giant axe in its hand carried boundless madness and ferocity, each strike distorted space itself. Behind it lay a raging sea of blood, each drop a testament to a brutal war. Hatred and grief madly flooded its mind. Its only thought was battle. An endless battle. 8 ribbons, constructed entirely of purple patterns, floated behind this strange humanoid figure, disappearing into the void. 10 ribbons extended from its fingers, each swing capable of shattering an opponent's attack. The ribbons struck at treacherous angles, ignoring all obstacles, directly at its body, as if everything in the world was pierced through its single eye in the center of its head like a sieve, and fighting against it were 2 human 9th-tier transcendents. Wendell's expression was extremely grave, as he cautiously dealt with the unknown crimson-clad giant. His opponent's aura was only 8th tier yet. Whether it was the murderous aura solidified into a raging sea of blood, or the eerie whispers that constantly disturbed his mind and gradually eroded his faith in the Ice God, both were incredibly troublesome for Wendell. Moreover, after a quarter of an hour of fighting, he was actually outmatched in raw strength. This completely shattered Wendell's understanding of the difference in ranks. Even if his opponent could contend with him, Wendell would accept it. That could be explained by special methods. But to be unable to gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation, and instead, to be rapidly at a disadvantage due to various bizarre methods, was this reasonable? Glancing at another battlefield, he saw his friend fighting another monster. This friend was even stronger than him, yet his situation was far worse. His friend was visibly becoming agitated, but no matter how angry he was, his attacks were easily thwarted, while the enemy's attacks always seemed to ignore his defenses and inflict heavy damage. Wendell was anxious. Without a 9th-tier expert to stabilize the situation, who knew how long Crystal City could withstand the Beast-Tide siege, unfortunately, reality wouldn't change because of his thoughts. 2 9th-tier powerhouses, who were among the top in the Agnisa Empire, were being overwhelmed by 2 monsters of unknown origin. Zooming out, the alternate dimension was actually inside a fist-sized silver sphere, hanging high above thick leaden clouds. These leaden clouds, thousands of miles thick, shimmered with 9-colored lightning, visible collisions of magical energy, demonstrating their incredibly high concentration. Within these leaden clouds, where only high-level transcendents could survive, scales larger than a small town appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. Strange tentacles, like tree roots and blood vessels, were constantly changing, occasionally appearing in large swaths. The leaden cloud was engulfed in a massive vortex, its inner, indescribable abyss-like maw faintly visible. Hundreds of 7th-tier and a dozen 8th-tier transcendents relentlessly unleashed their magical power, desperately trying to subdue the colossal creature that was almost one with the leaden cloud. The terrifying killing force tore apart countless scales, scattering a shower of multicolored blood, but these injuries were insignificant to its body, healing instantly. Beneath the leaden cloud lay a circular battlefield 2,000 miles in diameter, where millions of magical beasts relentlessly charged towards the only pure land in the center, Crystal City. Under this ocean-like onslaught, the earth could not withstand it. Much of Crystal City's underground had been exposed, making this giant city built by the lake resemble a giant pine cone half buried in the ground. Luo stood on the outer city wall, surrounded by FIA and the others. After many days, the group was finally reunited, but Luo's mind was still replaying the words Aladako had said before leaving. What? How is this possible? How could High Priestess Lavia have failed? She is. I forgive your rudeness because you come from the Temple of Mages, but tell the truth, how is High Priestess Lavia? It really failed. How could she? I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Please understand my inability to calm my emotions. Priest Orba? I understand. I go as soon as possible. Thank you so much. I don't know where Lord Wendell went. Actually, he and the leader of the Snow Kingdom mercenary group were the first to attack, but for some reason, they suddenly disappeared. Time is running out. I go find Priest Dorba first. By the way, although as a member of Crystal City, I don't regret everything I done, but personally, I owe you an apology. From shock and disbelief to bewilderment, bitterness, and then hatred and anxiety, Aladako left quickly with complex emotions that Luo couldn't fully understand. To avoid delaying, Luo temporarily created a key that could pass through the seal for him and informed him of the young man's existence. FIA and Ano stood behind Luo, their gazes unconsciously sweeping back and forth between the 5 Luos. Judging from the contractual connection, the girl holding the silver moon lamp and wearing a black robe was undoubtedly the true master. But the other Loras were not only identical in appearance, without the slightest difference, but even their soul aura and scent were indistinguishable. Aside from the distinctly different magical energy they emitted, they were practically the same person. FIA and Ano initially thought their powerful night elf abilities and keen perception had failed them. Fortunately, Pink Loras noticed their confusion and kindly explained, revealing that the other Loras were actually special clones of their master. However, their initial doubts suddenly became perfectly understandable. It was normal for their master to know everything, nothing strange. But even Pink Loras, who was most adept at communication, had no time to worry about this. The terrifying monster within the leaden clouds was on the verge of being confronted by the extraordinary beings of Crystal City. The vast dark clouds covering 500,000 square kilometers were like a sea, and the monster was a giant centipede-like octopus within it. The high-level extraordinary beings fighting against it were merely ordinary small fish. I'm going. You stay put. Luo delivered a chop to Red Luo's head. Purple Luo, Pink Luo, and Blue Luo had only suffered from excessive depletion of magic and soul power. With sufficient magic crystals and high-level mana-restoring potions, they could recover quickly. However, Red Luo was severely injured, her combat strength reduced to 8 or 9/10. Going there now would only accelerate her regeneration, serving no other purpose. Whether out of reason or emotion, Luo was unwilling to hide within the barrier and do nothing. Even if it might attract a powerful enemy she had always been wary of, what had she been cultivating for all these years, to become more cowardly? The firebird hair tie that simply bound her beautiful, waist-length silver hair glowed slightly. Luo warned FIA and the others to be careful of the Dahomey family, leaving Red Luo to recover on her own, and left the barrier with the other 3 Luos. Ultimate Corruption, Extraordinary 8th Tier, Water, Fire, Earth, Ice, Wind, Thunder, Wood, Metal, Darkness, Quasi-High Demon, a terrifying being from the demon dimension, born from the darkest corners of the hearts of all sentient beings. Proficient in soul magic, it can devour souls to gain corresponding attribute affinity, including light magic. Its massive body possesses a magical capacity unmatched by living beings. Deep within its body lies the Soul Collapse Eye, containing a powerful force. Once its gaze is met, the soul will suffer irreparable damage. Blessed by a high demon, it has undergone ultimate corruption, its demonic origin shattered, losing some racial talents, but its racial rank has increased. Its lifespan is rapidly depleted, but it can recover by devouring magical power. This devouring ability gives rise to evolutionary abilities, granting it the ability to move freely. The ultimate corrupted body possesses the ability to modify magical power. Any power containing magical power, once devoured, can be transformed into distorted mist, accelerating the birth, evolution, and corruption of magical beasts, and can rapidly evolve into giant beast hides. Note 1. No soul body, all soul power and magic are stored within the body. Note 2. Eye of Annihilation. Can instantly destroy the sanity of a being with a soul. Note 3. Possesses extremely strong resistance to all elemental magic. Note 4. can only exist in environments with extremely high concentrations of magic. Note 28. Loses shielding domain. Note 29. Loses repulsion domain. Note 30. Can connect with the life force of fallen beings. Note 31. Greatly increased devouring ability. Note 32. 9 eyes, 9 lives, remaining resurrection attempts. 8. Evaluation. 1 flower. Even flowers dream of traveling the world, even if they are heartless demons. Upon leaving the barrier, the onslaught of magical energy was like the most violent storm in the world, seemingly impervious to even address. Yet, even low-level superhumans outside would be assimilated into the magical energy within 3 minutes, their souls not even guaranteed to return to the underworld. The 6 elements of magic, ice, fire, wood, water, light, and darkness, spontaneously swirled around Luo and his companions, isolating them from the magical storm's erosion. However, the autonomous protective range had compressed from the normal 5 meters to less than 10 centimeters. Beyond that, it broke free of restraint and reverted to its berserk state. In the distance, thousands of mid-level superhumans erected shields to fight powerful magical beasts, consciously allowing the lower-level beasts to breach the barrier, relying on the barrier's autonomous defense and the counterattacks of the lower-level superhumans within. Crystal City now has a population of 100 million, which has been reduced to 90 million after 6 days of chaos. However, the vast majority of the dead were ordinary people. Since the Dahomey family initially used the royal order to transfer more than 80% of the strong people away, most of the people who joined Crystal City later came from various small and medium-sized cities and towns, and their strength was not outstanding. As a result, the overall strength of the superhumans in Crystal City is not as good as it was 2 years ago. Luo glanced at the information displayed within the barrier. Currently, superhumans comprised only about 10% of Crystal City's total population, roughly 10 million. Of these, 90% remained at the low level, with approximately 900,000 at the 4th level, a sharp decline to 20,000 at the 5th level, and a mere 3,000 at the 6th level, and this was even with the addition of powerful individuals from various regions. The high level were even fewer, barely reaching 200. Luo, situated on the endless battlefield, personally experienced the weakness of the superhumans. To reverse this disadvantage, either a large number of mid-level superhumans would join the fray, or top-tier experts suppressing the battlefield would intervene. Luo wondered if more distant cities had noticed this, or if they would choose to provide support. After all, within the Empire, where magic had been stolen and rampant magical beasts were invading, travel between major cities had become extremely dangerous. He reached for a pendant he always carried. The flame-shaped pendant carried a faint, girlish fragrance, with a golden thread constantly moving within, appearing as if a wisp of golden flame was flickering. A gift from Alpha, the god of fire and war, capable of being infused with magic to sing praises of the gods and summon a divine avatar of equal rank. However, the avatar summoned by Luo, using her own magic, would be too weak. Without the aid of elemental divine authority, she couldn't even unleash high-level divine spells. Relying solely on her superior magic quality and mastery of runes, she could only reach the threshold of the 7th rank at best. Therefore, Luo untied her hair tie, letting her long hair flow freely. Under the gaze of the other 3 Luos, she took out a perfectly round drop of blood, like a crimson pearl. A faint holy aura emanated from it, causing even the low-ranking magical beasts around, who couldn't see Luo, to feel a chill. Pure fire magic was infused into the firebird ornament on her hair tie, instantly emitting a fiery red halo. A dazzling vortex of flames bloomed beneath her, and the Crimson Flame Lord's holy blood sensed it, detaching from her hand and falling into the center of the vortex at her feet. Whoosh! The vortex of flame suddenly swelled and expanded into a giant fire tornado. Except for the Luos within the summoning array, everything that touched the fire tornado was instantly melted into ashes. The sudden appearance of the towering flames immediately attracted the attention of nearby extraordinary beings, who quickly moved away, fearing being caught in the blast. The bloodthirsty magical beasts, however, were caught off guard and instantly disappeared. A dark red flame shot out from the summoning array, striking the pendant suspended in midair. Stimulated, the golden threads within erupted with dazzling light, unleashing an unparalleled burst of golden red flames that shot towards the sky, casting a fiery phantom image stretching for thousands of miles. Even the thick, leaden clouds could not conceal it. All living beings suddenly felt a surge of heat, as if scorching flames were about to erupt from within them. A cry. A melodious cry pierced the soul, compelling submission. The sky suddenly tore open the vast starry expanse, and a colossal fiery bird, burning with boundless divine fire, soared in, its majestic divine power descending. The vast battlefield fell silent, until the firebird gracefully folded its wings, transforming into a woman in a fiery red dress, whose face was obscured. Only then could all the extraordinary beings breathe again, as if reborn. Luo thought it a pity that the summoned avatar lacked divine consciousness, possessing only simple thoughts, unable to communicate or be controlled. However, he could request its intervention once. Without hesitation, Luo immediately relayed the request to slay the monster above. The feedback from the Insight report clearly indicated that the monster was transformed from a lily demon, possessing not only greater strength, but also the ability to aid the growth of the beast tide. As long as it lived, the beast tide would not be destroyed. The phenomenon of the divine avatar descending covered the sky above Crystal City, witnessed by all the extraordinary beings within the barrier. However, the extraordinary beings located in the land ruled by the ice god's faith were unaware of the woman's identity, only recognizing her as a support member of their own side. Under the tense gazes of many, the woman in the fiery red dress turned to look at the demon moving within the thick, leaden clouds in the distance. A golden red feather suddenly appeared in her palm. With a flick of her finger, it vanished in the blink of an eye. But the next moment, "Gui Wu!" A warm, faint voice rang in everyone's ears. A golden red feather, thousands of miles long, suddenly appeared outside the leaden clouds, its surface shimmering with countless flames. Firebirds soared, fiery figures sang, and seas of fire surged. It seemed to contain an entire world of flames. The feather, like a giant fan piercing the sky, waved lightly, and without warning, the gloom above Crystal City vanished instantly. Luo didn't even see the true form of the demon within the clouds. Everything was reduced to ashes. Oh no, the high-level superhumans who resisted the demon were still alive. Because Luo hadn't given the order to kill them, the divine summons hadn't targeted them. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, their jaws agape in disbelief. Many superhumans caught in the beast horde didn't even remember to fight back, only reacting when torn apart by a monster's claw. Meanwhile, within the city, after an indescribable shock and subsequent silence, the lower-ranking superhumans erupted in cheers, as the first person murmured, "This is simply a miracle." The nearly 10 million people in the entire city erupted in a deafening roar. "She's practically a goddess descended to earth. We're saved. So powerful. I want to believe in her." Many others only saw the sea of fire, and the instantly vanished gloom, but that didn't stop them from joining in the cheers. After all, the superhumans currently fighting had first witnessed a day of beast horde assaults, and then personally participated in the counterattack, deeply feeling the powerlessness of an individual against a raging tide, and desperately needed hope to lead them to victory. This task should have been undertaken by Lord Wendell, but no one knew where he had gone after his initial intervention. Unlike the cheering crowd within the barrier, Luo's expression was far from relaxed. The power of the divinely summoned avatar was indeed beyond her imagination, possibly surpassing the combat strength of a typical 9th-tier transcendent. However, the information and insight had not disappeared. Ultimate corruption, 8th-tier transcendent, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, wood, metal, darkness, quasi-high-level demon, ? Note 32, 9 eyes, 9 lives, remaining resurrection times, 7, evaluation. Even a flower dreams of traveling the world, even if it is a heartless demon. Chapter 967. The clear sky suddenly darkened, and a massive amount of magical power surged from the void, instantly condensing into a gigantic, wildly spinning eyeball. The 9 colors of the rainbow turned into a chaotic gray, and the pupil contracted violently into deep, disordered vertical lines, staring directly at the Vulcan avatar that had destroyed it once. The eye of soul annihilation bloomed. Vision seemed to plunge into endless collapse, colors and order clamoring wildly. The senses warned, the soul trembled, and consciousness seemed to foresee death. Time seemed to have passed countless years, yet also seemed to have vanished in the blink of an eye. After everyone broke out in a cold sweat, struggling to recover from the incredibly real near-death experience, they were shocked to find that the giant eyeball had been burned to ashes by a golden flame. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She was confident she could resist the destructive power of the Eye of Annihilation, but she could also sense its terrifying power and near unsolvable effect. Unfortunately, it was facing a god, even if it was just a summoned avatar. Its power and grandeur were far beyond the reach of a mindless demon. The avatar of the fire god Alphama ignored this fatal blow, and then its large eyeball spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Note 32. 9 eyes, 9 lives, remaining resurrection attempts. 6. After a brief silence, colorful lightning erupted in the sky again. A low, murmuring murmur filled the air. The mind felt as if it were sinking into a swamp, consciousness plummeting downwards. The eyeballs reformed, rapidly expanding into bloated flesh and blood. Disgusting slime dripped onto the earth, and countless eyeballs continuously closed and grew, quickly taking root in the ground to absorb the deep earth magic. The newly born monster surface began to be covered with thick, icy scales, blocking the scorching heat from afar. It was actually evolving on its own, based on the actions of the fire god's avatar. Crack. The enormous monster was instantly twisted into a pretzel by an invisible force, its eyeballs growing from the ground vanishing into nothingness. Note 32. 9 eyes, 9 lives, remaining resurrection attempts. 5. Hundreds of abyssal maws suddenly materialized, all biting at the Vulcan avatar in the air. A powerful devouring force erupted, even shattering the earth below and sending it flying. The next moment, the cries reappeared, and countless firebirds spread their wings and flew out from the depths of the maws, incinerating the abyssal maws from the inside out. Note 32. 9 eyes, 9 lives, remaining resurrection attempts. 4. The superhumans outside the barrier still needed to fight the beast tide and had little time to pay attention to what was happening in the sky. But the lower-level superhumans inside the barrier were already numb from watching. What kind of monster is this that dies and then resurrects? And who is this beautiful woman who casually annihilates monsters? We're all superhumans, so why can I kill monsters with a single sword strike that reaches 600 or 700 meters, while you can destroy monsters thousands of miles away? Are we really living in the same world? Xania and Xiao Yi sat on Han Luo's left and right shoulders respectively, their eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming repeatedly. Han Luo couldn't help but squint. This fire god loves to show off too much. TSK, annoying. Bang! A burst of fiery fireworks lit up the sky, and the demon's resurrection had reached its first cycle. But the people watching closely noticed something ominous. The fire god's clone was becoming ethereal. This meant the clone's power was about to run out. He hadn't summoned divine consciousness. The power to summon the clone came solely from holy blood. A single drop of holy blood had annihilated 7 quasi-high-level 8th-tier demons, demonstrating its immense power, but also highlighting the terrifying nature of demons. If demons launched a massive invasion, how could the living world, without dragons and angels to protect it, possibly withstand it? As Luo had predicted, after the demon's 8th resurrection, the Vulcan avatar flickered briefly, melting half of its body before vanishing with a bang. Simultaneously, the pendant carrying the Vulcan's divine power dimmed, rendering it unsummonable for a short time. The severely wounded demon thrashed about wildly, roots and flesh proliferating frantically from its wounds. However, the golden flames at the wounds were like a persistent poison, constantly burning and preventing healing. At this moment, the demon resembled a bloated centipede with a severed tail. Thousands of gaunt, withered hands were scattered haphazardly across its body. Each scale sprouted sharp, magic-tearing mouths, and thick blood vessels writhed from its abdomen. 5 arms on its chest embraced a huge, tightly closed eyeball, the newly formed Eye of Annihilation. The demon centipede seemed to feel no pain. Even as its wounds burned in flames, and its body spewed out large amounts of viscous, blood-like liquid, it immediately changed targets after the Vulcan avatar disappeared, its gaunt hands lunging at the high-ranking Transcendents, who had been forced to watch. Lower-level superhumans might not recognize the revered figure of the fire god Afama, but the higher-level beings knew perfectly well that a cultist of the fire god must have performed a divine summons at a great cost. Their previously waning fighting spirit surged once more. When the countless withered hands descended from the sky, everyone focused their minds, gathering their power to unleash formidable combat strength. In a short time, they forced the centipede demons into a retreating rout. Encouraged by this, the low-altitude battlefield regained its vitality, with everyone fighting with all their might for Crystal City. Luo and his companions also joined the battle. Although they were still at a disadvantage in the low-altitude battlefield, once the centipede demons were destroyed, the foundation of the beast tide would be eliminated, making the clearing of the beast tide much easier. The centipede demon was essentially still the lily demon, therefore it had no obvious weaknesses. If it were a shadow demon, Luo could rely on the divine magic of light to accelerate its kill. Now, he had to rely on brute force to defeat it. The arrival of the 4 women initially didn't attract much attention. There were over 120 people fighting the centipede demon, including 15 at the 8th rank. Although their numbers were small, the battlefield was even larger than the low-altitude battlefield. Luo concealed her presence and entered the battlefield, searching everywhere. She finally found Vice City Lord Bailey to the upper right of the centipede demon. The other 2 Vice City Lords were nowhere to be found. Their whereabouts were unknown. Without delay, Luo quickly moved forward. Although Aladako had already arrived, and 2 8th rank experts should be able to handle Ralph without much trouble, her intuition told her it wouldn't be that simple. Ralph, having descended to the deeper levels, wasn't interested in idle chatter. His target was most likely the barrier's alternate dimension. If he broke through the barrier and forcibly closed it, the 80 million mortals within Crystal City would surely die. She couldn't afford to gamble, and neither could Crystal City. Beryl was shocked by Lo's appearance, but upon learning of Ladia's fall, Dorba's defeat in his battle with Ralph, and Aladako's imminent arrival, this outspoken deputy city lord returned to Crystal City without hesitation. Only after Lo's analysis did he decide to bring another deputy city lord as reinforcements. Losing 2 8th-tier combatants, the remaining superhumans were clearly struggling. Each swing of their thousands of arms unleashed power comparable to high-level magical techniques. 7th-tier superhumans would be easily shattered if struck. Only 8th-tier superhumans could withstand the onslaught and leave deep wounds on the demons. Like the other 7th tiers, Lo and his companions were primarily responsible for drawing the demons' attention, creating more space for the 8th-tier powerhouses to attack, while also applying amplification skills to everyone present. Wind Whisper intermediate-level magic, Wind, summons a gentle breeze to surround the target, enhancing their agility and speed. It is especially effective against wind attribute extraordinary beings. Chi Link high-level magic, Lightning, links the chi of all targets, constructing a lightning net that grants information sharing. Within the lightning net, lightning attribute skills are enhanced. A lightning zone surrounds the caster, weakening close-range magic attacks. The more targets linked, the stronger the lightning zone effect. The maximum effect depends on the caster's soul strength. Frost Giant's Mercy mid-level magic, Ice, imitates the indestructible frost scales of ancient frost giants, adding ice armor to the target. It slowly repairs itself before completely collapsing. The 4 Lothars dispersed, unleashing hundreds of mid to high level spells. Had some spells not conflicted, even more amplification spells would have landed on the extraordinary beings. Furthermore, soul barriers were constructed, building mental defenses and weakening the centipede demon's maniacal whispers. Meanwhile, 2 towering trees appeared in the sky, frantically absorbing the violent magic power hurled by the centipede demon, bearing one glistening, plump magic fruit after another. Once ripe, these fruits detached themselves and flew to the side of any transcendent being with the appropriate attribute affinity. Taking a bite revealed that they were filled with purified magic power that could be freely absorbed. Lan Luo, still reluctant to part with her large white cotton pillow, opened the Hurricane's code before her. The numerous high-level, multi-attribute magic techniques within finally had a chance to be used, continuously sending streams of light that flowed into the warriors' bodies. Although the Luos weren't warriors, and most amplification spells couldn't affect them, they were mages. Why couldn't mages be supportive while also fighting? All skill releases were calculated by Z Luo. According to the information and insight, the amplification received by each transcendent was different. Combined with the effects applied by the Ice God Church priests, this allowed the hundreds of spells on each transcendent to create additional connections, achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. The direct effect was that the aura of all the 7th-tier transcendents surged tenfold. Keep in mind that they had essentially used all their amplification skills, reaching the limits of their control, yet they still received such a massive boost. The sudden power astonished the 7th-tier transcendents. They quickly located Luo, who was rapidly constructing a magic circle based on the magical aura. Their eyes showed gratitude, and feeling the explosive power within their bodies, their fighting spirit ignited. Even more powerful magical techniques were unleashed, striking the hideous centipede demon heavily. The 8th-tier transcendents, already strong enough, received a 20% increase in magical amplification, but without the need to resist the strange whispers, their attacks were even faster and more ruthless. Every gesture unleashed destructive power, obliterating numerous withered hands. The massive drain on their magic power caused Luo and his companions to weaken instantly. These were over 100 extraordinary beings, each requiring dozens to hundreds of spells. Luo casually grabbed a few magic fruits and ate them, slightly restoring his magic power. It must be said, the centipede demon, while gaining 9 attributes from devouring living beings, could also provide the purification tree with 9 attribute magic fruits. Could this be considered a form of restraint? In my opinion, no. Z Luo, you don't need to answer, really. Calming his mind, Luo drank several bottles of high-level mana-restoring potions to recover his magic power. Numerous sparks appeared around him, flickering like falling meteors, erupting into countless fireballs on the centipede demon. Although they only managed to shatter its scales, they still attracted the attention of those large hands. Moreover, The increased number of attacks would also injure the centipede demon, requiring it to increase its energy consumption for self-healing. Don't forget, there were over 100 7th-tier beings attacking alongside Luo and his companions. Joining the central battlefield was impossible, there was no way around it. The 8th-tier melee was just that powerful, its magical clash intensity approaching that of the 9th tier, with internal energy surges so intense that getting close risked certain death. Even with Luo's overwhelming power against 7th-tier opponents, he could only provide support from the outer edges of the battlefield. Time passed slowly. Under the influence of the purification tree, the centipede demon's frenzied energy used to recover itself was curbed, its growth rate greatly slowed. After all, casting spells inevitably generated magical afterglow, and with the continuous supply from the low-altitude battlefield, even the 2 purification trees couldn't absorb it all. With the assistance of over 100 7th-tier opponents, the central battlefield became increasingly dangerous. The newly formed magical cloud surged violently, constantly emitting a chilling aura of destruction. Occasionally, shockwaves far exceeding the self-destruction of a 7th-tier opponent would erupt. Each time this happened, a large amount of slime would burst from the centipede demon's body, creating a large hole. However, the enemy's self-healing ability was extremely powerful, able to recover from multiple injuries in a short time, causing the group attempting to find the magic core to repeatedly return empty-handed. But whether demons actually had weaknesses similar to magic cores, no one knew, nor did anyone realize that this was not a so-called berserk monster at all, but a terrifying demon from hell. When the combat power could no longer create an overwhelming advantage, the battle became a tug-of-war. The sun gradually set in the west, and the sun rose again after sunset. In the endless battle, Luo and her companions needed to maintain a large amount of magic at all times. The high-level superhumans unleashed massive amounts of magic power, turning the entire sky above Crystal City into a forbidden zone of death. Luo was not a high-level superhuman after all, her body had its limits. She had no choice but to turn to the edge of the battlefield, focusing on providing support. Occasionally, when she had extra attention, she would also take care of the battlefield below, casting a few high-level spells to relieve the pressure. Not only them, but other 7th-tier warriors with slightly weaker combat power were also forced to retreat. This wasn't the beginning of the battle. Later, when their magic power was depleted, even 7th-tier transcendents might find it difficult to participate in the central battlefield. After the battle stabilized, Fia and Ano joined in. The dwarves' powerful weapons, making their debut in the north, attracted countless eyes. The magic crystal annihilation cannons eliminated 6th-tier magical beasts with a single shot, greatly suppressing the top combat power of the beast tide. Yes, the highest tier of the beast tide was only 6th tier. Under the Chi Link effect, the high-tier transcendents gradually gained instantaneous communication, and their division of labor became clearer. Luo shared important information about the centipede demon with the high-tiers, and also learned about its birth process. Originally, there were over 200 7th-tier magical beasts, and 7 powerful 8th-tier magical beasts in the beast tide, but just minutes into the battle, a strange eyeball flower suddenly appeared in the sky, like 9 eyeballs tied into a bouquet. The eye-shaped flower extended countless vein-like roots, piercing through all the high-level berserk magical beasts, devouring their flesh and magic, and rapidly expanding into the colossal creature Luo had initially seen in the leaden clouds. When Luo revealed its true identity, most people's first reaction was disbelief. What were demons? They were a legendary race. At the high level, they understood the reality of hell and the existence of demons, and were aware of the relationship between the cult of the living world and demons. But no one had ever believed that a demon could bypass the protection of the gods and descend upon the living world. Now, you're saying that the behemoth we're fighting is a demon from hell? Who would believe it? If such news were to spread, not only the Agnesa Empire and the northern continent, but the entire living world would be in an uproar, even descending into panic. However, in the end, most people believed it. Firstly, they had truly never seen such an unreasonable and powerful being. Its aura was clearly still within the 8th level range, yet it could influence the beast tide while simultaneously contending with 15 8th level beings and over 100 7th level beings. Its extraordinary power was unimaginable. Secondly, Priestess Helida vouched for Luo. Helida's strength was only at the 7th rank, which was decent among the higher ranking members. She mostly used divine magic to restrain demons and support the others. However, her other identity, as the disciple of the High Priestess of Lavia, gave her a high status. Now that the priest of the Ice God Church had personally vouched for her, most people were willing to believe her one more time. Luo was naturally very grateful to Helida, but he found it difficult to tell her the news of Lavia's demise. He figured that this cold, seemingly unassuming woman, with her darker side, would surely shed ice beads upon learning the truth. Chapter 968. My esteemed city lord, shall we send troops to your aid? In the northwest of the Agnesa Empire stands a grand city, its elegant white walls resembling meticulously crafted vases of art. Within, towering buildings showcase the design style of prestigious families. Here, everyone is exquisitely dressed, the air thick with perfume, expensive accessories adorning their waists, and rings on their hands radiating faint magical energy. Golden splendor is its true essence. Magnificence and luxury are deeply ingrained in every corner of the city. At the city's center, a gigantic, interlocking disc floats high in the sky, slowly rotating. Covered in magical gems and rare mineral essences, it gleams with dazzling brilliance. Standing atop it, one can overlook the earth and gaze towards the empire's borders. In ancient times, it was even taller than the ice god castle. However, beneath this opulence, the entire city is shrouded in a faint layer of decay. It's as if even the most exquisite and expensive furniture cannot withstand the passage of time. Its interior is hollowed out by termites, leaving only the false, beautiful patterns on its surface. This is the ancient capital of Hibia, the capital of the Canriaso Empire 89,000 years ago. In a massive room atop the twin circular cities of the ancient capital, a distinguished young man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance through a transparent crystal wall. In the direction of Crystal City, a massive, visible dark cloud loomed overhead. The speaker was a stunningly beautiful woman beside him. Hearing this, the young man narrowed his eyes slightly, an image of a middle-aged man wearing a half-mask flashing through his mind. He recalled the man's calm reminder and alluring promise from a month ago, and finally shook his head slightly. Crystal City beneath the lake is home to the Empire's heavy industry. Its defenses are only 3/10 weaker than our cities. They will surely handle it on their own. Pass down the order, strengthen defenses, and be vigilant against monster attacks. Understood, my esteemed lord. The woman departed, leaving only the young man gazing into the distance. He wasn't sure if he had chosen the right path, but with Ice God Fortress now under blockade, Snow Dragon City and Frostguard City both in the hands of the Dahomey family, as long as the royal family remained inactive, the empire would be entirely under the Dahomey family's control. He was only doing this to protect the old capital of Hibia, to defend the honor of Canriaso. He hadn't made a mistake. Whoosh! A silent soul noise spread through the high sky, descending downwards. All the high-level transcendents felt a sharp pain in their heads, their movements slowing slightly. The centipede demon, its massive hand broken, suddenly split open from its back, revealing a 3-kilometer-long abyssal maw. Tentacles extended like dense teeth, rapidly engulfing everyone. Awaken! For delicate shouts resounded simultaneously in everyone's souls. Protected by divinity, the Luos were the least affected by the soul noise, awakening first, and using the chi connection to rouse the others. Just a dying worm, its struggles are futile. A powerful 8th-tier warrior sneered. He hailed from a medium-sized city north of the northern wind belt, where he was practically invincible. Even when he had to seek refuge in Crystal City, he was treated like royalty. Yet today, he had been repeatedly thwarted by a mere worm, his body even being blasted apart several times. He needed others' assistance to control the battle. How could he not be furious? With less than 30% of his remaining magic power, he unleashed another burst, his hammer transforming into a glacial continent as it crashed down. Magic clashed with flesh and blood, the terrifying force creating surging aftershocks that instantly deflected the centipede demon's gaping maw. Similar scenes unfolded among the other 8th-tier warriors. After 10 days of fierce fighting, even with the support of magic crystals and potions, everyone was deeply exhausted. The centipede demon was also noticeably weakened. Under this combined attack, its body exploded in a matter of moments. Luo blinked her dry eyes. Her magical power was greater than that of an ordinary 7th-tier cultivator, but in such a high-intensity battle, several times or even 10 times more magical power made no difference. She still had to use magic crystals to recover. However, for everyone else, the depletion of their soul power was the more difficult crisis to cope with. They were all desperately squeezing out every last drop of energy from their souls. At this moment, the role of the ice god priests from various cities behind them became particularly important. Their use of faith to unleash divine spells greatly alleviated the depletion of their soul power, a much gentler approach than Luo's use of conversion arrays to fill the gaps. But even the most difficult situation was about to end. The centipede demon in the distant magical storm had already shattered into countless writhing fragments that fell to the ground, then were corroded by magic into various shapes, their life force rapidly dissipating. Lanlu yawned widely, a faint dark circle appearing under her eyes, and declared very seriously, finally done. I'm going to sleep. Pink Luo, completely lacking in decorum, leaned on Helida's shoulder, her body limp, her disguised cat ears drooping weakly, unaware that Helida's body suddenly stiffened. Everyone was so amazing. It was all thanks to everyone working together that we defeated that wretched guy. Helida was also exhausted. As the highest-ranking ice god priestess present, she needed to coordinate the various priests' support efforts across the vast battlefield, expending a great deal of energy. However, the soft touch on her shoulder made her afraid to move, or rather, unwilling to move. Through the priestess's robes, she felt a slight twitching behind her calf. That must be her tail. I should have worn that robe with a higher hem. 90% of the 7th-tier transcendents present were suffering from mana depletion and serious injuries. In the later stages, their task was no longer to attack, but to intercept the aftershocks of the battlefield. The demon centipede stubbornly lingered above Crystal City, making it difficult for the 8 tiers to act without restraint. Only by working together to intercept the aftershocks could the 7 tiers avoid being affected by the low-altitude battlefield below. No matter how much protection and enhancement they received, the difference in strength was undeniable. Many 7th-tier transcendents had experienced the unpleasant feeling of their bodies being annihilated by a single aftershock. Even with the assistance of a 6th tier, they wouldn't last a day. However, watching the slowly falling debris, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fatigue accumulated over the past 10 days seemed to surge through their strained bodies all at once. They desperately wanted to rest. Luo breathed slightly, enduring the slight stinging sensation from her Sea of Souls, pondering why Archbishop Aladako and Deputy City Lord Bailey hadn't returned yet. Even if they had truly failed, Crystal City should have made some noise by now. Although there were many casualties on the battlefield below, it was still within a controllable range. Suddenly, she noticed the silent Ziluo. Strange, given her personality, she should be eagerly collecting fragments for research by now. Why was she so quiet? Ziluo, is something wrong? On another part of the battlefield, Ziluo was deep in thought, stroking her chin. Hearing Luo's voice, she snapped out of her reverie, her gaze sweeping over the dissipating storm of magical energy. She calmly replied, "The Eye of Soul Annihilation has disappeared." Eye of Soul Annihilation? A soul-piercing skill that was completely ignored by the Vulcan summoned clone, leaving no chance to unleash even a single follow-up attack? Luo suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. After days of fierce fighting, she had completely forgotten about it. Scatter immediately. Luo's anxious voice spread rapidly through the lightning net to everyone's minds. However, the warning came too late. Before anyone could understand, a faint, colorful light flickered in the center of the dissipating magic storm, and an eyeball, like a piece of colorful crystal, slightly constricted its pupil. Silently, as if gathering all the power of the centipede demon before its final moments, a massive, illusory 9-colored beam of light, 300 miles thick, suddenly shot out. Its target wasn't Luo and her group, nor the high-level extraordinary beings, nor even the numerous extraordinary beings still fighting the beast tide below, but Crystal City. Not good. Xania! Luo's eyes widened in horror, his mind racing. However, the beam of light was too fast, far exceeding his perception. Before Luo could even think of a possible countermeasure, the beam expanded rapidly, completely ignoring the barrier and crashing into Crystal City. This wasn't a magical attack, nor a physical attack, but the final, devastating outburst of a near-higher demon before its demise. An immense, suffocating wave of soul energy instantly swept across 800 miles. Why do various races and nations build large cities? To protect the weak mortals. Even some superhumans, who cultivate demonic energy, don't easily attack mortals. Aside from various reasons, there's one more factor. Mortals are the foundation of superhumans. Higher races no longer exist in the living world. The advancement of superhumans in all races depends on the accumulation of mortals. The larger the population, the stronger the overall strength of the race. This is the constraint of race. And today, under the illusory beam of light still visible from tens of thousands of miles away, faces with varying expressions froze instantly. A middle-aged man cheering loudly at the demon's complete demise, a young traveler resting on the ground recovering his magic, a kind priest casting healing magic, a family anxiously hiding in the city, clutching their child, and followers of the ice god distributing supplies to mortals. From the city above ground to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even the 9th level underground, one moment they were enjoying a vibrant life, the next their faces froze, collapsing helplessly into the streets and houses. Low-ranking transcendents fell from the sky, splashing dust on the ground, as insignificant and unremarkable as their lives. Thump, thump. The simple, muffled sounds were blocked by the barrier, but everyone seemed to hear the thud of flesh falling. Even the Dahomey warriors, who had come with malicious intent, paled slightly, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Crystal City remained intact. The Eye of Soul Annihilation ignored the barrier and could not harm it. However, the once bustling Crystal City was now utterly silent. The barrier still functioned, but life had long since vanished. Outside the city, demonic beasts continued to ravage, seizing every opportunity to devour their prey. But the people had lost their will to fight. Those who had fallen within Crystal City were all acquaintances. Friends and family, loved ones, teachers and students. Whether outsiders seeking refuge in Crystal City or original residents, all had come with their families. Some were even native inhabitants whose families had lived there for generations, their clans flourishing. Now, everything has vanished beneath that magnificent pillar of light. Xania! A mournful scream echoed outside Crystal City, and all the magic within 1,000 miles suddenly descended into chaos, raging and terrified. A dazzling golden halo swept across the entire Crystal City, an irresistible, overwhelming pressure descended, the earth trembled, the sky distorted, and the ferocious magical beasts seemed to see that majestic and indescribable figure, radiating boundless divine power, and were filled with awe and fear. Their already irrational souls suddenly awoke, and they went mad. Fleeing into the distance, fearing their lives would end at any moment, the superhumans had no time to care. Under the golden halo, the ordinary ability of flight became an inviolable taboo. All the superhumans fell to the ground like raindrops, unable even to look up at the figure in the center of the halo. Golden flames swept past, leaving an inextinguishable golden trail in the void. A petite girl, her body engulfed in golden flames, melted through the barrier and gently landed on the outer city wall. There, a tall girl with deep purple skin lay quietly on the ground, as if protecting something. Tap, tap. The small boots moved slowly. The golden flames extinguished the barrier and the city bricks. The silver-white robe swayed slightly, and the golden hair burned with divine flames that did not belong to the human world. It drifted without wind, and the solid pressure fell, creating a noble and holy halo. The magic was afraid, and dared not approach. Tap, tap. The crisp footsteps stopped. The girl halted beside the elf's long, slender ears, her majestic golden pupils slightly dilated, her vision blurred. Her thin lips moved a few times, finally trembling slightly as she spoke. Ano? 3 equally petite figures landed. Pink Luo staggered 2 steps and knelt beside Ano, tears streaming down her face. Her small hands tightly gripped Ano's long, slender hands, hands accustomed to drawing a bow. Blue Luo clutched a large copy of the Code of Hecate, her weary face silent. Only Purple Luo narrowed her eyes, quickly analyzing the situation. Call her ruthless if you will, she was certainly the calmest of them all. Red Luo is back. This doesn't make sense. A soft voice reached Pink Luo and Blue Luo's ears. Hearing this, Pink Luo, ignoring the 2 tear streaks still on her face, carefully controlled the motionless Ano to fly to the side. When she saw what was happening below, she couldn't help but cry out, Xania. Little one. Ee. Ouch. So scary. Sister Luo wants a hug. The 2 wobbly little ones struggled to fly up. Their childish cries caused Luo's golden pupils to contract slightly. Her blurred vision gradually returned to normal, as if something had been filled. The golden flames burning on her body instantly receded into her body, and the overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace. All the strength in her body seemed to have been drained away. Her legs gave way, and Luo knelt on the ground without reacting for a moment. But her gaze remained fixed on the little fairy. The golden pollen was so beautiful. She didn't want it to disappear. Her little hand reached out to the panicked little one, wanting to poke that soft and lovely face. It's all right. Everything went black, and her consciousness faded. Luo vaguely heard Fia, and the 2 little ones calling anxiously, but then she remembered nothing more. It's over. Is it over? Heh. A ferocious laugh echoed in his ears. Wendell struggled to open his bleeding right eye. His left eye, along with half his head, had been severed 2 days prior by an axe blow from the mangled, crimson-haired giant before him. The power clinging to it was something he couldn't even expel. His peripheral vision flickered to the other side. The renowned leader of the Snow Kingdom mercenary group, a 9-tier frost warrior, his friend of hundreds of years, now had both legs severed. A relentless barrage of eerie purple mouths attacked him, devouring his magic and soul. The frost dragon's kiss, which had accompanied him through 300 years of life and death, was now chipped in several places, cracked by the one-eyed, purple-striped enemy. The eerie noises from the battle gradually subsided. Perhaps he'd become immune, But Wendell felt something taking root in his brain, trying to break free. Something, it was so noisy. Chapter 969. The demonic beasts, terrified, scattered and fled. The beast eye crumbled on its own. The countless remnants of demons, drained of their last ounce of power, turned to ashes, frost filling the air, carrying a faint scent of gunpowder. But the extraordinary beings had no time to concern themselves with the battlefield. Their minds were solely focused on Crystal City. Once the sudden, invisible pressure dissipated, they disregarded the chaos and rushed back to Crystal City. Standing atop the weathered city walls, all they could see were corpses. Hundreds of thousands of bodies lay densely packed in every corner of the city, whether in the suburbs or the city center, on rooftops or streets, completely covered in corpses. Not a single drop of blood had flowed. Whether extraordinary or mortal, all were treated equally, reduced to still warm corpses, their faces forever frozen in the moment before death, as if they had merely fallen into a deep sleep. No! Why did this happen? A middle-aged man dressed as an adventurer collapsed to his knees, his wide, weathered eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. He had left the protective barrier to fight the beast horde, all to lessen the impact of the beasts on the barrier and protect his daughter on the 7th underground level. But in the end, he hadn't died in battle, yet the person he was trying to protect had perished in a senseless attack. What was the point of everything he had done with all his might? Why wasn't it him who died? Why did this disaster have to be brought upon him? Discontent, resentment, anger, hatred, madness, dissatisfaction with the inaction of the Ice God Castle royal family, resentment towards the Dahomey family, hatred for the beast eye that attacked the city, anger at his own weakness, madness for revenge against his enemies. Intense negative emotion surged from his chest, a faint red mist emanating and swirling around him. Fine, blood-red scales squeezed from his skin, and an endless, sweet, metallic smell filled the air. Any superhuman who came into contact with him had their eyes turned bloodshot, their minds replaying the imperfect yet warm memories of his time in Crystal City. Corpses littered the ground before him, a warm glow swirling in his mind. Those frozen faces gradually distorted, transforming into the hideous, arrogant, dark blue masks of the Dahomey warriors, or seemingly sprouting fine black fur and scales, turning into roaring monstrous beasts. It's their fault. Kill them. Truly hideous faces. Kill all the beasts. Beasts? Kill them all. A faint mist of blood spread from hundreds of points, rapidly engulfing the entire city above ground, accompanied by eerie, bone-crunching sounds. The long swords, stained with blood mist, transformed into blood-stained fang blades, staffs decayed, and constantly rotating eyes sprouted from the backs of their hands. Sharp fangs grew from their robes and armor, long tongues licking, telling them they must fight the enemy. We do this later. Something's wrong. Let's go! Helida suddenly appeared behind Lothia, her usually cold voice unusually tinged with anxiety and fear. With a wave of her small hand, the Eternal Bible opened, a white light engulfing everyone, and then they swiftly fled out of the city. The eerie blood mist spread, gradually engulfing the area within 100 miles of Crystal City. Some resolute souls, amidst their grief, sensed something amiss, ruthlessly reversing their magical power to suppress the surging blood mist in their chests, and hastily flew away from Crystal City. Ah! A short, agonizing scream vanished into the red mist in an instant. The superhuman, who was slightly faster than him, watched in horror as the man was instantly melted by the red mist. It was as if the once harmless red mist had finally recognized that he was not one of its kind and began to reveal its ferocious fangs. Boom! Extremely distorted spatial ripples suddenly erupted in the extremely high sky, and a headless corpse abruptly appeared, falling freely for more than 10 minutes before quietly crashing into the red mist. Splash! Splash! A strange sound of waves rose, and the red mist seemed to slowly ripple, rapidly expanding fivefold. Crimson waves churned at its edges, and faint, eerie laughter and shouts of battle drifted through the air. Some of the monsters that hadn't yet escaped couldn't resist turning back to investigate, only to be instantly vanished without a trace. Countless blood-red tentacles, invisible to the naked eye, twisted, stretched, and merged wildly. The gruesome wounds, deep enough to reveal the lungs, healed rapidly. The missing skull was replaced by flesh and tendons, and then a wisp of red mist slowly condensed into the missing left eye. I succeeded? Yes, you succeeded, Lord Wendell. You have successfully slain 2 powerful invading enemies. Now go, and lead your troops to conquer the world for the great beings. Conquer? A flicker of confusion crossed his clear right eye, now restoring his head, but it quickly cleared with realization. Yes, Only through conquest can we protect Crystal City and the people of the Empire. He bowed slightly to the figure before him, sheathing his blood-red longsword. Just as he was about to lower himself, he suddenly remembered something, stiffly turning his head to ask, "By the way, I still don't know who you are?" The handsome young man, his skin shimmering with purple markings, smiled elegantly, returning the bow with one hand behind his back. "As fellow great representatives, you may simply call me Damien." He extended his hand. He gestured to another burly, red-skinned man, with a stern smile. "This is your good comrade in arms, Death's Grave. We need to exchange ideas more often in the future." He nodded stiffly, and Wendell quickly descended from the sky. There were his relatives and clansmen there, as well as residents who had warmly welcomed him. It was just that Vice Lord Belly and Vice Lord Manos seemed to be absent. Where did those two go? He'd definitely extort a couple of bottles of good wine from them later. In the quiet high sky sat two people. Death's Grave, with his crimson skin and body shrouded in a thick, malevolent red mist, stared displeasedly at the hollowed-out purple-patterned humanoid figure before him. I knew there were eyes watching. "Turns out it's you, you madman, skeleton. You think I won't smash your trash collection with one axe?" Damien leisurely cleaned the non-existent nails of the ruined puppet, completely unconcerned about the threat from the graveyard. "War, everything is based on the plans of the greats. The second nail of the eternal ice god has been removed. The remaining nails should be put on the agenda." "Humph. Don't try to intimidate me with the greats' decrees." With a curse, the graveyard transformed into a vast ocean of blood, flooding the red mist of Crystal City below. He still had one target to find. Thinking of what that trash, Shadow, had done, his murderous aura was hard to suppress. "Dare to lay a hand on my brother, Shadow. You better pray that the greats don't kill that old bastard." Damien rose, looking down at the vast ocean of red mist below, silent. A ninth-tier being was no ordinary existence. Even as high-ranking demons, they wouldn't easily defeat a ninth-tier being with 8th-tier strength, let alone transform into a war commander. However, the Agnesir Empire is now their domain. They possess all the advantages of timing, location, and popular support. The scheming son of the demon, the spokesperson for the wise lord, Ankanasi, looks forward to our continued cooperation. No one knew what Damien meant by cooperation. The runic puppet slowly dissipated, remerging into the ceiling barrier. The purple-patterned eyes at the top of the barrier closed simultaneously, and everything vanished, except for the Crystal City, shrouded in red mist. "Ha!" Lua suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. In her dream, she was tightly bound by strange tentacles, unable to release her magic or even mobilize her divine power. She could only watch helplessly as Xania, Moriarty, Fia, Ano, and other familiar faces died one by one. "That's right. Xania!" Sensing that intense longing, a cute little fairy emerged from the void. Her golden green hair was braided into two pigtails, and a beautifully intricate floral wreath adorned her head. A fairy tale-style golden 5-pointed star was set in the center of her forehead. As soon as she appeared, she pounced on Luo's face and happily nuzzled her nose. "Luo! You're awake. Sleep, sleep, sleep." Feeling the real touch, Luo felt a sense of relief and reached out to scoop up the little one. "No more sleep, no more sleep. It's good that you're alright." "I'm alright. I'm alright." "Ano! Ano! Blue, red. Luo hurriedly threw off the blanket that someone had covered her with, and quickly got out of bed with Xania. She suddenly remembered that before she fainted, Ano seemed to be lying motionless on the ground. Could it be? She dared not think too deeply. If that were the case, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Without even putting on her shoes, Luo flew to the door. Just as she was about to open it, the door opened first. Unable to stop, Luo crashed headfirst through the ordinary wooden door and into a soft, cold embrace. "Ah!" The other person couldn't help but let out a pleasant exclamation. Luo quickly took 2 steps back. "Sorry. Are you all right?" Upon closer inspection, she realized that the other person was actually Helida. Priestess Helida? "What are you doing here?" Helida, whose chest had been pierced by Luo, still had an icy expression. She spoke coldly. "This is my ancestral land. Why can't I appear here?" As her senses expanded, Luo realized that she was in a deserted small town. The once bustling streets were dilapidated, and the lingering, violent aura of magical beasts could be heard everywhere. The manor she was currently in was relatively well preserved, and many fragmented barriers were still functioning. Through his senses, Luo quickly spotted Fia and Ano in another room not far away. He hurriedly apologized to Helida. "I'm sorry. I was rash." I have urgent business to attend to now. We can talk later. With that, he quickly walked away, bypassing Helida's delicate frame. Watching the girl's departing figure, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Helida's cold face, her gaze unconsciously falling to her ample chest. Even though her true form was so petite, the force of the impact was so great. And how could she just bump into that spot like that? How rude. Luo's appearance quickly caught Fia's attention. Her expression brightened, and she quickly rose from beside Ano, bowing respectfully. Master, you're awake. Nodding, Luo focused his attention on Ano, who lay peacefully on the bed. In his senses, this somewhat mischievous and impulsive dark elf sister was completely lifeless, her life force extinguished. However, a faint connection remained between them through their contract, making it impossible for Luo to immediately determine whether Ano had truly perished. How long have I been unconscious? Replying to Master, it's been 3 days. Fia answered honestly, then couldn't help but ask, Master, is there really no way to help Ano? She didn't want to believe that her sister, who had been with her for over 300 years, had lost her life. They had promised to be together, to serve Master together. They had even overcome the predicament of being trapped in the dream. How could it end like this? Luo could feel Fia's increasingly intense emotional fluctuations. She rose up and patted her head to comfort her. The contract hasn't broken yet. There must still be a chance. Let me check first, and tell me what happened these past few days. Insight activated, and Ano's information appeared in Luo's vision, completely clear, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Since there was still information, it meant that Ano had not truly died. Chest of Ano 5th tier extraordinary, gold, wood, darkness, archer, night archer, contractor, Lagran del Lo. He can perfectly conceal his presence and tracks, excelling at long-range sniping. Through constant contact with the Tree of Life, the dark aura of the Night Elves has been largely cleansed, replaced by pure life energy. Possessing a high concentration of Night Elf blood, he has an exceptionally strong ability to adapt to and learn elf skills. Bearing the curse of the Goddess of Life, the curse was lifted due to the influence of someone, freeing him from the forest's hostility, but he remains disliked by the forest. Note 1. Dark Elf Bloodline, similar to Elf Bloodline, but naturally rejected by the forest, requiring the life force of the Tree of Life to sustain life. Note 2. Blessing of the Flower Fairy, gaining the favor of flowers and plants. Note 3. Life Constitution, possessing more vigorous vitality than ordinary elves, gaining buffs when releasing elf skills. Note 9. Soul Shattered, life force extinguished. Note 10. Mind deeply mired in malevolent energy, consciousness sinking. Evaluation. A. Dark Elf Sleeping Beauty, awaiting her prince's kiss, or perhaps not a prince at all, mobilizing his soul power. A slight pain shot through his mind, causing Luo to frown slightly. However, he would deal with these matters later. His soul power transformed into a large net, penetrating Ano's body to carefully examine the internal condition. As the information in deciphering suggests, Ano's body is empty, all magic and life force have dissipated, and his entire body is like a corpse. However, after searching the shattered sea of souls hundreds of times against the current, Luo suddenly noticed a faint red light flashing, with a faint aura of malevolence emanating from it, and the vague contract connection was pointing to that red light. That malevolent aura was both the coffin and the sanctuary of her broken soul. Without its protection, Ano's shattered soul would have vanished without a trace. Moreover, Luo vaguely sensed a familiar aura emanating from herself, Hong Luo's aura. Retracting her soul power, the pain in her head intensified. The cool sensation that usually appeared after expending too much soul power remained unresponsive, as if all her strength had been drained. Luo clutched her head and spoke to the anxiously waiting Fia. She's been saved by Hong Luo, but her condition is critical. I go first. No, you go. Fine, little Aya. I be back later. Master, are you really alright? I'm fine, just a little overexerted. Don't delay things. With a wave of her hand, she sent her and Ano into the ruined space. Luo couldn't help but squat down, her head feeling like a dried-up riverbed. Every time she channeled her soul power, it felt like a hard stick being forced into a dry passage, offering no comfort whatsoever. However, this situation eased considerably after Xania sprinkled a large amount of pollen. Once the pain subsided, Luo sat on the bed where Ano had lain and began to examine herself. She vaguely remembered losing control of her emotions because of Xania, leading to a surge of divine power and a loss of consciousness. Divine power is a double-edged sword. Used well, it's a powerful weapon. Used poorly, its immense divinity could lead to the erasure of oneself. Chapter 970. My magic power remained at 30%. my soul power at less than 10%, and my divine power was still relatively abundant, with only 20% wasted. It seems that my fainting spell, coupled with the depletion of my soul power and the intense emotional fluctuations, led to my clouded consciousness. Divine power will slowly recover on its own, and magic power can be quickly restored by consuming magic crystals, but soul power is a bit more troublesome. While prolonged exploitation of soul power can accelerate its condensation, achieving the so-called using battle to sustain battle, it can also easily cause the sea of souls to become turbulent, shrink, or even dry up and crack. This is less of a problem for most professions, such as knights, warriors, and assassins, superhumans who rely more on their physical bodies. Their bodies and blood have long been integrated with their magic power, allowing them to unleash their strongest attacks instantly from zero, thus placing much less pressure on their souls. In contrast, the souls of extraordinary beings like mages, diviners, and priests, who heavily rely on array formations, experience far greater pressure. The direct result, like Luo, is that after prolonged, high-intensity magic release, their soul sea easily dries up, drastically reducing their regenerative abilities. Of course, lower-level extraordinary beings generally don't encounter this problem, as their physical strength and magical power are generally insufficient to sustain them through prolonged battles measured in days. After casting several soul spells to alleviate the depletion of her soul, and allowing her soul power to begin self-recovering, Luo began searching for the other Luos. Upon waking, she discovered that all the Luos had vanished, and the Code of Hecate lay quietly back in her ring. Attempting to summon it, she only managed to summon 3 ordinary attribute clones. Luo suspected that her own slumber had caused the other Luos to lose their foundation and disband on their own. In a sense, the personality clone is derived from her consciousness, essentially sharing the same consciousness. When the original consciousness disappears, the personality clone naturally disappears as well. Similarly, when the personality clone disappears, the original consciousness will suffer a backlash, requiring the self-awareness to slowly adjust and recover. During this period, the personality clone cannot appear. Luo's understanding of concepts like consciousness, soul, and self is still in its infancy. She can only find the most reasonable explanation for what is happening to her at the moment, perhaps incomplete or even wrong, but that's for her to discover in the future. Xania perched on Luo's head, like a flower finding fertile soil to take root and sprout. Luo didn't know when she started liking to stay on her head, but apart from being a little green, it wasn't bad. After asking Xania, she replied that fairies don't accept soul attacks. They are themselves conceptual beings of happiness, and don't have souls in the traditional sense. All soul attacks are more like noise to them. Of course, magical attacks could easily kill all fairies. Their bodies were too weak. However, this was normally impossible. After all, the probability of finding a fairy in the living world was about the same as breaking through to the saint rank. Xiao Yi's survival was another matter entirely. Xania rambled on without explaining, only knowing that she had been summoned back by little Artie. It's alright. I go find her later too. Anyway, her ears and tail had disappeared, so she wasn't afraid of the little one discovering her. Thinking of this, Luo quickly touched her head. Sure enough, the effect of shadow in the moon had disappeared along with her falling asleep. Wouldn't that mean she had revealed her true form to Helaida? No, that's not right. Those bastards from the Dahomey family already revealed her true identity to the Crystal City leadership. Helaida probably already knew. Right, Crystal City. Luo suddenly realized something was wrong. Why wasn't she in Crystal City? She had originally intended to have FIA explained, but because of a headache, she had hastily sent FIA into the ruined space. At that moment, Helaida's curvaceous figure appeared in the doorway. She wasn't wearing a loose robe, revealing instead a tight-fitting priestess's robe resembling a nun's habit underneath, highlighting her perfect figure, a height Luo could never reach in his entire life. Should I call you Miss Eileen, or Your Excellency the silver-haired witch of the Karlov Empire? Ah, this. Why did I feel this inexplicably awkward, like I'd been caught red-handed? Ahem. Thank you so much for your help, Priestess Helaida. What happened in Crystal City? Just call me Luo. I seem to remember being in Crystal City before I fainted. Helaida resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The change of topic was rather abrupt, but she wasn't good at showing her emotions. Even seeing the slightly flustered and adorable appearance of the petite girl before her, she only felt a slight stirring within her. I will forever follow the eternal ice goddess. Helaida said expressionlessly. Crystal City has fallen, shrouded in a malevolent red mist. 90% of the extraordinary beings who participated in the Beast Tide Suppression War outside have lost themselves, turning into monsters I cannot comprehend. Only a few escaped. I was lucky. With the blessing of the ice goddess's faith, that voice cannot sway me. Fallen. Luo frowned, muttering unconsciously to himself, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. Could a mere quasi-high-level demon really destroy a giant city of the human empire? Just how powerful were the 100 races of the living world 300,000 years ago to thwart the demon's schemes once again after 2 great wars? Never before had Luo so clearly grasped the vast gap between the 3 major races of today and the 2 superior races that once ruled the living world. If a top genius at the level of a Grand Library assistant could rival the best of the dragon race, then Wingina was merely equivalent to an ordinary dragon. Ordinary geniuses couldn't even fight a dragon one-on-one, let alone the mediocre individuals, who comprised the vast majority of extraordinary beings. Clenching her fist, Luo took a deep breath and stopped thinking. Even if the enemy was powerful, so what? She had absolute confidence that she would step over their heads to reach the pinnacle. With a flick of her wrist, a slightly undulating branch-shaped crystal appeared in her hand. This was the key connecting to the core of the Crystal City's barrier, simply put, a deliberately left backdoor. Although Luo wouldn't intentionally damage the barrier, it was normal to take advantage of the situation for personal convenience. The key was intact, meaning the barrier's core was undamaged. Luo could use the connection between the two to obtain certain information. Huh? Helida raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't speak, waiting for the slightly pale-faced girl before her to continue. Several chains of runes appeared in Luo's pupils before slowly disappearing. It was normal for the Crystal City barrier to still be operating, since the key was still there. However, if, as Helida said, the extraordinary beings who left the barrier to participate in the beast tide would be transformed into monsters by the strange red mist, then control of the barrier should have been seized by them, as long as the city lord's high-ranking officials, who had become monsters, still retained their memories. But to Luo's surprise, only half of the barrier's core control had been lost. Levels 30 to 34 underground were still under their control. Strange, there are still people below the 30th floor. Something is blocking the evil forces outside the 30th floor. The Cathedral of Doli. Helida suddenly spoke, her icy voice concealing a piety and loyalty that Luo couldn't comprehend. The Cathedral of Doli holds the faith accumulated by Crystal City over countless years. If it's the ice god, any evil will be frozen. But the ice god has departed, and the Cathedral of Doli has been destroyed. Could it be? Luo suddenly recalled the freezing ice pillars that chilled the space when he passed the ruins of the Cathedral of Doli, and the lifeless, cold woman kneeling before the broken statue of the ice god. Priestess Helida, there's something I must tell you. With a heavy heart, Luo told Helida what he had seen and his speculations about the underground city. She listened silently, her expression not changing much, only her eyes dimmed slightly. A magic book forged from ice crystals appeared, its cover faintly inscribed with runes reading the Eternal Bible. Helida gently turned the first page, where ancient sacrificial script listed the names of past high priests. Her voice was calm and emotionless as she spoke. High Priestess Lavia was a devout follower of the ice god. She dedicated her life to protecting the ice god's blessings bestowed upon the empire, guarding Crystal Lake for 932 years without ever abandoning her post. The moment I discovered Crystal Lake's collapse, I had a terrible premonition. I could imagine it, and High Priestess Lavia could imagine it too. She was the closest believer to the ice god among the millions of residents of Crystal City. When eternity was gone, she would surely choose to pursue eternity. Her slender fingers wrote something on the Eternal Bible. Luo didn't recognize the ancient sacrificial script of the ice god's church, but through the reflection of faith, he understood that the line was actually a eulogy for Lidri Lavia. Helida didn't say much. A few minutes later, she closed the Eternal Bible, bowed to Luo, and said, "Thank you for the information, silver-haired witch. Rest assured, High Priestess Lavia is merely embarking on a path of faith. May eternity be with you." Changing the subject, Helida asked calmly, "What are your plans next, silver-haired witch? Could you please stop calling me silver-haired witch? I'd probably be heading to the old capital of Hibia. The clues to the person I need are there, and besides, our strength alone isn't enough to save Crystal City." The fact that the barrier hadn't been completely taken over meant that some people were still alive. The fall of Crystal City was somehow related to Luo, and she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, the centipede demon and the methods of transforming monsters were definitely related to some unimaginable grand conspiracy, and Luo didn't want the evil conspiracy to succeed. "Is that so? I come too." Luo was startled, thinking she had misheard. "Priestess Helida, you're not joking, are you? Although there haven't been any reports of abnormalities in the old capital of Hibia, if Crystal City could fall, Who could guarantee the safety of other major cities? Moreover, the old capital of Hibia is extremely hostile to outsiders. In their eyes, the Agnesars are the culprits who destroyed their homeland. It would be strange if Helida, with her white hair and blue eyes, a typical pure-blooded snow dragon, didn't attract attention, and... Priestess Helida, now I have ample reason to believe that the Dahomey family is seeking revenge against me. Are you really alright, a lone snow dragon? The Dahomey family began eliminating superhumans and magical beasts carrying the bloodline of the frost dragon during the semi-lockdown phase. Pure-blooded snow dragons, represented by the Frost family, were their primary targets. With Crystal City's protection, Helida could remain safe, but without that protection, the Dahomey family might secretly take action. Her slender fingers unconsciously curled her long, icy hair. Helida remained silent for a moment, then turned and left the room, leaving only her cold voice. Anyway, I have no home anymore. What difference does it make where I go? Scratching the back of her head, Luo couldn't bring herself to refuse. With a 7th-tier divine priestess assisting her, she could use her 3 elemental magic to reach 80% of her peak strength. Besides, having a guide was quite good, at least she could get help from certain people without having to work for them. I hope Archbishop Aladako is alright. How to put it? If Aladako really survived, she would definitely have played a part in it. Crystal City, Underground 31. The once empty 31st floor was now bustling with people. All the mining golems had been thrown into the junkyard, and the luxurious buildings specifically constructed for the City Lord's members had been completely demolished, replaced by towering ice and snow structures. The magic extracting array was activated to its maximum. Only such an intense magical atmosphere could prevent it from corrupting and distorting the mortals. The chill was dispelled by the combined efforts of the Ice God's guards, giving the weak mortals a sliver of hope for survival. On the 31st floor, closest to the crystal pillar, a manor still stood. This had originally been the residence of a deputy city lord, but while the manor remained, the man was gone. Aladako stood with his hands behind his back atop the manor's ice tower, gazing into the distance. Several unmelting ice crystals clung to his body, injuries inflicted by Ralph, which would take centuries to melt without special methods. His eyes held a hint of confusion, and a barely perceptible fear. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought it was just a slightly serious beast-tide attack, but after a short absence, most of Crystal City had fallen. Looking up towards the edge of the 31st floor, beyond the shimmering barrier lay an impenetrable crimson fog. Strange beings covered in fine scales roamed about, neither attacking nor seeming to toy with them, watching them slowly succumb to self-destruction in fear and panic. Reporting to the Archbishop. The basic intelligence is in. A 3rd-tier Ice God guard rushed in, his face tense. He had been overseeing the daily lives of the residents on the 10th underground floor. Being quick-witted, he had immediately fled upon sensing danger, thus narrowly escaping death. The other Ice God guards on his floor had been swallowed by the pervasive crimson fog and never reappeared. Reporting to the Archbishop, there are currently 8.76 million mortals alive on the 31st floor, 20,000 first-tier transcendents, 40,000 second-tier transcendents, 7,000 third-tier transcendents, and, due to the lack of cooperation from the Dahomey family, only 23 have been confirmed so far. Aladako rubbed his tired brow. Of Crystal City's 100 million population, only a little over 8 million remained under his command, and less than 1% of the transcendents had survived. The mid to high tier transcendents were almost entirely wiped out. The situation was far more critical than he had anticipated. There were no 7th tier survivors, but 6 8th tier survivors. The problem was, High Priest Dorba was on the verge of death, only able to maintain a sliver of life through the crystal pillar. Deputy City Lords Belly and Mano were severely injured and unable to act. Only he himself had the strength to intervene on Crystal City's side. Meanwhile, Ralph, sealed away by his companions, was unable to escape. However, many Dahomey warriors stationed on the lower levels were causing trouble, demanding the release of their chieftain. Unfortunately, their strength was mostly at the 5th or even 6th rank, making it impossible for the Crystal City forces to suppress them. He had to step in and find a solution. Most critically, the 8th rank expert Luo had told him about was still missing. Aladako didn't know if the expert was hiding in the completely destroyed and uninhabitable 30th or 32nd floor, or had already infiltrated the 31st floor or lower, or even if he had approached the barrier's core. As for whether the expert was dead, Aladako didn't believe that mere red mist could kill a fully powered 8th rank expert in a short time. That would be beneath him. Currently, thanks to the protection of the statue in the Dole Cathedral and the barrier's core he had seized, the red mist couldn't enter for the time being, But wasn't this a countdown to his death? The ongoing turmoil, the Dahomey warriors, hunger and cold, magical depletion, the watchful eyes of the red mist. The Crystal City survivors face many more challenges, and Orodako cannot imagine how many will ultimately survive. He desperately hopes that Lord Wendell will lead reinforcements to rescue the Crystal City from its dire straits. Chapter 971. Amidst a vibrant sea of colorful flowers, a colossal tree flourished. Though its leaves were still slightly yellowed, its vitality remained incredibly abundant. A single breath from it would instantly cure all ailments and prolong life. Even those of extraordinary abilities could have severed limbs regenerated and be rid of decay. Luo stood in a sea of flowers, a gentle breeze ruffling her silvery white hair. The fairy flowers seemed delighted, offering their life-giving green light to nourish her weakened soul upon sensing her decline. "Thank you, but I don't need it. Go play with your little master." She plucked a small fairy from her head, and a seven-colored flower, as tall as a person, automatically opened its petals to catch it. The numerous fairy flowers bowed to Luo before disappearing beneath the flower sea. Life force is highly effective on flesh and blood, especially for restoring vitality after significant depletion. However, Luo herself possessed restorative life magic, and her current state was one of spiritual weakness. Therefore, the life force of the flower sea had little effect. Outside the dark prison, Moriarty, unusually serious, examined Ano. She had sensed Luo's presence the moment she entered. After Luo approached, she withdrew her small hand, several soul runes merging into Ano's head before she revealed her signature innocent smile, nuzzling Luo's chest. "Sister Luo, I'm hungry. Drained, all gone. How are you?" Luo picked up the little one by the collar and placed her back on the ground. She sensed Ano. She still showed no signs of life. Moriarty pouted in dissatisfaction, but she also noticed that Luo's soul form wasn't in good condition either, so she didn't persist in demanding more. Her condition is much more serious than Sister Luo's. Aside from her aura being forcibly left in the living world to prevent her from falling into the underworld, she's practically dead. There's no trace of soul power being used. Her consciousness was erased in an instant. In little Ano's memory, only a few top-tier soul magic spells can achieve this. "Sister Luo, you wouldn't be secretly going to find some strange enemies, would you?" Oh dear. She was struck by the eye of soul annihilation. The attacker was a pure demon resembling a nine-petaled lily, which later entered a state of extreme corruption for some unknown reason, greatly increasing its power. Ano was struck by it before she died. Moriarty floated in front of Ano, her small hand mimicking Luo's habit of pinching her chin. She wasn't too surprised by the appearance of a demon. In her era, the descent of a demon in its true form was perfectly normal. She was well versed in such matters. The Eye of Soul Annihilation, that sounds familiar. It's the innate ability of the soulless Lilila. 9 petals mean it has absorbed 8 types of magical power. This is truly rare even within Lilila's race. It's impossible for it to appear alone. There must be a high-level demon controlling it. As Moriarty spoke, she suddenly thought of something, extending her slender fingers. A small box floated at the tip of her finger, the very container she had sealed with the seed of decay. Although the Lilila race lacks souls and self-awareness, they are intricately connected to the corrupted lords. Rumor has it that their roots are linked to the withered demons, constantly devouring the life force of planes to strengthen the power of the oldest Lilila. However, they pose little threat when appearing alone. Moriarty shrugged, a relaxed expression on his face. While the Eye of Soul Annihilation is powerful, it consumes a great deal of power each time it hits, and its wind-up is slow. Any normal Netherworld race could dodge it. Of course, it's actually ineffective against my race. The Netherworld race doesn't possess a truly complete soul, so even the powerful Eye of Soul Annihilation is useless. Nevertheless, Moriarty still taught Lo how to counter this ability. Ordinary Lilila can only lock onto one soul. If you encounter one next time, just use any soul to block its path. But since Sister Lo said that extremely corrupted Lililas will appear, this method is useless. Next time, just run as far away as possible, oh dear. With a slight sigh, Moriarty shook his head nonchalantly, his smugness almost palpable. Luo pinched her cheek impatiently, urging, "Stop talking nonsense. How can Ano be brought back to life?" "What? Don't pinch my cheek. There are ways to revive this little elf. Soulborn elixir, deep soul crystal, daydream potion, forbidden revival techniques, and so on can all do it. Don't think I don't know your intentions." The little one shook off the finger on her cheek, stuck out her little red tongue, and the seed of decay in her hand disappeared, transforming into a crystal potion bottle. Inside, the potion liquid floated with tiny, milky white specks, like souls, or perhaps milk. "Sister Luo, Don't be angry. This is a good thing. Seeing the potion bottle, Luo subconsciously took 2 steps back. Last time, this guy must have tried to trick her into drinking it, but by chance, he drank it instead, resulting in a strange little E. Would he try again this time? Seeing Luo's reaction, Moriarty's big eyes revealed a malicious glint of mockery. She gently shook the potion bottle. What are you afraid of, Sister Luo? This is just an ordinary soul potion. Little Moriarty only gave it to you because your soul is injured. If you don't believe me, little Moriarty will take a sip. She flicked open the cap and indeed took a small sip, licking her pink lips to indicate that it was perfectly fine. Then, she generously handed over most of the bottle. Luo's eyes twitched slightly. Could she really drink this potion? Would she dare? Taking the potion, Luo casually capped it and put it in her robe pocket. You mean you have a potion to heal Ano? Half right. Moriarty clicked his tongue softly and pulled out another potion, this time with a starry blue-purple hue. Little Artie has been refining a soul-cloning potion lately. Because she doesn't have enough materials, she had to find substitutes. She accidentally created something good that should solve this little elf situation. However, the formula is still immature, and taking it now might cause a tiny bit of side effects. Moriarty pinched a tiny distance between his index finger and thumb, indicating that anything made by little Artie was absolutely top-notch. Almost instantly, Luo felt Fi's tense gaze. After this potion, Ano might start acting strangely. Just maintain it for now. Once you recover, I have Zilla help you. By the way, you two should get along well. Ah, I almost forgot. Luo's face suddenly darkened, and she grabbed little Aya's head with her 5 fingers, squeezing out each word through her silver teeth. Where did you find that soul creation potion? Even without deliberately searching for information, Luo, having immersed herself in the great library for so many years, had heard of the abusive alchemist named Arctos. His titles alone, former chief alchemist of the Mage Hall, one of only 2 remaining saint-level alchemists in the living world, and the teacher of the current chief alchemist of the Mage Hall, were enough to give her a glimpse into his abilities. Many books on gold magic mention the deeds and legends of this saint-level alchemist. Although that soul creation potion was a first-generation product, could a saint-level product be anything simple? And yet, the little guy took it without a word. Ouch! 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 Sister Luo, have mercy. Little Aya just felt that it was a waste not to use such a good thing. This is called making the most of resources. Ouch! Don't grab little Aya. Luo was practically furious. So, making the most of everything meant painstakingly crafting strange potions to tempt her into drinking them? Leaving aside the matter of taking the potions without permission, what do you mean by the soul cloning potion? You want to clone me? Her little head was grabbed by 5 fingers, and Moriarty's small body swayed slightly with Luo's movements. Although she cried out in pain, her large, azure eyes held a strange smile. Little Moriarty would never do such a thing. I absolutely have no intention of replicating what Sister Luo researches every night. Absolutely not. It's just to replicate more ones. Luo frowned. This girl's words were a mix of truth and falsehood, a true embodiment of wisdom. Luo couldn't tell which of her words were true, or if they were all lies. Anyway, next time you need materials, ask me first. Also, don't give me weird things to drink again. I know. Sister Luo is so stingy. With her hand suddenly empty, Moriarty appeared at the entrance of the dark prison, making a big face at Luo. Sister Luo is stingy. You come here. I don't. Fia watched the 2 girls bickering, her heavy mood unconsciously dissipating. She grasped Ano's cold hand. The familiar touch had lasted for over 300 years, and would surely continue in the future. She believed in her young master, and even more so in her master's abilities. If that was the case, then her sister would definitely awaken. Having not entered the dark prison territory for a long time, Luo discovered many changes. The sky was lower, the vortex of nether energy seemed to be inverted, with continuous purple-black lightning striking down. 18 soul chains, thicker than 3 Luos, crisscrossed, one end sinking into the vortex of nether energy, hanging down a silver cage imprisoning the soul of the werewolf chieftain, the other end suspended the dark prison. The eerie dark prison was larger and more elaborate, suspended 1,000 meters above the ground. Beneath it lay a murky swamp, where viscous, phantom-like souls floated and swirled, a heavy aura of darkness billowing. The cells imprisoning souls were inscribed with silver runes, emitting faint spatial fluctuations, within which layers of phantoms could be seen overlapping. According to the little one, she had slightly modified the layout of the dark prison, discarding unnecessary experimental areas and adding more spatial runes, allowing it to accommodate more souls and making them easier to access. After nearly 3 years of construction, the entire dark prison was divided into 3 main areas. The largest and most crucial functional area was the soul imprisonment zone, comprising countless soul cells, and the soul swamp below. Secondly, there was the little one's own palace, used to oversee all aspects of the prison. It seemed to have other uses, but Luo couldn't get her to reveal them. The third was related to the chains in the sky, a soul-guiding array that could absorb souls wandering in spatial gaps into the dark prison. Because the little one was kind, actually, she was afraid of being beaten, the array was designed to only attract the souls of the wicked after death. These souls, originating from all corners of the world, vanish into spatial rifts after death and return to the underworld only moments later. The soul-guiding array essentially forcibly retains these souls, but since their spiritual energy will eventually return, they can only linger for a limited time. Once their soul power is exhausted, they will return to where they were meant to go. Currently, the dark prison holds approximately 30,000 souls, half of which originated from those Moriarty had previously devoured but not fully digested, and the other half were collected subsequently. After entrusting the construction of the dark prison to Moriarty, Law had a feeling that things were spiraling out of control. Now seeing it, he was right. This wasn't a dark prison at all. It was clearly a massive soul experiment castle built by the little guy for himself. Isn't there a place for me? Sister Luo, do you want to come in too? Little Artemis can save you a room. Moriarty pointed to an empty cell next to her, then Luo tossed him in and locked him up. I think it suits you quite well. I decided, this cell will be your solitary confinement. No way. Looking at the little guy peeking out of the soul seal, and looking at her pitifully, Luo couldn't help but consider the feasibility of the method. His solitary confinement seems pretty good. Let's go find Xiaoyi first. You didn't dissect her, did you? Oh dear, Sister Luo, how could you think like that? Little Artemis is a super well-behaved child, she wouldn't do such a thing. Moriarty floated out of the cell without hindrance, taking Luo flying towards the palace. The palace was vast and empty, clearly the result of spatial expansion technology. Wisps of grayish-black mist drifted around, low-quality nether energy. Only in the center stood a high platform built of black soul rock, upon which sat the tall and cold iron thorn throne. Moriarty floated onto the throne, her petite, fair figure a stark contrast to the imposing, aloof throne. Yet, Luo sensed an inner, radiant air of superiority emanating from her, a quality only those long accustomed to high positions possessed. Little Moriarty, you're researching soul cloning potions to rebuild the Nether Knight Legion? Okay. Huh? How did Sister Luo guess? You made it all clear, but let me say this beforehand. I won't stop you from rebuilding the Legion, but in the living world, you must follow the rules of the living world. Hee. Little Artie knew Sister Luo was the best. I want to stick to her. With a flick of her finger, the little one who had leaped down from the throne was sent flying. Luo searched around and finally found Little E hiding in a corner, her little bottom sticking up, as if she couldn't see others couldn't find her either, probably learned it from Xania. Xiaoyi, are you alright? Hearing Luo's voice, Xiaoyi turned her head sharply, tears welling in her eyes, and flew to her side. Beautiful Sister Luo, the great fear general is going to eat me. I'm so scared. A faint pink aura emanated from her body, seemingly an unconscious release of power due to excessive emotional fluctuations. Luo raised her hand to dispel the power, patting her little head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, comforting her. All right, little Artie is your creator after all, she wouldn't hurt you carelessly. Although Luo didn't quite believe this, Xiao Yi's emotions stabilized considerably after being comforted, and the strange pink fluctuations gradually subsided back into her body. Moriarty also flew over, poking the ribbons floating around Xiao Yi. This little thing is not simple. Little Artie tried to copy it, but wasted a potion opportunity, and only got a useless fragment. Several pink clay-like objects appeared in front of her, bearing no resemblance to Xiao Yi except for a slight alluring power. Moriarty created one, so naturally she was aware of the changes one underwent after drinking the experimental potion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until Little One was born to reset one. From her perspective, Little One's birth had no theoretical basis whatsoever. The experimental potion was designed to merely replicate the soul. All memories and thoughts should be consistent with the original body. However, Little One possessed a new consciousness, and even her power system was completely unfamiliar. When did Little Moriarty become capable of creating a completely new cultivation system? Even Moriarty couldn't explain it, so Luo was even less aware of the inside story of Little One's birth. He could only tentatively speculate that it might be related to Crystal City, her birthplace. However, now that Crystal City had fallen, there was no way to verify it, so he had to give up. Little Moriarty, do you know what the lustful pollution on her is? Chapter 972. Lustful pollution. I feel like I heard that name somewhere before. Moriarty casually picked up the bandages on Xiao Yi's body and examined them closely, startling the latter, who quickly covered her lower body to avoid being spied on. However, Moriarty was clearly more interested in Luo, and after tossing Xiao Yi back, she casually said, "If I remember correctly, it's the power of the demon of lustful sins, right? The underworld race doesn't have the concept of reproduction, and has very little interaction with them. If Sister Luo is interested, I'd take you to hell sometime. Hell is dangerous, but as long as she doesn't do anything reckless and alert the Great Lord and those ancient races, Moriarty's strength is enough to protect Luo." However, Luo doesn't have any intention of dying right now, and decisively declined Moriarty's invitation to a trip to hell. The power on Xiao Yi's body has solved a corner of the mystery, but more secrets remain hidden in the mist. The living world is ultimately dominated by the 10 elemental magic powers. Other power systems haven't had the foundation to develop and grow, and naturally, there aren't many records or descriptions of other powers. In fact, even the abilities of the former rulers of the living world, angels and dragons, were rarely recorded in detail within the Great Library. Thrown back next to Lo, Little One was clearly terrified by general fear. Her little body darted behind Lo's neck, but for some reason, the pink clay Moriarty had taken out smelled wonderful, and Little One shamelessly drooled. Watching Lo in general fear set off for other parts of the palace, she secretly used her bandages to gather all the pink clay and hide it behind her back before hurriedly catching up with Lo and the others. Moriarty's research lab was very rudimentary. In Lo's eyes, it wasn't even 1/10,000th as complete as Bella's. In short, well, not really. Bella completely outclassed him, and the materials were all taken from Lo. If anything, the only unusual things were the half-empty bottle of pale golden potion, and the crystalline viscous liquid remaining at the bottom. "Little Artie, what is this?" Luo pointed to the remaining transparent crystalline liquid, sensing an extremely dense dark power within it. "Oh dear, it's the saliva Artie shed when she misses Sister Luo." "What?" Her mouth was suddenly covered, Luo's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could hang her up and whip her for 3 days. How could she say such a thing? "Spit is saliva, don't give me that nonsense." "Where's the half-finished potion you mentioned?" "What?" Following Moriarty's gaze, Luo found several bottles of potions of different colors, along with some strange ingredients. Luo wasn't familiar with alchemy, so she waited for Z Luo to help. Her main concern was taking Xiao Yi back to prevent her from being mistreated. After putting the little one down, Luo casually toured the rest of the dark prison, demanded the core secret order to regain control of the prison, and then led Xiao Yi back to the Tree of Life. Ano was temporarily sheltered by the Tree of Life. Its immense life force sustained her body and helped stabilize her faltering aura. Xania invited Xiao Yi to play on the swings, took her to see the enormous fire caterpillar, and taught her to sing the fairy song, though Xiao Yi couldn't understand it. Under the tree, Luo sat beside Ano, listening to Fia report on the details of the beast tide. Fia hadn't been affected because Red Luo wanted her to help eliminate the beast tide. According to Red Luo, the strong should have pride and responsibility. With Fia's ability to fight 6th-tier magical beasts, she was among the top tier in the beast tide. The magic crystal annihilation cannon played a significant role in the beast tide, indirectly saving thousands of mid-level transcendents. Often, a single shot would annihilate thousands of magical beasts, allowing Fia to calmly observe the beast tide. According to Fia's recollection, after the Vulcan avatar slew the demon 7 times, the beast tide's recovery slowed considerably, and their numbers decreased dramatically. However, around the 3rd day, the number of magical beasts suddenly rebounded, becoming even more ferocious. Several 6th-tier magical beasts broke through to the 7th tier in a short period, but fortunately, she suppressed them with the annihilation cannon, and together, with other 6th-tier powerhouses, they were successfully killed. Meanwhile, perhaps due to the frequent battles, many mid-tier transcendents became overly impulsive, even accidentally hitting their comrades. However, these mistakes were few, and Fia didn't pay much attention. Later on, the number of magical beasts breaking through to the 7th tier increased significantly, easily reaching several dozen. However, because of the occasional assistance from the 7th tier beings, the pressure actually lessened. "Master, later you displayed your supreme power, causing the magical beasts to flee in panic, thus ending the beast tide. Otherwise, the casualties might have been even greater." Talking about casualties now is meaningless. We don't even know how many extraordinary beings escaped. Luo remembered the priestess Persiana who had healed her. Although her treatment methods were somewhat unreliable, the healing effect was truly powerful. It was a powerful magical erosion that even Luo herself needed considerable time to dispel. If nothing unexpected happened, when the Eye of Soul Annihilation descended, Persiana was still healing the wounded. Although the chances of escape were slim, Luo still silently prayed for her for a few minutes. In addition, there was Captain Phaedon, who introduced her to Alidek. Luo also remembered the talkative ice god guard before entering the city, and the little girl she met every day before entering the Crystal Lake reflection. Anna Bauer! Luo suddenly sat up straight. How could she have forgotten that child? In the urgency of the situation, she had casually stuffed Anna Bauer into the storage pendant. Although the puppet body should be fine, the real body probably couldn't escape. Taking out the storage pendant, Luo gently shook it to release Anna Bauer. The little girl's eyes were closed, her hands placed on her chest, her expression peaceful, as if she had fallen asleep. Master, she is. Fia hadn't met Anna Bauer yet, only noticing that the child seemed lifeless, yet also fluctuating with magical energy, making it impossible to tell if she was dead or alive. She's a puppet, someone we met by chance. Without her help, the barrier's release will be delayed for a while. Fia briefly explained Anna Bauer's situation, and the latter couldn't help but feel more sympathy for the little puppet girl. Anyone who helps their master is a good person, but sadly, she died so young. Huh? Where is this? So beautiful. A clear, childish voice suddenly rang out, startling Luo slightly. Anna Bauer's bright eyes looked around, almost overflowing with excitement and curiosity, before she noticed Luo and Fia beside her. Looking down, she saw a beautiful, long-haired, purplish-black elf lying quietly not far away. Beautiful Sister Eileen, and beautiful Sister Long Ears, greetings. Anna Bauer stood up briskly, and gave Luo a cute little bow. Her polite demeanor made Fia like her even more. This child was quite nice. Bauer, are you all right? Anna Bauer shook her head, her face full of confusion. Sister Eileen, Bauer is fine. But these past few days, when I wake up, all I can see is darkness, so I just been sleeping. Luo frowned slightly and asked her, you live in Crystal City. Don't you know what happened there? What happened in Crystal City? Anna Bauer murmured to herself, her bewilderment genuine. She quickly realized she must have said something wrong. Under the gaze of Luo and Fia, she stammered for a while before her face paled. She bowed deeply, her long hair flying in front of her, and shouted forcefully, I'm so sorry. Bauer didn't tell the truth. I lied to Sister Eileen and everyone. Luo wasn't angry at all. Everyone has secrets, and regardless, Anna Bauer had indeed helped her. It was just a little lie, nothing to worry about. Don't be so afraid, I'm not angry. Really? Carefully raising her head, seeing that Luo was truly not angry, Anna Bauer unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt and whispered, it's not that Bauer wanted to hide it, but I was afraid Sister Eileen would be angry. Actually, Bauer can only live in the puppet. Her original body died a long time ago. Anna Bauer's parents died 2.5 years ago. How could a mortal child like her survive? To save her daughter, Anna Bauer's mother seized her soul into a new type of puppet secretly developed by the family, which gave her the chance to come to Crystal City alive. The consequence was that her fragile mortal soul couldn't leave the cold puppet array, and she lost her sea of souls. She couldn't cultivate, her strength frozen at her current level for life. Fortunately, she later met a kind ice god priest who took care of her, allowing her to live a peaceful life. However, it was both unexpected and expected. That ice god priestess wasn't Helida. She was someone Luo didn't recognize. Although Luo had seen all the 7th-tier ice god priests in that battle, it was difficult to identify them from descriptions alone. Now, they were either escaped or dead, making it impossible to investigate. Now that Crystal City had fallen, this little lowly puppet, who had never even fought a single battle, probably couldn't even defeat a first-tier transcendent. If left unattended, she'd likely be lying dead in the wilderness the next day. If this child were given to Bella, she'd probably be grinning from ear to ear. We're going to the old capital of Hibia now. Do you want to come with your sister? Really? The puppet's distinctive ruby pupils blinked, and if Anna Bauer hadn't remembered her composure, she probably would have jumped up. I'm so grateful for Sister Eileen's generosity and kindness. Bauer will remember it for the rest of her life. Luo didn't know how long a puppet's life was. Perhaps it would only end when its soul dissipated. But before that, Luo decided to tell Anna Bauer his real name, better than have Helida reveal it. So Sister Eileen's name is Luo. Ignoring Anna Bauer's shock, Luo began to ponder the strange behavior of the Dahomey family and Ralph. If he had any conflict with the Dahomey family, the only one was the arrogant young man he encountered in the other dimension. For various reasons, he had crippled him and thrown him into the river of life on the 3rd level. If only I helped that guy, he died faster. But it seems even after killing him, my appearance would be recorded, meaning that whether I kill him or not, the Dahomey family will always remember me. What a domineering family, troublesome. But how did Ralph know my disguised appearance? It's strange. It's as if Ralph knew my disguised appearance even before arriving in Crystal City. Yet, besides those close to me, no one else saw both my true and disguised appearances at the same time. Could it be divination? Luo racked his brains, and could only come up with this guess. Frustrated, he scratched his head, and decided to give up. Maybe Ralph was already buried in the red mist along with Crystal City. If he encountered the Dahomey family again, he'd beat them up first. Good people can be let go, but those who have done evil will be wiped out. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Tianluo's soul body had finally fully healed. Except for his divine power not yet being fully replenished, his condition had returned to its peak. He activated the summoning once more, and 4 figures with different expressions emerged from Luo's body. Pink Luo, with a sweet smile and a cheerful mood, twirled around, her lovely dress fluttering like a pure white lily. Luo, do I look pretty today? Purple Luo, wearing a pointed hat and a purple robe, remained expressionless, her heart unmoved regardless of whether she was summoned. I study Moriarty's potion later. Blue Luo, hugging a pillow and lying on a large white pillow, was still sleepy, simply covering her head with a small pillow to feign you can't see me, even her voice sounding drowsy. Don't bother me unless it's important. Red Luo, wearing a blood-red scarf and a long crimson cloak, crossed her arms, her expression haughty and aloof, her gaze sharp and indifferent. Standing there, no one could associate her with weakness. Main body, you're recovering too slowly. Sure enough, only Red Luo knows how to infuriate. No further explanation was needed. After the memory synchronization, Luo already knew what had happened. As the Eye of Soul Annihilation erupted, Hong Luo sensed the change in Luo's heart, and immediately unleashed all her soul power to protect Ano and the little ones. However, that power was too strong, possessing an extremely strong penetrating effect on soul barriers. When the impact easily passed through the barrier, Hong Luo realized something was wrong and immediately self-destructed her soul, using all her power to protect Ano's soul. Even so, only a sliver of Ano's spirit remained. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 little ones seemed immune to that power, and Hong Luo hadn't used 3/10 of her power, Ano wouldn't have survived. Anyone who dares to harm my attendant will not be forgiven. Main body, next time you encounter a demon, don't hold back. I know this time without your reminder. Indeed, if Laliso had summoned the Vulcan clone to annihilate the Lily demon, she wouldn't have been tricked by it before its death. Such a powerful and unpredictable force made Laliso even more wary of demons. Upon returning to the Great Library, she planned to collect and compile descriptions of demons, spreading them to the younger generation through the Gospel Society. While she might not necessarily need them, preparation was always better than none. Laliso had searched for some demon knowledge in the Great Library. There were works like a person's diary, compiled by predecessors, and simple descriptions hidden in magic skill books. However, this was far from enough. If necessary, she would need Moriarty's help. Moreover, most books about demons were hidden in the inner areas of dark magic, where the Wiz were powerful and evil, their magical pressure comparable to top-tier high-level gravity magic. Laliso's current strength was insufficient to break in, and Miss Phosma wouldn't allow her to act recklessly. Luo quickly went to find Moriarty. The sooner they could research a suitable potion, the sooner Ano could wake up. Lan Luo hid under the Tree of Life and slept soundly. She might read some stories after waking up. Pink Luo, unsurprisingly, would stay with Luo so she could chat more with Helida and Anna Bauer. As for Hong Luo, she also went to see Moriarty, but it seemed she went to settle scores, her reason being, original body, you spoil her too much, only I can teach her how to be obedient. Hong Luo came from Luo's consciousness, but this statement definitely wasn't what Luo truly thought. Yes, definitely not. Chapter 973. A deserted town at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. More than a dozen Ice Beast clan members, their bodies shimmering with a crystalline light, carefully sensed the surrounding area for any living beings. After a moment, one Ice Beast clan member returned, carrying a one-horned rabbit upside down, and shook his head at the others. Aside from a few ferocious magical beasts, there are no intelligent life forms. Another Ice Beast man, dressed in significantly more luxurious attire, frowned and asked doubtfully, We've been here for over half a month and haven't found a single living person. If it's luck, that's incredibly bad. Second son, the Agnesa Empire is vast and sparsely populated. It's normal for us to have missed it. Although the Empire's territory was nothing special to high-level superhumans, for them, a new generation, even flying at full speed for months wouldn't guarantee reaching the Ice God Fortress. Not encountering any living beings in the sparsely populated Agnesa Empire was perfectly normal. That's true. Speed up the assembly, record the situation here, let's hurry. Father repeatedly warned us before we left that the human empire is dangerous, and we shouldn't linger. Ever since entering the Agnesa Empire's territory, the second son had felt a constant unease. Recalling the scene of breaking through the sealed border still sent chills down his spine. With the advantage of 2 saint-level beings clearing the way, the many extraordinary beings who initially thought their journey would be worry-free soon witnessed what it meant to enter with their lives, but not leave. The numerous massive 8th-tier ice crystal giants posed no threat. The saint-level beings stood high in the sky, annihilating hundreds of ice crystal giants with a single palm strike. Even their immortality couldn't stop the numerous extraordinary beings from surging into the territory. However, before they had flown more than 100 miles, a phantom ice crystal finger suddenly descended from the sky. Its terrifying power was such that even though Renaming and Navelfin immediately sensed something was wrong and joined forces to block the attack, the pressure from the sky was even greater. The endless magical power of the entire barrier seemed to suppress them simultaneously. The saint-level beings could still resist, but the thousands of extraordinary beings surging and below burst like balloons. Left with no other option, the 2 saint-level beings had to retreat. They quickly discovered that the finger in the sky only allowed a maximum of 3 6th-level beings or 25th-level beings to enter simultaneously. Once their power exceeded the threshold, a fatal blow would strike. However, the ice crystal giants weren't true statues, relying on the barrier. They were immortal, becoming insurmountable mountains blocking the path of the mid-level transcendent beings. Finally, a powerful figure intervened, sending the mid-level transcendent beings in batches before they were detected. To facilitate exploration, the entry limit was raised to 4th-level beings. The second son and his group were sent in 9 days ago. The previous group consisted of the White Cat clan, who had set off 2 days earlier and had a slight intelligence advantage. They needed to speed things up. We can't let that hairless cat Tormon get there first, my brothers and sisters. Next stop, the Northern Wind Belt. Full speed ahead. Brilliant second son. The fierce storms were more terrifying than a knife's edge. Low-level transcendents, who carelessly strayed into them, would be instantly obliterated. Even mid-level transcendents only dared to approach the edge. To cross, the storm bridge was an indispensable link. However, when the group of hurried White Cat people arrived near the Northern Wind Belt, they only saw a collapsed city ruin. Lord Tormon, what should we do? The White Cat called Tormon was noticeably more robust, though his hair was thinner than the other members of his clan, making his scalp appear slightly rough. The storm bridge has both above-ground and underground cities. Search them for me. Yes. The White Cat people responded and rushed to the ruins to search for the entrance to the underground city. However, half a day later, he only received the bad news that Storm Bridge had been completely destroyed. Tormon stroked his whiskers and quickly gave the order. The Forerunners entered 3 days earlier than us. There are no traces here, so there must be a breakout point in another direction. You, and the other 3, go over there. The rest of you follow me. The White Cat clan possesses an innate leap ability, allowing them to traverse vast distances in a short burst, enabling them to dare to split up and act independently. The ice goddess Hymenaeus had advised Luo to use the power of faith cautiously, without elaborating on the reasons. Since Hymenaeus meant Luo no harm, Luo decided to heed her advice. However, in the Enzo plane, Luo unintentionally communicated with the Sea Pearl using the power of faith, but the communication was interrupted due to insufficient faith power. Communicating with that fish shouldn't be considered an abuse, right? Luo is still quite concerned about the Sea Pearl. Last time he saw her, she seemed to be sealed in ice. Although she said she was fine, was she really? That stupid fish seems to have been frozen in ice for the second time. Luo plans to depart for the ancient capital of Hibia early tomorrow morning and try to contact the Sea Pearl tonight. The Sea of Souls was brimming with magic, swirling like a vast galaxy. Beneath it lay a layer of milky white mist, at the center of which grew a slender, grayish-white sapling, its tip sprouting a giant grayish-white flower bud. Below that were wisps of strange, chaotic magic, not among the 10 great magic powers, and largely unrecognizable to Luo. These were impurities absorbed incidentally during his magic cultivation. His soul approached the grayish-white sapling. As the power of faith gathered, the flower bud unfolded layer by layer, revealing a large central stamen surrounded by countless smaller stamens of various colors. A hazy grayish-white mist gathered above, instantly drawing Luo's consciousness into it. His senses became incredibly vast and empty, filled with a hazy mist. Countless threads of varying sizes and vibrant colors emanated from his consciousness, spreading into the depths of the mist. Luo guessed that each thread connected to the consciousness of a being who knew or had heard of him. The sea pearl's threads were a pale gold color. There were only 7 of them, and they appeared normal. Randomly picking one, Luo's consciousness traced it, attempting to traverse the mist to reach the other side. For some reason, compared to last time, this time the consciousness tracing took much longer, and her mind was gradually becoming drowsy, as if she couldn't see the end and would only die of exhaustion halfway through. No, something's wrong. Luo's heart became highly vigilant, and she forcibly interrupted the tracing and returned. Looking at the pale golden thread again, she felt a few more apprehensive thoughts. It seemed that tracing the thread was still dangerous. She could clearly feel that her consciousness had weakened considerably during the long tracing, and forcibly continuing might lead to losing herself. With lingering fear, she pushed the pale golden thread aside and noted it down. Luo then chose another thread, but this time she was even more cautious, returning immediately if there was any sign of weakness. Fortunately, this time she quickly felt the refreshing sensation of breaking through the fog. Her perception became clear, and Luo saw a long snake bathing. Its 6 arms had a clear division of labor. The 2 on top were washing its head, the middle was scrubbing its back, and the bottom was wiping its scales. Ah! Peeping Tom. Slap. A chaotic mess instantly filled his senses. Luo was thrown heavily into the mist, a faint burning sensation emanating from his right cheek. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. That figure was definitely Blanche. He only accidentally seen her bathing. Did she have to slap him back like that? It really hurt, it must be swollen. Why is his consciousness even capable of feeling pain? Gently rubbing his right cheek, the phantom pain slowly disappeared. Luo rose from the mist, still a little dazed. What exactly was used to distinguish the colors of these threads? In a small plane beyond the mortal realm, Blanche clutched her chest with 6 hands, looking around in surprise and disbelief. She had just sensed someone breaching the protective net of fate and directly peering into her true form. Being seen was a minor matter, but something capable of breaking through the net of fate was not to be trifled with. Time to slip away. Without even taking a bath, Blanche donned a mage's robe and vanished. She needed to find another place to take a vacation. You have a letter with the number? Please receive it. Just as Luo was carefully comparing the differences between the 2 threads, a light blue transparent panel suddenly appeared before him, something that only appeared when insight was activated. Luo was completely bewildered, but the panel with the universal script of the living world seemed welded to her vision, impossible to shake off. After hesitating for a moment, Luo opened the letter with her mind. Soon, a letter, in an envelope no different from the ones that could be bought for 3 copper coins in the market, appeared, flying out in a surging Milky Way, with water leaping up to form a few sentences. Recipient, omitted. If you continue to peek into fate, a small punishment will be necessary. Laughs. Sender, omitted. The letter's contents appeared for a fleeting moment, just in time for Luo to finish reading, and then the Milky Way water gathered into a slender jade hand, gently flicking her forehead without Luo noticing. What? Touching her forehead, she felt a lingering coolness, but the word smile deliberately enclosed in parentheses in the letter she remembered was strangely unsettling. Luo decisively exited the misty world. What kind of beings were these? Sorry, future High Priestess of the Mermaids, it's not that I didn't want to find you, I just dared not try again. There were 5 more similar pale gold threads. If she only found the seed pearl at the very end, Luo feared she might not be able to return. As her consciousness returned to the outside world, Luo tried to calm her turbulent thoughts, pondering the meaning of the phrase, if you continue to peek into fate. When had she ever peeked into fate? Those threads couldn't possibly be the threads of fate. Besides, this wasn't the first time she had traced the threads. If a warning was needed, it could have been issued in the Enzo plane long ago. Why wait until now? So something else must have triggered the letter. Miss Witch, the pattern on your forehead is quite beautiful, but it's time to set off. Helida's indifferent voice came from the doorway, surprisingly similar to Sindragon's, only lacking Sindragon's usual arrogance. Luo touched his forehead in confusion. How could a disturbance on the conscious level be reflected in reality? His forehead was smooth. Luo conjured a small ice mirror, his eyes widening instantly. He blurted out, who would be so bored? The ice mirror clearly reflected a large silver X drawn on his forehead, which he couldn't remove no matter how much he rubbed. You must be joking. In Helida's eyes, little Luo, after seeing the mirror, inexplicably panicked, rubbing his forehead vigorously, then channeling his magic, and finally, with a ruthless determination, cutting off the X pattern with his hand as if it were a knife. It looked like he was struggling to erase it. Harita wasn't interested in other people's business. Maybe it was a curse? Maybe a prank? Harita didn't care, but little Luo's flustered look was quite cute. Without ears and a tail, it seemed rather adorable. Harita stood quietly at the door, watching Luo try various methods to remove the mark on his forehead. His expression shifted from bewilderment to panic, then to desperation, and finally to a helpless resignation. It was truly endearing. However, after admiring him, she still reminded him, it's time to leave. Dragging this out is bad for us. Is it morning? I know. I'm fine. I'm just a little emotionally disoriented. Luo lay limply on the bed, not wanting to move at all. No matter what she did, the X-shaped mark showed no sign of disappearing. Peeping into fate. Fate. Could that being be the goddess of fate? Shaking her head, Luo thought that the goddess of fate wouldn't bother with a mere superhuman like herself. She was one of the most mysterious deities, like a diviner. Although her combat power wasn't high, by peering into the river of fate, she could know your past and future. Every major power would definitely cultivate its own high-level diviners to prevent rival forces from gaining the upper hand. Of course, if the rival force also had high-level diviners, then it would come down to who had the superior skill. The losing side would often tend to take defensive measures, while the winning side could be more aggressive. The three major northern powers, the Agnesa Empire, the Snow Beast territory, and the White Cat territory, have become increasingly powerful and influential over the past millennium due to the superior strength of the diviners patronized by the Agnesa royal family. This has forced the two other territories to join forces to deter the empire. However, Luo wasn't particularly knowledgeable about clashes between these powers, nor was she very interested. Her strongest impression was of Caravaggio, for whom even the Great Library had very little information. Luo only knew that she was a diviner with saint-level strength. Other information seemed shrouded in mystery. And a cunning merchant, always ripping off young superhumans like herself. But the reality was that she was now branded with a large X. After lying down for a while, the lazy Luo got out of bed, carefully combed her bangs, tied them into a small bun to cover the X, and then jumped out of bed and left the room. Master. With Luo's true appearance revealed, FIA no longer needed to hide it. As for the identities of Pink Luo and the others, Luo attributed it to the puppets. It didn't matter that Helida couldn't recognize the puppets. She herself didn't understand puppet technology. For example, Anna Bauer hadn't even realized she was a puppet. They had been staying here for over 10 days. Staying any longer might attract the attention of superhumans, who came to spy on Crystal City. If they were friends, that would be fine, but if it was the Dahomey family or other enemies, it would be troublesome. Greetings, Sister Luo. Anna Bauer toddled to Luo, beginning her daily morning greeting. Pink Luo followed behind, floating after her. She adored this exquisitely beautiful little puppet girl. With her help, even the dark, icy Helida quickly became familiar with Anna Bauer. Pink Luo's powerful affinity from her magical affinity could easily penetrate hearts without magical enhancement. Although she could only use wind, water, and light attributes, it seemed to be effective against superhumans with affinity for other attributes as well. Xiaoyi sat atop Pink Luo's head. Perhaps it was because her name contained the character for pink, but Xiaoyi felt a strong connection with Pink Luo, even more so than with Luo herself. Now that Xiaoyi's power was relatively stable, Luo didn't forbid her from appearing. As a newborn being, even though she had inherited some memories, her mindset was still that of a young child. Luo felt it was essential for Xiaoyi to experience the world and cultivate a better character. Xania's mindset was a racial innate, unchangeable. Chapter 974. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. More than a month had passed since the fall of Crystal City. The extraordinary individuals from other surviving cities finally arrived, and upon witnessing the eerie sea of red mist stretching for 800 miles, they gasped in horror and hurriedly relayed the news back. However, as one of the Empire's 5 great cities, Crystal City had protected most of the surrounding settlements when the magical energy within its borders receded. Very few cities had the resources to spare for intelligence gathering, and even if they discovered something amiss, it was difficult to disseminate the information. Majinan City was a major transportation hub before the Empire's rise to power, with a constant stream of carriages and horses traveling to and from all directions daily. To the south lay Crystal City, to the north Snow Dragon City and Ice God Castle, to the west directly connected to the old capital of Hibia and Ice Rock Harbor, and to the east reached Frostguard City. Therefore, although Magellan City was not as large as the 5 major cities, its defensive strength and facilities far surpassed those of ordinary medium-sized cities. Coupled with its thriving trade, Magellan City's magic crystal reserves far exceeded those of ordinary medium-sized cities. When Luo and his group passed through this area, they even witnessed many young extraordinary individuals from the aristocratic class lavishly constructing monster hunting grounds outside the city. They used vast amounts of magic crystals to activate massive barriers, within which roamed monsters of varying ranks. The nobles drove simply dressed commoner extraordinary individuals to hunt these monsters for their own enjoyment. The atmosphere in your empire is quite interesting. Luo, clad in a black mage's robe, a headband binding his forehead, a firebird crystal carving covering the humiliating X mark, his long, silvery white hair cascading down like a waterfall, a perfect fit for the icy landscape of the northern lands. Such a twisted mentality. Perhaps only the redemption of light can straighten their hearts. Pink Lo wrinkled her little nose adorably. If no one else was around, she wouldn't mind purifying the unclean things below with a holy flame bullet. Facing Lo's teasing, Helida remained expressionless and said calmly, "The Ice God's church is not the ruler of the empire. The Ice God is eternal, but even eternity has its limits." The implication was that the church in Machinan City was too weak to interfere. Before Lo could continue, Helida descended and flew downwards. Lo and Pink Lo exchanged a glance, then followed with a bewildered Anna bow. The old capital of Hibia was xenophobic. Outsiders needed a permit to enter, or a royal certificate. Clearly, Lo had neither. The good news was that Helida, as a noblewoman of Crystal City, possessed a permanent permit. The bad news was that only one permit was recognized per person. The good news was that Helida knew how to obtain the permit, and had sufficient authority to do so. The bad news was that Crystal City no longer had the place to obtain permits. So Helida devised a clever trick, taking advantage of the time difference. Before the City Lord's mansion of Machinan City was even aware of the fall of Crystal City, she would use the City Lord's mansion to obtain a certificate for Luo. Luo could only silently applaud this, as expected of a powerful figure, so many tricks up her sleeve. The landing of Luo and his group quickly attracted the attention of the wealthy young men who had been watching the hunt. A chubby boy, displeased, was about to intercept them and question them, but a handsome young man dressed in luxurious silk robes pressed down on the chubby boy's shoulder first, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the 4 guests, 3 adults and 1 child, landing. A glint of icy blue flashed at his pupils, and the handsome young man's gaze changed slightly, but he concealed it well, deliberately shouting loudly to his companion, "Stop looking! Stop looking! We have distinguished guests! Serve tea!" In the handsome young man's eyes, apart from the little girl, everyone else's faces were indistinct, their auras faint yet vast as the ocean, their clothing imbued with a rich magical aura, clearly not ordinary beings, and not to be arrogant about. Upon hearing this, even the chubby boy with a displeased expression quickly stood up and straightened his posture. A beautiful woman skillfully brewed tea. Judging from her badge, she was clearly a young lady of considerable status in her family. Luo raised an eyebrow. No wonder no one paid any attention to this group of young nobles. They only bully the weak. Apparently, they were arrogant but not stupid. "Greetings, ladies. Welcome to the Imperial Central City, Machinan City. I am Maka Bakan, the 7th son of the Maka family of Machinan City. I am honored by your kindness and respectfully addressed as the 7th young master of Machinan. Would you mind if I gave you a tour?" Before the words were even finished, the chubby boy next to Bakan popped his head out, beaming with pride, and said, "Don't let the 7th young master's youth fool you. He's only in his 30s, and has already reached the 3rd level of the transcendent realm. He's a true genius. Even City Lord Vienna speaks highly of him. Yes, yes. The 7th young master is generous and magnanimous, incredibly powerful, and comes from a prestigious family. It's a pity that I am not worthy of his attention. Everyone with a bit of status in Machinan City gives the 7th young master some respect. He's truly a role model for us all." The crowd showered him with praise. The 7th young master remained calm, but a hint of pride shone through his eyes, which Luo understood perfectly. Young people, it's normal, very normal, just a little stiff in his mannerisms. Ahem, ladies, please forgive my friends for exaggerating. They were just joking. You must be quite tired from your journey. Why don't you go into town and rest for a few days?" Luo remained silent, and Helida was even less likely to speak, so it was Pink Luo who spoke first. The Empire is already on the verge of collapse. As fellow Agnesars, you should unite to fight the enemy. Even with the magic concealing her presence, Pink Luo still presented a soft and adorable image. Coupled with her gentle voice, her words were not intimidating at all, but rather unexpectedly cute. What a beautiful girl, and she speaks so adorably. As cute as my filly. The two young ladies whispered among themselves, not daring to speak openly. The seventh young master's actions had already told everyone that this newcomer was not to be trifled with, and it was best not to anger him. The seventh young master's face stiffened, then he forced a smile and shouted to the servants controlling the barrier behind him. We have distinguished guests today, so it's my treat. Everyone who participated in the hunt today, win or lose, will receive a reward. You all go and collect your rewards. The seventh young master is so generous. The seventh young master is so generous. The servants were overjoyed and quickly dispelled the barrier. Those servants with fifth-tier strength went to kill the remaining magical beasts, and then casually dragged away the civilians, who were still unaware that the hunt had ended prematurely. The seventh young master turned back to Fan Luo and smiled. This lady is right. We should unite. Actually, I noticed the frequent attacks on the city by magical beasts, which is why I specifically selected promising talents to hone. It was my mistake not to explain beforehand. Is that so? Your heart hasn't been completely corrupted yet. If you're willing to repent, you can become a truly upright man in the future. Fan Luo's voice was gentle, her large, wine-red eyes bright and clear. There was nothing in her words that could be called conspiracy or mockery. Her words were like a gentle drizzle seeping into the heart, touching the deepest part of the soul. The seventh young master's face flushed slightly for no apparent reason, a strong sense of guilt welling up inside him. It was as if, in front of this adorable girl whose name he didn't even know, his hidden thoughts were like a worm-eaten nut being peeled open, so filthy and unbearable. Yet, in this girl's eyes, even he, so filthy and unbearable, had the potential to become a pillar of strength. She wasn't being perfunctory at all. Every word was utterly sincere and genuine. I will heed your advice. The seventh young master's heart pounded, and amidst the astonished gazes of the assembled dignitaries, he awkwardly bowed slightly to Pink Luo. That's wonderful. I believe you can succeed. Let's be friends. My name is Pink Luo, this is Eileen, this cold but kind-hearted beautiful girl is Halilian, this child is Anna Bauer, and there's our little companion, my little magical puppet, Xiao Yi. Pink Luo, what a lovely name. Ahem, please follow me into the city. The seventh young master murmured the rare yet endearing name to himself as he gestured for everyone to pack their belongings and enter the city. Herlita, using the alias Halilian, gave Luo a meaningful look before striding after him. Luo shrugged, practically floating after her. What did Pink Luo's words have to do with her? It wasn't her doing. She did have a gentle side, but it depended on the situation. Pink Luo was the one indiscriminately spreading goodwill. No wonder Red Luo called Pink Luo a saint. But for now, things were alright. At least Luo could sense the inner turmoil of that seventh young master. Perhaps he could truly repent. A mere young man trying to fight against the noble assistant of the Grand Library. How could he possibly win? Last, currently, aside from Anna and Paul maintaining their original appearances, after all, such weak strength is hardly likely to attract the enemy's attention. The three women's appearances and physiques are vastly different from their original forms, resembling a wandering adventurer's party, though the combination of three mages might seem a little odd. As a transportation hub of the Empire, Mashinin City is enormous, roughly the size of Crystal Lake combined with the surface city of Crystal City. However, its permanent population is much smaller, less than 1 million. Therefore, after a 3-month Empire blockade, the current city lord decisively abandoned most of the outer city areas, reducing the protected area of the barrier to less than 10,000 square kilometers, more than enough to accommodate all residents. The seventh young master's family, the Maka family, is located in the western part of Mashinin City. The main branch owns a castle and 3 large manors, hundreds of shops, and also has properties in Ice Rock Harbor. Besides the main branch, there are 2 other prominent collateral branches. Furthermore, the Maka family holds mid to high-ranking positions within the City Lord's Mansion and the Ice God Church, forming a complex network of influence. This makes the Maka family the 3rd largest power in Mashinin City, second only to the City Lord's Mansion and the Ice God Church. Of course, all of the above information comes from the 7th young master's followers, so its credibility should be quite high. Respectfully welcoming the 7th young master home. 2 rows of well-trained guards outside the castle gates saw the returning group and several unfamiliar women from afar and bowed respectfully. However, The seventh young master seemed a bit off today. He not only politely nodded in return, but also patiently introduced Maka Castle to the unfamiliar young women. This is Maka Castle. My father, Maka Chiwe, has resided here year-round in seclusion, while the family affairs are managed by my mothers. The family mainly produces ice attribute enchanted fruits. The last batch of fruits ripened just before the magic dissipated, and the effects were excellent. Please feel free to comment. The snowfall fruit is a demonic fruit that tastes cool and refreshing, like ice cream. I haven't had it in a long time. Thank you for your trouble, seventh young master. Luo does have snowfall fruits, but they're at the demonic level, the kind that would kill a low-level superhuman. So saying it's been a long time since he's had any isn't wrong. Luo. Sister Eileen, can Bauer eat it too? Anna Bauer looked at him expectantly. After spending half a month together, the little puppet Loli had become quite familiar with everyone. She could express what she liked, though she never made obviously unreasonable requests. Therefore, both Helida and Luo liked her quite a bit. Noticing the gazes cast upon Luo and Pink Luo, the seventh young master smiled slightly and generously promised, of course, such an adorable little sister should have all her requests granted. The Maka family may not have much else, but there's plenty of demonized fruit. In his excitement, the seventh young master momentarily forgot that mortals shouldn't eat too much demonized fruit, and Anna Bauer's aura was extremely weak. He had never imagined her strength could reach the first level of the extraordinary realm. He immediately ordered the castle servants to bring more fruit to entertain her. It must be said that the seventh young master treated his own people better than most spoiled brats. Even if he had ulterior motives, the food he served Luo and the others was made with the finest and most precious ingredients, and he generously shared it with his cronies as well. The chubby boy ate until his stomach almost burst. If he hadn't remembered there were outsiders present, he probably would have buried his head in the food bowl. It's been so long since we had anything this delicious. It's truly an honor to know seventh young master. The chubby boy, barely maintaining his composure, sat on the animal hide sofa, patting his belly, which looked like he was 7 months pregnant. The handsome young man beside him grinned and nodded in agreement. Who says otherwise? But if you ask me, we have to thank her for everything. The boy subtly pointed at the sweet girl chatting with the seventh young master, his eyes gleaming with a hint of lewdness. Such a beautiful girl, it would be strange if the seventh young master didn't fall for her. That makes sense, you see things clearly. The chubby boy gave a thumbs up, exchanging a knowing glance with the boy. Xiaoyi curiously poked the donut in front of her with her bandage, only rolling it up and breaking it into small pieces after confirming it was safe. However, she spat it out after one bite, having inherited Moriarty's love of meat, but having no interest in sweets. Helida only took one bite of a slice of fruit at first, and then stopped. To her, everyone in the hall was a junior, their status far below hers, not worth her attention. Luo sipped her warm tea, her keen observation revealing her complete understanding of the situation in the hall. She and Helida were simply waiting for the important figure, who could make the decision to arrive. Tap, tap. Steady footsteps approached the hall. The chubby boy and the handsome young man were still whispering amongst themselves, exchanging glances. The two young ladies, trying to feed Xiaoyi, were completely unaware. The seventh young master, chatting happily with Pink Luo, was still enthusiastically boasting about his glorious history of defeating a raging magical beast. Only Luo and Helida raised their eyelids, realizing that the person in charge had finally arrived. It was worth it for them to deliberately leak a trace of their high-level transcendent aura. If no one noticed during a meal, then the security at Maka Castle was far too weak. Chapter 975. Miss Pink Luo, speaking with you has made me realize how narrow-minded I was before. I never knew there were such powerful geniuses in the world. The seventh young master licked his lips, feeling a little dry. He had heard from Pink Luo about the performance of the top players in the previous Imperial League. From the description, even those top geniuses at the second tier could kill him. Low-tier strength mastering high-tier magic, possessing powerful bloodline strength, instantly killing those of the same tier, developing their own magic skills. These were like the experiences of great figures recorded in ancient history books to him, heights he aspired to reach but could never attain. However, in Pink Luo's words, these descriptions seemed so casual, as if she had seen them before, but they were nothing special. In the pleasant conversation, the seventh young master's arrogance was unknowingly shattered, then casually scattered to the ground, turning into dust. Truly impressive insight. However, the Maka family needs no instruction from an outsider. I appreciate your kind intentions. A deep male voice suddenly rang out, startling the unsuspecting others. The chubby boy and the handsome young man nearly fell off the sofa, while the two elegant young ladies trembled, hurriedly rising and bowing respectfully in unison. Robbie, Kleiner, Mona, Emma, greets the esteemed Lord Qin Chung. Please forgive our uninvited visit. As the third largest power in Machinen City, to win over the Maka family, almost every city lord would appoint the honorary title of Lord Qin Chung to the family patriarch. Although powerless, the position was equivalent to that of a deputy city lord. The seventh young master was a beat slower, also hurriedly rising from his chair, greatly surprised by his father's arrival. His father was quite old. More than 30 years ago, after giving birth to him, he had secluded himself to focus on breaking through to the 8th level of the transcendent realm. Why would he suddenly appear? Father! Your most beloved son sends his heartfelt greetings. Have you finally broken through to the 8th rank? Chief Chiwei appeared to be a middle-aged man, with long black hair and a short white beard, bearing a striking resemblance to the 7th young master. However, his aged eyes, and the slight aura of decay emanating from him clearly indicated that he was nearing the end of his life. He looked more like a grandfather than a father. He glanced indifferently at his 7th son, who was still subtly reminding the girl beside him, and said lightly, "For the sake of your father, I will not hold it against you this time. Step aside. Bakken, you stay. We are extremely grateful for Lord Qinchun's forgiveness." The 4 companions lowered their heads and quickly slipped away, not daring to exchange another glance with the 7th young master, silently praying that he wouldn't be hung up and whipped. The other servants in the hall were also dismissed, leaving only Luo and his group with Maka and his son. "Father! Shut up. You have no right to speak here." The 7th young master's face paled. He realized he must have done something wrong to anger his father, and dared not say another word. Clan Chief Chiwei slowly walked to the head of the dining table, sweeping away the leftover food with a wave of his hand. Little E, who was cutting meat pies with a bandaged knife, stared blankly at the suddenly vanished meat pies, momentarily wondering if his memory was playing tricks on him. "Gentlemen, your presence in Machinen City, and your willingness to accompany my son, would be most welcome if it were merely sightseeing. However, it seems you all have ulterior motives." A deep voice echoed in the hall. The 7th young master lowered his head even further. He seemed to have truly caused trouble, bringing back people he shouldn't have. Were these people actually his father's enemies? Could it be that Fenlu is also? A wave of anxiety and tension washed over him, his palms sweating uncontrollably. He could only stand silently beside his father, hoping his father wouldn't punish him. Fenlu interlaced his fingers, his bright eyes fixed on Chiwei, as he spoke earnestly, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Your son is a brilliant pearl, but it is your inaction that has allowed him to grow unchecked. I hope. Shut up. An outsider. However, to the surprise of both father and son, under the oppressive pressure of the stern rebuke, Fenlua lowered his eyelids and continued speaking as if unaffected. So what if they're outsiders? I know you have your reasons. Your lifespan is nearing its end, and the 8th rank is still a distant dream. The Maka family can't afford to lose your support for now, but none of your children are capable of shouldering the responsibility. You have no choice but to focus all your energy on advancing. A gentle breeze, carrying a cool drizzle, transformed into gentle waves under the sunlight, emanating from Pink Luo and gradually eroding Chief Chiwei's oppressive aura. No matter how much pressure he applied, he couldn't break down that cool vortex. But it was precisely because of your self-destructive behavior that the 7th young master's heart. Degeneration? I find it pathetic. Machinen City needs a new patriarch to support the Maka family for the next millennium, not a wastrel who indulges in oppressing the common people and reveling in pleasure. Patriarch Chiwei, I sincerely admire those who dedicate themselves to the continuation of their family, but if the direction of their thinking is wrong, even the largest family will fall into trouble. What do you think? Fenlua's voice was soft and gentle, without any intimidation, yet it sounded so resilient in the ceaseless flow of the waves. Chiwei's expression changed slightly, and for a moment, he was unable to refute her. The hall fell into an eerie silence once again. The 7th young master stood bowing behind Chiwei, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was admiration for Fenlua's outspokenness, suspicion about her identity, inexplicable feelings, and complicated emotions towards his father. Admittedly, he was his father's last son, and also the child with the highest cultivation talent. However, his father's years of neglect and his mother's overindulgence had led him to become somewhat self-destructive and gradually fall into depravity. He had resented his father, and even plotted revenge, but in reality, he had abused his father's position in Machinen City, squandering the family fortune to establish his status as the 7th young master. This duality of rejection and dependence had shaped the twisted mind of the seventh young master, Bakan. Now, Fan Luo seemed to have witnessed the past firsthand, easily laying everything bare. Yet, the father and son remained silent, because her words were almost entirely true. Seeing that no one spoke, and Helida even seemed to be watching a spectacle with a hint of amusement, Luo sighed helplessly, and gently put down his teacup. A crisp thud, as the table was slammed shut, broke the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. Luo rose and gave Chiwei a slight bow. I apologize, my partner was too direct. Let's end this small talk, we have business to attend to. Luo gestured for Helida to stop watching the drama unfold. Why would the Ice God Priestess enjoy watching a show? This woman definitely had a dark side. This time, Helida didn't stand idly by. A chill enveloped the hall, shielding it from the prying eyes of the other powerful members of the Maka family. Her expression shifted, revealing her true Snow Dragon clan features. A sacred eternal Bible appeared in her hand, and her demeanor instantly transformed from that of a silent young lady to that of a noble and unapproachable divine priestess. Crystal City Ice God Priestess, Ludri Helida. He shared the same surname as the High Priestess of Lavia, the reason for which Helida hadn't revealed. The cold voice, like a block of ice, pierced Chiwei's heart with shards of ice. His expression changed drastically for the first time. Both his initial assertiveness and subsequent silence vanished. Machinen City was important. As the Imperial Center, it undoubtedly possessed advantages and strategic significance unmatched by other medium-sized cities. However, compared to the 5 great cities, it was utterly insignificant. While a new Machinen City can be rebuilt within 10 years, the destruction of one of the 5 major cities means it's unlikely another city of comparable strength will emerge within 10,000 years, let alone be rebuilt. Crystal City, built alongside Crystal Lake, provides over 80% of the nation's essential basic ice materials. Equipment, weapons, alchemy, and formations all rely on its raw materials. It boasts over a dozen 8th-tier powerhouses, and there's even talk of 3 9th-tier experts jointly ruling Crystal City. Although intelligence indicates that most of Crystal City's fighting force has been transferred to the Dahomey family, its remaining strength far surpasses that of Machinen City. The Maka family is truly insignificant, and the surname Ludri. Chiwei quickly rose and bowed. So you are the heir of High Priest Ludri. I apologize for not recognizing you in time. As he spoke, he pressed a large hand on the back of Bakan's neck, forcing him to bow. High Priest Ludri Lavia was a truly powerful figure. With a single order from her, the Ice God Church in Machinen City would surely rebel, completely stripping the Maka family of its years of influence within the church. This priest needs to travel to the old capital of Hibia. These are my friends. Due to some reasons, I was unable to obtain the necessary permits in time. I was passing through Machinen City intending to consult Lord Vina to obtain them, but I happened to see your fine son playing around, so I stopped by to see who raised such a unique genius. The voice was cold and flat, much like that of most high-ranking Ice God priests, but it struck Chiwei and the 7th young master like a hammer blow. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. For a fleeting moment, Chiwei even considered using all the family's resources to keep the priest, but the dangerous thought was quickly dismissed. Because he discovered that, apart from the tiny girl, who looked like a small, lifelike magical puppet, and a very weak-looking young girl, he still couldn't completely see through the other 2 girls. That makes sense, a high-ranking priestess is noble, so how could her friends be ordinary people? His mind raced, and Chiwei lowered his posture even further, quickly replying, It's my fault for not disciplining her properly, I will definitely be stricter in the future. This one. Just call me Pink Luo. Pink Luo? What a bizarre name. It sounds like a child's casual nickname. Could it be a code name? Chiwei quickly accepted the assumption that Pink Luo was a code name. What Miss Pink Luo says makes sense. I'm old, and even if I forcefully break through to the 8th rank, I'm not sure I succeed. It's better to focus on cultivating the family heir. The 7th young master's heart was filled with complex emotions, and he couldn't help but call out softly, Father. Shut up. I will personally investigate everything you've done over the years. All right. The 7th young master was already thinking about how to save his own life. Chiwei cursed under his breath, then smiled at the crowd. It's quite a coincidence. I have some influence in the City Lord's mansion, and have known City Lord Vienna for a long time. How about I process the certificates for you all as a small compensation? Helida naturally had no reason to refuse. She and Luo had already planned to do so. Very well. Chiwei didn't pay much attention to Helida's cold attitude. It was to be expected. After a brief exchange, mainly to obtain the information needed for the certificates, Chiwei quickly left the hall with the 7th young master, who was still pondering how to avoid punishment, and instructed the servants to try their best to meet Luo and his group's requests. The happiest were Anna Bauer and Xiaoyi, because they could eat delicious food again. Chi Wei still held considerable prestige in Machine City. In just half a day, he obtained permission certificates for everyone, allowing Luo and his group to enter the old capital of Hibia. As they left, the seventh young master and his companions watched Luo and his group gradually disappear into the distance. Their gazes, compared to a few hours earlier, held a newfound clarity and determination, though their stance seemed slightly crooked. Chi Wei withdrew his gaze, his face quickly turning pale. Before leaving, Helida had told him extremely bad news. The Empire had been invaded by demons, Crystal City had fallen, and continuing to defend the city would likely lead to certain death. He wasn't angry that she had taken the certificates and revealed the information, it was only human nature. Besides, with Crystal City gone, he wasn't confident he could keep many people alive. But the terrifying information revealed sent shivers down his spine, a strong sense of dread washing over him, an overwhelming fear he couldn't suppress. No, this is beyond our wildest dreams, Bakken. You're strictly forbidden from leaving the house lately. Behave yourself. Father? Okay, I understand. The seventh young master slumped down, and his companions fell silent, too afraid to utter a sound. Well, their planned final gathering was over. However, the dejected seventh young master quickly rallied. He would cultivate diligently. He would become a true, upright man. Then he would surely see him again. Look! There's a barrier ahead. A bright, inverted light suddenly appeared amidst the distant blizzard, protecting the weathered city from the extreme cold and snow. The three White Cat clan members, who had searched tirelessly for days without success, widened their eyes slightly, a sense of relief washing over them. If they couldn't find the storm bridge to cross the northern wind belt, they might lose their initial advantage and forfeit a large amount of valuable intelligence rewards. Lord Tommen. The city has been found. Order the second team to proceed immediately. Yes, sir. Half a day later, the panting second team reunited with their people. Using their bloodline power during the long journey was unwise, but fortunately, they had prepared enough blood beads beforehand. The condensation of power containing ample ice and snow blood energy could accelerate the recovery of their clan's bloodline power. Soon, news of the White Cat clan's appearance in Andre City reached the city lord's mansion. The current city lord was greatly surprised. How could the White Cat clan have entered the territory of the human empire? No, more importantly, had the imperial blockade been lifted? With a mixture of trepidation and joy, the city lord dispatched soldiers as quickly as possible to receive the uninvited White Cat clan, avoiding conflict with the residents. Although the Agnesa Empire and the Snow Beast territory had reached a ceasefire agreement, and many battlefields between the two races had been halted by the intervention of the Hull, relations between the two races remained far from friendly, and conflict could easily erupt at any moment. Inside the city lord's mansion, Evan and Talon, having received the intelligence, were also astonished. However, the thought that the imperial blockade might be lifted filled them with barely suppressed excitement. After the fall of Kachin City, they led the remaining residents to seek refuge in Andre City. Although the resettlement issue was resolved, Andre City, as a Stormbridge city, was primarily built to maintain the Stormbridge and had a limited capacity for its population. Therefore, the remnants of Kachin City were not faring well there. If the blockade were lifted, they would have outside help to rebuild Kachin City. Chapter 976. Luo fiddled with a hard card, barely half the size of his palm, which carried a wisp of unfamiliar 8th-tier aura, the aura of City Lord Vienna of Machine City. Centered on this aura were several miniature arrays displaying Luo's personal information and his purpose for going to the old capital of Hibia. His purpose was to find someone, and there was no need to hide it. Whom he sought was entirely up to him. The timing, however, was crucial. The permits were more like temporary identity tokens, and for Chiwe's status, obtaining 3 permits valid for 1 month each was quite an effort. It's not a commonly used array sequence in modern times. His fair fingers pinched the corner of the card, holding it high above his head. In the refracting sunlight, it bloomed like icy silk threads, the tiny runes extending in a strange way, subtly similar to the simple runes he had seen in the Enzo Plain. Combined with historical records about the previous empire, Luo guessed that the old capital of Hibia had deliberately divided itself by combining dragon runic literature and fancy runic literature to achieve a degree of autonomy. This type of rune, modified from the original rune, is more bloated and cumbersome. While usable in formations, it actually weakens combat effectiveness. Is Miss Witch proficient in formations? A little, but mostly just a dabbler in barrier magic. Luo wasn't being modest. She didn't actually understand most of the basic theories of barrier masters. Her barrier magic was roughly equivalent to modifying a barrier into a half-magic, half-barrier active skill. Helida nodded slightly, not asking further. 5 days had passed since leaving Machinen City. The shadow of the old capital of Hibia was still visible in the distance. It was an excessively beautiful metropolis, resembling a white jade flower pot with 2 enormous, interlocking circular gem coins floating in the center, showcasing the grandeur and magnificence of the old capital. So big so far. Anna Bauer was held in Pink Luo's arms, her blood-red eyes fixed on the outline of a small city in the distance, her chubby face full of curiosity. There are still 4 days' journey ahead. Pink Luo squeezed her palm. The lifelike puppet's body structure was 7 or 8 tenths similar to a real person, and it felt as soft and squishy as a child's. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being torn apart suddenly came, but Luo and Helida had already spotted a 7th-tier berserk magical beast lying in wait ahead. A giant ice crystal shield blocked the terrifying ice pillar, then shattered into countless ice shards to retaliate. Leaving Pink Luo to guard, Luo and Helida increased their speed and quickly attacked the magical beast that was tearing apart the ice shards. In just over 10 minutes, the magical beast, torn apart by the 2 lightning dragons, could no longer heal itself, and Luo held a brand new broken bone in his hand. Helida put away the Eternal Bible, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. This was already the 17th high-level magical beast they had encountered. The closer they got to the old capital of Hibia, the denser the roaming, ferocious magical beasts became. The magical aura emanating from the city's barrier was extremely attractive to hungry magical beasts. She wondered what the current situation was like in the old capital of Hibia. Priestess Helida, let's go back. Turning to leave, several auras flashed in the distance, rapidly flying towards the 2. Halt! Leave the magic core behind. 3 icy mists suddenly appeared before them, quickly condensing into 3 warriors clad in dark blue armor, blocking Luo and Helida's path. Their spears flashed, their cold blades gleaming. Luo's face immediately turned cold. She hadn't even sought revenge against the Dahomey family yet, and they were already jumping out, trying to steal her prey. Helida and Luo exchanged a silent glance, both understanding the intent to attack in each other's eyes. Before the 3 arriving victims could utter any threats, Luo waved his silver moon lamp, and 3 blizzards transformed into an icy storm that rapidly swept towards them. Several more streaks of light disappeared into the void, rising into an icy cage that enveloped them, interrupting their attempts to escape the icy storm. Their magical abilities were halted, their magical energy fluctuating. The 3 hurriedly activated their defensive items, and with the merging of their magical energy, a new shield was constructed. Crack, crack. The storm swept through, and the shield formed by the combined magic of the 3 instantly turned into thick ice crystals. Just as they were secretly pleased that they had been too tense, and that their opponent hadn't even broken the shield, they suddenly realized that they couldn't shatter the icy shield. Damn it! That's not an attack skill. It's a high-level spell, absolute 0. We're doomed. What are you afraid of? Watch me. The other 2 looked at the last person, who stood tall and sheathed his spear, a dagger covered in fine, dark patterns appearing in his hand. Magic is nothing special, behold my demon-slaying dagger. The demon-slaying dagger touched the ice crystals, its pattern shimmering with dark light, and the ice crystals instantly melted. From the outside, the faintly shimmering icy blue fluorescence seemed to have encountered its nemesis, quickly shattering and disintegrating. Seeing that it worked, the man's eyes lit up. He memorized the technique for slicing through ice crystals, and confidently slashed towards the icy cage, only to hear a heartbreaking clang. Crack! The demon-slaying dagger split open, then broke in 2, its tip falling high into the air. How could this be? Swoosh! The ice blade storm unleashed its crushing power, instantly tearing apart the 3 terrified individuals, scattering their flesh and blood around them, and causing a flurry of red snow to fall. Luo reached out, her soul hand grabbing at their unconcealed sea of souls, stuffing the souls within into a soul bottle. Then, she mentally retrieved the broken demon-slaying dagger. She wasn't exactly familiar with this item, only vaguely aware of it. This was the first time she actually touched one. She heard the demon-slaying dagger was extremely effective at dispelling magic, and Luo had witnessed it today. However, it seemed to only work against magic. Carefully studying the patterns on it, Luo suddenly understood. Keep it. You want it? The real body? You're so long-winded. Shaking her head slightly, Luo carefully put away the broken dagger. If Luo wanted, she could have given it to her. Not far away, the flesh slowly writhed, trying to reform into human form. But without the control of the souls, the flesh's own will couldn't even distinguish its own parts from others. Ultimately, it could only coalesce into a large, unconscious mass of flesh. The three people's limbs, facial features, and internal organs were a gruesome, nauseating mess. You didn't kill them? Just asking some questions. Luo channeled his soul power into the soul bottle. The three were currently bound by soul chains, their consciousnesses separated and unable to communicate, constantly emitting profanities. Luo ignored these soul fluctuations, his soul power transforming into a sharp blade that pierced one of their souls. The surrounding mass of flesh and blood was affected, and a third of it instantly decayed and melted. Taking advantage of the moment of death, as the soul began to dissolve, Luo quickly released the seal. With the Dahomey warriors traveling in groups within Crystal City, and powerful figures patrolling, there was no opportunity for Luo to capture a soul alive. Now was the perfect opportunity to try and extract memories. Seconds later, Luo broke a crack in the cursed soul magic on the soul. Seeing the soul about to perish, Luo quickly slipped into the crack and began to peruse the person's memories. Chatting with someone, laughing loudly, drinking and playing drinking games, laughing loudly, collecting protection money, laughing loudly. Does this person really like laughing that much? Like an idiot, useless memories were discarded at lightning speed. Suddenly, Luo saw a middle-aged man wearing a half-mask in his memory. Judging from the surrounding scenery and atmosphere, it seemed to be a family meeting. Remember this. Everything you have is a gift from the Dahomey family, a gift from this patriarch. Without the family's gift of new life, 10 years ago, you would still be fighting with wild dogs for food. You would be racking your brains to feed yourselves the next day. Without the family, you lowly commoners wouldn't even have the right to live. A new era is coming, and our Dahomey family has been fortunate enough to seize this opportunity. Now it's time for you, these expendable resources, to fight for the family. This patriarch allows you to do anything that tramples on the rules, but there is one thing you must remember. Regarding Wei. Suddenly, snowflakes appeared in his memory, and his entire soul abruptly shattered into ice crystals, leaving only an imperceptible glimmer of light disappearing into the void. Luo waved his hand, dispersing the remaining soul power, feeling somewhat annoyed. It seemed the curse-type soul magic outside was merely an outward manifestation. Once crucial information was leaked, all memories would be instantly erased. Fortunately, Luo had seen many similar protective measures before, and wasn't discouraged. He released another person's soul. Attracted by the soul, a large mass of flesh flew off its part and quickly reformed. Aside from a slightly weakened aura, it wasn't seriously injured. Why are there people from Dahomey outside the old capital of Hibiya? The cold voice jolted the still-dazed Dahomey warrior awake. He instinctively thought of mobilizing his magic to counterattack, but his soul was bound, rendering his magic power useless. Release me? Do you know who's behind me? Let go if you don't want to die. Bang! A burst of blood mist erupted, the sound abruptly ceasing. Moments later, the Dahomey warrior, his head restored, trembled, but dared not utter another word. This woman was too ruthless. She had only said one wrong sentence, yet she had crushed his head without a word. A sharp, tearing pain shot through his soul, making him anxious but unable to retaliate. Just as he was trying to figure out how to smooth things over, he suddenly caught sight of the twisting flesh beside him. That familiar aura belonged to his teammate. His anxious heart instantly cooled, as if he had eaten an ice cube on a hot summer day. After a moment's consideration, he said sincerely, "The old capital of Hibiya is ruled by the Dahomey family. It's perfectly normal for us to be here. Monster attacks outside the city are frequent, and we sometimes gamble for the value of magic cores when we have nothing else to do. We're not targeting you. The old capital of Hibiya is now ruled by the Dahomey family." Luo's heart skipped a beat. Even Helida frowned deeply. She hadn't received any such news. Had it only recently been captured? You're lying. The old capital of Hibiya is extremely xenophobic. How could it collude with the Dahomey family? Colluded? As if hearing something ridiculous, the warrior paused, then burst into laughter, completely unconcerned that his life was in Luo's hands. He scoffed, "Those old, rigid nobles of the old capital of Hibiya are nothing but remnants of the former kingdom. Even the Canriaso royal family has disappeared. Their arrogance stems from the charity of the Agnesa royal family. My Dahomey family is favored by the royal family, and is the most powerful family in the Agnesa Empire. Their submission is the wise thing to do. When did this happen? Why haven't we received any news about it? Ha ha! Of course you wouldn't know. Because, His eyes bulged out, and his whole body exploded like an inflated watermelon. Luo's face was cold, as he waved his hand to disperse the blood mist. He had thought that avoiding the curse in his soul would be enough, but he hadn't expected the curse to affect his body as well. The only method Luo could think of that could simultaneously affect both the body and soul, and so many people at once, was a bloodline curse. Like the blood pact curse possessed by the Favos family, it was linked by bloodlines, ignored strength, was born with, and affected an entire family for generations. However, the side effects of the blood pact curse weren't strong. In some cases, it could even be used as an advantage. The curse of the Dahomey family, on the other hand, was more for sealing secrets. Other possible uses were perhaps just incidental. According to his memories, these Dahomey warriors were called consumables, and they didn't seem to be members of the Dahomey family. So why were they afflicted with a bloodline curse? And why were their strengths at least at the 5th rank? The 3 Luo had encountered were even at the 6th rank. Looking at the last surviving Dahomey warrior, Luo hesitated whether to continue his attempt. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the broken bone he hadn't yet put away. A thought struck him. Could it be? Luo gazed at the last remaining flesh, his eyes brightening slightly. The ice magic within had been forcibly stripped away, emitting a faint icy blue aura and condensing into layers of ice crystals. Helida noticed this and took a few steps back. She had seen Luo attack dying magical beasts many times, each time managing to peel off a strange broken bone. However, Luo hadn't elaborated, simply explaining that it was part of alchemical magic, so Helida hadn't questioned further. But now, this witch was going to attack a living person, although the title of witch is usually used for female mages who are different from ordinary people, and although the witch in front of her is theoretically still quite young, but using a living person for alchemy. This person's witch-chic element is far more concentrated than any witch she knows. This one is the real witch. Luo didn't notice Helida's restless heart. Compared to magical beasts, the willpower of extraordinary beings is often stronger. Forcibly separating magic power bound by will is not an easy task, even if this person is only at the 6th rank. However, without elemental divine authority, there is no possibility of separation at all. Now it's just a matter of spending more time. Nearly an hour later, Luo finally separated all ordinary ice magic power. After the extremely condensed magic power was completely separated, it separated from the will of the extraordinary being, and Luo himself was released, diluted, and returned to free magic power. This caused the magical energy around the flesh to surge rapidly, meaning the 6th-tier warrior's rank was irreversibly declining, with no way to recover except through renewed training. After the ordinary ice magic dissipated, only a wisp of solidified, eerie blue ice magic remained, quickly transforming into a drop of deep blue blood, radiating a strong chill, 8/10 similar to the aura on the broken bone. As expected. Has the witch discovered anything? Luo nodded, realizing she had lingered too long, erasing the flesh and leaving only the soul, and told Pink Luo to catch up. Turning to Helida, she explained, "This matter is rather complicated. I may need more evidence and time to organize it. At the last minute, I might need to use your identity as the Ice God priest to activate all the Ice God churches. I do my best. That's enough. Let's go to the old capital of Hibia first." Pink Luo caught up at this moment. She had been watching over Anna Bauer and Xiao Yi to prevent them from witnessing the bloody scene. Caring for little girl starts with Mama Luo. Chapter 977. Inside the palace, illuminated by eerie blue flames, golden streams of light and purple lightning converged on a viscous, pinkish-purple liquid, leaping, separating, and merging. Magic transformed into countless fine threads, penetrating and intertwining, rune-shattering and reforming, solidifying within and slowly disappearing. Moriarty floated below, his soul power merging into the void like thousands of tiny hands, meticulously controlling every step of the process. Beside him, a head taller, Zilu wore crystal lenses, runes constantly drifting by, analyzing the changes occurring within the potion. Several hours later, the viscous liquid suddenly transformed into a pool of clear water. Simultaneously, all magic and runes receded, and the water fell back into the potion bottle. Though clear and transparent, it displayed a dazzling 7-colored halo under the soft light. Moriarty gently caught the falling potion bottle, sniffed it with her small nose, and then shook her head helplessly at Zilu. Only 70% effective. Is that so? Zilla pushed up her glasses, expressionlessly taking out a pen and paper to record. The pen was an engraving pen, and the paper was magic paper. The step should be fine, the operation is correct. Is it a problem with the quality of the raw materials? 5th tier doesn't need to use such high-quality materials. Is it a matter of strength? Moriarty sealed the crystal bottle cap and casually tossed it into a box full of experimental samples not far away. Her large, azure eyes stared intently at the thoughtful Zilu. This serious Zilu seemed to have a different kind of charm. Recalling the scene when she first met Zilu and the others, even Moriarty had to admit she was genuinely surprised. Souls derived from the original body, distinct independent personalities, bodies inherited from the original yet capable of developing independently. Besides the internal connection, these clones were practically blood-related sisters with the original, more refined than clone techniques, surpassing even soul fragmentation. It could even be considered a perfect example of self-replication. Aside from the fact that these clones lack a complete self, this very flaw prevents them from detaching from their original form and losing control. Rather than a flaw, it's more like a deliberately left trace. Could anyone in the living world truly achieve such a perfect feat? However, upon hearing it was related to the ice goddess, Moriarty suddenly found it plausible. The goddess of ice and frost, as the deity worshipped by most ice-based races, was not weak. She ranked among the top gods. Importantly, according to ancient legends, before the divine realm closed, the ice goddess, seeking eternity, had a great interest in the ever-changing nature of emotions. She had cast beings into other great worlds to specifically study the connection between emotions and the soul, achieving a high level of mastery in the realm of the soul. Moriarty, though confident in her profound soul, knew better than to compare herself to a god. Gods were superhuman beings capable of creating races and worlds. She couldn't compare. However, with so many more Luo sisters around, wouldn't little Moriarty be able to? Well, at that moment, Z Luo suddenly looked up at Moriarty and said calmly, "Hong Luo wants you to go over there. Now that's all for you, you can leave." Screech. Moriarty felt as if she'd been stabbed in the heart, though she didn't actually have a heart. Such a practiced way of discarding someone after they served their purpose. Z Luo was so cold. She was going to cause trouble. She was really going to cause trouble. She wanted to find the real Luo's sister to soothe her wounded heart. To reiterate, this girl didn't have a heart. Hong Luo said, "If you don't go soon, she's coming over." Moriarty's wicked smile vanished instantly. If it was Sister Red Luo, she'd better behave. She'd probably never forget the day she sensed Sister Luo's presence. She wanted to pounce on her and bite her soul aura, but the moment she teleported away, she was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. That cold arrogance, that innate majesty, made the eternal contract deep within Moriarty's soul tremble. "Little Moriarty, you seem to be quite naughty lately." A soft voice entered her ears. For some reason, Moriarty suddenly had a bad feeling. Compared to Sister Luo, the Red Luo she first met seemed like a strict mother. However, Red Luo didn't do anything to her. Those sharp eyes seemed to be just a warning. If she misbehaved again, she would punish her in place of her original self. Therefore, Moriarty had been quite well behaved lately. She was a little unsure what Red Luo would do. Although the clones were connected to Luo, whether it was the ruthless purple Luo, the sleepy blue Luo, or the majestic red Luo, they were all vastly different from Luojia, her sister, making simple prediction impossible. Little Moriarty went to find Red Luojia. "Goodbye, purple Luojia." How cold. She, little Moriarty, wanted the original Luojia. However, Moriarty was the fearful general who had lived through several eras. Sooner or later, she would mold all Luojia into her shape. Purple Luo didn't care about Moriarty's departure, nor was she curious about what Red Luojia wanted to do with her. After recording this reagent alchemy, she took off her crystal glasses, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. Actually, she had some guesses about why it had failed. Alchemists seemed similar to magicians, often using magic and arrays, but in essence, they were comrades of the alchemy goddess Helen Madden. This is not a simple relationship of believers worshipping a deity, but rather an alliance with the divine, learning from the divine, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, and ultimately surpassing the divine. This is a scenario that other extraordinary individuals dare not easily imagine, yet every alchemist takes it as their ultimate goal. Arrogant, audacious, and fearless, the alchemy god favors daring actions, not only bestowing inspiration as a gift, but also allowing alchemists to use additional powers. Z Luo doesn't fully understand that power. In fact, no alchemist or extraordinary individual truly comprehends it, only knowing it as a general term for a type of power. Perhaps a work that should have failed suddenly succeeds due to that divine power. To outsiders, this is undoubtedly a psychological effect, or a coincidence. Strangely, without this coincidental power, the effectiveness of alchemical creation significantly decreases, making it impossible for extraordinary individuals other than alchemists, no matter how skilled, to create perfect works. The same thing happens among blacksmiths. Both belong to the Divine Creation Hall, making it hard not to suspect that there is some secret involved. Ziluo pulled her wandering thoughts back. Sometimes, scattered thinking could indeed be beneficial to research, but prolonged distraction was a waste of time. She took out 2 broken daggers, entirely black, but within their darkness were countless twisted, ink-black runes embedded throughout, running the length of the daggers. However, due to their breakage, the runes had lost their luster. Her fair fingers traced the broken daggers, a slight surge of magic briefly activating the runes. Ziluo then took out an arrow, a magic-dispelling arrow specially purchased by FIA. Upon comparison, Ziluo discovered that the 2 arrows operated on different magical mechanisms. The latter utilizes a natural, inferior magical material, capable of disintegrating structures similar to lightning magic. It then incorporates miniature arrays targeting magical shields to annihilate magical power. Complementing the armor-piercing arrow, it can be likened to a materialized version of a magic-piercing arrow, but with a permanent effect and greater power. However, Ziluo saw the powder of netherstone in the former. Its powerful anti-magic ability allowed the demon-slaying dagger to dispel magic without any runes. The runes on it merely perfectly integrated the netherstone powder into the carrier. They themselves had no effect on dispelling magic. In fact, they suppressed some of the effect to facilitate the user's use. Therefore, although that person could dispel Luo's magic, it shattered upon contact with divine magic infused with the power of faith. Not a dwarven technique, very ingenious. I wonder if Mother's demon-slaying dagger was made by the same person. As for why the netherstone had flowed into the Agnisa Empire, that was a matter for her main body to ponder. Ziluo didn't care. Subconsciously, she touched the top of her head. There was nothing there, but in the shadows, she could clearly see a small, delicate bow. Ziluo didn't know what it was, or when it had appeared. Only under the palace's light and shadow did she notice the unusual thing. But for some reason, Ziluo always felt it was harmless, so she ignored it. However, after noticing it, she would unconsciously want to touch it, as if wanting to touch the real bow, even though there was nothing there. Puff, puff. A ball of white fur lay in a sea of flowers, making cute, soft breathing sounds. Its lustrous silver-white fur shimmered under the ubiquitous soft light, making one want to gently stroke it. Butterflies and grasshoppers, manifestations of life force, hovered around the white fluffy creature, drawn to its vibrant life aura, like a languid, refreshing forest. Suddenly, a small figure in a long, black gothic dress drifted by, startling the dormant life force. A playful little hand poked the fluffy creature, letting out a triumphant giggle before departing contentedly. The lush tree of life, like an emerald sky, cast a cool, refreshing breeze. A long swing swayed gently, and tiny fairies sang cheerful nursery rhymes, the flowers and grasses swaying and playing their own melody. Not far away stood a crooked little dark house, its twisted walls and uneven eaves resembling a child's clay mold, a testament to the builder's poor craftsmanship. FIA squatted before the little dark house, carefully fanning the fire and brewing tea. A delicate floral tea fragrance wafted out. A connoisseur would surely praise it upon whiffing it, but unfortunately, the little general was completely oblivious. "Little master, you arrived? Hello, little elf. Where's Sister Hongluo?" Before FIA could speak, the little guy had already poked his head into the doorway of the small dark room, looking around. The soft bed made of high-grade bee's feathers seemed out of place in the simple little dark room. Lying quietly on it was Ano. Beside the only flat round table sat a girl with silver hair flowing like a waterfall and red eyes. Her long red cloak and scarlet scarf made her look even more aloof. Sister Hongluo. Her red eyes, tinged with a faint golden halo, shifted slightly. She gently set down her teacup and said coldly, "Call me Miss." Moriarty stuck out his pink tongue and obediently greeted her with human etiquette, "Miss Hongluo." "Sit." So cold again, humph. Moriarty clearly remembered that Sister Luo also had a gentle side, so why were all her clones like this? Sitting obediently opposite Red Luo, Moriarty's gaze fell on Red Luo's neck. Beneath the scarf shrouded in malevolent energy, a slowly rotating rune array was visible. If she remembered correctly, it was created by a human soul mage named Ben Morden, and later improved by Sister Luo. It was key to Sister Luo's ability to injure an 8th-tier being, but because it placed too much pressure on the soul body, she had always asked Sister Luo to use it as sparingly as possible. Sister Luo's scarf was on her right wrist, Sister Z Luo's in her hair, Sister Lan Luo's seemed to be on her ankle, and Sister Hong Luo was actually hidden under her scarf. Could it be that Sister Hong Luo is actually shy about being seen? Hee. If you're thinking about something that went wrong, this young lady won't be as gentle as her true form. Her red eyes narrowed, flashing with a cold, sharp light. Moriarty quickly straightened her posture, becoming a good child. Although Sister Hong Luo wasn't as adept at reading minds as Sister Luo, her sense of danger seemed even stronger, like a seasoned warrior, extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Miss Hong Luo, what brings you to little Artemis? Tea. When Hong Luo solemnly prepared a teacup, had FIA pour in freshly brewed premium flower tea, and then moved it in front of Moriarty to indicate she should drink, the little girl's mind went blank for the first time. Isn't this a bit strange? Sister Hong Luo, Miss Hong Luo, Lil Yachty doesn't like to drink. Try it. With a cute frown, the little guy still picked up the teacup and took a sip. The scalding hot tea posed no obstacle to a strong person. Its only effect was to maximize the flavor of the tea leaves. So, after one sip, the tea's aroma lingered endlessly, and a pure life force arose within him. Moriarty even felt that his less than 10% recovered body was recovering at a slightly faster pace. What is this? Silence. Tea is tea. Would Moriarty listen to that? She's the great general who dared to provoke even Sister Luo. Moriarty regained her composure and sat back down to drink her tea. Fine, for the sake of that contract, she obeyed this once. It wasn't because Sister Hong Luo would actually attack. A short while later, after finishing the tea, Hong Luo gently put down her meticulously carved tree of life teacup. Moriarty's information appeared before her eyes. The key point, Note 3, Life Recovery, 5.32%, changed to, Note 3, Life Recovery, 5.33%. The original body instructed Z Luo to assist you in accelerating your recovery. This flower tea is an experiment by this young lady in FIA. Moriarty remembered that when researching the potion to revive the little elf Ano, Sister Z Luo always left a trace of her own bodily fluids. She had originally thought that Sister Z Luo had finally awakened a special fetish, but it turned out she was just researching her own condition. Tisk, why do I feel a little disappointed? But this is just Sister Luo showing her concern, right? Moriarty chuckled, lunging towards Hong Luo. Sister Hong Luo was also Sister Luo. It wasn't unreasonable for her to take this opportunity to thank her. Next is the second thing. As my person, you're always fooling around. What kind of behavior is this? Next, I will give you special training so you can better integrate into human society. Her lunging body abruptly stopped, forcibly pressed back into her chair. A booklet appeared before her, filled with numerous rules written in delicate handwriting, covering everything from how to interact with humans to the proper way to eat. You have to learn all of them. No. Outside, Lan Luo slept soundly on a large white pillow. A scream came from outside. Her small ears twitched slightly, and with a thought, the coat of Hecate flew over and covered her head. The girl continued to sleep soundly. Her light, casual clothes were slightly lifted, revealing her fair belly and delicate calves. On her right ankle, there was a faint band of runes, like the anklet of a sleepy girl. Chapter 978. The old capital of Hibia was now almost within reach. Small groups of extraordinary individuals appeared intermittently along the way, their attire suggesting adventurer groups. However, a few mid-level extraordinary individuals, exuding an air of distinction and accompanied by powerful guards, were likely wealthy and powerful travelers. Hundreds of satellite cities of varying sizes surrounded the old capital, their dilapidated barriers stubbornly emitting flickering light, seemingly on the verge of collapse. In contrast, the gates of the old capital, so close at hand, were tightly shut, its magnificent barrier radiating light like the blazing sun. Why doesn't the old capital of Hibia let those poor souls into the city? Anna Bauer's innocent voice rang out, attracting the attention of 3 passing adventurers. Upon realizing it was just the childish ramblings of a beautifully sculpted little girl, they gave a helpless wry smile, then quickly flew outside, their target the roaming magical beasts. Pink Lou pinched Anna Bauer's cheek and sighed. The powerful and wealthy class in the old capital of Hibia is deeply entrenched, suffering from all the common ailments of the great nobility. To them, the people outside the city are nothing but useless wretches. What does it matter if they die? It's far less important than their own comfort. How can you be so mean? Yes, Anna Bauer is kind-hearted. Don't learn to be so bad. Pink Lou was starting to brainwash Anna Bauer again, acting like a missionary. Pink Lou suspected that as she went to the Church of Light, she would become the fastest rising missionary. Several streaks of light arrogantly swept past, hitting people without stopping, instead angrily turning back and cursing, "Get lost. If you anger the noble Dahomey, you be sorry." Other adventurers in the distance quickly moved away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The person who was hit dared not speak out, only stopping to adjust his surging magic. Suddenly, A warm current flowed through his body, and his magic instantly calmed and returned to normal, surprising him greatly. But then, his companion's tugging prevented him from noticing his own physical condition. Looking up, he saw several Dahomey warriors, who had been flying at high speed in the distance, inexplicably fall from the sky, their faces contorted, several ice spikes embedded in their heads and backs, as if they had suffered some kind of blow. From his companion's words, he learned that the men who had bumped into him had been drenched by a suddenly appearing ice cloud. The ice spikes beneath the cloud easily pierced through the powerful magical shields, piercing straight through their bodies. As he spoke, his companion couldn't help but laugh, his earlier anger vanishing instantly. Only he sensed something was amiss, but the men pierced by the ice spikes were already enraged, so he didn't dwell on it. He quickly pulled his companion away to avoid getting involved. Then Lua, already far away, smiled playfully, prompting the clueless Anna Bauer to wink cutely. Then Lua seems very happy, so she should be happy too? She should be happy. Laughter from two girls, one older and one younger, came from behind her. Lua couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. Pink Lua was indeed adept at handling children. The relic space was one of her trump cards. Although Anna Bauer was cute, Lua felt she was far from being truly close to her. As for the ill-tempered Dahomey warriors, if they weren't so close to the city walls, Lua would likely have simply silenced them. Originally, Lua adhered to the principle of I won't offend others unless they offend me. If the Dahomey warriors didn't provoke her, she would at most teach them a lesson. However, from the Dahomey warrior whose memories had been searched, Lua understood the difference between these neatly dressed warriors and normal mid-level extraordinary beings. Although large forces usually train armies, the biggest difference between them and regular extraordinary groups is discipline. However, judging from the Dahomey warriors she had encountered so far, their personalities were eccentric, like spoiled brats of the elite. An army with such behavior was bound to not survive long. But what if these warriors weren't a trained army, but rather expendable resources artificially boosted to an excessive level? Then everything makes sense. Since they weren't expected to live long anyway, character development was completely unnecessary. On the contrary, it would spread the prestige of the Dahomey family, greatly increasing pressure on other cities. Thinking about it this way, the core members of the Dahomey family hadn't shown up at all. It was only because Chief Ralph had a grudge against him that he came looking for them. He wondered if they were dead or not. Miss Witch, they're too weak. Helida suddenly spoke coldly. Lua paused, bringing his wandering thoughts back, nodded, and said indifferently, they are weaker than others of the same rank, and their vitality is also inferior, but it makes no difference to us, does it? The only difference between 5th and 6th rank to Lua was that 6th rank had reaction time to use their trump cards, and a chance to escape successfully. Otherwise, there was no difference. Is that so? Indeed. Helida said no more. Aside from occasionally glancing at the top and back of Luo's head, she rarely initiated conversations, let alone lengthy discussions. In her spare time, she preferred to gaze at the moon and write incomprehensible ancient texts in the Bible. A moment later, Luo and his group descended into the air and arrived at the city gate. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the snow white of the old city walls of Hibia was actually a layer of milky white paint applied to the outside. Its purpose was unknown, but magical veins could be seen flowing within it. Guards stood watch at the city gate, meticulously checking the information of everyone hoping to enter. 5 queues, each a kilometer long, had already formed outside the city, with residents from satellite cities constantly joining the queues, clinging to a sliver of hope. Luo frowned slightly. With such long queues, it would take days to get into the city. A quick scan revealed a sudden, sharp look. Strange, why was that passage empty? Luo. Sister Eileen, there are so few people over there. Why isn't everyone queuing up there? Pink Luo pinched Anna Bauer's cheek and said with a smile, I don't know, let's go take a look together. You two should save your breath. Everyone knows that passage is specially open for the big shots in the city. Although you look quite extraordinary, you're still far from being big shots. Hee hee. Pink Luo and Anna Bauer looked curiously at the speaker. It was a small group of itinerant merchants, still using old-fashioned horse-drawn carts to transport goods. They probably saw the trade demand between the satellite city and the old capital, and were trying to make a fortune. Seeing the two beautiful young women looking at him, the man lowered his voice and said, Excuse me, I could tell at a glance that you are dressed in extraordinary clothes, and are probably not ordinary adventurers, but I swear on the reputation of the ye traveling merchants that I have not deceived you. Judging from your expressions, I guess you are not aware of the recent situation in the old capital. Pink Luo blinked and asked gently, Isn't it true that you can enter the city with a permit? He, saying that 3 days ago wouldn't have been wrong. The man hesitated, his fingers seemingly unconsciously rubbing together. These beautiful women were clearly wealthy young ladies. Since he was in line anyway, it wouldn't be unreasonable to make a sale while he was waiting. A 5th-tier magic core was tossed over, its condensed magic power immediately attracting the attention of those around, who cast envious glances. This was something Pink Luo had obtained by casually killing a berserk magical beast on the way. It was of little use to her, and would slowly lose magic power even if kept in her ring. The man instinctively took it, only snapping out of his daze when he felt the extremely cold magic power within. He quickly stored it in his spatial ring to slow the loss of magic power from the core, and his attitude immediately became extremely respectful. Honorable guest, there are many eyes and ears here. How about we, the traveling merchants of Yi, escort you back to Seagull Star City for a detailed discussion? I guarantee the information will be absolutely worthwhile. My goodness! A 5th-tier magic core in one strike. Judging by his casual manner, it's probably nothing. This kind of person either comes from a powerful family or possesses extraordinary personal strength. This small trading group of merchants would be wiped out with a single touch. Alright, then we listen carefully to what information you can provide. If they can't provide anything, they're doomed. The man broke out in a cold sweat. He just wanted to earn some money for information. There was no need to use such a gentle tone to threaten him with the words of a criminal organization. Now, the envious onlookers also revealed gloating glances. Is it so easy to take the money of big shots? One wrong move, and they might lose their lives. The man looked at his friends in the trading caravan, but everyone was busy averting their gazes. He chuckled awkwardly, suppressing the urge to slash the others with his sword. His mind raced, and his gaze inadvertently met that of the cute little girl in the girl's arms. His face suddenly stiffened for a moment, then the tension vanished, replaced by composure. Of course, esteemed ladies. The man pulled out a few 2nd-tier guards, which was already half the fighting force of this small traveling merchant group. He bowed and gestured for Luo and her companions to head towards Seagull Star City. As for queuing, that could be left to others. She could simply enter the city a little later. Luo was indeed interested in the changes he mentioned. She hadn't found many unusual occurrences in the memories of that Dahomey warrior, but it was possible that the man's memories were always filled with idiotic laughter, and Luo hadn't bothered to look closely, and had simply ignored it. Seagull Star City, though called a city, was actually just a small town governed by a 3rd-tier extraordinary warrior. Besides a few scattered houses for warmth, there was only a rudimentary trading market and a dilapidated mid-tier protective barrier. As Luo passed through the protective barrier, he even doubted whether it could withstand a blizzard. A mid-level magical beast could easily crush it in one bite. The Yi traveling merchant's outpost was located in a slightly larger courtyard. Without any protective arrays or items to aid them in keeping warm, the mortals living there could only rely on 1st-tier fire magic crystals for warmth. Fire magic crystals were scarce in the Ice Kingdom, so they were probably obtained through trade. A man who called himself Yi Mason skillfully poured the caravan's most expensive red wine for everyone, supposedly from a high-ranking nobleman in the old capital, which he had treasured for over 10 years. However, no one present liked wine, including Helida. The atmosphere became awkward. A bead of sweat trickled down Emerson's forehead as he wondered if he had time to brew the red tea from his father's inheritance from the southern kingdom. Fortunately, Pinko spoke up, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he began to explain, "You ladies should know that the old capital of Hibia was the capital of the former empire of Camriaso. Without the empire's permission, even residents of the other 4 major cities cannot enter. Of course, obtaining such a permit is not difficult for you, given your distinguished status. However, now, a permit alone is insufficient for entry. For some unknown reason, 3 days ago, the old capital's lord, the sole bloodline of the former empire's royal family, Camriaso Bernstein, suddenly issued a decree halting all entry into the capital from outsiders. Regardless of whether they carry a permit, their origins must be verified." Hearing this, the women frowned slightly, unable to understand the old capital's lord's intentions. If he was worried about people using permits to cause trouble, he could have issued the decree after the border closure. Why wait 2 years to implement it? If it wasn't due to the permit issue, then something must have happened recently to make the city lord change his mind. Could it be? Luo and Helida exchanged a glance, immediately understanding what it was. Considering the speed and distance of information transmission, the most recent event could be the fall of Crystal City a month ago. However, for some reason, Luo felt a strange unease. Her intuition told her that things weren't so simple. She had a feeling that the decree had been issued too late. They weren't particularly fast, and they had rested for half a month. If the 8th tier powerhouses who fought that day were heading towards the old capital of Hibia, they should have arrived more than half a month ago. It seemed that something had recently happened in the city that forced the city lord to issue the decree. Luo could obtain the permit through Helida, but many of the 7th and 8th tier powerhouses that day were of similar status to Helida. Obtaining the permit wouldn't be difficult for them. While pondering, Emerson, observing their reactions, paused, nervously rubbing his thighs and trousers before trying to lower his voice, saying, "Many people know about the new decree, but I bet only I know about this next thing. I hope the ladies will not reveal my information in the future. A secret known only to a 2nd tier transcendent?" Luo raised an eyebrow, her voice cold. "Revealing your information will do us no good. Speak." "Understood, understood." Emerson nodded quickly, rubbing his palms together, his expression grave. "About 5 days ago, I led a merchant. The caravan left Seagull Star City for Tinia Star City, north of the old capital, to deliver goods. They accidentally discovered a powerful man from Dahomey engaging in disreputable acts with a maid from the city lord's mansion. Then, they overheard the man saying that they planned to summon a magical beast of a higher level, 500 miles north of the old capital, in 10 days. Taking advantage of the city lord's weakened state due to the deployment of troops to suppress the rebellion, they intended to coerce the youngest daughter of Lord Bernstein, forcing the old capital to submit to the Dahomey family. Watching the caravan depart with the other members, Emerson thought of the 5th tier magic core already lying in his ring, his mind wandering as he considered how to squander it. Suddenly, he felt a void in his mind, as if he had forgotten something. Looking at his exceptionally well-groomed subordinates, he fell into deep thought. What am I doing? Meanwhile, Luo was discussing the accuracy of the intelligence with Helida. Priestess Helida, do you think his words are credible? 5 out of 10. I thought I'd give him a 6. His soul fluctuations are very real, without any trace of deception or fabrication. It's a matter of strength. You have a point. How could a 2nd tier transcendent being steal information within the perception range of a 5th or even 6th tier transcendent being? It's unlikely. In that case, let's go and gather some information, starting with the youngest daughter of the Bernstein city lord. But before that, let's find the khaki blacksmith. No objection. At the same time, Luo also wanted to understand the current relationship between the old capital of Hibia and the Dahomey family. Was it a rule as the warrior described, or a covert cooperation as Emerson suggested? Chapter 979. My dear friend, Dorzel, you know how overjoyed I was when I learned you were still alive. Ha ha ha. I knew you welcomed me. Enki, cheers to our reunion after so many years. In the withered forest, a warm campfire rose beside a fallen Frostcraft creator. 2 distinguished young men clinked glasses. The cheerful, white-haired, blue-eyed youth downed his drink in one gulp, while the other sipped with a slight smile. Nearby, several attendants were urgently dissecting a magical beast. They needed to extract and preserve its core within 10 seconds to prevent that damned, eerie power from devouring their hard-won spoils. Dorzel was delighted. Although entering the Empire through the Ethel Duchy's Human Merchant Guild had exceeded his expectations, encountering his old friend in the vast empire was undoubtedly even more exciting. After a few cups of fiery liquor, Dorzel became more talkative. Across the campfire, Mondina Enki smiled, resting his chin on his hand and gently swirling his glass, listening to his friend recount his experiences over the years. Enki possessed beautiful, fine, long, deep blue hair. His handsome face was softer than Dorzel's, and his dark yellow eyes were as clear as ice crystals, yet unfathomable. As the second son of a collateral branch of the Mondina family of Ice Rock Port, he had always maintained a low profile since childhood. Outsiders only knew that this second young master of the collateral branch was fond of traveling abroad, and seemed to have no interest in managing the family business. Dorzel was also unsure of his friend's thoughts, but that didn't matter. He trusted Enki's character. If he hadn't been abroad when the Frost clan suffered, unable to intervene effectively, he would certainly have chosen to help. After a few rounds of drinks, Dorzel was already slightly tipsy. In high spirits, he suddenly stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and laughed loudly at Enki. It's been a long time since we fought. Now that you reached the 4th rank, how about a match? The several powerful figures on guard exchanged bewildered glances. Was their young master going to fight his friend? What if he lost? After all, they rarely saw him fight. But regardless, his advancement time was considerable. He'd probably lose. Ha ha, Dorzel, you're still as restless as ever. But let's skip it this time. It wouldn't be good if we attracted a magical beast. Enki smiled and shook his head. The Agnesa Empire was vastly different from what he remembered. The danger level had risen several notches, making it far from a peaceful place. Dorzel, bored, sat down and muttered, "What a pity, I was hoping to give you a big surprise." As he spoke, his aura shifted, a haughty and chilling presence suddenly descending. The campfire extinguished without a breeze, and even Enki's six-tier follower trembled, instinctively blurting out, "Dragon's Might." The Dragon's Might appeared only briefly before vanishing. Seeing Enki's slightly open mouth, Dorzel couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, failing to notice that his friend seemed completely unaffected by the Dragon's Might. "Dalizel, you activated your Frust bloodline?" "That's right." "Congratulations. Let's drink." He casually lit a campfire, downed another cup of wine, and the slight intoxication dispelled by the Dragon's Might returned. Dorzel couldn't stop talking. "Speaking of which, I was lucky. After leaving the Empire, I wanted to find my sister Hilly. I happened to hear that the alternate dimension was about to open, so I decided to try my luck and see if I could encounter any residents of the Karlov Empire. You know, Hilly disappeared in the Karlov Empire." Enki nodded. He already knew the siblings had reunited, but since Hilly had returned south, he guessed she had her own plans, though that silly Dorzel was definitely unaware. "So I came to the River City on the 3rd level, where I met an incredibly cute girl. You..." "What?" "I mean, I met an incredibly cute girl. What's wrong?" Dorzel glanced curiously at his friend. She was indeed very beautiful, no less so than his sister. He was sure he hadn't used the wrong adjective. Enki took a deep breath, his eyelids drooping slightly to conceal the emotions in his eyes. "Nothing, go on." "Oh, it's her. She's helped me solve so many problems. She gave me the medium to activate my bloodline, and I ran into that Engly, but he couldn't even last a single move against her. Ha ha ha." Very impressive." Enki responded casually, seemingly absent-minded, before suddenly suggesting, "Dalizel, my friend, since our destination is Ice Rock Harbor, why don't we travel together?" "Really?" Dalizel was overjoyed. His family's belongings were certainly not still in Snow Dragon City. That place had probably been looted by the Dahomey family long ago. Instead, they were in the complex and intertwined Ice Rock Harbor, where Enki's family happened to be. They were practically traveling the same route. Enki stood up and downed his drink in one gulp. Perhaps he drank too quickly, for a slight blush crept onto his neck. He nodded, "Of course, we're good friends, aren't we?" Soon, the small group quickly disappeared, their destination Ice Rock Harbor. With a little manipulation, Luo and his group easily cut in line to the front. After observing for a while, Luo discovered that it was virtually impossible for ordinary superhumans to enter the old capital of Hibia. Perhaps only 1 in 100 could get in. However, Luo noticed that if someone had a permit, there was a 90% chance of them entering the city smoothly. It seemed that the martial law imposed by the higher-ups had little impact on the actions of the lower-ups. After all, in the old capital where the aristocratic system prevailed, achieving unity between the upper and lower classes was impossible. Luo, being from the Karlov Empire, which practiced aristocracy, had some understanding of their ways. As expected, after seeing the permit, the guards only questioned Luo and his group briefly before letting them pass. The one who attracted the most attention was Xiao Yi, as such a realistic miniature humanoid puppet was indeed rare in the Empire. "Finally, we're in the city!" Anna Bauer voiced everyone's thoughts, her large, curious eyes looking around. The crystal skyscraper and the flowing light of the barrier beneath the central floating city lord's mansion were all captivating the little girl's gaze. However, compared to the prosperity of the central city, the outskirts where Luo was located appeared much more backward. Underfoot was a permafrost road, flanked by old shops, and further away stretched vast farmlands planted with the northern specialty blue barley and white ice corn. Only after crossing the low outer wall did the number of low-rise buildings increase. The beautiful, snow-white city wall seemed merely a facade, concealing the arrogance within. After traveling for many days, Luo suggested they first have a good, hearty meal before seeking out the khaki blacksmith to inquire about Luna's whereabouts. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by Anna Bauer, so the group went to a residential area and found a restaurant that looked decent. Although Anna Bauer is a puppet, she has no problem eating and drinking, a trait she unexpectedly shares with Kagome. This made Luo even more curious about the puppeteer who created her. After eating and drinking their fill, Helida wanted to go to the local ice god church to inquire, but Luo refused. To minimize the risk of exposure, Helida even forged her entry permit to the city, claiming it was newly issued by Machine City. The women were also under magical concealment, their appearances, auras, and heights all altered. However, once they came into contact with higher-ups, all pretense would be forced to be removed. Since the fact that the old capital's lord's faction was still unclear, Luo was unwilling to gamble. Therefore, Luo easily found the nearest adventurers' guild. Under the pressure of money, he successfully inquired about the local underground intelligence organization and followed the clues directly to them. This intelligence organization, called Wolf Silent, initially thought Luo and his group were easy targets as outsiders, speaking arrogantly and taking the opportunity to raise their prices. However, after the strongest among them was slapped to the ground by Luo, they immediately became obedient, honestly revealing information about the khaki blacksmith and stating that they wouldn't accept a single penny and would be honored guests if they came again. Luo originally wanted to ask about information regarding the city lord's mansion, but these cowardly bullies shook their heads rapidly, repeatedly claiming they wouldn't dare touch information about important figures, so Luo had no choice but to give up. In the chaotic district, strange, what's a blacksmith doing there? The old capital of Hibia was vast, comparable to Aloy City, and naturally had many districts. The chaotic district, as the name suggests, was perpetually turbulent, and all the filth and inferior things despised by the nobles flocked there. Thieves, adventurers, slave traders, the poor, laborers, and so on became permanent residents of the chaotic district. They were not allowed to enter the luxurious inner city, their status forever at the bottom. Even if a genius occasionally appeared, they would be secretly recruited or eliminated by the sensitive nobles. Intelligence suggests that the chaotic district's chaos stems from the nobles' desire for it to contain the filth of the old capital, thus almost certainly indicating the presence of spies within the inner city nobility. After some time, they arrived at the chaotic district. The streets were filled with murky black water, emitting a strange stench and a lingering magical glow, waste dumped by illegal alchemists. Slaves in shackles were paraded through the streets by slave traders, and impoverished people, their bodies twisted and deformed by magical corruption, were everywhere. Strange laughter often emanated from the shadows of low houses, and a faint, dark aura permeated the air, making it hard not to suspect the existence of a cult in the district. It stinks. Sister Eileen, is that blacksmith khaki really here? Let's look for him first. Hopefully, the intelligence is correct. A gust of wind swept away the stench, and Luo and his group headed towards Kaki's residence, following the intelligence. They inevitably attracted attention on the street, but firstly, Luo and her companions were dressed in luxurious attire, and secondly, simple soul magic was enough to shun most ordinary people. In this district, where even mid-level extraordinary beings were rare, Luo's soul magic was virtually unstoppable. Those few who remained unaffected were exceptionally powerful individuals, and they wouldn't easily make enemies. Inside a dilapidated, semi-open brick house, a large furnace roared with flames. These magical flames, fueled by fire magic crystals using special techniques, possessed extremely high temperatures and magical adaptability, making them indispensable tools for ordinary blacksmiths. A hunched, robust woman, dressed in thick cloth and with her hair wrapped in a headscarf, revealing only a few strands of bright red hair, was hammering a fist-sized iron hammer against a broken greatsword resting on an anvil. With each strike, runes flashed on the hammerhead, producing a crisp sound, and sparks of fire entered the blade, repairing the missing parts. Several adventurers waited outside the open wooden door of the house. Their gazes immediately turned hostile upon seeing Luo and his group approach. The bald, burly man at the head of the group instinctively placed his hand on the dagger at his waist and said in a deep voice, "Master Kaki is busy. You have to come back another time." They were at least polite enough not to attack immediately. Luo was willing to wait, but waiting too long might attract unnecessary attention. After all, there were at least 5 mid-level transcendents currently watching Luo and his group. So Luo simply tossed over a ring. "Take it, leave." The bald, burly man took it suspiciously, probed it with his senses, and recognized the contents. His expression changed slightly, and he narrowed his eyes, glancing at the pretty girl in front of him. He whispered to his companions, "Let's go." "Wait, boss, what?" "Stop talking nonsense." The others were puzzled, but still obediently left. Helida's eyes flashed with curiosity. What could possibly make these unruly adventurers listen and leave? She wouldn't ask, but Annabelle asked for her. "Sister Eileen, what's that?" "Just a little gift, nothing valuable." "Let's go inside." Inside the ring was only a silver-grade greatsword. Luo didn't even bother to look at such trash, but for the bald adventurer, a silver-grade weapon was already incredibly valuable. Anyone with a brain would have stepped aside. Upon entering the house, Anna Bauer considerately closed the door. However, Kaki paid no attention to Luo and the others, focusing solely on hammering his great sword. Strangely, despite the furnace's temperature being high enough to melt magic ore, Kaki's face remained completely dry. Kaki, tentative, 7th tier extraordinary, fire, metal, wood, blacksmith, fire forging blacksmith, a high-level blacksmith who, for unknown reasons, resides in the chaotic city of the old capital of Hibia. He is unassuming in appearance and taciturn in nature. He will assist anyone who offers sufficient payment. Note 1. Blessing of the Fire God greatly enhances the effect of fire forging technique. Note 2. Blessing of the Forging God greatly enhances the effect of fire forging technique. Note 3. Fire Demon Bloodline greatly enhances the effect of fire attribute skills. Note 4. Infected with fire poison corrosion, evaluation. She's practically on fire. Luo suddenly realized why Teacher Luna had approached this blacksmith. Blacksmiths, like alchemists, are only auxiliary in their own rank. Unless crossing a major rank, the forging skills of a 4th rank and a 6th rank blacksmith aren't necessarily significantly different. And the forger in front of him, Kaki, the master blacksmith, is clearly among the best of the high-level blacksmiths. Blessed by 2 great gods and possessing the bloodline of a fire demon, she has a significantly enhanced effect on fire-based forging techniques. Furthermore, although the fire poison within her corrodes her body, requiring constant absorption of cold to suppress it, if Luo remembers correctly, the poison also passively increases the poisoned person's fire magic adaptability, allowing them to withstand more powerful fire attribute skills. She's practically a blacksmith born for fire forging. Teacher Luna carries the incomplete light and darkness staff, presumably hoping that the blacksmith in Kachi will repair it or discover something. Luo suddenly remembered her silver moon lamp, which had inexplicably turned gilded years ago. Since it didn't affect its use and even enhanced it, she hadn't given it much thought. Perhaps she could inquire about it now. Chapter 980. Clang. Clang. With the final hammer blow, the last remaining flaw in the great sword was repaired. The surrounding sparks instantly disappeared into the blade, transforming into 3 flowing flame patterns, with a hazy silver-white halo flashing by. Casually tossing the repaired great sword into a corner of the courtyard, Kachi finally straightened his hunched back and addressed Luo and his group, who had been waiting for a long time. Forging or repair? His voice was surprisingly pleasant, though slightly hoarse, but it didn't sound like an old man's. Instead, it added a touch of sexiness. If you didn't see his appearance, Luo would have thought Kachi was a wise older sister. Master Kachi, hello. I'd like to ask you about someone. Ask about someone? Little guest, you should look for a fortune-telling shop. This is Kachi Equipment Shop. Kachi tapped the sign next to him with his small hammer. Only then did Luo notice that what appeared to be a brick wall was actually a dusty signboard that read Kachi Equipment Shop. Only Master Kachi knows this person. Kachi slightly raised her head, and through her profile, everyone could see her large nose covered in dark red sores and her pockmarked face. Anna Bauer instinctively gasped and turned to shrink into Pink Luo's arms, clearly quite frightened. Only I know. Heh, since it's not forging, it has nothing to do with me. Out of politeness, I won't hold it against you for scaring away a guest. Kachi replied casually, extinguishing the furnace, and turning to walk back into the small inner room. But then she heard the obviously disguised girl behind her shout, "If I can help you suppress the fire poison, may I ask?" Kachi paused, slowly turning around. Her left eye was dark red, as if molten lava was surging within it. Her right eye was bright red, with golden red flames burning in its depths. Her strange heterochromatic eyes stared intently at Luo, paired with her long. Her ugly face, covered in red sores, was truly terrifying, but Luo wasn't easily frightened and remained unfazed. He continued, "Master Kachi, I may not know much about other things, but I consider myself to have some knowledge in the field of magic. As a high-level fire mage blacksmith, you are constantly exposed to fire magic. Although the blessings of the gods and your own bloodline can neutralize the agitation of fire magic, over time, a large amount of residual fire magic energy has accumulated in your body, which is essentially the harm of fire poison. If the fire poison can be removed, the sores on your face can also be eliminated, restoring your original appearance." With just a few words, Kachi revealed the secret of his body, causing the latter to narrow his eyes, realizing that the other party had come prepared. After a moment of silence, Kachi spoke calmly, "Your concealment is not a good habit." Hearing this, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Kachi had finally relented. Otherwise, facing a powerful being blessed by the gods, even if he defeated him, it would be difficult to search his memories. Moreover, Luo did not want to make an enemy of a high-level blacksmith. There might be a powerful figure protecting him. Floating light emerged from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. A 7-colored barrier flashed by, appearing normal from the outside, but impossible to penetrate with any means of investigation. Several rays of light flashed around Luo and his group, revealing their true appearances. Seeing Luo's striking resemblance to Pink Luo, especially their crimson eyes, Kachi paused for a moment, but quickly focused her gaze on the white-haired, blue-eyed Helida, muttering, "Snow Dragon Clan." She then turned and entered the room. "You're truly fearless, come in." The inner room was small, lacking any spatial expansion technology or additional formations, making it quite crowded. Only Luo followed her in, while the others waited outside. After sitting down, Kachi put away her small hammer, her eyelids slightly drooping, and asked calmly, "Who are you looking for?" Luo quickly asked, "Master Kachi, 7 years ago, did you encounter a fire mage, this tall, with red hair and red eyes, who liked to wear bright red robes?" Luo gestured to indicate Luna's height, trying to describe her as clearly as possible. Kachi remained silent, only nodding slightly under Luo's expectant gaze after she finished speaking. "I seen the child, and I know where she is, but—" Kaki looked up, a meaningful glint in her eyes. "That's hell over there, are you going too?" Luo frowned slightly, not quite understanding Kaki's meaning, but nodded nonetheless. "If it really is hell, then I have to see if it's as treacherous as the rumors say." Commendable courage, worthy of being her disciple, Lagran del Luo. "Your teacher, Brud Luna, left you something. 7 years have passed, and it's time for me to pass it on to you." To Luo's astonishment, Kaki pulled a ring from her thick clothes, and with a flick of her finger, a badge shaped like cross swords appeared in her hand. Luo received the badge with both hands, it still seemed warm. He instantly sensed his perception pointing in a certain direction. "Ice Rock Harbor?" "This is—" Kachi had already retrieved the ring, replying indifferently, "a religious ornament from the Karlov royal family. It's here you should leave." "Wait!" Luo gripped the twin sword badge tightly. "I haven't dispelled the fire poison for you yet. And I still have some questions I want to know." However, Kachi stood up and walked outside. Fire poison is difficult to dispel. Even if you dispel it this time, it will recur later, so it's not very meaningful. The important thing is, they're here. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. "They're here? Who are they?" Just as Luo was wondering, the barrier outside suddenly erupted with brilliant light, then shattered with a bang. A chilling ice spear smashed into the small house, reducing several nearby buildings to dust. "Grab her." The field of vision suddenly opened up, and a well-equipped army was floating in the sky. They were wearing ice crystal armor, had dark blue masks on their faces, and held extremely cold ice spears. The leader's mask was even more ferocious, and his whole body was surrounded by a deep blue aura. The leak star-like pressure could easily crush the bodies of nearby residents. "Oh no, it was him personally." Kaki's tone was grave. His hunched body suddenly became incredibly agile. With a flick of his wrist, 3 spitting projectiles flew out, transforming into 3 layers of iron armor shields, instantly severing all senses and vision. Boom! Boom! The iron armor was visibly twisted and deformed under the powerful attack. The others' expressions also turned serious. Where did these Dahomey warriors come from? More importantly, their leader's strength had reached the 8th rank. Could their information have been leaked so quickly? "If you want to live, don't resist for now." Kaki's hoarse, cold voice rang out. Immediately, 3 iron whips wrapped around the 3 women's waists. Hearing this, Luo thought for a moment and decided to listen to her. She withdrew all the magic power surging within her. Seeing this, Helida hesitated for a moment and also chose not to resist, but still maintained the magic barrier on her body. The iron whip retracted, pulling Luo and the others to Kachi's side. Then, the ground beneath their feet melted, revealing a sudden fiery pattern. Everyone instantly vanished into flames, and the fiery pattern shattered simultaneously. Boom! The next moment, the iron armor shattered, and several powerful magical techniques struck down, cracking the ground within a 300-meter radius. Had they not held back, the entire chaotic city area would likely have been wiped out. "My lord," she escaped. But the leader seemed unconcerned by his subordinate's words, instead looking at the crystal ball in his hand with amusement. A faint aura floated within it, its hazy glow gradually fading, condensing into a tiny arrow pointing in a certain direction. "That blacksmith is unimportant. Notify everyone, the target the clan leader ordered to be arrested has appeared. Mobilize everyone, even if we have to dig 3 miles into the ground, find them. This, sir, that blacksmith is the city lord's top bounty target. Is doing this." The subordinate hurriedly knelt on one knee and replied, "Yes. I gather all the men immediately. Go. Follow its guidance. That girl is far more cunning than you fools imagine. Remember, once it lights up, immediately launch an indiscriminate attack within a 10-mile radius." "Yes, yes." The subordinate was already sweating profusely. Wouldn't doing this provoke resistance from the others? But who could blame him when the other was the boss? Only his subordinates could risk their lives. A bright fire suddenly ignited in a long-abandoned suburban warehouse. Several figures quickly solidified within the flames. Luo looked around, confirming it was safe, before looking down at the broken flame patterns on the ground. Using the furnace's dissipating magic to conceal the entrance to the passage, it seems the blacksmith Kaki's identity is quite extraordinary. As for where Kaki went, Luo had no idea. The flame pattern was merely the entrance to a magic tunnel, its interior a labyrinth of interconnected passages requiring extremely high-level fire magic to traverse freely. Kaki had separated from Luo and the others midway, his whereabouts unknown. Even if Luo could control the distorted magic tunnel, attempting to manipulate it without understanding its internal structure would only lead to abnormal fire magic, potentially causing trouble if they got stuck in some unfavorable spot. "Those people aren't looking for us," Helida's cold voice rang out. Luo agreed. They had only been in the city for a short time, less than a day at most. If the Dahomey family's methods were truly so powerful, they could have stopped them at the gate long ago. Considering that a high-level blacksmith would hide in the chaotic city and use such a stealthy and skillful escape method, it wasn't surprising that Kaki was being targeted. But I have a feeling that the blacksmith Kaki deliberately lured them here. It's too much of a coincidence that those warriors came knocking right after receiving Luna's information. The only explanation is that Kaki isn't her real name. She's been deliberately leaking false information in the chaotic city, waiting to deliver Luna's token to Luo, and then leaving once she's done. However, she probably didn't expect that this wait would last 7 years. That makes sense. No one anticipated that the Agnesa Empire would completely seal its borders 2 years ago. In Luna's prediction at the time, the Empire should still be easy to infiltrate. Taking out the twin sword badge, Luo recognized the twin swords as those of Emperor Karlov, the legendary Knights of Gold and Lightning, known for their golden and thunderous twin swords. Of course, this is a secret, but for someone of Luo's status, knowing it isn't difficult. Let's go to a safe place first.